Chapter 147 Immortal Root. Dual calamity transcending realm coming from the same person. At this moment, under the resonance of the Dao, the place where Tian Jiashan stood even had the loss of immortality faintly appearing, a terrifying scene that made even figures like Tai Ting Immortal and Sect Master of Bushan Sect look solemn. At this moment, Tian Jiashan was a living son of the great Dao, a minor heavenly god. Dual calamity transcending realm for one person, is this even possible? Behind Sect Master of Bushan Sect, a slightly younger junior sister spoke out in a daze. Although she herself had never experienced the calamity transformation realm, she had seen how Yi broke through to the calamity transformation realm. Even someone like Yi struggled so much to break through to the calamity transformation realm, yet Tian Jiashan in front of them made even a spiritual body break through to the calamity transformation realm. This was no longer something that could be described as mere talent. At this moment, the people from Bushan Sect finally remembered what Yang Lu Yi had said down the mountain earlier. It turned out that Tian Jiashan really could defeat Yang Lu Yi. Big brother, looking at this situation, Tian Jiashan really has murderous intent. Shang He didn't gain much advantage before, and now, even if he uses the Dao derivation record, Shang He might not have the upper hand. Moreover, Tian Jiashan exudes a mysterious aura from head to toe. Should we stop their fight? After all, they were from the same province, and had more dealings with the Shang clan. To avoid any accidents, some people in the crowd voiced their concerns, suggesting an early end to the battle between the two young supreme beings. Let's wait a bit longer. The difference in their strength won't be too great, it won't lead to an irreversible situation. Sect Master of Bushan Sect spoke, not intending to immediately stop the battle. Because Sect Master of Bushan Sect also wanted to witness just how terrifying the combat power of a dual calamity transcending realm was. Just now, Tian Jiashan's main body was already extremely terrifying. In the distance, Shang He, who was already in the calamity transformation realm himself, saw that the person opposite him could make a spiritual body break through to the calamity transformation realm. Recalling his own experience of breaking through to the calamity transformation realm, his mind became unsettled, his Dao heart became unstable for a moment, and his chi also became chaotic in an instant. However, being able to break into the calamity transformation realm, Shang He was not an ordinary person after all. After sensing his abnormality, he immediately stabilized his wavering Dao heart. Spiritual chi gathered frantically. Tian Jiashan merely repeated his old trick, not even bothering to conceal it. Two spiritual orbs, the size of candies but condensed with terrifying spiritual power, were swallowed by the two figures. As two innate astral chi shot out, the figures of Tian Jiashan and number 1 instantly vanished from their original spots. Wordless pages turned, and profound and obscure characters began to appear around Shang He. These characters, manipulated by Shang He, transformed endlessly, precisely blocking the attacks launched by Tian Jiashan. Although it was just an enlarged character, perhaps because the character itself contained the supreme Dao laws, it made the power of the character astonishing. As character after character flew out, they actually prevented the two Tian Jiashan, both in the calamity transformation realm, from approaching for a short time. Although cultivation was cautious, Tian Jiashan had actually killed quite a few living beings. However, this was his first time fighting a living being in the calamity transformation realm. No matter what, the first time is always a bit rusty. Although he couldn't get close to Shang He's methods also couldn't harm Tian Jiashan in the slightest. The two thus began to exchange blows. Aside from the group of young people, everyone present on Broken Mountain was a renowned figure, a strong individual who had experienced countless life and death battles. Yet, at this moment, watching the battle between the two young people, everyone was completely focused, and a sense of horror even arose within them. The battle between the two was too perilous and terrifying, so much so that everyone was unconsciously drawn into the battlefield. However, as the battle time extended, everyone finally discovered the clue. Perhaps at the beginning, the difference between the two was not significant, but as the high-burst and high-intensity battle continued for a while, everyone gradually noticed that Shang He's chi was no longer as strong as it was at the start. While this was the most normal phenomenon, it now became the focus of everyone's attention. Because people discovered that from beginning to end, Tian Jiashan's aura had been as wild as a dragon, showing no signs of weakening. Tian Jiashan's tempered physical body finally gradually revealed its terrifying aspect. How on earth was this child's physical body refined to such a terrifying extent? If he's like this now, when he achieves the supreme immortal Dao in the future, won't he be invincible with just one physical body? The person whose voice was filled with shock was Yang Lu Yi's aunt, a woman of exceptional beauty, voluptuous figure, and captivating charm. As the aunt's words fell, Tian Jiashan in the distance just happened to exert his power. Divine abilities and spells rained down, leaving Shang He's body nowhere to hide. As the 3 Yuan cultivation method was activated, 2 human Yuan emperor bodies appeared in the air in the distance. Looking at the emperor bodies wearing imperial crowns and looking down on the world, everyone's expressions changed again as their hearts trembled from the aura they displayed. The majestic emperor bodies were actually Tian Jiashan. The human Yuan emperor body, immortal Yuan emperor body, and divine Yuan emperor body condensed by the 3 Yuan cultivation method are all true reflections of a cultivator's inner self. Therefore, upon seeing the emperor bodies, everyone was both astonished that Tian Jiashan possessed an immortal method like the 3 Yuan cultivation method, and surprised that the usually harmless and timid-looking Tian Jiashan actually harbored such an ambition to overlook the world. It's actually the 3 Yuan cultivation method. No sooner had the voice full of shock in the crowd faded than Shang He, in the distance, was sent flying out amidst 2 consecutive booming sounds. Shang He could block the first human Yuan emperor body, but he couldn't take the second. Even at this moment, Tian Jiashan adhered to his principle of not engaging in close combat. After breaking through Shang He's defense, number 1 instantly followed, while the main body's spiritual chi surged. Then, a forging platform condensed out of thin air beneath Shang He, and corresponding to it, a giant hammer appeared in the sky. Upon feeling his chi being locked onto, Shang He was startled and was about to flee the giant forging platform that had appeared beneath him. However, number 1's instantaneous arrival left Shang He with no strength to spare for anything else. And when number 1 firmly trapped Shang He on the condensed forging platform, Tian Jiashan's spiritual power in the back pulled, and the giant hammer in the air, carrying flames, crashed down. Clang. A deafening sound echoed throughout Broken Mountain, like a blacksmith forging iron. Tian Jiashan struck down with a hammer, and the powerful spiritual power entanglement around Shang He on the forging platform immediately dissipated. His chest bone was largely shattered, and blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. However, to everyone's horror, after the first hammer fell, the second hammer followed closely. With his mind overwhelmed by anger, Shang He roared, his voice filled with fury and madness as cracks appeared on his body. Sacred patterns suddenly appeared on his heavily injured body, rapidly spreading across Shang He's entire being. His whole body glowed, and the injuries on Shang He's body quickly stopped bleeding, then began to heal at an astonishing speed. Although they were far away, everyone clearly saw that the bright veins appearing on Shang He's body were not his internal meridians. Those were spiritual roots. To be precise, the bright patterns on Shang He's body at this moment were immortal roots. Just as a plant's roots have stems, a cultivator's body also has spiritual roots. When the spiritual roots within a person of terrifying talent are too strong and extraordinary, they are called immortal roots. As Shang He's immortal roots suddenly lit up, Tian Jiashan's second hammer had already fallen. However, before this hammer could land, it was covered in countless cracks by Shang He's punch. Although the heavy force slammed Shang He into the mountain, this time it didn't cause him much harm. Tian Jiashan's eyes narrowed slightly, not expecting his opponent to be a creature with an immortal root. I didn't expect that the first time I took a risk to kill someone, it would be so troublesome. But it doesn't seem like the most troublesome person. Tian Jiashan thought of the soul seed he hadn't killed in the Chaoxian sect trial ground before. Tian Jiashan exhaled a breath of turbid qi. However, the more such people there are, the sooner they must be eliminated. As he murmured in a voice only he could hear, Tian Jiashan's heart suddenly roared, his flesh and blood became translucent, even exuding a faint fragrance. The spiritual power around him was so dense that it covered his figure, making him appear as a hazy glow from a distance. Within the glow, a heart-palpitating spiritual power fluctuation emanated. Feeling the person who had crashed into the mountain instantly approaching with a violent aura, the main body and number 1 instantly vanished, and the air then entered a chaotic battle of 1 against 2. No sooner had number 1 withstood the incoming attack than the main body had already transformed into a streak of light. A feint punch was not thrown, instead, it was a direct kick that landed on Shang He. If it were against anyone else, it would be fine. With the abilities Shang He displayed, he was truly worthy of the title Young Supreme Being. However, against Tian Jiashan, even a Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme with an immortal root would have to retreat 3 paces. Moreover, Tian Jiashan also possessed an immortal root, he just hadn't used it due to Bai Xiu's previous instructions. The moment he swept into the ground, a terrifying force instantly created a large pit in the ground. Number 1's divine ability, which had been condensed early, followed closely behind. Flames surged in the pit, and Shang He's mournful screams could be heard. Facing 2 opponents, both of whom were in the Calamity Transformation Realm, it would be fine if he didn't fall into a disadvantage. But once he did, Shang He's defeat would be like a landslide. Before long, Shang He couldn't even defend himself. Seeing Shang He's miserable state below, Sect Master of Bushan Sect's Qi stirred, and he was about to rescue him. Sect Master, I want to kill him. Sect Master, you said you would unconditionally grant me one request, just 5 days ago. Using the formation to instantly carry the bloodied Shang He away from Sect Master of Bushan Sect, who wanted to save him, Tian Jiashan turned to look at the Sect Master of Chaoxian Sect. Upon hearing Tian Jiashan's words, everyone's expressions became grim, even those who were supportive of Tian Jiashan. Indeed, with junior brother Jiashan's personality, when he said he wanted to kill Shang He wasn't just talking. The prodigies suddenly recalled what Lei Xiao had told them earlier. Now, looking at junior brother Jiashan, whose eyes were cold and devoid of any pity or emotion, they once again recognized a different, more terrifying junior brother Jiashan. That was junior brother Jiashan, whom even Lei Xiao wanted to kill. Chapter 148 This child is quite clever. When everyone around them once again revised their perception of Tian Jiashan upon hearing his resolute tone, the sect master of Chaoxian sect also frowned. Although the Shang clan was not an ancient clan, they had experienced a turn of fortune in the past 1,000 years, accumulating a profound foundation. Their current clan chief, Shang Ganshu, was an ultimate powerhouse at the 5th stage of the divine immortal realm. The old clan chief had announced his seclusion and had not been heard from since, so it was unknown if he had broken through to the 8th stage, the gate of immortality. If Jiashan were to kill Shang He, the backlash from Chaoxian sect would be significant. Considering that there was also the Hunyang sect, eyeing them covetously in Wei prefecture, the sect master of Chaoxian sect still tried to mediate. Jiashan, Shang He was indeed in the wrong first, but his crime is not punishable by death. Now that you've vented your anger, how about we let this matter rest? I know your personality. To ensure that the Shang clan doesn't retaliate against you later, how about I make Shang He swear a blood oath to you now? Speaking of this, the sect master of Chaoxian sect looked towards sect master of Bushan sect, Yang Chen, who had moved to the front. Having understood Taiting Immortal's intention, Yang Chen immediately spoke to Shang He. Shang He, do you dare to swear a blood oath that the Shang clan will absolutely not seek revenge on Jiashan for this matter in the future? Facing Yang Chen's words, Shang He, who was half dead and being held by Tian Jiashan, merely looked at Tian Jiashan with a sneer. Tian Jiashan, if you have the guts, kill me. I guarantee you won't have a good end. As soon as Shang He finished speaking, a spray of fresh blood splattered. Tian Jiashan had smashed Shang He's chest to a pulp with a punch, and at this moment, he had already grasped his strongly beating heart. As long as the heart died, even if Shang He's divine soul remained, this physical body would be completely dead, and the immortal root it possessed would also perish with it. Jiashan, no. Unexpectedly, Jiashan was such a ruthless and decisive person. Yang Chen, startled by his actions, reacted quickly. Just as Tian Jiashan was about to crush Shang He's heart, he preemptively used his cultivation to restrain Tian Jiashan. Having witnessed the battle just now and seeing the relationship between Tian Jiashan and Taiting Immortal, Yang Chen could have forcefully rescued the person, but he didn't. Doing so would incur the displeasure of Tian Jiashan and Taiting Immortal, and being disliked by such two individuals would mean that Bushan sect and Chaoxian sect would become enemies. But the current Chaoxian sect was experiencing a period of flourishing immortal fortune. Sect Master, after I kill him, I will withdraw from Chaoxian sect myself. Seeing himself restrained, Tian Jiashan, who was determined to kill Shang He, spoke again. Since Chaoxian sect feared trouble, he would simply leave. As for where to go, Bai Xiu had already done something similar 100 years ago. 100 years ago, to escape the pursuit of the Gu clan, an ancient god clan, Bai Xiu went to Chahasi, while Tian Jiashan turned back at the entrance. As soon as Tian Jiashan uttered these words, and everyone finally felt how strong his resolve to kill Shang He was, the surrounding atmosphere instantly became tense. How could Chaoxian sect give up on a supreme being like Tian Jiashan, who was unparalleled in the world? Seeing Jiashan's resolve, Taiting Immortal sighed slightly. Having made a decision, there was no longer any hesitation on his face. Sect Master Yang, you've heard Jiashan's words. Please withdraw your hand. As for the Shang clan's wrath after Shang He's death, Chaoxian sect will bear it. As soon as the sect master of Chaoxian sect finished speaking, not only the people of Bushan sect, but even those on Broken Mountain, changed their expressions dramatically. Taiting Immortal, do you really intend to do this? The Shang clan finally produced a calamity transformation realm supreme to carry the clan's fortune. If Shang He dies, the Shang clan will absolutely not let this go. Chaoxian sect can handle it. Sect Master Yang, please withdraw your hand. Tian Jiashan spoke calmly, having received permission, and a calamity transformation realm chi surged around him. The moment Yang Chen withdrew his cultivation, Shang He would die and his Dao would vanish. Little martial uncle, that's enough. Don't kill him, or many people will want to kill you, little martial uncle. Although she wasn't entirely clear, Yao knew that if little martial uncle killed that person, he would be hunted by many powerful individuals. Believing that she had caused all of this, Yao spoke, sobbing. Tian Jiashan, Shang He certainly made a mistake, but it's time to stop now. Although it's unpleasant to say, the Shang clan's strength should absolutely not be underestimated. If you spare Shang He's life now, I guarantee I will communicate with the clan chief of the Shang clan after returning, and they will absolutely not trouble you afterwards. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master Yang. As you know, I once allowed number 1 to cultivate in Bushan sect, so I know how strong the Shang clan is. However, I still ask Sect Master Yang to withdraw your hand. At this, Yang Chen's face completely darkened. Everyone had underestimated Tian Jiashan's resolve to kill Shang He. And just as Yang Chen was still weighing how to make a choice, a sudden surge of aura from behind startled everyone, and the sect master of Chaoxian sect, Taiting Immortal, had already made his move. Because Yang Chen hadn't let go yet. Since he had already decided to favor Jiashan, Taiting Immortal had no intention of hesitating, as that would only create a rift in Jiashan's heart. Seeing the situation turn bad, Yao, terrified, ran out from the crowd and tightly hugged her little martial uncle's leg. Little martial uncle, let's go home. Yao didn't care about the bad person's life or death, she was afraid that little martial uncle would be implicated because of her. Child, they each can't let go of their face to ask, all using others as an excuse, grandly persuading, so child, you don't listen, and don't want to listen. Then, I wonder if this old woman were to plead for Shang He, would you, child, be able to give this old woman a little face? As Heavenly Lord Qingling said this, her children around her immediately fell silent. And Tian Jiashan's expression also changed upon hearing this. If he didn't agree to Heavenly Lord Qingling's request, then he would truly be a bit too arrogant. Sect Master Yang, take him away. Speaking calmly, Tian Jiashan then looked towards Heavenly Lord Qingling in front. This junior was impulsive and ignorant, momentarily consumed by anger, almost going astray. I am filled with gratitude for Senior's cautionary words and don't have time for anything else, let alone selling Senior's face. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Tian Jiashan spoke with a slight smile, not only not making Heavenly Lord Qingling lose face, but instead subtly elevating Heavenly Lord Qingling even further, which made Heavenly Lord Qingling in the distance also laugh. Those who had just been silent with fear because of their mother's words breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes towards Tian Jiashan changed subtly once more. This child, how clever. After Yang Chen took away the weak Shang He, Tian Jiashan unceremoniously wiped his bloody hands on a piece of clothing until they were mostly clean, then squatted down and picked up Yao. Alright, little martial uncle just taught the bad guy a lesson, Yao can't cry anymore, okay. Do your wounds still hurt? Don't lie. She had intended to say, against her true feelings, that it didn't hurt, but after hearing little martial uncle's feigned threatening tone, Yao still told the truth. When I was crying just now, it pulled at the wound, so it hurts a little. Who told you to cry so loudly? Little martial uncle will find you 2 candies to eat. Tian Jiashan said, and indeed took out a handful of candies from his storage device, letting Yao choose for herself. Although there were still many bloodstains on little martial uncle's palm, Yao wasn't afraid or disgusted at all. 2nd senior brother, 7th senior sister, I plan to put Yao through body tempering recently. Yao will stay on my mountain during this time. Seeing that things had finally not developed in the worst possible direction, 2nd senior brother, now relaxed, was even a little exhausted from the previous tension. You're always taking Yao to eat, drink, and play. Am I Yao's father or are you Yao's father? If you like taking care of children so much, go have one yourself. 2nd senior brother spoke irritably, but he didn't say no to old 10th taking Yao away. Of course, 2nd senior brother, you are Yao's father, but I am little martial uncle, so doesn't that make me Yao's little father? Tian Jiashan grinned, and then, in full view of everyone, carried Yao away. However, after only walking a short distance, secretly cursing that arrogance was a big taboo, Tian Jiashan suddenly turned back. Seniors, this junior is very weak after this life and death battle, and my injuries need to be treated. so, I temporarily cannot entertain you all. Looking at such an unreliable person, the people of Bushan sect who didn't know Tian Jiashan's personality were also a bit dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that such a harmless person had just almost slaughtered a Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme? Healing? I don't see any injuries on this kid's body. It was just a teasing remark, but as soon as the words fell, this grand dance expression suddenly changed dramatically. That's right, just now, when Tian Jiashan almost killed Shang he didn't sustain any fatal injuries. Everyone thought about it and felt a chill down their spines. Heavenly Lord Qingling, whose good impression of Tian Jiashan had doubled, merely smiled as she watched the departing youth, very fond of that child. The virtuous woman, who was the wife of the sect master of Bushan sect and Yang Lu Yi's mother, had remained silent throughout. Now, seeing her mother so happy, she also smiled knowingly. Anyway, she had a very good impression of this Tian Jiashan. Yuner, Yi is much better at judging men than you are. Yi has always had good fortune since she was a child. The woman called Yuner merely spoke softly. In the distance, seeing Sweetie carry Yao away, Yang Lu Yi pondered for a moment, then walked slowly after them with her hands behind her back. Why are you following us? Your family is still on the mountain. Tian Jiashan turned his head. It's fine. Everyone came to see you. Now that they've seen you, they'll definitely go home afterwards. Then you go home too. As soon as the words fell, Tian Jiashan, suddenly remembering something, was startled. You're not going to stay here again, are you? That's right. Otherwise, where would I go? Zhu should be close to breaking through to the Calamity Transformation Realm too. We'll go to Chihua Wilderness together later. Hearing Yang Lu Yi say she was staying, Tian Jiashan no longer had the mind to care about the trip to Chihua Wilderness. To put it bluntly, Yang Lu Yi was one of the causes of this incident. Forget it, do whatever you want. I don't care anymore. Yang Lu Yi, who understood Sweetie very well, pretended to be calm, but she still felt a little guilty in her heart. After all, she also knew that this incident was related to her, so she was waiting for Sweetie to scold her, and then she would seize the opportunity to make her case. When Sweetie's imagined complaints didn't appear, and she only saw Sweetie's helpless expression, Yang Lu Yi's guilt in her heart immediately vanished. I didn't say I wanted you to manage me, and you wouldn't dare to if I let you. Tian Jiashan didn't speak, and Yang Lu Yi merely followed triumphantly into the grand formation. Sometimes, not blaming is also a form of acceptance and tolerance. As Tian Jiashan left and Shang He fainted, the thrilling battle also came to an end. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as anyone would have been on tenterhooks in such a situation. Because Tian Jiashan was not only going to kill a Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme, but also the Dao inheriting son of a flourishing family. But without having to worry about Shang He's untimely death, and with the scenes of the battle constantly replaying in their minds, everyone had something to ponder and left in silence. Tian Jiashan, a dual calamity transcending realm. Moreover, in the battle just now, Shang He gained little advantage, and in the end, he could only be at the mercy of others. If it weren't for his family as support and so many people pleading for Shang He would absolutely be a dead man. But even though Tian Jiashan almost killed Shang He, no one felt that Tian Jiashan would be in trouble. Tian Jiashan's own terrifying cultivation talent, which defied common sense, as well as Chao Xian-sec's favoritism, his help to the favored daughter of the right general of the imperial capital divine court to break into the calamity transformation realm, his help to the eldest son of the Zhang family, a trusted minister in the human emperor's hands, to successfully pass the lightning tribulation, his brotherly relationship with the unique descendant of the desolate god in lies, and his life and death friendship with the mysterious Baishu such a Tian Jiashan could not die. Chapter 149 Gathering of 10,000 Mountains. In a village near Broken Mountain, a place once isolated from the world, many unfamiliar faces have recently appeared. Some people's accents don't even sound like those from Liye Prefecture, even people from overseas have stopped here to rest. Regarding this phenomenon, the indigenous villagers, though unaware of why so many great immortals were appearing, dared not inquire or speculate. They simply happily earned spirit stones. These great immortals were particularly generous, as if afraid that giving too little would diminish their status. Even just sitting down to rest, they would throw out dozens of spirit stones. Some great immortals seemed to have noble identities, with their lowest quality spirit stones being blue ones. A palm-sized blue spirit stone contained enough spiritual power to ensure an ordinary person would not be plagued by illness for a year. Looking at the people resting under the eaves in the distance, a lean man under a straw hat pavilion dozens of meters away showed a vigilant look in his hawk-like eyes. Sage of Xiangyang, during my seclusion, did something major happen in Broken Mountain or the 100,000 great mountains that I don't know about? Why are so many people gathering towards Broken Mountain? He had already encountered several groups of people on the way, and today, after seeing the three individuals in the distance, whose cultivation was clearly not low, Soul Seed wondered if he had missed some news during his seclusion. Of those three in the distance, the leader is at Earth Immortal 3rd Realm, and the man and woman beside him are both at Jade Void 11th Realm. They should be from some third-rate forces. You're not answering my question. Facing the second person in his sect, Soul Seed showed no reverence. Your talent for cultivation is good, but your mind isn't very clever. Then aren't you, Sage of Xiangyang, even dumber? My mind isn't good, yet I can still break through to Calamity Transformation Realm. Do you dare to try to reach Calamity Transformation Realm for me? Soul Seed did not accept the Sage of Xiangyang's evaluation. As the saying goes, one thing overcomes another. The Sage of Xiangyang, who usually disdained anyone who dared to offend him or even argue with him, was now provoked by Soul Seed's words. If I were your age, I might really be able to break through to Calamity Transformation Realm. Tisk, such little ambition, no confidence at all. If I were your age, I'd be sure that the sect master of Hunyang sect would be me. Seeing the boy's crooked expression in front of him, Daist Pantai raised his hand, and Soul Seed was immediately thrown flying. The sudden movement startled the three people resting in the distance, and Soul Seed was already thrown out of the courtyard and into the woods. Soon, the unharmed Soul Seed returned, grumbling. When Jiashan was killing human immortals in the trial ground, you were there, right? Changing the subject, Soul Seed mentioned the dog thing he thought of every night. No, by the time I arrived, Jiashan had already killed that human immortal. Hearing this, Soul Seed's brow furrowed slightly. Sage of Xiangyang, although I've breakthrough to Calamity Transformation Realm, all this way, I always feel that even if I meet that dog thing, I still won't be able to defeat him. After the trial ground incident, I also paid attention to that Jiashan, he is indeed no ordinary person. You don't even comfort me, you just boost his morale. Not only did he not receive encouragement or comfort, but seeing the Sage of Xiangyang praise that dog thing, Soul Seed immediately spoke with a scowl. Seeing Soul Seed, this boy, once again acts so brazenly and insubordinately, the Sage of Xiangyang waved his large sleeve, and Soul Seed was thrown flying again. On the other side, the three people, seeing the ability of the person under the pavilion to achieve such feats with a mere gesture, silently acknowledged him as a strong cultivator and dared not stare too much, only glancing casually. Previously, when Jiashan's spiritual body breakthrough to Calamity Transformation Realm in his main body and spiritual body underwent dual Calamity Transcending Realm fusion, the resulting heaven and earth chi fluctuations were noticed by some powerful figures, leading to the arrival of those who had heard the news. And as Soul Seed and the Sage of Xiangyang were approaching Broken Mountain, Huang, who had left Chihua Wilderness earlier and had been traveling for several months, finally appeared within the 100,000 Great Mountains. Although his purpose for this trip was to invite the human named Jiashan to Bright Sun Heaven, since he had already reached the 100,000 Great Mountains, there was no reason not to visit the desolate god. Therefore, upon arriving at the 100,000 Great Mountains, Huang first headed towards Lai's. At the same time that both Soul Seed and Huang had reached the 100,000 Great Mountains, Hao Tianshu and her younger brother Hao Tianshu, who had departed from the human emperor's capital, also arrived in the 100,000 Great Mountains. Accompanying them were Li Tianming and Zhang Si. Currently, Li Tianming was also a young supreme at Calamity Transformation Realm. Sister Tianshu, we're already in the 100,000 Great Mountains, is there anything we still can't say openly? Just tell me, is the anomaly in the heavenly secrets that old man Fan mentioned emanating from Broken Mountain? On the road, Li Tianming, now a young man, spoke unceremoniously to Hao Tianshu beside him. Heavenly secrets cannot be divulged, Tianming. Your mouth has never been reliable. Many forces have come to the 100,000 Great Mountains. If I tell you in advance and you blurt it out, it will be inconvenient then. Even though she couldn't remember how many times Tianming had asked this question, Hao Tianshu still had no intention of revealing the truth that had made Li Tianming itch with curiosity all the way. Seeing Sister Tianshu like this, Li Jiashan looked helpless. Tianxing, you really don't know? Hao Tianxing, as a prince, nodded seriously. Li Tianming's last shred of hope vanished with it. You're a strong Calamity Transformation Realm cultivator, why be so quiet? It's not like we're in the palace anymore. But then again, Tianxing, you're so well behaved and so powerful, maybe my big brother will like you. If that's really the case, then the three of us can become sworn siblings. You want to become sworn siblings with everyone you meet. You just want to squander Uncle Li's family fortune. A discordant voice suddenly broke in, full of sarcasm. Hearing this, Li Tianming, displeased, turned to look at the white-dressed figure behind him. Her name wasn't great, her cultivation wasn't great, her abilities weren't great, her looks were alright. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Squander? Zhang Si, how dare you accuse me of squandering? Not only are you a big eater, but everything you eat has no effect, you don't even gain 2 ounces of flesh. How dare you accuse me of squandering? It's just that your family is rich enough to support you for free. Li Tianming's words were merciless, and his expression was even more teasing, infuriating Zhang Si to the point of choked anger. If you can't win with words, then fight. Fight then, with those small arms and legs, how much pain can she inflict? Oh my little granny, hit me where there's more flesh. Be careful not to bruise or swell your delicate little hands and feet, or you'll go back and say I bullied you. Seeing Tianming like this, Tianxing, who was used to it, only shook her head helplessly. She knew Zhang Si was like this, yet Tianming always spoke sharply, and Zhang Si, knowing Tianming's poisonous tongue, always seized any opportunity to provoke him. They were just a pair of sworn enemies, after all. However, hearing Tianming mention his big brother on Broken Mountain, Hao Tianxing became somewhat interested. People in the palace always said that if even Tianming couldn't break through to Calamity Transformation Realm, he wouldn't deserve the title of Little Divine Marquis. Yet Tianming said that if he couldn't break through to Calamity Transformation Realm, he wouldn't be worthy of being the little boss's brother. The little boss in Tianming's mouth seemed to be good friends with Baishu. Thinking this, Hao Tianxing also looked forward to the trip to Broken Mountain even more. Besides these people who came with clear objectives, there were also several other groups around the 100,000 Great Mountains at this time. However, these people were all old acquaintances of the 100,000 Great Mountains, as they had all participated in the summons of Heaven's arrival back then. Song Chengshao and his sister Song Hutu, from God Peak, Wuhou County, who was almost killed by Baishu, and Awakening Lu, from the 4 great families of the Dawn people. As for Chen Zhenlong, who also participated in the summons of Heaven's arrival previously, he did not come this time. However, someone from the Chen clan did come, a woman named Gentle Chen, Chen Zhenlong's clan sister. From Yaokai Holy Land came Li Yuran, who had been there before, and another named Dai Suan. However, while Chen Zhenlong, one of the 2 dragons and 1 insect, did not come, the 1 insect, 9-headed Xiangliu, did arrive in the 100,000 Great Mountains this time. People also came from Po Shan Temple and No Illusion Abode. The heavenly secret that Jiashan had revealed earlier was too astonishing, so much so that everyone who perceived it paid extra attention, thus leading to so many people coming to the 100,000 Great Mountains to investigate. The source of all this was Jiashan, but Jiashan himself was unaware of this, and the newcomers also didn't know that the person they were looking for was a cultivator named Jiashan on Broken Mountain. On Broken Mountain at this time, although he had just formed a deadly feud with a large family, Jiashan was surprisingly stable and calm. In fact, it wasn't that Jiashan wasn't afraid of retaliation from the Shang clan, he simply understood that fear was useless, so Jiashan didn't want to waste time and energy on feudal matters. Afterwards, he would run all over the world, setting up stalls to support his cultivation while escaping. If he really encountered an unbeatable enemy, he would use the 8-character heaven-reaching Dao to attract lightning tribulation. If he truly couldn't avoid it, he would go to Xiu'er for help. If it really, truly wouldn't work, he would go to Jahasi, to those forbidden lands, to those secret realms and cave dwellings that restrict cultivation. Anyway, if he couldn't do anything else, Jiashan was quite confident in his ability to survive. It was precisely because he had already made up his mind that Jiashan was calmly performing body tempering for Yaoer. On Jiashan's mountain, no one came to disturb them these past few days. The entire mountain had only 2 adults and 1 child. The people of Bushan sect were not afraid that Jiashan would harm Yang Luyi, and 2nd senior brother and 7th senior sister were not worried about Yaoer's injuries at all. In fact, as everyone thought, Yang Luyi and Yaoer were both safe and sound. On the contrary, because of Yang Luyi's presence, she often caused trouble for Jiashan. Don't move. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Yang Luyi, scolded once again, retracted her outstretched hand and pouted her lips, muttering. At this moment, in Jiashan's palm, a violently surging ball of lightning was pulsating. Although it was just a small ball of lightning, the chi it emitted was terrifyingly powerful, because this was not ordinary lightning, but heavenly tribulation lightning. These heavenly tribulation lightning bolts were precisely what Jiashan had stored using 6 lightning gathering pillars when he helped Zhang Yi undergo tribulation earlier. Yaoer, bear with it. After using this ball of lightning today, we can play as much as we want. Little martial uncle, you're lying. You said only 1 ball, but this is already the 3rd. Yaoer was already whimpering, not out of anger, but fear, because when that lightning, not even the size of her fist, landed on her body, it really hurt so much. She had never felt such pain before. It's okay, it's okay. It'll only hurt for a little while. After all comforting and coaxing words had been exhausted over the past few days, Jiashan could only use such pale and powerless words to persuade Yaoer at this moment. Little martial uncle is lying. He says it doesn't hurt, but he's not the one using the lightning. It really doesn't hurt. Look, little martial uncle can even swallow it whole. As Jiashan spoke, he didn't hesitate. He actually opened his mouth and swallowed the ball of lightning in his hand, which was locked by numerous mini-formations, talismans, and immortal Dao laws. With a rumble in his stomach, Jiashan had digested this ball of heavenly tribulation lightning. Watching the scene, Yang Luyi was instantly dumbfounded. And seeing little martial uncle demonstrate it so shamelessly, and knowing she couldn't avoid it, Yaoer let out a cry, bit little martial uncle's smooth, delicate arm, and then mumbled, Little martial uncle, come on. Long pain is worse than short pain. After a while, when Jiashan carefully let Yaoer endure another small ball of heavenly tribulation lightning, Yaoer's cries filled the entire back garden. However, above Yaoer's head, Yang Luyi was holding open a green lotus with flowing chaos chi, nurturing Yaoer's weakened body after being ravaged by the heavenly tribulation lightning. Chapter 150 Playing with grenades is the most deadly. Sweetie, how did it feel when you just swallowed that ball of heavenly tribulation lightning? While propping up the chaos green lotus for Yaoer to recover, Yang Luyi also spoke with curiosity, her eyes even filled with eagerness to try. Tian Jiashan frowned, looking at the person beside him who clearly wanted to try. Listen to my advice, heavenly tribulation is something you can't control. How will I know if I don't try? Just a little try, a tiny try, Yang Luyi said, shaking Tian Jiashan's arm back and forth, as if acting spoiled. Tian Jiashan, who originally didn't intend to waste a ball of heavenly tribulation lightning, ignored the person beside him, but just as he turned to leave, under some strange impulse, Tian Jiashan squatted down again. You want to try? Sure, but it really hurts. Because you don't have a physical body as tempered as mine, Tian Jiashan said, feigning seriousness. It's fine, it's just a small ball of heavenly tribulation lightning. Don't I still have the 36 rank creation green lotus in my body? I can definitely control it. Hearing this, a triumphant smile already appeared in Tian Jiashan's heart. Indeed, with Yang Luyi, one must do the opposite of what she wants. So, under Yang Luyi's expectant gaze, Tian Jiashan carefully took out another ball of heavenly tribulation lightning from the lightning receptacle pillar standing beside him. Just open your mouth and swallow it. Yes, just open your mouth and swallow it. Yang Luyi did as she was told. However, as soon as a ball of heavenly tribulation lightning the size of a baby's fist was swallowed, Yang Luyi immediately turned red-faced. After clearly feeling the terrifying destructive power raging wildly within her body, Yang Luyi was startled and immediately mobilized her spiritual chi together, wanting to restrain the heavenly tribulation lightning within her body. However, despite being just a small ball, heavenly tribulation lightning is still heavenly tribulation. The power and destructive force contained within it are absolutely the most terrifying in this world. Feeling her mobilized spiritual chi being shattered as soon as it gathered, and with intense pain appearing as the lightning raged within her body, Yang Luyi's expression became one of agony. Suddenly, with a wah sound, Yang Luyi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This scene utterly terrified Tian Jiashan, who was watching the show. Don't you have the creation green lotus? Use the creation green lotus to suppress and decompose the heavenly tribulation lightning, then distribute it finely throughout your limbs and bones. Tian Jiashan, who had intended to play a prank as revenge, was frightened and immediately spoke nervously. Unable to do anything, he could only look at Yang Luyi anxiously. How strong the destructive power of heavenly tribulation was, Tian Jiashan knew all too well. This small ball of lightning could potentially damage her Dao foundation. Upon hearing this, Yang Luyi, who had intended to try, also immediately activated the Chaos Green Lotus. As Chaos Chi flowed over her body, her complexion finally began to improve. Seeing this, Tian Jiashan, who had been needlessly alarmed, finally relaxed. Playing with fire is one thing, but playing with lightning is truly lethal. However, before Tian Jiashan, who had just relaxed, could scold Yang Luyi for being too careless, she had already sent him flying. In the air, Tian Jiashan was in a state of disarray. What was going on? The villain blames others first? Tian Jiashan, were you deliberately plotting against me? Did you tamper with the heavenly tribulation lightning you just gave me? In the distance, Tian Jiashan, who had crashed to the ground, heard this and his eyes lost their focus. Indeed, he could figure out everything else, but a woman's mind was inscrutable. At this moment, Tian Jiashan, knowing Yang Luyi's personality, did not retort. After climbing up from the ground, he just stared at Yang Luyi. However, Yang Luyi seemed not to intend to let it go. Angrily, she got up from the ground and walked straight towards Tian Jiashan. Yaoer, with such a young body, could endure it, so why can't I? I am at least in the Calamity Transformation realm, and I have the 36 rank Creation Green Lotus, and I've even passed a lightning tribulation. I shouldn't be unable to withstand it. You must have tampered with it, deliberately trying to harm me. This accusation was quite serious. Tian Jiashan muttered in his heart, but only in his heart. You have to compensate me. Yang Luyi said without batting an eyelid, her gaze constantly darting towards Tian Jiashan's fingers. Well, she's starting to negotiate. Seeing that Sweetie seemed too lazy to argue with her and had given up struggling, Yang Luyi, who was making something out of nothing and being unreasonable, felt triumphant. She waved to Yaoer, who was off to the side, calling little youngest to her side. Now I'm going to punish you, and you can't move. Seeing that Sister Yi was so devious, having been plotting against little martial uncle from the beginning, Yaoer wanted to laugh but dared not, because she herself also really wanted to dress up little martial uncle. Tian Jiashan glanced at the big and small figures in front of him without resisting. However, although the two were a little guilty, they did not stop their mischief. Yang Luyi took out the nail polish she had prepared earlier, in various colorful shades, a pile of bottles and jars, clearly well prepared. And seeing that Sister Yi had so many new tricks, Yaoer's eyes immediately sparkled. This would be fun. After a while, Tian Jiashan's 10 fingernails were already covered with gaudy patterns, some of which were oddly shaped, as both the big and small figures were improvising. Looking at the 10 fingernails that had no more space, the two, still not satisfied, quietly looked at Tian Jiashan's shod feet, looking at his feet then at him, observing his expression. Finally, Yang Luyi still extended her mischievous hands towards Tian Jiashan's meticulously crafted shoes. Tian Jiashan, who was deep in thought, was startled awake and immediately saw through Yang Luyi's intentions, his expression instantly turning fierce. Yang Luyi, don't bully people too much. Don't think I don't know you were deliberately acting just now. I've already given you 10 fingers, don't push your luck. Tian Jiashan pulled his feet back. Originally, she was a bit guilty, but as soon as she saw Sweetie daring to be so fierce with her, Yang Luyi, on the contrary, was no longer afraid. Still daring to be fierce with me? I see you're asking for a beating. Yang Luyi, no longer weak, slapped Tian Jiashan on the head, causing the unprepared man's head to sink involuntarily. Yaoer, meanwhile, quietly mumbled, my mom often says that to my dad too. Damn it, I, Tian Jiashan, am a person who embodies the dual calamity transcending realm. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Tian Jiashan, slapped, became fierce. He rose from the ground with surging aura, his abundant spiritual chi overflowing, looking as if he was about to start a big fight. However, when the entire 36 chaos chi flowing creation green lotus covered the entire back garden, Tian Jiashan became obedient. No matter how he fought, he would be at a disadvantage. This was his home, not Yang Luyi's. Straighten your feet, otherwise the shoes won't come off. Tian Jiashan remained unmoved. Seeing this, Yang Luyi's bell-like eyes widened, and she made a gesture to strike, causing Tian Jiashan to immediately lean back. Looking at those big eyes, his face trembling, Tian Jiashan, with reluctance, resentment, and a man's best stubbornness, slowly straightened his legs. Soon, not only his fingers but also his toenails suffered. However, when he thought that he could still wear shoes with his toes, Tian Jiashan's heart immediately found balance again. It was a pity. How great would it be if he had athlete's foot? And as the big and small figures built their happiness on Tian Jiashan's suffering, outside the spirit array set up by Tian Jiashan, an old woman and a middle-aged woman stood. Although they did not enter the spirit array, they saw everything happening in that bird-singing, flower-fragrant courtyard through the spirit array. Yuner, I find this child pleasing to the eye, Heavenly Lord Qing said, her face filled with the benevolent expression of an elder. He clearly knows that Yi is being unreasonable, yet he is still willing to play along with her. He clearly has strength no weaker than Yi's, yet he always lets Yi have her way. This Jiashan is indeed pleasing to the eye. Yi is blessed. Yes, I heard that Jiashan's character has always been cautious, and he is usually very diligent and thrifty in managing the household. This child brings prosperity to the family. Heavenly Lord Qing had just said this when she added, not only prosperity to the family, but also to destiny. The woman called Yuner by the old woman smiled slightly. Mother's words had deep meaning. It was said that whether it was the favored daughter of the right general of the divine court or the eldest son of the Zhang family, the reason both could break through to the calamity transformation realm was that Jiashan played a crucial role. Moreover, all the Chaosian sect lineage prodigies currently staying on Broken Mountain were being instructed in the Dao by Jiashan. Although the spirit array in front of her was no different from being non-existent to her, Heavenly Lord Qingling still did not enter directly, but chose to transmit her voice through the spirit array to the other side. Little child, I wonder if you would allow this old woman to come in and rest her feet. In the garden, Tian Jiashan immediately stood up upon hearing this transmission. Soon, the three of them appeared outside the spirit array. Seniors, please come in. Facing Sweetie, who was so generous today in allowing Grandma and Mother to enter the spirit array, without even a hint of difficulty, a knowing look flashed across Yang Luyi's eyes, unnoticed by others. Something out of the ordinary must mean trouble. Upon entering the Great Spirit Array and arriving in front of the house, looking out from inside at the Great Spirit Arrays enveloping the house, they felt them to be even clearer and more astonishing. Both Heavenly Lord Qingling and the woman showed surprised expressions. However, when they turned around and saw the couplet on the door, brimming with Dao charm and abundant spiritual qi, they were also slightly stunned. Cultivating immortals without caution, relatives shed 2 lines of tears. Horizontal inscription, attaining Dao and eternal life. Looking at such a couplet, Heavenly Lord Qingling laughed out loud, and Yang Luyi's mother also covered her mouth and chuckled. Having seen too much transcendence, suddenly encountering a bit of the mundane made the two feel fresh and interesting. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that such a humorous couplet would be on the door of an invincible young supreme being like Jiashan? Child, may we come inside and sit for a while? At this, Tian Jiashan finally showed a difficult expression. The things in the basement had been mostly tidied up, but it was still inconvenient. However, before Tian Jiashan could speak, Yang Luyi had already spoken for him. Of course you can, but only on the first floor. Yang Luyi said, already leading grandma and mother into the house. Although Yang Luyi had agreed on behalf of Tian Jiashan, she knew that Sweetie's basement was a forbidden zone for everyone, so she also said that they could only be on the first floor. It was precisely because of this that Tian Jiashan did not object. Inside the house, looking at the huge bed made of Tei cold ice, and the other exquisite daily necessities, they were slightly surprised to find that they were all spirit treasures. Yang Luyi simply said proudly, Grandma, Mother, Sweetie made all of these for me. To ensure Shang He's safety, and also for sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen to personally explain what happened on Broken Mountain to Shang family head, when Tian Jiashan decided to give Shang He a way out, sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen immediately returned with Shang He that day. And the whole family couldn't just stay on Broken Mountain eating and drinking for free, and after witnessing Tian Jiashan's power, they all followed sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen back to Bushan sect. However, when everyone left, without exception, they all felt a sense of incompleteness. Every time they recalled the battle between the two young supreme beings on Broken Mountain, all the strong cultivators felt a surge of emotion, especially when they thought of Tian Jiashan, who possessed the dual calamity transcending realm, and his heart nature and power. Everyone felt that the name Tian Jiashan would quickly become famous throughout this world in the near future. Even though his injuries had been mostly healed by sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen, Shang He's mood was still very gloomy when he was brought back home. Seeing sect master Yang and his son, who should have returned from that place called Broken Mountain, Shang Gancha's expression changed slightly as soon as he came out to greet them. And the woman who appeared with Shang Gancha came to the front with a worried look on her face. Here, what's wrong? Did something happen? Shang He's current state was clearly not right. Shang He, should you tell the story or should I? Hearing Uncle Yang speak, Shang He still looked gloomy, his eyes like dead water, and said, Uncle Yang, you talk to my father, I'll go rest first. Saying that, Shang He cupped his fists, and then excused himself to his father, leaving with his mother. Sect Master Yang, what's wrong with my here? Shang family head, I will explain the details of the matter to you now. Shang Ganshu, with doubts in his heart, led sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen into the magnificent reception hall. After a while, in the hall where only 2 people were present, Shang Ganshu's face also turned extremely gloomy after hearing the entire story. Sect Master Yang, is this no joke? A supreme being from Chaosian sect, with a dual calamity transcending realm, is favored by Taiting immortal to such an extent. If this person named Tian Jiashan is so amazing, why was there no news of him before? Although he had known sect Master Yang for over 1,000 years, Shang Ganshu still frowned and asked, as what he heard was too shocking. He knew very well how much effort and talent he needed to break through to the calamity transformation realm, and that Tian Jiashan, in addition to his main body, even had a spiritual body cultivated from the 10 divine arts of the great beginning breakthrough into the calamity transformation realm. Shang family head, this is such a big matter, how could I lie to you? Afterwards, you can confront Shang He. If there's a single false word, I'll kowtow to you. Shang Ganshu's expression changed slightly. This sect Master Yang really dared to say anything. Even if you, sect Master Yang, have the ability to kowtow to me with the old man's permission, I don't have the ability to accept it. Sect Master Yang, you exaggerate. However, if that's the case, it seems that this Tian Jiashan was previously hidden by Chaosian sect. One sect with 3 calamity transformation realm cultivators, and a Tian Jiashan who is beyond common sense, and Chaosian sect's immortal's cave has only been closed for a few years. Chaosian sect's immortal fortune is quite vast. Seeing that Shang family head was indeed a reasonable person and did not react with the furious outburst he had imagined, sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was only after his mother spoke that this kid Shang he was saved. If he couldn't persuade Shang family head, and the 2 forces went to war, he would be in a difficult position. Then, Shang family head, how do you plan to handle this matter? How to handle it, sect master Yang, haven't you already handled it for me? This matter will be a lesson for here, to let him know that there are always people better than him, and that breaking through to the calamity transformation realm doesn't mean he can become a lawless madman. Hearing these words, sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's excellent, otherwise, if you really fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. And seeing that even the sect master of Bushan sect, a person who had even ascended Liangfeng mountain and fought with heavenly court deities without dying, showed such a relieved expression, Shang Ganshu's brows furrowed slightly again. Sect master Yang, is that Tian Jiashan really that terrifying and overbearing? Shang family head, that Tian Jiashan is no longer in the realm of terrifying or overbearing. What you know as prodigies, or unparalleled talents, these are completely insufficient to describe that kid. Anyway, that kid is a very special kind. Now that Taiting Immortal has become his solid backing, he will certainly not have any problems, so this matter should be resolved rather than escalated. That Taiting Immortal. Understanding Shang family head's intention, sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen's expression became serious, and he spoke with a solemn look. On Broken Mountain, he leaked his chi, and he is definitely a strong Shishan realm cultivator. He might even have touched the demigod realm. The latter evaluation was given because considering that Chao Xian-sek's Immortal's cave had just closed, it was not guaranteed that Tai Ting Immortal had gained some fortune within it. After all, Chao Xian-sek's Immortal's cave was formed after the demise of a demigod. The so-called Dao-gazing realm, Shishan realm, and demigod realm actually refer to the 8th, 9th, and 10th realm of immortals. And hearing Sect Master Yang's evaluation, Shang Ganzhu's heart also tightened. Not to mention just the demigod realm, as long as one reaches the 9th realm's Shishan realm, it is enough to ascend Liangfeng Mountain, cross Suanpu, and then face heavenly court deities directly. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. If he truly reached the demigod realm, then he could fully challenge heavenly court deities and then be officially canonized as a god. On Broken Mountain, ever since the battle with Shang He, Tian Jiashan had not left his mountain. Every day, besides regularly tempering Yao's physique with heavenly tribulation lightning, he was alone in his underground castle. As for what he was tinkering with, Yang Luyi and Yao had no idea. To this day, the only person who had entered Tian Jiashan's underground castle was Baishu. Half a month passed, and the previous storm had completely calmed down, and the disciples of various lineages once again immersed themselves in orderly cultivation. Without mentioning others, third senior brother Zhang Junyi and senior sister Zhong Qian definitely had the opportunity to break through to the calamity transformation realm with their spiritual body from the 10 divine arts of the great beginning. Yang Luyi did not leave, nor did she head towards Chihua Wilderness, so Heavenly Lord Qingling and Yang Luyi's mother also remained on Broken Mountain. Sect Master of Chao Xian Sect Tai Ting Immortal was also the same, only she was rarely seen on ordinary days. Even Old Tenth almost went on a killing spree. Knowing that Old Tenth's bottom line was truly touched when facing Shang He, everyone, encountering this situation for the first time, chose not to disturb him for the time being. Thus, as everyone was comprehending the Dao, another half-month quickly passed, and during this half-month, a group of people heading towards the 100,000 Great Mountains finally approached Broken Mountain. Although Tian Jiashan was unknown in the summons of Heaven's arrival, Huang Junyi on Broken Mountain was remembered by all the prodigies. So, upon returning to the 100,000 Great Mountains, everyone also wanted to ask Huang Junyi, who resided there, if she knew anything about the previously leaked heavenly secret. And in lies, Huang, who had crossed over from Chihua Wilderness, finally met the desolate god. Huang greets the desolate god. Huang, whose phoenix feathers had transformed into golden armor, cupped his fists towards the huge figure in front of him. The desolate god's huge pupils slowly opened, illuminating much of the area around lies. The desolate god's pupils were like two great suns. It was not the first time he had seen the desolate god, and now he not only possessed the ancient Dao of the calamity transformation realm, but also had the cultivation of the heavenly immortal realm. However, upon seeing the desolate god again, Huang, whose cultivation had increased greatly, not only did not feel relaxed, but instead felt more pressure. Although he saw the tiny figure below the desolate god, Huang did not speak to him. Seeing Huang appear in human form, the desolate god was somewhat surprised, and directly communicated with Huang's divine soul through divine sense, asking why Huang had suddenly appeared here, and if the phoenix ancestor had something to say. As the eldest son, Huang was the phoenix ancestor's most trusted, and also the strongest in cultivation and ability. Therefore, if there was no important matter, the phoenix ancestor generally would not let Huang leave bright sun heaven. To answer the desolate god, I came here at the command of my mother, to go to Broken Mountain to invite a person named Tian Jiashan to be a guest in bright sun heaven. That human made no small contribution to Jui'er's breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm. Liu Chuan, who was watching Huang with curiosity from a distance, upon hearing that the person in the distance was Jui'er's elder brother, and that he had come to invite Tian, immediately remembered what Jui'er had said several years ago, if she were to break through to the calamity transformation realm, Tian must go to see Jui'er to celebrate with her. You're Jui'er's elder brother. If you're looking for Tian, I'll take you there. It's not far from Broken Mountain, and Tian and I are good brothers. But since you're already here, I guess Jui'er has successfully break through to the calamity transformation realm. If Tian knew, he would definitely say Jui'er was too slow. Liu Chuan instantly appeared beside Huang, speaking in a familiar manner. Towards Liu Chuan, the thunder beast who came before him, Huang merely smiled slightly, and feeling that Liu Chuan was also in the calamity transformation realm, Huang, not at all surprised, immediately became interested. After breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm with a spiritual body, Huang often sought out other beings in Chihua Wilderness to spar with. Now, seeing Liu Chuan of the thunder beast lineage, his battle intent began to surge again. He knew from Jui'er that Chuan had an excellent relationship with Jui'er, and also a very good relationship with that human named Tian Jiashan, so even though it was their first meeting, Huang did not act like a stranger. Chuan, you're also in the calamity transformation realm, aren't you? Yes, I broke through about a year ago. Then, may I ask, Chuan, if you would be willing to spar with me, I mean, with my spiritual body. Hearing Jui'er's elder brother's words, Liu Chuan muttered to himself that he was indeed as legendary as described, and a strong battle intent also appeared in his eyes. Jui'er's elder brother was like the midday sun in Chihua Wilderness. Fighting him would surely be exhilarating. With both sides willing, and curious about each other's calamity transformation realm combat power, a phoenix and a thunder beast quickly engaged in battle, their grand display summoning wind and rain, thunder and fire intertwined. Because they were in lies, the aura of the two divine beasts did not dissipate at all. Even though the two divine beasts, having revealed their true forms, fought fiercely enough to change the weather, outside lies it remained calm, with clouds rolling and unrolling. It wasn't until about an incense stick's time had passed that the two divine beasts finally stopped. It was, after all, just a spar, so the two divine beasts only fought for a while in the simplest and most brutal way, stopping after fully unleashing and clashing their ultimate moves. Otherwise, with the physique of the two divine beasts, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights would not be a problem. If only Zhu Er had such proficient combat skills as brother Liu Chuan, then I could rest assured about Zhu Er going out for experience. Having cultivated for hundreds of years, Huang Huang's combat experience was definitely rich, but in the recent battle, Huang Huang did not gain any advantage in this regard. As Huang Huang just voiced his emotion, Liu Chuan, hearing this, immediately sighed. With Tian Tian around, let alone honing combat skills, Zhu Er would be hard-pressed to even shed a drop of divine phoenix blood. Huang Huang, didn't Zhu Er tell you how Tian Tian protects her? Recalling those outrageous scenes, Liu Chuan couldn't help but show a look of sighing. Zhu Er was clearly a divine phoenix, but staying by Tian Tian's side, she was raised plump and white. Experience, for Zhu Er, was simply impossible. Seeing Liu Chuan's expression even more exaggerated than Zhu Er's, Huang Huang's curiosity resurfaced, and he turned his head to look in the direction of Broken Mountain. Then let's go to Broken Mountain now. On Broken Mountain, Tian Jiashan finally left his mountain peak that day, but the first person he met after leaving was his master. How is it? Have you recovered enough? With your personality, suddenly showing off in front of so many people, and even forming a deadly feud with that prodigy from the Shang clan, yet failing to kill Shang He, haven't you been sleeping well lately? Because Tian Jiashan specified that he only wanted to see his master, Li Zhendaya tactfully did not get involved. So, at this moment, only Jindao Sword Immortal and Tian Jiashan were under the breezy straw hat pavilion. Seeing his master's teasing expression, Tian Jiashan was unfazed. Without any intention of beating around the bush, he directly stated the decision he had already made. Master, I'm going out for training. To a very far place, for a very long time. Jindao Sword Immortal, who had been relaxed, had his expression freeze. Old 10th, are you serious? I am serious. After deciding to kill Shang He and fighting in front of a crowd, I had already made up my mind. I adhere to the cautious cultivation of immortality, but caution can be exercised anywhere in life, but not everywhere can one cultivate immortality. At this point, Tian Jiashan stopped. As for the unspoken words, Jindao Sword Immortal understood. Broken Mountain, or rather Chao Xian sect, was not big enough for Tian Jiashan. This world has such vast territories, continuous mountain ranges, boundless oceans, countless unexplored secret realms and caverns, as well as undeveloped primeval wilderness areas, and pioneers on the borders. This world is vast, and if Tian Jiashan wants to cultivate the supreme immortal Dao, he must go out. Seeing Old Tenth's relaxed expression, Jindao Sword Immortal hesitated for a moment before asking. Old Tenth, do you really want to go out and explore, or are you afraid of retaliation from the Shang clan, or are you worried that after the events of Broken Mountain spread, countless people will flock to you? Tian Jiashan looked at his master's serious face. Oh, it's not as complicated as you think, master. What you said are indeed factors, but my desire to go out for training is the main reason. Don't you understand me, master? If I didn't want to leave, I'd be the type to exhaust every method to stay. Before, I thought Broken Mountain was just big enough for me, but now I think Broken Mountain is too small. Don't be sad, master, you know I like to speak the plain truth. Hearing Old Tenth's words, Jindao Sword Immortal felt a little relieved. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have so many thoughts about Old Tenth going out for training. Moreover, for Old Tenth, this Broken Mountain was indeed too small. Even Chao Xian sect, and even the entire Wei prefecture, were too small for Old Tenth. Speaking of which, when Old Tenth was still in the Jade Void realm, he was already a ruthless individual who had sent multiple spiritual bodies to traverse thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The world he had seen and the breadth of his mind were naturally not small. Furthermore, the sect master said that the person who had been secretly observing Old Tenth undergoing tribulation on Broken Mountain, possessing a chaos supreme treasure, came from the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall tens of thousands of miles away. According to the sect master, the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall seemed to bear no ill will towards Old Tenth. Recalling that one of Old Tenth's spiritual bodies had once stayed in the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall, and Old Tenth's main body possessed such terrifying talent, Jindao Sword Immortal felt that the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall most likely had plans for Old Tenth. An immortal bronze palace, as if it had existed since the creation of the world, had been standing there for an unknown number of years. The 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall did not contend for fame or profit, accepting only a handful of disciples each year. It was rarely mentioned by people, yet it always stood there, very mysterious. Besides the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall, there was also the Alchemy Holy Land, Tiandan sect, and the Hidden Talisman sect, whose saint once boasted that a single talisman could cover the sky. Old Tenth's paths were indeed not few at all. Goodness, upon closer thought, Old Tenth couldn't be more perfect. With this thought, Jindao Sword Immortal's last trace of guilt vanished completely. Just a moment ago, he had felt a bit guilty about letting Old Tenth go out for training so early. What thoughts could I have? Broken Mountain is such a desolate place, how boring it is to stay here. I actually hope you go out and explore, let the world know there's a Tian Jiashan, and Tian Jiashan's master is Jindao Sword Immortal. Alright, you old man, don't even think about that. I, Tian Jiashan, adhere to the path of cautious cultivation of immortality, making a name for oneself is a big taboo. Jindao Sword Immortal's expression was full of disdain. The major 1,000 worlds are a mixed bag. How can you, boy, say you don't want to be famous and not be famous? However, just as he thought this, recalling Old Tenth's habit of reducing his enemies to ashes after killing them, Jindao Sword Immortal suddenly felt uncertain. Then when will you depart? My things are mostly packed. I plan to leave after all the senior brothers and sisters on Broken Mountain have made their breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm. Except for Huang Junyi and Zhang Yi, everyone on Broken Mountain was still in a state of secluded cultivation and enlightenment. However, judging by their conditions, they would all successively attempt to break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm within the next 1 to 2 months. Calculating in his mind, and thinking that Old Tenth still had at least 1 or 2 months to stay, Jindao Sword Immortal was no longer in a hurry. With such a disciple going out for training, he would definitely have to ask the sect master for a few important treasures. Alright, then you can set off in spring, with youthful vigor. Tian Jiashan chose to ignore this, because youthful vigor, to Tian Jiashan, went against the principles of cautious cultivation of immortality. Regarding the sect master, will you go talk to him or will I? Jindao Sword Immortal tried asking again. I'll go. It's more appropriate if I go myself. Also, I want to ask the sect master for an important treasure. Upon hearing this, Jindao Sword Immortal immediately became cheerful. It's good that you go. You are now the greatest treasure of Chaosian sect. Whatever you want, the sect master has no need to hide or hold back. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Tian Jiashan's expression remained calm, clearly uninterested in what Jindao Sword Immortal said. Whatever he took from Chaosian sect now would mean he'd have to return as much. Tian Jiashan didn't want to add burdens to himself. Ever since he inexplicably arrived in this world, after more than 100 years of cultivating the Dao, Tian Jiashan had grown accustomed to relying on himself for everything. As the saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Only when everything is in his own hands is it most secure and reassuring. After telling his master his plans and instructing him not to tell anyone else, Tian Jiashan went directly to see the sect master. Tian Jiashan said he wanted a truly heavy treasure. Tian Jiashan wanted to take his mountain peak with him. An artifact that can hold a mountain peak, how could that not be heavy? Judging by Tian Jiashan's current forging skills, to hold a mountain peak, a storage artifact would definitely not be enough. It would have to be an important treasure, at least a Dao grade supreme treasure to be able to contain it. Ting Immortal did not object to Tian Jiashan's idea of going out for training, only assuring Tian Jiashan that if he was afraid of retaliation from the Shang clan, he completely needn't worry, as Chaosian sect would take on all of it. However, after hearing what Tian Jiashan had told Jindao Sword Immortal, Ting Immortal said no more. Even if Tian Jiashan was cautious and afraid of trouble, it was still that saying. A golden carp is not something to be confined to a pond. Ting Immortal did not object to Tian Jiashan's decision to go out for training. Regarding Tian Jiashan's idea of wanting a supreme treasure to hold his mountain peak, Ting Immortal was also very generous, directly giving Tian Jiashan a half-immortal artifact. A half-immortal artifact is actually equivalent to half a chaos supreme treasure. The reason it is called a half-immortal artifact and not a half-chaos treasure is because the treasure given by Ting Immortal was forged later, not innate, nor made from chaos materials. Not only did he give him a half-immortal artifact, but Ting Immortal also gave Tian Jiashan the pendant he wore around his neck, which was a half-immortal weapon. Half-immortal artifacts and half-immortal weapons seem to have no difference, only a single character apart, but this single character difference makes the two completely different. Immortal artifacts are mostly supreme treasures that are not strong in attack, but immortal weapons are different. Every immortal weapon is born for killing. Originally, it was a place with scarce spiritual chi, only with a slightly wider view, but because Ting Immortal sat here to comprehend the Dao, the surroundings also became filled with spiritual chi. Sect Master, you are so generous, I feel somewhat unworthy. Although he said so, Tian Jiashan had already put on the pendant and was now looking at the long spear nurtured within it with great fondness. Ting Immortal, however, was unfazed by such a Tian Jiashan. Jiashan, you know your own strength better than anyone. What I give you now is not for you to repay me or Chaosian sect. I only hope that when I ascend Liangfeng Mountain and you have grown, you will look after Chaosian sect. There is no turning back on Liangfeng Mountain. Once you go up, there are only two outcomes, either you are conferred as a true god in the heavenly court, or your Dao dissipates, and you perish completely. Even if the former is better, Chaosian sect will definitely be targeted. If the latter occurs, the consequences for Chaosian sect would be even more unimaginable. Tian Jiashan, whose face was still full of delighted surprise as he examined the half-immortal weapon in his hand, heard these words and his expression also became a few shades more serious. Ascending Liangfeng Mountain, and after ascending to heaven, being conferred as a true god, isn't this his ultimate goal? And now, there was such a powerful figure right before him? Sect Master, may I presumptuously ask, what is your current cultivation level? Zhishan Realm. Under Tian Jiashan's eager gaze, Ting Immortal still spoke with an air of calm indifference. And when the three words Zhishan Realm fell into his ears, Tian Jiashan couldn't help but swallow. Zhishan Realm, Immortal Realm 9th level, if one were adventurous enough, one could already fully ascend Liangfeng Mountain. Having received a half-immortal artifact and a half-immortal weapon, and also knowing the sect master's cultivation level, Tian Jiashan was somewhat distracted when he left. However, before Tian Jiashan, deep in thought, could return to his mountain peak, a sudden chi mechanism enveloped Broken Mountain in an instant. After the familiar heavenly secret overflowed, everyone on Broken Mountain was alarmed once again. It's Calamity Transformation Realm, again Calamity Transformation Realm. The place he passed by happened to be the secluded cultivation area of his senior brothers and sisters. His thoughts, which had been deep, were instantly startled by the chi mechanism of the Calamity Transformation Realm. When Tian Jiashan suddenly looked up and saw a figure in a flowing dress, the surprise that had arisen in his heart vanished in an instant. Tian Jiashan then turned to look at the thunderclouds above the 9 heavens, wanting to see what kind of lightning tribulation senior sister Zhong Qian's Calamity Transformation Realm lightning tribulation would be. As Tian Jiashan watched, everyone else, alerted, also came to the nearby sky. Seeing that Zhong Qian, that girl, had finally successfully broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, the joy on the faces of Jindao Sword Immortal and Li Zhendaist, who had rushed over, could no longer be suppressed. As for Ting Immortal, his eyes shone brightly. On the other side, Heavenly Lord Qingling and the Bushan sect master's wife, who had remained on Broken Mountain because Yang Luyi had not left, appeared at this moment. Watching the birth of the fourth Calamity Transformation Realm supreme being of Chaosian sect in the sky, their hearts were already turbulent, and now their faces also showed surprise. The fourth one. This was already the fourth supreme being of Chaosian sect to undergo the Calamity Transformation Realm. Amidst their shock, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law saw the young man in front, looking up at the sky. Their minds recalled the first scene they witnessed when they ascended the mountain, a young man imparting the Dao on a high platform, with a group of prodigies sitting and listening. The one imparting the Dao was precisely Jiashan, and among those listening, in a short time, including the person before them, 3 supreme beings had already been born. Huang Junyi and Zhang Yi, who had successfully broken through to the Calamity Transformation realm, now came to Tian Jiashan's side. Seeing that senior sister had indeed broken through as expected, the two were genuinely excited and happy. Only Yaoer, who appeared with Yang Luyi, looked dejectedly at the lightning tribulation clouds above the 9 heavens. Oh, well, little martial uncle has endless heavenly tribulation lightning again. The little girl's complaint was perfectly overheard by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. After inquiring from Yi, they learned that Jiashan was actually intercepting heavenly tribulation lightning and then using it to cleanse the marrow of such a young child. Even though they were experienced and had gone through many great storms, the two women were still dumbfounded. Intercepting heavenly tribulation lightning was possible, but how did Jiashan tame the heavenly tribulation lightning? Tian Jiashan would not tell everyone that he had been struck by lightning so many times that he had become familiar with heavenly tribulation lightning. After the aura on the 9 senior sisters finally reached its peak, and the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens was no longer just dark clouds, but also flashing lightning, 4 giant trigrams, distributed towards the east, west, south, and north, emerged within the thunderclouds. This was the Calamity Transformation Realm lightning tribulation that senior sister Zhongqian was about to undergo tribulation. 4 trigram thunder. Looking up at the 9 heavens, although it was only a spiritual body, a fierce glint appeared in Zhongqian's eyes as her divine soul fully inhabited it. Her spiritual power instantly surged violently. And at that very moment, the first trigram thunder from the 9 heavens poured down. The earth trembled, and after the tribulation lightning struck, it spread wildly in all directions, its terrifying destructive power clearly visible. Jiashan muttered to himself that senior sister only drew 4 heavenly tribulation lightning bolts. Feeling a bit uneasy after not being struck by lightning for a long time, he decided not to join the commotion. So, when I underwent tribulation for the Calamity Transformation Realm, I actually drew the 12 constellation thunder. That's quite impressive, isn't it? Murmuring aloud, Jiashan was about to head back to his mountain peak, but before he had walked far, a chilling breeze suddenly rose. Jiashan, sensing something, looked up and cursed. It's becoming more and more regular. Above the 9 heavens, next to Zhongqian's thundercloud, a thunder vortex was gradually forming, its aura immense, changing the sky in an instant. Seeing this, Jiashan simply put all his clothes and other items into his storage artifact and then faced it calmly. It's good to have more heavenly tribulations. The divinity contained within the lightning tribulation and the nourishment it brings are comparable to countless great immortal cultivation medicines. If he endures a few more lightning strikes, he can break through to the human immortal realm. On the other side, knowing that Sweetie was about to undergo tribulation again, Yang Luyi simply moved closer to her grandmother and mother. Grandma, mother, let's go down the mountain first, and come back up later. Knowing that Sweetie had always been very secretive about attracting heavenly tribulations, Yang Luyi proactively offered to take her grandmother and mother away, considering Sweetie's feelings. Yang Luyi, why are you going down the mountain? You're strong and healthy, you can jump up and down, but don't drag the 2 seniors into trouble. The 2 seniors should stay on the mountain, this heavenly tribulation is coming for me. Jiashan said with a helpless tone, then grinned at Heavenly Lord Qingling and Madame Yang in the distance. Although she was reprimanded, Yang Luyi was only happy at this moment, because Sweetie no longer avoided her grandmother and mother. Still somewhat startled by the sudden surge of lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were filled with questions upon hearing Jiashan's words. Undergoing tribulation? Is Jiashan about to break through to the human immortal realm? Although they didn't know what kind of lightning tribulation Jiashan was about to undergo, they could sense something unusual from their conversation, and both were now smiling broadly. Seeing that Jiashan didn't mind the presence of Heavenly Lord Qingling and Madame Yang, Tai Ting Immortal also put away his thoughts. Yi, is Jiashan breaking into the human immortal realm? Hearing her mother's words, Yang Luyi's expression shifted, but she still called out, Sweetie, can I tell grandma and mother why? Seeing Yi still asking Jiashan, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's doubts and curiosity intensified. It's not a big deal, what can't be said. But after the 2 seniors know, I hope you'll keep it a secret for this junior, the kind that even sect master Yang can't be told. On the side, listening to youngest martial brother's words, Huang Junyi's face showed helplessness. To say the second sentence without blushing or erasing heart after such a straightforward first sentence, this youngest martial brother truly, speechless. However, youngest martial brother seemed to be exceptionally tolerant of Yang Luyi. Thinking this, Huang Junyi also turned to look at Yang Luyi, her eyes thoughtful. Little friend, rest assured. This old woman has lived a lifetime, and this promise I can give. Seeing this, Jiashan stopped speaking. As for how to explain it to the two, that was Yang Luyi's business, he was about to undergo tribulation. Before Yang Luyi could speak, the ground trembled again. This time, the falling lightning tribulation was not Zhongqian's heavenly tribulation lightning, but the black water lightning descending from above Jiashan's head. Jiashan's lightning tribulation was not like Zhongqian's, where he could have time to breathe. After the first black water lightning struck down like a black dragon, the second lightning bolt immediately followed, causing Jiashan's straight spine to be pressed down slightly. Such a scene was undoubtedly astonishing. Even Jindao Sword Immortal and others, who had seen it many times, were still amazed to see it again, let alone those who were seeing it for the first time. When the third lightning bolt fell, having already transformed from black water lightning directly into mist lightning, Jiashan opened his mouth, and the Calamity Transformation Realm Dao principle surged wildly. His immense aura awakened in an instant, and he actually swallowed more than half of the falling lightning. Heavenly Lord Qingling and the others in the distance watched, their expressions wavering. Even Tai Ting Immortal was somewhat speechless at this moment. Jiashan's method of undergoing tribulation was too fierce, just like the lightning itself. So, little martial uncle really can swallow lightning. As if seeing something miraculous, Yaoer spoke in a daze, a glint appearing in her big eyes as she looked at little martial uncle. Heavenly Lord Qingling turned to look at Yi beside her. Yi, Jiashan, this child, Did he undergo tribulation like this before? Jiashan doesn't seem to have the aura of breaking through a realm. What's going on? Having lived so long, what kind of scene hadn't Heavenly Lord Qing seen? The last creature who dared to undergo tribulation like this had died thousands of years ago. I don't know how Sweetie underwent tribulation before, because he wouldn't let me watch, but it should be similar to now. As for the lightning tribulation Sweetie undergoes, it doesn't appear because he's breaking through a realm. According to Sweetie, every once in a while, Sweetie will undergo tribulation, and as for why, Sweetie himself doesn't know. Sweetie has always kept this matter a secret from outsiders, so Grandma and Mother, you must not tell anyone else, not even my father, otherwise Sweetie will definitely get angry. Even from the people of Broken Mountain, Sweetie chose to keep it a secret before. Fearing that her grandmother and mother didn't understand the seriousness of the situation, Yang Lu Yi added. While nodding to her granddaughter, Heavenly Lord Qingling's eyes were already filled with astonishment. Constantly having to undergo lightning tribulation, and still surviving after undergoing tribulation, such a creature. Heavenly Lord Qingling's heart was stirred by tumultuous waves as she simply turned to look at Qing Immortal in the distance. For the Chaosian sect to encounter Jiashan, it was more than just prosperous immortal fortune. And as everyone conversed, 3 more lightning bolts struck consecutively. The lightning was so dense that Jiashan was now enveloped by thick, unyielding lightning, forming a giant lightning sphere around him. Having successfully break through to the Calamity Transformation realm, Zhong Qian's joy and excitement were beyond words. At this moment, she had no ability to be distracted. The third trigram descended, expanding the scorched lightning pit by another circle, and Zhong Qian's aura also withered by a large margin. This was her first time undergoing tribulation. The pain that pierced her divine soul after the lightning tribulation's baptism caused Zhong Qian's divine soul to tremble violently. She was secretly horrified at how astonishingly powerful the lightning tribulation truly was. Precisely because of this, the scenes unfolding next door delivered an indescribable impact and shock to Zhong Qian. She had only endured 3 lightning bolts and already felt she couldn't continue, yet the lightning tribulation junior brother Jiashan was undergoing had already surpassed hers in such a short time. What was even more terrifying was the speed of the lightning striking above junior brother Jiashan's head, like a joke, one after another, with no chance to breathe. Zhong Qian felt she finally somewhat understood the meaning of the words heaven-defying, because scenes before her were continuously illustrating these very words. When others undergo lightning tribulation, they can still feel the life chi and opportunities contained within the terrifying destruction. But watching Jiashan undergo tribulation, everyone had only one thought. The heavens truly want to kill Jiashan. A short while later, when Zhong Qian, as expected, endured all 4 heavenly tribulation lightning bolts of the Calamity Transformation realm, Jiashan had already been struck by a full 8 lightning bolts. However, the thunder vortex above the 9 heavens showed no sign of stopping. Seeing such a scene for the first time, Heavenly Lord Qingling and Madame Yang watched with wavering expressions. As for those who had already witnessed it multiple times, they were still relatively composed at this moment. However, upon seeing the changes above the 9 heavens, everyone who had emerged from seclusion upon hearing the commotion, without exception, opened their mouths in shock. After Zhong Qian successfully underwent tribulation, her thundercloud did not dissipate. Instead, it was drawn and swallowed by the thundercloud Jiashan had attracted, brewing an even more terrifying lightning tribulation. On the ground, Jiashan's divine soul trembled because of the interconnected aura, sensing how terrifying the impending strike would be. However, Jiashan didn't have much time to curse. Rather than lightning, it was more like a towering pillar, standing straight between heaven and earth, one end submerged in the sea of lightning, and the other precisely striking Jiashan's head. The mountain peak where Jiashan was located was directly flattened by the simple and direct lightning bolt. What is a surprise? Every time we see old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, undergo tribulation, that's a surprise. A golden pillar stood between heaven and earth, but everyone knew that the pillar was actually a lightning bolt. As the golden lightning pillar slowly disappeared, the 9 heavens gradually returned to clarity and brightness, leaving only the ground in a state of chaos due to the collapse of a mountain peak. Pushing aside the scattered boulders to rise into the air, Jiashan reappeared before everyone, muttering curses. Everyone could clearly feel the exaggerated divinity emanating from his body. Because his flesh and blood had been blasted into fragments by the lightning tribulation, Jiashan was now a skeleton. Everyone could see a small ball of lightning, exuding a destructive aura, contained beneath his golden ribs. Yaoer, come here to little martial uncle. Oh. Without asking why, Yaoer immediately stepped forward after responding. Yaoer, look, this is the innate astral chi little martial uncle cultivates. Look at the position and formation of this astral chi, and also its method of circulation. Everyone watched, dumbfounded. Jiashan was using this opportunity to teach Yaoer how to cultivate innate astral chi. No one knew how Jiashan had transformed to such a terrifying extent, but everyone could roughly imagine what Yaoer would become in the future. Another lightning tribulation descended, and senior sister Zhong Qian successfully made a breakthrough into the Calamity Transformation realm, while Tian Jiashan, who was also struck by lightning, only deepened his accumulation, preparing for the human immortal realm. Although the commotion from their undergoing tribulation was great, fortunately, Qing Immortal had shielded all the chi on Broken Mountain, otherwise, given the current environment around Broken Mountain, it would surely have become a focal point of attention for all those who had arrived there. However, even if what happened on Broken Mountain was shielded, in the outer reaches of the 100,000 Great Mountains, with Broken Mountain being the only force there, Broken Mountain was still the primary focus for all who came to explore its secrets. Sure enough, the day after Tian Jiashan was struck by lightning again, Huang, who had crossed realms from the Chihua wilderness, became the first to ascend Broken Mountain, led by Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan had originally planned to bring Huang to meet Tian 3 days ago, but considering that Huang's appearance was to invite Tian to Bright Sun Heaven in the Chihua wilderness, and Liu Chuan himself intended to go play, he spent 3 days making preparations for his departure. In fact, Liu Chuan could have been ready to leave in about half a day, but after learning that Liu Chuan was going to Bright Sun Heaven, the desolate god gave him many additional instructions. Brother Huang, you might not believe me, but my brother, Tian, is a human with a physical body physique comparable to mine, and his talent for cultivation is monstrous. I think Brother Huang, you will grow fond of him after you meet him. Huang, who had taken human form, smiled faintly. A human, possessing a physical body strength comparable to a thunder beast, how could that be possible? Just how formidable the thunder beast's physical body was could be seen from the current desolate god. Huang did not choose to believe Liu Chuan's words, but he also did not refute them. As Zhu Er had said, Huang was not good with words. Coupled with his status as the Phoenix ancestor's eldest son, his long tenure in a high position, and his own immense strength, being highly respected and revered, he was somewhat difficult to get along with. Therefore, during the ascent of the mountain, Liu Chuan did most of the talking. Although they could have flown, visiting someone's mountain and using cultivation to cross over would be somewhat impolite and offensive. On Tianjiashan's mountain, having received permission from his master and the sect master, and having passed the lightning tribulation, Tianjie was now sitting in his underground castle, comprehending the Dao, with a clear mind, fully dedicated to it. Bai Xiu once said that if Tianjiashan put his heart and soul into one thing, he would be terrifying. And the terror Bai Xiu spoke of referred to his cultivating the scripture of the dead. At this moment, a fluorescent glow emanated from Tianjiashan, and the room was filled with a faint fragrance due to the vitality of his physical body. Through the few exposed parts of his body, such as his neck and arms, one could see mystical patterns appearing beneath his skin. These patterns were exactly the same as those that appeared when Shang He used his immortal root in battle before. Tianjiashan also had an immortal root, and he had it a very, very long time ago, but it was destroyed, and Tianjiashan himself had forgotten about it. So the immortal root within Tianjiashan now was a rebirth, and it was what Tianjiashan considered its first birth. His divine sense immersed within his body, Tianjiashan saw that his immortal root, nourished during this period, had finally grown stronger. The immortal root, which was previously as thin as a silkworm thread, was now as thick as a willow branch. And as Tianjiashan looked at the immortal root, thinking that he would only nourish the immortal root before leaving Broken Mountain, then replenish and perfect all the undergoing tribulation arrays he had tested with senior brother Zhang Yi, and then break through to the human immortal realm, his divine sense circulated. Upon seeing the subtle changes in his denshin, he immediately frowned. Mistakenly thinking he had seen wrong, Tianjiashan's divine sense became more concentrated, causing his divine soul to become even brighter. As his soul power glowed, Tianjiashan finally determined that he had not seen wrong. At the denshin, the ends of all the immortal roots converged, making it seem as if the immortal roots were nourished and grew from here. And at this moment, at the convergence of these immortal roots, a knot had formed, with a small bulge, much like a flower bud. It seemed as if something was about to emerge from there. This was the first thought that came to Tianjiashan's mind after he noticed the anomaly. However, even though this thought arose in his mind, he wondered if the immortal root had been overnourished by him during this period, with too much nutrition, causing it to grow too rapidly and form a knot. With the thought, a stone mill appeared suspended above his denshin. As chaos chi overflowed, he tried to grind away the small bud-like protrusion. But as soon as Tianjiashan did this, another anomaly appeared within his body. Tianjiashan saw that the small protrusion was actually absorbing the chaos chi flowing from the stone mill. After arriving in this unfamiliar world, the stone mill in his divine soul had always existed. It could be said to be the longest accompanying thing for Tianjiashan in this world. So, even though he hadn't figured out the origin of the stone mill, nor did he know its exact use, after more than 100 years, Tianjiashan roughly knew the terror of the stone mill. The chaos chi overflowing from the stone mill contained mysterious and powerful Dao principles. From the time he possessed it until now, he had never seen anything that the rotating stone mill couldn't grind away. Yet now, a small flower bud inside his body not only couldn't be ground away but was actually beginning to grow by using the power of the stone mill. Watching this miraculous scene, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Tianjiashan's heart. Although it was the first time he had noticed the small flower bud formed by the immortal root in his denshin today, Tianjiashan not only felt no discomfort but also felt a sense of intimacy towards that small flower bud. That feeling was like Yao acting spoiled with him as usual. Feeling only miraculous and curious, Tianjiashan repeatedly used the stone mill to prod the inexplicable small flower bud. After a while, Tianjiashan, whose attention had not wavered, put away the stone mill, and his slightly closed eyes slowly opened. One could see that his eyes were full of lingering satisfaction. The stone mill only began to establish a concrete connection after he had made a breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm. Tianjiashan could not use it at will yet. Although it goes against the principle of caution in cultivation, this time, it seems caution is not needed. Tianjiashan murmured, speaking like this because he felt a sense of telepathy from that small flower bud, just like the feeling brought by the stone mill. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. And when Tianjiashan decided to set aside a little time each day to attend to his flowers, he saw Liu Chuan appear through the changes in the spirit array outside the house, and a curious expression appeared on his face. Liu Chuan never ran to the mountain to knock on the array to find him. Could something have happened? On the first floor, a large and a small girl were entertaining themselves. Because Yang Luyi had lived here for over a year, the equipment was still quite complete. Seeing Sweetie suddenly appear, and noticing the thoughtful expression on his face as he left, Yang Luyi also jumped off the bed and followed him out. Liu Chuan, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Good news. Great news. Zhu Er has made a breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm, and she specifically sent her eldest brother to personally invite you to be a guest in Bright Sun Heaven. Tianjiashan, who had been worried, immediately relaxed his brows and smiled brightly upon hearing Zhu Er's name. Is that really true? How could I lie to you about this? Zhu Er's eldest brother is right here on Broken Mountain, currently paying respects to Qing Immortal. That silly bird actually has some skills. To be able to make a breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm in such a short time, it seems she didn't slack off too much after returning home. After such a long time, finally hearing something that genuinely made him happy, Tianjiashan's joy was evident. Yang Luyi, who had followed, looked at the person with the bright smile, and a light of curiosity appeared in her eyes. Sweetie looks quite handsome when he smiles like that. Lu Chuan, if Zhu has made a breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm, then we can go to the Chihua Wilderness to see her. She had come to Broken Mountain specifically for this matter, and now, seeing that Zhu had coincidentally made a breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm, Yang Luyi also spoke with surprise. Yang Luyi did not want to cultivate, nor did she like cultivating. She only wanted to stay with Tian Jiashan, because life with Tian Jiashan was never boring. If it's that silly bird Zhu, then we really should go see her. After all, I promised Zhu that I would visit her when she made a breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm. Lu Chuan, since it's Zhu's eldest brother who's coming, then he must be of the Phoenix bloodline, and his strength should be very powerful, right? Surprise was surprise, but Tian Jiashan's nature had not changed. Going from here to the Chihua Wilderness, not only was it hundreds of thousands of miles away, but leaving Shui Tu Jibin to go to the Chihua Wilderness was already considered crossing realms. This journey was long and dangerous, so what Tian Jiashan cared about most was the safety of this trip. Lu Chuan, who knew Tian would ask this, immediately showed a triumphant expression. I knew you'd ask that. Zhu also understands you, so the one who came to invite you this time is Zhu's eldest brother, also the Phoenix ancestor's eldest son, and he possesses the cultivation of the heavenly immortal three realms. Not only that, this elder brother of Zhu also cultivated a Dao body, and is a creature who made a breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm with his Dao body. Tian Jiashan's brows furrowed. Lu Chuan's words revealed too much information, but what he cared about most was the word invite. As for the heavenly immortal three realms and the Dao body's Calamity Transformation Realm, within common sense, it was surprising but also normal. Lu Chuan, did you just say that Zhu's eldest brother is here to invite me? Yes, Huang said exactly that it was the Phoenix ancestor's personal command to invite you to be a guest in Bright Sun Heaven. Tian Jiashan's brows furrowed even tighter. Lu Chuan, please watch your words. That's the Phoenix ancestor's eldest son, his status is noble beyond imagination. And even if Zhu wants to see me, the Phoenix ancestor wouldn't go so far as to use the word invite, would he? I don't know about that. Anyway, Huang said invite, and also said it was the Phoenix ancestor's personal order. Tian Jiashan, who was originally happy about Zhu's breakthrough, suddenly felt a few points more nervous. The Phoenix ancestor actually sent his dignified eldest son to pick him up. This was not only flattering but also somewhat unreasonable. With doubts and a little worry in his heart, wondering if that silly bird Zhu had said something nonsensical to the Phoenix ancestor after returning home, Tian Jiashan, led by Lu Chuan, went to meet Huang. And at this moment, Huang, as Lu Chuan had said, was paying respects to Taiting Immortal, the sect master of Chao Xian sect. Although he didn't know the cultivation of Taiting Immortal before him now, Taiting Immortal had already made a name for himself in his youth. Now, after such a long time, a person like Taiting Immortal would only become more unfathomable. And while secretly guessing whether Taiting Immortal could already ascend that Liangfeng mountain, facing the gaze of Heavenly Lord Qingling, his stern face also softened a bit. If he had heard of Taiting Immortal's fame in his youth, then Heavenly Lord Qingling was a supreme being who had made a name for himself in the major thousand worlds even before he was born. Youngju has successfully made a breakthrough into the Calamity Transformation Realm, which is truly commendable. Huang, you have traveled across realms, and the journey must have been tiring. If you don't mind, you can rest on Broken Mountain for a while before departing. If you're worried about delaying time, I can give you a ride when the time comes. However, Jiashan's personality is such that I cannot decide for him whether he goes to Bright Sun Heaven or not. But if Jiashan knows of the Phoenix ancestor's deep affection for him, I imagine he will be flattered. Taiting Immortal is joking. Tian Jiashan helped a great deal with Zhu's breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm, and when Zhu was on Broken Mountain before, it was also thanks to Tian Jiashan's help. After Zhu returned home, she often spoke of Tian Jiashan's kindness. In order to meet him quickly, she cultivated much harder than expected, so inviting Tian Jiashan to be a guest on Broken Mountain is only right. Listening to these words, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who had been repeatedly surprised by Tian Jiashan during this period, once again felt a stir in their hearts. The one who came to invite Jiashan was actually Huang, the Phoenix ancestor's eldest son, and it was even by the Phoenix ancestor's personal command, which showed the Phoenix ancestor's regard for Jiashan. When Huang, Zhu's elder brother, saw her and was somewhat intimidated by the sharp aura she displayed, Tian Jiashan decided to keep his distance from her. However, thinking that since the Phoenix ancestor had made such a grand display, and even Huang had personally crossed realms to Broken Mountain, Tian Jiashan did not refuse the Bright Sun Heaven's visit, as he himself hadn't seen Zhu in a long time. After deciding to go to Bright Sun Heaven with Huang, Tian Jiashan, who had already decided to leave Broken Mountain, was doing his final tidying up. In his mountain peak, the house had been tidied up. As for the outside, he could just use the half-immortal artifact given by the sect master to pack everything and take it away. Finally, after all the cultivators in seclusion had attempted a breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm, he would leave Broken Mountain, go to Bright Sun Heaven first, and then to the Shen Li tribe to meet Zhu. Since the other party had condescended to travel thousands of miles, Tian Jiashan also told Huang his reason for needing to wait a while. Although he knew Zhu was very anxious, out of common courtesy, Huang did not demand to set off immediately. The Calamity Transformation Realm, the Dao of ancient gods, was a great fortune for any cultivating being, so it was only natural for Tian Jiashan to attach such importance to it. What made Huang curious, however, was that Tian Jiashan said he would stay to assist everyone. Because Zhu had followed Tian Jiashan's advice, she had broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm earlier than expected, so Huang knew that Tian Jiashan seemed to have unique insights into the Calamity Transformation Realm. And when Huang temporarily stayed on Broken Mountain with his thought, his battle intent towards Tian Jiashan grew stronger with everything he saw and heard. During his days on Broken Mountain, Huang met Huang Junyi, Zhang Yi, and Zhong Jian, who had just broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm. After inquiring and learning that all three had broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm due to Tian Jiashan's guidance, Huang went directly to find Tian Jiashan. On Tian Jiashan's mountain peak, Lu Chuan was with Yaoer, and Yaoer, holding the god-tempering liquid given by little martial uncle, was having a great time playing. Yaoer, Tian even gave you this stuff to play with. Looking at the spiritual liquid in Yaoer's hand, Lu Chuan, knowing its value, exclaimed in surprise. Yaoer looked up, puzzled. Is this very valuable? I thought it was fun before, so I asked little martial uncle for a few bottles. Hearing this, Lu Chuan was speechless. What is wealthy? This is wealthy. Just the spiritual liquid in Yaoer's hand was worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. In fact, because it came from Tian Jiashan, a bottle of this spiritual liquid was worth 70,000 spirit stones, but Tian Jiashan clearly had no concept of spirit stones. For someone like Tian Jiashan, calculating cultivation needs by the amount of spirit stones was simply impractical, because the chi contained in spirit stones was too thin. If it were the spiritual power contained in the red spirit stones called star remains, that might be able to support his cultivation needs. While Lu Chuan was marveling at Tian's immense wealth, a figure appearing in the sky shifted his gaze. Brother Huang, is something the matter? Seeing the visitor's somewhat different expression, Lu Chuan also asked curiously. Upon seeing the tall and mighty man, and feeling the oppressive aura emanating from him, Yaoer became a bit flustered. Yang Luyi remained indifferent, but there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes as she looked at Huang. This man named Huang was the Phoenix ancestor's eldest son. Chuan, where is Jiashan? I have something I want to discuss with him. Tian is busy in the house, I'll go call him for you. Although he said he would go call him himself, after his words fell, Lu Chuan looked at Yang Luyi beside him. Currently, on Broken Mountain, only Yang Luyi and Yaoer could freely enter that massive linked array. Is your matter very urgent? Sweetie has been busy comprehending the Dao recently. If it's not very urgent, I can help convey your message to him after Tian comes out. Yang Luyi spoke calmly, not intending to immediately go call Sweetie. Perhaps Huang's status was noble, his prestige spread far and wide, and having been in a high position for a long time, his aura also carried a hint of arrogance. However, to Yang Luyi, all beings in this world were the same, except for Sweetie. It's not an urgent matter. I'm just bored staying on Broken Mountain, and I heard that Jiashan is not only in the Calamity Transformation Realm, but his physical body's strength is in no way inferior to that of us divine beasts. So, I'd like to spar with Jiashan. After all, one of my reconstructed Dao bodies is also in the Calamity Transformation Realm. As soon as she heard that he wanted to spar with Sweetie, Yang Luyi immediately dismissed the idea. Let alone Huang from Bright Sun Heaven, even an unknown person coming to spar with Sweetie would not agree. If it's about sparring, Sweetie probably won't agree, after all, you are too powerful. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Huang's face. These words from her left him at a loss, not only did she subtly refuse him, but she also praised him in passing. Fairy Yi, I'm afraid we'll only know for sure after asking Jiashan himself, right? How can you be so certain he won't agree to my challenge? What is Fairy Yi's relationship with Jiashan, to be so sure of Jiashan's thoughts? I don't mean anything else by this, I hope Fairy Yi doesn't overthink it. Fearing that his words might be misinterpreted and cause a misunderstanding, Huang continued. Respect was mutual. Huang knew his own status, but he also didn't like to be overbearing, after all, the person in front of him was not an enemy. Moreover, having been favored by the 36-rank creation Green Lotus since birth, the Yang Luyi in front of him would definitely become a supreme being known throughout the world in the future. Yang Luyi, who was originally indifferent, showed no sign of anger after hearing Huang's words, but quickly fell into contemplation. She hadn't even figured out what her relationship with Sweetie was yet. Yang Luyi decided to go ask him now. Without a word, Yang Luyi left in thought, clearly intending to get to the bottom of it. Chuan, the relationship between this Yang Luyi and Jiashan is clearly out of the ordinary. What do you think their relationship could be? Lu Chuan frowned. How would I know? These two are both of the same type, impossible to figure out. Their affairs are a headache. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Then what do you think is the relationship between Jiashan and Jui are? Father-daughter relationship. Without thinking, Lu Chuan almost instinctively blurted it out. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the aura of the person in front of him clearly sharpen. Realizing this belatedly, Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly explained. Brother Huang, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, Tian and Jui have no romantic feelings for each other at all. Sweetie treats Jui just like his own daughter, and in Jui's eyes, there has never been that kind of worldly desire. Hasn't Jui told you about her time staying here? Lu Chuan asked, puzzled. As his aura quieted down due to Chuan's explanation, Huang merely spoke faintly. Not only has she told me, she's told me many times. I can almost recite it backward. At this moment, in the underground castle, Tian Jiashan sat cross-legged, meticulously nurturing his flowers. Inside his body, the stone mill was once again cultivating the nodes on the immortal root. In the quiet, as he carefully felt the inexplicable surging life chi emanating from the nodes, he suddenly heard a tremor from upstairs. Seeing Yang Luyi knocking on the door through a spirit awakening talisman pasted on the door, Tian Jiashan frowned slightly but still got up. What's wrong? Something happened. Sweetie, what is our relationship? Yang Luyi, who had been thinking all the way, went straight to the point. Shang He had also asked her this question when they were at home before, but she hadn't been able to answer then either. Hearing Yang Luyi's inexplicable question, Tian Jiashan found it boring and quickly gave an answer. What else could our relationship be? The saintess and a sect disciple, right? No, that was when you were in the Bushan sect. You've already left the Bushan sect now, so it's not that relationship. Tian Jiashan pondered, thinking that seemed to be the case. Then we're friends. It seems like we're friends, but it also doesn't quite feel like it. When I see you with other friends, you're not the same as when you're with me. Think about it again. After Yang Luyi said that, Tian Jiashan carefully recalled and realized it seemed to be true, so he also began to ponder. He had never truly considered this question before. Wait, why are you making me think? Then what do you say our relationship is? I don't know, that's why I came to ask you. Yang Luyi spoke with righteous indignation, as if it would be Tian Jiashan's fault if an answer wasn't given today. Facing this roguelike stance, Tian Jiashan, long accustomed to it, gave her a disdainful look. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Tian Jiashan spoke again, I don't know what our relationship is either. Just as he blurted this out, Tian Jiashan suddenly recalled a saying from his world before his transmigration, more than friends, less than lovers, which described a subtle relationship. The reason he suddenly thought of this phrase wasn't because he felt he had such a relationship with Yang Luyi, but merely because he found the phrase somewhat Chiyunabu and non-mainstream. And as he suddenly recalled so many ancient and fresh terms in his mind, immediately immersing himself in memories, Yang Luyi's voice came from his ear. Then, in your room, besides me, have any other women slept here? No. Tian Jiashan's answer was decisive, straightforward, and without hesitation. Clearly, in Tian Jiashan's eyes, Zhu Yi and Yao were not women, they were girls. The hint of annoyance that had just appeared in her heart vanished with Sweetie's reply, and Yang Luyi's eyes immediately regained their usual sparkle. By the way, Yang Luyi, aren't you an immortal? Do immortals also lose hair? This room of mine is full of your hair. Why wouldn't they? When you temper your physical body, does your skin never change? Happy in her heart, too lazy to care that Sweetie dared to complain about her, Yang Luyi was about to turn and leave. Oh, Sweetie, Huang came to the mountain to find you. He said he wants to spar with you, mentioning that he has a Dao body that broke through to the Calamity Transformation realm. He just arrived and is still waiting outside. Connecting this to how he had to undergo a complete transformation after each undergoing tribulation, and feeling that Yang Luyi losing hair seemed reasonable, Tian Jiashan looked up upon hearing this. Sparring? Hey? It doesn't seem impossible, Tian Jiashan mused. Zhu Yi's status was noble. Although he was Zhu Yi's good friend, given the arrogance of those vicious beasts in the Chihua wilderness, they probably wouldn't acknowledge a human like him. When he went there, he might be secretly targeted. As a king in Bright Sun Heaven, Huang's prestige, reputation, and status were absolutely outstanding. If he were to spar with him now, it could reduce many unnecessary troubles later. Thinking this, Tian Jiashan walked towards the door. Although Tian Jiashan also wanted to pretend to be weak, his Calamity Transformation Realm cultivation was there, how weak could he be? So Tian Jiashan only hoped that after displaying his strength in front of Huang this time, he could gain the approval of this proud divine beast. Although Huang was still very polite to him because of Zhu Yi, Tian Jiashan knew that Huang didn't have much recognition for him in his heart. Both his cultivation and his status were far superior to his own, so it was normal for him to look down on him. In the eyes of these divine beasts, the power of immortal Dao cultivation is certainly important, but the strength of the physical body is even more valued. This battle might be a bit painful. Anyway, Sweetie, your physical body is so strong. I don't think you'll lose in a battle at the same realm. Knowing from Sweetie's words that Sweetie wanted to clash head-on with Huang using physical body strength, Yang Luyi also spoke with self-satisfaction. She felt that Sweetie would not lose to any being at the same realm. In response to Yang Luyi's words, Tian Jiashan only had one phrase, praise makes people foolish. Unexpectedly, after Jiashan agreed to Huang's request for a trial, the sounds of battle had just begun on Broken Mountain, and the crowd on the mountain was once again drawn to it. Everyone had clearly seen Jiashan's combat power in his previous battle with Shang He, but they were all curious about the astonishing combat power of Huang, who had come from thousands of miles away, the king of Bright Sun Heaven, the Phoenix ancestor's eldest son, a supreme being whose bloodline was no less formidable than that of the Thunder Beast lineage, and a Calamity Transformation Realm cultivator. In Bright Sun Heaven, the Phoenix ancestor no longer handled affairs, so Huang managed almost everything. It was no exaggeration to say that Huang was a young king in Chihua wilderness. And at this moment, this young king and Jiashan were locked in a battle of ferocious moves. Speaking of young kings, Jiashan was absolutely a supreme being, and in everyone's minds, Jiashan had already surpassed the normal scope of the Calamity Transformation Realm, definitely qualifying as a king among Calamity Transformation Realm cultivators. Shang He was also in the Calamity Transformation Realm, and came from the Shang clan, a true Calamity Transformation Realm supreme being, and he even possessed an immortal technique like the 100 Beasts Totem. Yet, after his battle with old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, the result was that Shang He nearly perished on Broken Mountain. However, while Shang He nearly died, Jiashan suffered almost no fatal injuries. Su Xian, Xia Yu, and Fuiao, who had attempted to break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm but failed, had all ended their seclusion. Among the crowd on Broken Mountain, everyone except third senior brother Zhang Junyi and second senior brother had also come out of seclusion and were watching the battle from a distance. The trial in the distance was even more spectacular than the previous Supreme Being battle, because the two combatants at this moment, whether in their comprehension of divine abilities and immortal techniques or the formidable strength of their physical bodies, were among the most outstanding of their generation. The purpose of agreeing to the trial was to display his strength to Huang, so this was Jiashan's most unrestrained battle, just like when he competed with Baishu. The sky was filled with divine abilities formed from Jiashan's spiritual qi. His research into talismans, spirit arrays, spiritual artifacts, and the like was already deeply ingrained in his mind. In this battle, Jiashan used spiritual qi as materials, and the air was already filled with countless materialized spiritual qi constructs. Facing the attacks that poured down like a storm, Huang, who met them head-on, was quickly thrown back. His Dao body, in human form, had just hit the ground when the outline of a spirit treasure emitting a profound earth aura just appeared. As the spiritual qi surged and solidified, it was instantly smashed down, enveloped by the immortal Dao law of the Calamity Transformation Realm. The hammer was as large as Jiashan's small house. However, although Jiashan's strike was powerful, Huang on the ground reacted just as swiftly. After catching the descending profound earth-grade spirit treasure with both hands, half of his body was already submerged in the earth. These ancient divine beasts, their bloodline is truly terrifying. Hey! 8th senior brother, standing beside 9th senior sister, opened his eyes wide and spoke, astonished that the divine phoenix could withstand such a hammer blow. But no sooner had 8th senior brother spoken than Huang was instantly thrown flying again, and what sent Huang flying was another Jiashan. Number 1. His body flew out like an arrow from a bowstring, instantly shattering any trees or rocks it touched when it hit Huang's back. And the moment Huang was thrown flying, Number 1, who had kicked Huang away, assumed a bow-drawing posture. As the bow and arrow instantly materialized in his hands, a palm-sized talisman condensed on the arrow. And the moment the arrow shot out, a spirit array condensed behind it, further increasing the arrow's speed. The arrow's speed was so great that it even became distorted. On one side, having flown an unknown distance, Huang finally stabilized his body by digging his feet into the ground and leaning his upper body slightly forward. Having been struck by the condensed profound earth-grade spirit treasure and then solidly kicked by the number 1 spirit body, Huang felt a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he saw the crimson blood of his injury. What's going on with Jiashan's spiritual body? Although it appeared only for an instant, Huang still felt the aura of the Calamity Transformation Realm on the number 1 spirit body. Huang was certain he hadn't misperceived, the aura emanating from that spiritual body was indeed of the Calamity Transformation Realm. Before Huang had time to think further, an arrow carrying a violent aura rapidly expanded in his pupils. Accelerated by the spirit array, the already powerful arrow carried enough heavy force, so when the talisman exploded, Huang's attack was neutralized, and the arrow shot straight towards his chest. His pupils widened at this unexpected move, Huang's body suddenly became brilliant. As the undying fire surged through his flesh, his physical body strength was fully activated. The arrow still accurately struck Huang's body, but only the arrow had penetrated his body. The heavy force carried by the arrow caused Huang's body to violently shake, and the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, with shocking fissures spreading out at an alarming speed. As for the affected vegetation, it was all shattered in an instant. As the arrow's offensive just ended, Jiashan's true body had already broken through the air. With his physical body strength fully activated, Dao Law was already pulsating on his clenched fist as it descended under Huang's astonished gaze. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the mountain forest. Only the towering trees in the mountain could be seen continuously falling, and after the suddenly shifting figures of the two, everyone used their cultivation to rise into the air to observe the battle. Having accumulated enough advantage through successive attacks, Jiashan, who intended to use his physical body strength in this battle, was now engaging in close combat, a rare occurrence. And seeing such a scene, various speculations arose in the minds of those who understood Jiashan's character and habits, but without exception, everyone's eyes shone with brilliance. To avoid being annihilated by the heavenly tribulation, old 10th, junior brother Jiashan's flesh and blood body had already been tempered to an astonishing degree. As an ancient divine beast, Thunder Beast Chuan's physical body was formidable enough, right? Yet, Chuan said that old 10th, junior brother Jiashan's physical body was so strong that it was in no way inferior to his own. And Li Zisai, as the only one who had witnessed junior brother Jiashan use his physical body strength against an enemy, was now filled with shock as she recalled the scene of Gong Yangqing's tragic death in the trial ground back then. Ever since witnessing junior brother Jiashan's physical body strength, Li Zisai felt for the first time that human power could truly shake heaven and earth. As a being who had cultivated for 500 years, Huang not only possessed formidable cultivation but also extensive and seasoned combat experience. So, even though he had been continuously suppressed by Jiashan's attacks earlier, leaving him breathless, he quickly stabilized his footing once again in the physical body battle. Although he didn't know how Jiashan cultivated, not only was his true body in the Calamity Transformation Realm, but even one of his spiritual bodies had breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm. Having confirmed that both figures before him were genuine Calamity Transformation Realm cultivators, Huang also shed the last trace of arrogance deep within him that came from his bloodline. Having discovered Jiashan's formidable power, Huang no longer maintained his arrogance. A clear phoenix cry resounded through Broken Mountain, reaching the surrounding forest. As Huang revealed his divine phoenix true form, his blood chi surged, and his 100-jong body stood in the air, dazzling and brilliant. The golden phoenix feathers, like a giant sword, instantly slashed down, emitting a golden beam of light. Facing such a sight, Jiashan did not hesitate. Having already planned for the most arduous battle in his heart, the Dao Law of the Calamity Transformation Realm surged through him. Divine radiance and rich vital blood chi surged together, causing his surroundings to become hazy. And as Jiashan fully utilized his physical body strength, his true body and number 1 spirit body also became easier to distinguish. Looking at the golden light that appeared in an instant, Jiashan opened his mouth and, under everyone's gaze, swallowed Huang's attack whole. Not to mention Huang, even those who already knew of Jiashan's abnormality, such as Taiting Immortal and Heavenly Lord Qingling, were dumbfounded at this sight. That was a strike from a divine phoenix, yet it was swallowed whole. Where was the most basic respect between humans and birds? Although he had already understood the powerful physical body that Chuan had spoken of during their brief clash, seeing his attack swallowed whole and Jiashan remaining unharmed, Huang was somewhat taken aback. He had used such a fierce move on other divine beasts before, but he never expected the tables to turn, and it was his turn today. But despite his surprise, a smile soon appeared on Huang's face. Huang found that he was starting to like this human named Jiashan. That silent, rampant chi was simply the most unadorned madness, the most unadorned strength. Swallowing the descending golden light hole and brewing it in his stomach for a while, a more astonishing ray of light shot out from Jiashan's mouth. The innate astral chi, caught off guard, directly struck Huang, causing golden blood to gush from his 100-jong body. However, Jiashan was a ruthless individual, but Huang, as a young king of bright sun heaven, also possessed incredibly sharp combat and killing methods. The moment Jiashan spat out the innate astral chi, Huang, realizing in horror that he could no longer resist, simply opted for the simplest defense. After taking the attack head-on with his physical body, Huang instantly closed in on Jiashan's true body. Jiashan's spiritual body was also a genuine calamity transformation realm cultivator. Even Huang couldn't defeat it quickly, so Huang chose to directly target the true body. As Huang's blood splattered on his massive body, Jiashan was also covered by a huge shadow. The enormous claw, like an indestructible cage, instantly locked Jiashan in place and slammed him heavily into the ground. After Huang revealed his true form, Tian Jiashan's human Yuan Emperor body was not even as large as one of Huang's toes, but at this moment, this body, which was like an ant in comparison, was lifting the 100-jong divine phoenix and slamming it violently onto the ground. Strong winds blew from the forest, making the hair of everyone in the air fly wildly, while the spot where Huang's body crashed down was already shaking the earth and mountains with soil and rocks flying. Boulders weighing tons were thrown into the air, then shattered into tiny pieces by punch after punch. Phoenix cries echoed through the mountains, and the magnificent phoenix feathers on his body were not only broken and falling, but even streams of blood flowed like trickling streams over his massive body, though Huang, in the midst of battle, paid no mind. With his chi and blood surging, he wrapped his body with his massive wings, protecting himself. After blocking the divine ability immortal techniques condensed and thrown by Tian Jiashan's spiritual body, he sensed Tian Jiashan's main body rapidly approaching. The moment his wings spread, what greeted Tian Jiashan was a shot of undying flame. Knowing that such an attack would certainly not hit Jiashan, and even if it did, it wouldn't cause much damage, so even such a fully charged attack was, to Huang, merely a feint. Seeing Jiashan, as expected, dodge the spiritual breath, Huang's massive body instantly vanished from its original spot, his tattered wings closing. What appeared next was a continuous golden light scattering. Each golden light that missed and struck the ground created a massive crack, and those that cut through the sky above the forest caused countless giant trees to be decapitated. Those that struck the mountain tops left the majestic peaks bald. Although he knew that not even 1 out of 100 strikes might hit, Huang did not lessen his offensive, and Tian Jiashan was also looking for an opportunity amidst the fierce exchanges. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, upon seeing Jiashan's front wide open, Huang swung his wings down, and what appeared in the air was a slash like sword chi. However, after unleashing such an attack, Huang's heart was startled. Indeed, seeing that the person in front had unknowingly been replaced by Jiashan's mysterious spiritual body, and with a dangerous aura enveloping his body, he looked at the figure appearing above his head and the divine ability manifestation behind him, crowned with an emperor's diadem and exuding a kingly chi. Muttering to himself that he was indeed worthy of a king's temperament, Huang, with no time for further action, simply met the challenge head-on. Although he was prepared for a heavy blow, Huang had just flown straight up. After taking a strike from Tian Jiashan, his massive body suddenly shook and he was abruptly sent hurtling into the ground. Such a massive body, even if it merely fell from the sky, its power would be absolutely astonishing, let alone being struck down by Tian Jiashan's human Yuan Emperor body. Jindao Sword Immortal looked at the distant scenes of mountains collapsing and earth cracking, his face filled with pride and delight as he spoke, "This broken mountain, it's really getting more and more broken." Madame Yang, beside Heavenly Lord Qingling, glanced slightly. Jindao Sword Immortal's tone showed no hint of complaint, only smugness. And as everyone watched Huang being sent flying by Tian Jiashan once more, their minds swayed, and they didn't even know what random thoughts were swirling in their heads, when they suddenly saw the earth-shattering commotion in front of them cease. Only the dust filling the sky and the overflowing spiritual power slowly floated. "Jiashan, if we continue fighting like this, I will eventually lose. I can't beat you." Tian Jiashan, with numerous wounds on his body, even golden bones exposed on his shoulder, saw Huang stop and did not immediately make a move. His chi remained boundless, with surging blood, divine radiance, vitality, and abundant spiritual power, covering his body with an astonishing aura. Thinking Huang was about to unleash some grand ultimate move, Tian Jiashan, who had stopped, was already on high alert. So, upon hearing Huang's words of voluntary surrender, Tian Jiashan was caught completely off guard. What was this all about? The eldest son of the Phoenix ancestor, a primordial divine phoenix, surrendering before him? If this got out, what would become of him? In his panic, Tian Jiashan immediately looked around, and then he saw the shock on everyone's faces. See? Everyone thought Huang shouldn't be unable to beat him. In fact, the people of Broken Mountain didn't think Tian Jiashan would lose, but what they also didn't expect was that the eldest son of the Phoenix ancestor, a young king who was clearly so proud, would actually surrender to a human. Huang's words, though subtle, were undoubtedly a surrender. "Fellow deist Huang, isn't it a bit too early to say that now? If you fight me a bit longer, I'll definitely lose to you. Really. I'm already outwardly strong but inwardly weak, and I'll soon be unable to hold on. Look at my injuries, feel my chi, I'm really almost done for." Unwilling and unable to admit it, Tian Jiashan, whose heart was already filled with lingering fear, vehemently retorted, because the words that had just come from Huang's mouth were too terrifyingly destructive to him. Seeing Jiashan suddenly act so unusually, Huang was also a bit startled for a moment. However, thinking of Zhu countless mentions of Jiashan's personality in his ear over the past few years, he immediately understood why Jiashan would suddenly react this way after his surrender. Huang could only smile helplessly. Jiashan is indeed an interesting person. A little further away, everyone's expressions couldn't help but stiffen upon hearing what Tian Jiashan said. It's a good thing everyone here is family, otherwise, seeing old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, like this, they wouldn't even want to admit knowing him. To lie so openly and brazenly, who did he take for a fool? The key was that old 10th, junior brother Jiashan's expression was so sincere, one who didn't know would actually believe it. But old 10th, junior brother Jiashan's surging chi silently refuted his words. "Jiashan, your cautious nature isn't a bad thing, but Zhu said that besides cultivating immortals, you love literature the most. Don't you know that saying?" Before Huang could speak, Tian Jiashan took the initiative. If heaven gives, but you do not take, you will suffer for it. If the time comes, but you do not act, you will suffer for it. Is that right? The look of appreciation in Huang Wang's eyes grew even stronger. Exactly. So, what is yours, you should openly accept. If Jiashan, you didn't have that wondrous spiritual body, I would never surrender. But if you have that spiritual body, then in this battle, even if I can hold on, in the end, I will still lose. Liu Chuan, who was on the side, nodded subconsciously upon hearing this. Having fought Tian Tian so many times, he couldn't agree more with Huang Wang's words. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Relying on his powerful physical body and self-healing ability, although he had some shortcomings, he could still keep fighting Tian Tian. But if it truly began as a fight to the death, he would ultimately not be able to defeat Tian Tian. Upon hearing these words, the fearful and anxious emotions immediately subsided, and Tian Jiashan finally re-examined Huang. I have always held reverence for the strong. Indeed, there is a reason why the strong are strong. But fellow deist Huang, you also know that I am timid and fearful of trouble. Please don't tell others what I just said. You can't say it when we go to Chihua Wilderness, and even more so when we enter Bright Sun Heaven. Tian Jiashan's seriousness lasted no more than 3 breaths before his demeanor abruptly changed. And seeing this, the onlookers once again dropped their jaws. Tian Jiashan always did something unexpected the next moment. Ha ha ha, whether I say it or not, that's my skill, and my main body is at the heavenly immortal 3 realms of cultivation, you can't do anything to me either. Tian Jiashan's face was ashen. He even wondered if he should just not go to Bright Sun Heaven in Chihua Wilderness, and then secretly meet Zhu Er later when he had the chance. However, I'll give Jiashan a chance. If you let me fight to my heart's content, I promise you, I won't mention what I just said to anyone else. Huang was referring to people. Tian Jiashan, pondering in his heart, his eyes suddenly lit up. He still missed Silly Bird very much after not seeing her for so long. Fellow deist Huang, please speak. Integrate your spiritual body into your physical body, and then engage in a hearty battle with my Dao body using only your physical strength. Of course, when I say hearty, I mean Jiashan, you cannot hold back your power for any reason. If I detect it, then what I just said will not count. Alright, I agree, fellow deist Huang. After only a brief moment of thought, Tian Jiashan decisively agreed to Huang's request. Hearing that those who heard Huang surrender were all his own people, as long as it didn't spread, not many people would come looking for him because of Huang's reputation, so he could completely agree to Wang's request. As soon as his words fell, Tian Jiashan integrated the first spiritual body into his physical body. Under the gaze of Huang's battle intent-filled eyes, the chi of both of them actually recovered a bit in a short time. When their physical body strengths confronted each other across the air, a different kind of oppressive feeling reappeared in the quiet sky. Everyone, who had thought the battle was over, felt their hearts race uncontrollably as they sensed the incredibly powerful blood chi in the surrounding air, and they were all startled by the 2 figures before them. It was all out of excitement. Boom. The roaring sound this time was not caused by the collision of divine ability immortal techniques, but by the 2 figures in front using their physical body strength to rush forward. Then, everyone heard continuous dull thuds, and the space vibrated violently due to the clash between the 2. Everyone even had to use their cultivation, enveloping themselves with spiritual power to avoid being affected by the battle. Without using their cultivation, the crowd couldn't even clearly see the rapidly engaging battle between the 2. Like a giant beast suddenly finding an interesting toy, in one missed move, Tian Jiashan was now thrown like a ball in the air, either swatted away by a claw, or struck head-on by a massive wing, without even a chance to land on the ground. The scene in the air, just by looking at it, everyone felt shocking. Huang's attacks, bursting with physical body strength, might not seem very lethal when they landed on old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, but that was only because it was old 10th. Otherwise, if any casual person present went up, 10 strikes at most, and if they didn't use cultivation and only relied on their physical body to block, 10 strikes would turn them into a blood mist in the air. However, in less than a few breaths, old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, had already been hit dozens, even hundreds of times. Huang's attacks rained down like a storm. However, not long after, everyone saw Huang's massive body continuously losing balance and swaying in the air. Each time he was slammed onto the ground vibrated violently, and countless soil and rocks flew from the shattered earth. If one didn't look closely, they might not even see why Huang was being swung and smashed around like that. But if one looked closely, they could see Tian Jiashan holding onto one of Huang's toes, his feet rooted to the ground like a mountain, then furiously swinging Huang's massive body, repeatedly slamming him onto the ground. As blood splattered from his body, his head spun, and his internal organs were in turmoil from being smashed, Huang's massive body was thrown high into the air. Just as it reached its highest point and began to descend, Tian Jiashan delivered an aerial kick, and Huang's huge body was suddenly sent flying as if it weighed nothing. Watching the massive body fly over their heads, then smash the distant mountaintop into tiny pieces, the onlookers, whose eyes and faces no longer showed much emotional fluctuation, simply subconsciously turned their bodies, keeping their gaze fixed on the battlefield. It wasn't until a long time later, when 2 figures, one large and one small, both bloody, sat cross-legged in a ruin, that the commotion on Broken Mountain finally ceased. And seeing this, Ting Immortal then retracted the chi that had enveloped Broken Mountain. Looking at the shattered surroundings after the battle, Jindao Sword Immortal's heart was immediately filled with relief. It's a good thing old 10th isn't a belligerent person, otherwise this Broken Mountain would probably have become Shattered Mountain. Jindao Sword Immortal spoke with relief. Since old 10th became restless, only a few days had passed, and so many mountaintops on Broken Mountain had already crumbled. At this moment, the young people had no mind to care about Jindao Sword Immortal's words, which were unclear whether they were relief or bragging. They quietly looked at the 2 figures below, who had ended the battle in a draw, and what appeared in their minds was old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, saying, always maintain reverence. Heavenly Lord Qingling, whose heart was restless for a long time, glanced at his daughter-in-law beside him. Seeing the disbelief and lingering shock in her eyes, he then looked at Yi on the other side, whose eyes only held Jiashan, that child. Heavenly Lord Qingling's heart began to fill with relief, relieved that he had been interested in Jiashan, that child, and had come to Broken Mountain, staying there for so long, thus having the opportunity to witness such a young supreme. After the battle with Jiashan, Huang and Tai Ting Immortal found a quiet place and began to cultivate the Dao. No one asked, and no one knew what Huang wanted to cultivate. After the battle, Jiashan simply returned to his small house without pride or impatience. During his daily life, he either performed body tempering for Yao or sat quietly in the basement nurturing flowers. However, on this day, after a group of unexpected people ascended Broken Mountain, Jiashan was once again called out of the basement by Yang Luyi. What happened again? Jiashan opened his mouth, full of bewilderment. He hadn't had a peaceful day in a long time. Li Tianming and Princess Tianzhu have come to Broken Mountain. With them are several other people I haven't seen before. Yang Luyi spoke calmly. She was just the messenger, whether Sweetie wanted to see them or not was Sweetie's own business. Jiashan, who was originally bewildered, had his expression immediately replaced by confusion. Why would the treasure boy and Princess Tianzhu suddenly come to Broken Mountain for no reason? Could it be that something else was about to happen in the 100,000 Great Mountains? Princess Tianzhu was here, but she should be looking for third senior brother. Why should I go? As for Li Tianming, I won't see him for now. Just say I'm too busy to spare any time. Anyway, it's not my turn to entertain everyone. Saying this, Jiashan was about to turn and leave. Actually, besides the 4 people who came from the imperial capital, there are many others. There's someone called Wuhou County, Saintess Li Yuran of this generation of Yaokai brought a woman, and the Li Chengshao siblings. Awakening Lu, who also appeared in the summons of heaven's arrival before, has also come. That famous 9-headed Xiangliu from Central Continent has also arrived. Listening to this string of names, Jiashan's heart immediately sank. None of these people who came were easy to deal with. Why did they all come to Broken Mountain for no reason? Could it be that Shang He, that grandson, had already spread word of his affairs, and so these powerful individuals wanted to come and spar with him? With such thoughts arising in his mind, feeling a bit terrified, Jiashan turned around again. So many people have come, and no one has said why. Jiashan spoke with a frown. However, Yang Luyi's subsequent answer immediately dispelled Jiashan's desire to investigate further. Is this considered a lot of people? Actually, besides those I mentioned, there are many others I don't know, so I didn't mention them. But these people all seem to be very strong. They say it seems to be because some time ago, their respective sects and families detected astonishing chi fluctuations above the 100,000 Great Mountains, which is why they all came to investigate. At this, Jiashan felt completely unwell. The chi fluctuations in the 100,000 Great Mountains some time ago? He and the others had been on Broken Mountain, and there were no fluctuations in the 100,000 Great Mountains. Even if he couldn't feel it, surely Chuan and the sect master would know. The biggest heavenly tribulation fluctuation in the mountains recently wasn't the calamity transformation realm heavenly tribulation lightning that the senior brothers and sisters underwent, was it? As soon as he thought of this, Jiashan was immediately horrified. If it was about undergoing tribulation, the biggest commotion recently was when he broke through to the calamity transformation realm as number 1, attracting a celestial phenomenon. It's better to be safe than sorry. And after vaguely feeling that everyone had come because of the heavenly tribulation he had attracted, Jiashan immediately lost the desire to meet them. I won't join in the fun. Go tell the senior brothers and sisters to try their best not to mention me. If others ask, just be vague. Say as many bad things about me as possible. I don't plan to go out for a while. Jiashan said with a solemn expression, then absent-mindedly walked into his basement. Could his calamity transformation realm heavenly tribulation really cause such a huge commotion? Enough for the families and sects behind all these visitors to notice? And when Yang Luyi returned, after arriving near Broken Mountain, the group of people who had met and agreed to visit Broken Mountain together were currently being entertained by the disciples on Broken Mountain. Except for third senior brother Zhang Junyi, Li Zisai, and Dong Ta, who were still in seclusion impacting the calamity transformation realm, everyone else had already come out of seclusion. And besides Huang Junyi, Zhang Yi, and Zhong Qian breaking through to the calamity transformation realm, although everyone else had attempted to impact the calamity transformation realm, none had succeeded. Although there was some regret in their hearts, they all came to terms with it and were not overly bothered. During this period, although none of them broke through to the calamity transformation realm, their own strength and foundation were all elevated, so everyone was very satisfied and grateful to Jiashan. Besides the people Yang Luyi mentioned earlier, those whose names Yang Luyi didn't mention were Guanmian and Gu Xiai from Po Shan Temple, and Junan from No Illusion Abode. Among them, Guanmian and Junan from No Illusion Abode were also supreme beings of the calamity transformation realm. As for Gu Xiai, he had also opened the 12 divine mansions, and each of them was extremely powerful. And Gu Xiai and Junan were both third senior brothers' favorites. Fairy Yi, where's my big brother? Seeing Yang Luyi leave alone and return alone, Li Tianming, who was looking forward to rekindling his brotherhood with Tian Tian, frowned and asked. Sweetie has been busy cultivating recently and can't spare any time for now. Li Tianming's face immediately turned ashen. He had come specifically for his brother this time. What was the point of not seeing his brother? He also wanted to show off his calamity transformation realm. Perceiving Li Tianming's thoughts, Zhang Si, who was beside him, immediately spoke up again with a sneer. Aren't you just trying to show off your calamity transformation realm cultivation to Jiashan? Maybe he's even more powerful than you now. Zhang Si's words fell on the ears of the surrounding crowd, immediately causing everyone to ponder. Little Divine Marquis Li Tianming had actually broken through to the calamity transformation realm? If one were to calculate carefully, Little Divine Marquis wasn't even 18 yet, was he? Awakening Lu and Li Chengshao, and others who knew Li Tianming, were fine. Although surprised, they weren't overly so. However, the people from Po Shan Temple and No Illusion Abode couldn't help but size up Li Tianming, whose face still showed traces of youth. Having learned from her imperial father that the qi that appeared in the 100,000 great mountains this time was actually attracted by Jiashan on Broken Mountain, Hao Tianxia felt a sigh of relief in her heart when she saw that Fairy Yi had not called Jiashan over. With so many supreme beings around, if Jiashan were to appear, it might cause everyone to notice something amiss. After all, there wasn't a single benevolent person gathered here. However, while thinking this, Hao Tianxia was also observing the group of people in front of her on Broken Mountain. Huang Junyi and Zhong Qian, the extremely renowned one from Chao Xian sect, seemed to already be supreme beings of the Calamity Transformation realm. Even the qi on Zhang Yi was a bit strange. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Everyone, to be frank, we all gathered only after entering the 100,000 great mountains. The reason we agreed to ascend the mountain together is because we all have a common goal. Someone told me that there was an astonishing heavenly tribulation leakage in the 100,000 great mountains before, or some peerless great evil was born. You all have been staying on Broken Mountain. I wonder if you have noticed anything unusual recently. Hearing that someone finally got straight to the point, everyone's gaze shifted to Xiangju, who had transformed into human form. Xiangju, 9 phases, 9-headed Xiangliu. Although people often joke that in the first year of Tian Huang, there were 2 dragons and 1 insect, the South Sea Candle Dragon, the North Mountain Chen Zhenlong, and Central Continent with a bug in its head. The word bug here did not carry any derogatory meaning. And in front of the 9-headed Xiangliu, no one dared to even mention the word bug. Hearing the 9-headed Xiangliu's words, the people on Broken Mountain showed expressions of doubt, then all feigned deep thought. And the crowd, who had originally thought that the people on Broken Mountain would know something, now saw the uniformly contemplative expressions of everyone, and their own expressions couldn't help but become a bit solemn. That's not right. If the qi overflowing from the 100,000 great mountains was so terrifying that even the great god kings from sects and families thousands of miles away could sense it, then Broken Mountain shouldn't have failed to notice any movement, right? And as everyone was thinking this, Hao Tianxia and others who came from the imperial capital and knew the truth, just stared dumbfounded at the Broken Mountain disciples in front of them, who displayed a breathtaking tacit understanding. Looking at the people feigning deep thought, confusion, and surprise, Hao Tianxia took a deep breath. If her imperial father hadn't personally told her that it was Jiashan on Broken Mountain who had caused the changes in the heavenly tribulation before, she really wouldn't have suspected Broken Mountain upon seeing the expressions of the people in front of her. However, while surprised at how tacitly everyone could cooperate to such an extent, and thinking that their actions were all to protect Jiashan, Hao Tianxia was also surprised that these prodigy disciples had such cohesion towards Jiashan. She had seen that Jiashan before, during the summons of Heaven's arrival. She couldn't say he looked like a strong person, she could only say he had no relation to a strong person at all. After entering the 100,000 great mountains, when she felt the time was right, Hao Tianxia also told Zhang Si and Li Tianming the purpose and reason for coming to Broken Mountain, so the two of them were also in the know at this time. Therefore, Zhang Si knew that the people of Broken Mountain in front of her were acting and lying. Fellow deists Xiangju, are the celestial phenomena and qi you mentioned truly appearing in the 100,000 great mountains? We have been quietly cultivating on Broken Mountain, but let alone recently, the 100,000 great mountains have always been peaceful. Senior sister Zhong Qian feigned contemplation for a moment, then spoke thus. The people on Broken Mountain already knew what the qi leakage Xiangju spoke of referred to. However, with the telepathic understanding, they all chose to conceal the truth simultaneously. Old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, is so afraid of trouble. With such a group of powerful individuals suddenly arriving, Old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, wouldn't want to expose the truth. Old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, not appearing with Fairy Yi already explained the situation. You don't know either? But before. Zhang Si, who knew the truth, realized that everyone was lying, and subconsciously was about to blurt out the truth when Li Tianming, who was beside her, was quick-witted and kicked her flying without mercy. Zhang Si, you shrew, can you stop interrupting people when they're talking? Zhang Si, who was kicked flying, crashed heavily in the distance, her luxurious dress stained with mud. Her mind buzzed, shocked that Li Tianming actually dared to hit her, and with such heavy force. Tears immediately streamed down Zhang Si's face, and she began to wail loudly. Looking at this sudden scene, everyone was somewhat taken aback. Just now, Hao Tianxia and her brother Hao Tianxing, whose hearts tightened because Zhang Si almost blurted out the truth, were also startled by Li Tianming's simple and brutal methods. Swallowing with a look of shock, Hao Tianxing looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. Tianming, how dare you? However, under everyone's gaze, Li Tianming had already gone to coax her. Li Tianming, don't touch me. Get lost. I'm going to tell my parents, and I'm going to tell your parents. Li Tianming, you're dead. Zhang Si shouted angrily while crying heartbrokenly, completely disregarding the many people watching her at the moment. Small matter, everyone continued chatting, it's fine, I can handle it. Seeing everyone looking at him, Li Tianming forced a smile and spoke. However, everyone dismissed his words. Handle it? How could he handle this? It looked troublesome just watching. Be good, there are so many people watching, it's so embarrassing. Feeling a bit uneasy in his heart, Li Tianming no longer dared to speak harshly. However, Zhang Si just cried, kicking and punching, wanting to kick away the most annoying person beside her. Thus, from this moment on, Li Tianming's purpose on Broken Mountain subtly changed. Others came up the mountain to investigate the previous heavenly tribulation turmoil, but from this moment on, Li Tianming had only one goal, to appease Zhang Si. Behind them, Zhang Yi, as the elder brother, looked at the bickering couple, his head aching. The matchmaker must not have been fully awake when tying the red thread for his younger sister in the little divine marquee. Zhang Yi, tell me honestly, what did Tian Jiashan do before that caused a change in the heavenly mechanisms? That night, instead of going directly to Tianjiashan or Jindao Sword Immortal to inquire about the situation, he went straight to Zhang Yi, who was close to him. In a small, drafty hut, the Chihua wilderness's abundant life qi made it feel like spring all year round, even in winter. Zhang Yi, sitting by the campfire, remained silent, merely watching the little divine marquis who was racking his brain to appease his younger sister. Zhang Yi, it hasn't been that long since we last met, and you're already so disloyal? I'm not trying to do anything to Tianjiashan, I just want to understand the situation. Moreover, I came here by imperial decree, so you must know the importance of this matter, right? Seeing that Zhang Yi remained as tight-lipped as a gourd, either chuckling or shaking his head without offering any explanation, Hao Tianzhi's tone gradually lost its patience. The Zhang clan was a crucial minister under her imperial father, Zhang Yi should have been assisting her. Yet, the current Zhang Yi was clearly unmoved by her words. Princess Tianzhu, since you are here by the human emperor's command, I will tell you clearly, Boss Tian did indeed cause a change in the heavenly mechanisms on Broken Mountain before. As for what happened, I cannot say, you know Boss Tian's personality. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, which, after a long silence, were merely a shield for Tianjiashan, Hao Tianzhu immediately felt a surge of anger. Zhang Yi, I now command you, as a princess, to tell me everything you know. Hao Tianzhu's voice was so loud that Zhang Si and Li Tianming, who were squatting in the distance, both glanced over. Princess Tianzhu, I know that as a subject, I should assist you, but to me, Boss Tian is like my benefactor. I had a breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm just recently, and it was Boss Tian who helped me successfully undergo tribulation from the Lightning Tribulation. The four people, who were initially annoyed by Zhang Yi's attitude, immediately changed their expressions upon hearing this. On the other side, Zhang Si, who had been ignoring Li Tianming, also came closer and looked at her brother with disbelief, saying, Brother, you can't just say things like that. Facing everyone's skepticism, Zhang Yi merely released a wisp of his Calamity Transformation Realm Qi for a fleeting moment. Although it was only for an instant, everyone still felt the overflowing divine Qi, which was undoubtedly the aura of the Calamity Transformation Realm. Princess Tianzhu, if the human emperor intends to recruit Boss Tian, then you should send a message to the human emperor now and ask him to dispatch some influential figures. Otherwise, do not inquire about what happened before. The sect master of Chao Xian sect has been guarding Broken Mountain all this time. In the bright sun heaven of Chihua Wilderness, Huang, the eldest son of the Phoenix ancestor, has also come to Broken Mountain to invite Boss Tian as a guest to Bright Sun Heaven. So many people have suddenly arrived on Broken Mountain today, Boss Tian has probably guessed why, so he shouldn't show himself during this period. After saying everything he could, Zhang Yi quietly looked at the princess before him. However, at this moment, Hao Tianzhi's heart was already stirred. Tai Ting Immortal personally guarding Broken Mountain, and the young king from Bright Sun Heaven personally crossing realms just to invite Tianjiashan to Bright Sun Heaven as a guest. What exactly had this Tianjiashan done? Oh, right, not long ago, Boss Tian almost killed a Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme Being. Princess, you should know that person, Shang He, the Dao transmitter of the Shang clan. At this, not only Hao Tianzhu, but Hao Tianzhu's pupils, who was sitting beside her, suddenly constricted. Zhang Yi, has this Tianjiashan already had a breakthrough to the human immortal realm, or Boss Tian is still in the Calamity Transformation Realm? Hao Tianzhu's breathing quickened in an instant. Being below the Calamity Transformation Realm himself, Hao Tianzhu knew how difficult it was to kill a Calamity Transformation Realm within the same realm. He was not a Calamity Transformation Realm, but seeing the expression on Tianzhu's face, Hao Tianzhu also cast an inquiring glance. Third sister, as you can see, even though we are both Calamity Transformation Realm, there is still a gap between me and Tianming. However, even so, I can still be sure that Tianming cannot kill me. Recalling the scene of Tianming and Tianzhu's previous spar, Hao Tianzhu's expression changed, and she fell into a daze. The Tianjiashan she had seen before was clearly not like this. The atmosphere in the thatched hut suddenly became solemn due to Zhang Yi's words, and everyone remained silent until a while later, when Zhang Si finally spoke curiously, Big brother, what happened when Tianjiashan helped you successfully undergo tribulation from the Calamity Transformation Realm's Lightning Tribulation? Since there was nothing to hide about his undergoing tribulation, Zhang Yi quickly recounted the entire process of his undergoing tribulation. After listening to Zhang Yi's account, everyone finally understood why Zhang Yi had just referred to Tianjiashan as his benefactor. Given the circumstances, to Zhang Yi, Tianjiashan was indeed worthy of being called his benefactor. Understanding Zhang Yi's difficulties and having gathered enough information, Hao Tianzhu did not ask any more questions. After a night passed and a secret message was sent to the imperial capital, Hao Tianzhu waited quietly, no longer in a hurry to see Tianjiashan. Although he knew that a group of prodigies had gathered on Broken Mountain from all directions, and he had guessed why they had come, Tai Ting Immortal did not show himself. To Tai Ting Immortal, they were just a group of young people, too immature. To pry into the secrets of Broken Mountain, the forces behind these young people would need to come to be qualified. Ever since Tai Ting Immortal settled on Broken Mountain, the pavilion where Jindao Sword Immortal and Li Zhendaya used to drink and get drunk became Tai Ting Immortal's private domain. At this moment, the same three people were still sitting under the pavilion. Tai Ting Immortal, so many young prodigies have suddenly appeared on Broken Mountain, they must be here for Jiashan, that child, right? When Jiashan comprehended the Dao some time ago, he caused some commotion, disturbing the heavenly mechanisms and creating anomalies. These young people appearing on Broken Mountain should all be at the instruction of the people behind them. Tai Ting Immortal did not deliberately hide anything from Heavenly Lord Qing. Even the human emperor's children from the imperial capital have come personally. I suppose the human emperor also sensed the change in Qi that Tai Ting Immortal mentioned. What are Tai Ting Immortal's plans? Tai Ting Immortal did not speak, merely looking quietly at Heavenly Lord Qing before him. Even a young king like Huang is willing to humble himself before child Jiashan, and he is a dual calamity transcending realm. In just over a year, he has helped the Chao Xian sect cultivate 3 calamity transformation realm supreme beings. Does Tai Ting Immortal have no other thoughts about child Jiashan? Tai Ting Immortal smiled slightly. Heavenly Lord, you care more for Jiashan than I do. Haha, I'm old and nearing my end. It's not easy to meet a child I like. Am I not allowed to show him a little more care? Knowing that the Heavenly Lord before him had no other intentions, Tai Ting Immortal merely smiled faintly upon hearing these words. That boy Jiashan seemed to have a knack for making people like him. I will not interfere with Jiashan's personal decisions. I will only, as I said, ensure Jiashan's safety. As for the Heavenly Lord's desire to care for Jiashan, I naturally welcome it. He had been wondering if Tai Ting Immortal would have other thoughts after Jiashan displayed such astonishing talent, hence his inquiry. However, hearing no hint of ulterior motives in Tai Ting Immortal's words, Heavenly Lord Qingling's heart also relaxed considerably. Yi had only just met Jiashan, and she could only ever meet one Jiashan. After conversing with Tai Ting Immortal and leaving, Heavenly Lord Qingling and her daughter-in-law arrived at Tian Jiashan's mountain peak. Having stayed on Broken Mountain for some time, and knowing that Yi would be going to Chihua Wilderness with Jiashan, accompanied by Huang, the eldest son of the Phoenix ancestor, they were not worried. Child, on this journey to Chihua Wilderness, I entrust Yi to your care. After a final instruction, Heavenly Lord Qingling produced a pair of bracelets from her hand, male on the left, female on the right. One was given to Yang Lu Yi, and the other to Tian Jiashan. These are Phoenix butterfly tail bracelets. Wear them for protection. Hearing this, Tian Jiashan's expression brightened. The items given by Heavenly Lord Qingling could never be ordinary. Thinking that he had endured so much hardship from Yang Lu Yi and was finally receiving some reward, Tian Jiashan did not feign modesty and boldly put the bracelet on his hand. After doing this, Heavenly Lord Qingling turned, leaning on her staff, and left some time for her daughter-in-law beside her. Jiashan, Yi has been pampered since childhood and has some bad temper. I trouble you to look after her on this journey. If Yi acts unreasonably, Jiashan, you don't have to indulge her. Even if Yi threatens you with her uncles and aunts, don't be afraid of her. You can tell Aunt Yun later, and Aunt Yun will support you. Tian Jiashan, who was attentively examining the bracelet, looked at Yang Lu Yi beside him upon hearing this, then cautiously asked, Aunt, those aren't just polite words, are they? Seeing Jiashan's appearance, the woman also smiled. No, they're not polite words. In the future, no matter what happens, Aunt Yun will support you. Hearing this, Tian Jiashan's confidence immediately surged, and the look in his eyes towards Yang Lu Yi became playful. However, facing Sweetie's sinister smile, Yang Lu Yi merely slapped him on the head. Look how smug you are, 3 days without a beating. Mother, don't you have anything to say to me? What is there to say? Just don't bully Jiashan so much in the future. Yang Lu Yi pouted and said nothing. Whether she bullied him or not depended on whether Yang Lu Yi was happy or pleased. Jiashan stayed indoors, routinely nurturing flowers. However, during this period, young Marquis Li Tianming had the fortune to enter the Grand Formation and meet Jiashan once. When he realized that the heavenly anomaly the human emperor spoke of was actually an unusual phenomenon caused by his brother's dual calamity transcending realm, Li Tianming was silently amazed before turning to leave. Although he didn't trust others, Jiashan trusted Li Tianming's character. After all, they had sworn brotherhood. As long as the crowd stayed, Jiashan wouldn't come out. But with so many supreme beings gathered in one place, how could it be quiet? Indeed, after only 3 days, 2 powerful calamity transformation realm auras rose from Broken Mountain. Whether it was Huang Junyi, or Zhang Yi and Zhong Jian, all 3 had just broken through to the calamity transformation realm. So, when they coincidentally met so many calamity transformation realm supreme beings ascending Broken Mountain, they took the opportunity to spar with everyone, exchanging insights on the Dao of the calamity transformation realm. After all, calamity transformation realm supreme beings were not so easy to encounter. Intrigued by Zhong Jian's suggestion, the people who had gathered there did not refuse. At this moment, the 2 surging calamity transformation realm auras belonged to Zhong Jian and Junan of No Illusion Abode. Junan was one of third senior brother Zhang Junyi's companions, so Zhong Jian chose to spar with her first, to avoid any mishaps during the friendly competition. In fact, not to mention Zhong Jian and the others who had just broken through, even the calamity transformation realm supreme beings gathered on Broken Mountain had no experience fighting supreme beings of the same realm. So, upon seeing 2 calamity transformation realm experts spar, everyone was greatly interested. Yang Lu Yi, what's happening? Why are they fighting? Over 130 grand formations enveloped the house. Not to mention the commotion of a calamity transformation realm battle, even a slight rustle of wind would be clearly felt by Jiashan. The person swinging on the swing in the courtyard, while keeping the green lotus open for Yao to recuperate, looked up at the sky where divine techniques constantly surged after hearing Sweetie's words. Zhong Jian is calling for everyone to spar and exchange insights on the Dao of the calamity transformation realm. Jiashan's expression changed upon hearing this. Sparring and exchanging experiences, senior sister's method is good. With so many people, after a round of sparring, their attention will shift. Sparring is good. Jiashan nodded in praise. With an idea in mind, he turned and re-entered the house. They're all calamity transformation realm experts sparring, why aren't you going? Jiashan, whose foot was already over the threshold, suddenly poked his head out and asked the person on the swing. I'm not interested in fighting. Jiashan narrowed his eyes, looking at the carefree person, thinking that he couldn't envy someone who had such a large family of powerful individuals. As soon as he entered the basement, Jiashan immediately picked up a pen to write a letter, preparing to send one to senior sister Zhong Jian. That evening, a letter was quietly delivered to Zhong Jian. After understanding junior brother Jiashan's intention, the next day, a calamity transformation realm aura once again emerged from Broken Mountain, and this time, the spar was between Zhang Yi and the monk Wan Mian of Poshan Temple. On the 3rd day, it was still Huang Junyi from Broken Mountain who initiated a sparring request, and Huang Junyi's opponent was Lu Awakening, the Thunder Lightning Dharma King, whom she was quite familiar with and had cooperated with during the summons of Heaven's arrival several years prior. When the 4th day arrived, Broken Mountain was still not peaceful. After Li Tianming's active invitation, his opponent was Junan, who came from No Illusion Abode. Everyone on Broken Mountain, including the nine-headed Xiangliu Xiangzhu, resided in the central region of Shui Tu Jibin, thus falling within the human emperor's territory. Naturally, they had long heard of the name Li Tianming. So, upon hearing of this legendary immortal master on Broken Mountain, everyone was equally curious about his strength. And when everyone sparred once more, Jiashan that day merely emerged from the basement again, activating a portion of the grand formations around the house to block out the outside noise, before returning to his busy work in the basement. The main body nurtures flowers, while the other spiritual bodies perform their respective duties. This is Jiashan's current cultivation life. Sister Yi, why did little martial uncle activate all the grand formations? Yaoer, who had already been fed 3 balls of heavenly tribulation lightning that morning, felt the fluctuations of the grand formations. Waking from his Dao comprehension, he curiously asked Sister Yi on the swing. Someone on the other mountain peaks is sparring, and Sweetie finds it noisy. Yaoer showed a thoughtful expression. The commotion outside was indeed a bit loud. He always felt the earth shaking when he was comprehending the Dao earlier. Just as he thought this, Yaoer sighed in his heart, glad that little martial uncle wasn't the one fighting. Otherwise, with little martial uncle's 18 mountain pushing forms, let alone sitting and comprehending the Dao on Broken Mountain, the commotion would be so great that it would be difficult to even calm down. When little martial uncle fights, mountains collapse and the earth cracks. How could one possibly calm down to cultivate? After muttering to himself, Yaoer immediately closed his eyes and began to cultivate again. Under Jiashan's meticulous nurturing, coupled with Yaoer's inherently astonishing bones and talent, a young war god was taking his first step towards fame in the major thousand worlds. And when Jiashan shielded himself from the noisy crowd he found bothersome, on another mountain peak, Li Tianming and Junan were sparring with astonishing auras. In each of the 12 Jade Void Grotto heavens, there is an object of Dao inheritance, just like Baishu's 12 divine trees. At this moment, Li Tianming's objects of Dao inheritance were an inscribed Jade Void and a piece of gold foil, which also bore a few inscribed sentences, though no one present could understand them. As the largest intelligence organization in Zhongzhou, No Illusion Abode had branches spread across the world. There were even rumors that No Illusion Abode was an intelligence organization established by the Human Emperor's 3 Palaces department. Although no one could verify the truth of such rumors, this was enough to demonstrate No Illusion Abode's power. As the current Dao successor of No Illusion Abode, Junan, though a woman, silenced all doubters with her calamity transformation realm cultivation. Facing the renowned little divine marquis, Junan responded very appropriately. The objects of Dao inheritance in the Jade Void Grotto heaven were mostly related to her sex profession, subtly revealing a hint of cunning. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Heavenly Lord Qingling departed with the sect master's wife, leaving only Tai Ting immortal under the Straw Hat Pavilion on the back mountain. Watching the battle unfold clearly from a distance, and seeing that the little divine marquis's first 10 Jade Void Grotto heavens were all a chaotic void, Tai Ting immortal merely murmured a few words to himself. Divine Martial Great Emperor. Since it was a spar, it was naturally a point-scoring match. After all, not everyone was like Jiashan and Baishu, both of whom were monsters, thus having monstrous ways of sparring. And on the second day after the little divine marquis and Junan sparred, Liu Chuan, the Thunder Beast, returned. When he once again ascended Broken Mountain and encountered the nine-headed Xiangliu Xiangzhu, a strong battle intent arose in both their hearts, making that day's spar exceptionally thrilling. Liu Chuan's power was beyond doubt. The mere description of him as the sole lineage of the Thunder Beast was enough to elevate him to a realm that countless beings could never reach in their entire lives. As for the nine-headed Xiangliu, with the same ancient bloodline, comparable to the young candle dragon born in the South Sea, no one without a brain would dare to refer to it with the somewhat teasing word bug in its presence. 2 ancient great fiends revealed their true forms and engaged in fierce combat. The normally towering mountains appeared tiny beneath their bodies. Each clash between them showcased the astonishing physical body strength and innate divine ability of an ancient great fiend to the onlookers. Broken Mountain, this name is quite fitting. Jindao Sword Immortal, sitting in the distance, watched the battle between the giant beast wrapped in lightning and the nine-headed Xiangliu, muttering aloud. Fortunately, all beings have not yet broken into the human immortal realm. They are not true immortal beings. Otherwise, it would truly be called Shattered Mountain. But now, after watching these few days of sparring, not only do I not feel any impulse to be interested, but I instead find the sparring of all the supreme beings increasingly dull. What's going on? Immortal Master Li Chen wondered aloud. He had always been a humble person, and for all the Calamity Transformation Realm beings, even knowing they were still young, he held a respectful heart. Why, then, in this period, when he looked at the Calamity Transformation Realm supreme beings, did he only find them unremarkable? Jindao Sword Immortal turned his head, looking at his old friend lost in thought. What else could it be? That kid old 10th has spoiled you. Seeing these, who would still make a fuss? Immortal Master Li Chen awoke as if from a dream, enlightened. That's right, after seeing the prodigy that Jiashan was, everything happening now seemed rather bland and uninteresting in comparison. But speaking of which, with so many supreme beings cultivating on my mountain, don't you think that when they become famous in the future, if I put up a signboard on Broken Mountain, those who worship them will come here for pilgrimage? Immortal Master Li Chen looked into the distance, taking in the scenery of Broken Mountain. If you want to make a fortune in situ, your mountain needs to be even more shattered. Jindao Sword Immortal frowned upon hearing this. With Broken Mountain in its current state, if it were to shatter even more, wouldn't it completely disappear? Li Chen, you haven't seen this area of Broken Mountain from a high vantage point. If it shatters any more, there really will be nothing left. Jindao Sword Immortal had once overlooked the entire Broken Mountain from a high place and found that Broken Mountain truly lived up to its name, being broken and dilapidated. Within 100 li radius, there were countless shattered rocks. If not for some lush trees, Jindao Sword Immortal would even think Broken Mountain was once a battlefield that had been completely smashed. The terrifying physical body and astonishing recovery power of ancient great fiends were well known. Therefore, Liu Chuan and Xiangzhu's battle not only caused more commotion but also lasted longer. Even the gully-like wounds on their bodies were shocking to the onlookers. Gentle Chen, from one of the 4 prominent families of the common people, witnessed the battle from beginning to end, constantly comparing the strength of her brother and the 9-headed Xiangliu in her heart. And when the battle between the 2 great ancient great fiends ended, on an inconspicuous mountain peak, a palm-sized figure leaped into the air, then disintegrated mid-air due to the complete depletion of its spiritual power. 2 dragons and 1 bug. The South Sea Candle Dragon should be the strongest, right? Watching the entire sparring process with a spirit awakening talisman, Jiashan murmured to himself in the basement. Originally, coming to the 100,000 Great Mountains had a purpose, but after the supreme beings began to spar, the competitions gradually became unstoppable. During this time, no subtle movements were detected in the 100,000 Great Mountains, and everyone gradually relaxed their guard regarding the purpose of their trip. After all, although many people felt that Qi Jiashan had stirred, their perception was vague, and these people couldn't be sure what had happened, as not everyone could stand shoulder to shoulder with the human emperor and the heavenly master. Day after day, in the end, the only Calamity Transformation Realm cultivators who had not yet made a move were Hao Tianshu, the Imperial Prince, Song Chengxiao, who had always been highly vigilant, and Li Yuran and Wuhou County, who had been slow to act. Third sister, can I spar with Li Yuran tomorrow? Everyone who can break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm has their unique strengths, and I want to exchange more with others. That night, after witnessing so many spars, Hao Tianshu finally couldn't help but speak. Hao Tianshu, who didn't even have a decent place to stay and had built a simple house for herself by imitating others, turned her head upon hearing this. Broken Mountain holding such spars one after another must have a deeper meaning, but if you want to, Tianxing, then go ahead. Although Father Emperor's original intention was for you to fight Jiashan, Jiashan has been hiding and not coming out, so there's nothing that can be done. After sensing the Qi on Broken Mountain earlier, and guessing that the person who caused the change in heavenly secrets was very likely Jiashan, the human emperor decided to have Hao Tianshu, who had broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, come along. He wanted Hao Tianshu to test Jiashan's battle intent, but unfortunately, no one had seen Jiashan since they ascended the mountain. Upon receiving his sister's permission, Hao Tianshu, delighted, moved to young Marquis Li Tianming's side, wanting to ask him for some combat experience. Sparring with a woman, what combat experience do you need? Just go all out and it'll be over. Zhang Si, ah, my dear aunt, you are a star in the sky, twinkling your eyes, if you smile at me, I'll bark like a dog. Li Tianming casually brushed off Hao Tianshu, continuing to coax Zhang Si, who was still upset. All the happiness belonged to them, but the soul seed itself had nothing. Because of the animosity between the Hunyang sect and the Chaoxian sect, even though the soul seed knew that a large group of young supreme beings, and even the 9-headed Xiangliu, were currently gathered on Broken Mountain, he and Tian Jiashan were mortal enemies. Although he was the first to arrive near Broken Mountain, the soul seed had never shown his face. The soul seed was not interested in the sparring matches among the supreme beings on Broken Mountain. What the soul seed cared about was why so many supreme beings had suddenly gathered on Broken Mountain. Moreover, from his observations, the people gathered on Broken Mountain came from all directions, which was definitely not as simple as a few friends agreeing to come to the 100,000 Great Mountains for training. So, with this doubt, the soul seed wandered around the edge of the 100,000 Great Mountains for a few more days, asking some people who entered the 100,000 Great Mountains, and finally learned why everyone was gathered on Broken Mountain. Disturbing the heavenly secrets, a rare treasure appearing? I see no rare treasure. As for the commotion, it's mostly something stirred up on Broken Mountain. Before the bonfire under the night sky, the soul seed's gloomy face was illuminated by the firelight as he spoke in a deep voice. In the past few days, in order to find out why so many Calamity Transformation Realm cultivators ascended Broken Mountain, he had searched for people all around. However, the answer he received was that an unknown strong person had released news that the heavenly secrets above the 100,000 Great Mountains were in turmoil, indicating the possible emergence of a great treasure. To hell with signs of a great treasure appearing. If that were truly the case, wouldn't everyone on Broken Mountain have acted long ago? Sage of Xiangyang, was there really some grand heavenly secret fluctuation in the 100,000 Great Mountains a while ago? Although he slandered inwardly, the soul seed asked curiously when he thought of the astonishing backgrounds and forces behind each of the supreme beings appearing on Broken Mountain. However, Deist Pantai, who was deep in thought, merely shook his head. Seeing the person in front of him shake his head again, the soul seed made no effort to hide his disdain. You don't know anything. I should have brought Qi Yu instead. Qi Yu is the vice-sect master of the Hunyang sect. The sage of Xiangyang, deep in thought, looked up, and in the firelight, one could see that his face was also full of weariness. When we first arrived, Broken Mountain was enveloped by a terrifying qi, shielding all external perception. Combined with the fact that so many lineage disciples of the Chaoxian sect are now breaking through to the Calamity Transformation Realm on Broken Mountain, it's probably to shield the heavenly secrets of everyone undergoing tribulation. In such a short period, the Chaoxian sect suddenly produced so many Calamity Transformation Realm supreme beings. Aren't you curious what happened to the Chaoxian sect during this time? With matters weighing on his mind, the sage of Xiangyang was too lazy to bother with the soul seed's insubordination and merely spoke with concern. From his observations these past few days, besides the previous Tian Jiashan, the Chaoxian sect had gained 3 more Calamity Transformation Realm supreme beings. 4 Calamity Transformation Realm supreme beings. If these 4 were allowed to grow smoothly, the landscape of Wei Prefecture would undergo earth-shattering changes in the near future. Hearing what the sage of Xiangyang said, the soul seed's expression also became solemn, because the number of Calamity Transformation Realm supreme beings in the Chaoxian sect was indeed a bit too many. But then again, why bring a group of lineage disciples to Broken Mountain for secret cultivation instead of staying in the Chaoxian sect? And combining this with the mysterious qi that previously overflowed above the 100,000 Great Mountains. At this point, the soul seed, having guessed something, looked at the sage of Xiangyang. Coming to Broken Mountain is nothing more than trying to cover up their tracks. And the presence of so many Calamity Transformation Realm supreme beings on Broken Mountain at this time also indicates that the Chaoxian sect is indeed secretly cultivating people. The Chaoxian sect has no small ambition. Deist Pantai said solemnly. Although the human emperor unified governance, the major sects, far from the imperial capital, proliferated in various places precisely for the sake of being far from the emperor's reach. So if the Chaosian sect truly grew strong and devoured the Hunyang sect, the human emperor might not only not object but even secretly fuel it, as the final outcome would not change for the human emperor. The Chaosian sect is rising so fiercely, with so many people breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm. It's possible they used some supreme treasure brought out from the Immortal's cave. We must set off back and discuss this matter with the sect master early. Deist Pantai spoke again, already having the intention to return. As for the Soul Seed's desire to seek revenge on Tian Jiashan, it was clearly impossible at the moment. Judging from the qi that previously overflowed from Broken Mountain, Vice Sect Master Yu Chunfeng of the Chaosian sect might even be staying on Broken Mountain. So even if the Soul Seed found an opportunity to attack, he wouldn't be able to kill Tian Jiashan. However, facing the sage of Zionjiang's suggestion to return, the Soul Seed refused. I have a plan in mind. I'll try it tomorrow. If it doesn't work after I try, we'll immediately retreat. Deist Pantai frowned. So the Soul Seed began to explain his meticulously planned scheme. After a while, when the bonfire's light had become much weaker, Deist Pantai frowned, looking at the person in front of him. How do I feel your method isn't going to work? I don't need you to feel, I need me to feel. If I feel it's feasible, then it is. Just tell me, if something unexpected happens, can you take me and escape? If not, we'll get up and return right now. Even if Yu Chunfeng is on Broken Mountain, as long as I don't get entangled with him and escape at the first opportunity, I can still get away. Then it's settled. You just wait for me in the dark tomorrow. Looking at the overly confident Soul Seed, Deist Pantai said no more, but he still felt it wasn't quite right. Sage of Xiangyang, you haven't attempted the breakthrough, so you don't know what the Calamity Transformation realm means to people like us, and you certainly don't know how attractive a person who can kill a Calamity Transformation realm cultivator in a battle of the same realm is. Seeing the young man in front of him lecturing him in an old-fashioned manner, Deist Pantai, who had long lost his patience, didn't hold back this time. With a flick of his sleeve, the Soul Seed was sent flying into the darkness, startling a forest full of birds. The next day, on a bright and sunny day, the Soul Seed, having made up his mind, swaggered up Broken Mountain, while the person he considered his mortal enemy was still cultivating in the underground chamber. Many people were gathered on Broken Mountain, and a good number of them had already sat on the mountaintop to breathe in and out as the first ray of dawn spilled across the earth. Especially the crowd without Calamity Transformation realm cultivation, although they knew they didn't have the ability to break through to the Calamity Transformation realm, after witnessing the power of the Calamity Transformation realm in the past few days, they also wanted to try to make their divine mansion even more perfect and powerful to make up for the gap. The first person the Soul Seed encountered upon ascending Broken Mountain was Gentle Chen, Chen Zhenlong's clan sister. They exchanged glances, and after both had a bad impression of each other, neither spoke. With so many people on Broken Mountain, and now another one, Gentle Chen didn't find it strange. As for the Soul Seed's view of Gentle Chen, he was too lazy to pay attention to someone who didn't even have Calamity Transformation realm cultivation. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Then, the person who continued to walk forward met the second person, who was 8th senior brother Ziyu Chuang. Looking at the unfamiliar climber in front of him, seeing his arrogant and wild expression, with a pair of eagle-like eyes that seemed to write 4 big characters looking down on everyone, 8th senior brother also felt a bit annoyed for a moment. Who are you? What are you looking at? The two spoke almost simultaneously, and after their voices were filled with intense disdain, when they looked at each other again, anger was in both their eyes. Thus, early in the morning, Broken Mountain began another eventful day. Upon suddenly hearing the commotion, everyone on Broken Mountain was startled. They were curious who was so eager to start sparring so early in the morning, but upon arriving, they saw a stranger fighting fiercely with 8th senior brother on Broken Mountain. The interesting thing was that the unfamiliar climber was also a Calamity Transformation realm supreme being. Others didn't recognize the Soul Seed, but Huang Junyi and the 10 lineage disciples had a deep impression of him. Thinking of what the Soul Seed had done to them in the trial ground before, the lineage disciples who appeared at this moment were first stunned, and then sinister smiles appeared on their faces. What was this called? This was seeking death. Although they were surprised that the Soul Seed already had Calamity Transformation realm cultivation, the current Broken Mountain was a place where talented people emerged in abundance. Could they be afraid of just one Soul Seed? Furthermore, since the Soul Seed had appeared, they only needed to tell junior brother Jiashan, and the Soul Seed's life would already be half lost. Having witnessed Tian Jiashan's attempt to kill Shang He before, the group of lineage prodigies once again clearly knew that junior brother Jiashan was truly ruthless towards his enemies. However, seeing that the Soul Seed was actually fighting with 8th senior brother on Broken Mountain, everyone didn't rush to intervene. Only Huang Junyi, from the crowd, left and headed towards Tian Jiashan's mountaintop. First floor of Tian Jiashan's castle. What, the Soul Seed has come up the mountain, and alone. 9th senior sister, who came to report, nodded. To dare to openly ascend Broken Mountain alone, there's a trick. Definitely a trick. But despite his confident words, Tian Jiashan still couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, so he quietly went to the place where the battle was happening, hiding in the dark and watching the Soul Seed. When everyone returned, the battle had stopped, and everyone looked at the Soul Seed, who was clearly not a good person, with strange eyes. Sweetie, you're trembling. Because she was close and felt Sweetie's abnormality, Yang Luyi asked curiously. Am I? Yes, I feel it too. 9th senior sister also looked at Tian Jiashan with a strange expression and spoke. Seeing the Soul Seed makes you this excited. How can I not be excited? He's a major problem in my heart. Getting rid of him quickly would mean fewer nightmares. Yang Luyi looked at the thin man in the distance, her eyes shifting, not knowing what she was thinking. I don't see you this excited when you see me. Looking at the two people beside her, Huang Junyi suddenly felt both superfluous and out of place. In front, the Soul Seed, who had stopped fighting, merely looked at the surrounding crowd with a sinister smile. To be frank, I arrived at Broken Mountain even earlier than you all, but because Tian Jiashan and I are mortal enemies, I didn't dare to ascend rashly. Tian Jiashan, you probably don't know yet, I've been watching your sparring for so many days in the dark, and no one has fought with Tian Jiashan. It's truly a pity and a shame, because your purpose for this trip is Tian Jiashan. The chi that previously overflowed from Broken Mountain was drawn by Tian Jiashan. As for why, those of you who have broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm will know if you challenge Tian Jiashan to a match. But before that, I'll kindly remind you, if your Dao heart isn't firm, don't be so tactless as to seek out Tian Jiashan, because Tian Jiashan's power will shatter your Dao heart. He will make you feel ashamed of the title prodigy. As for why I appeared here and said all this, it's of course only to get revenge on Tian Jiashan. Because even though I am in the Calamity Transformation Realm, Tian Jiashan, being in the same realm, can still kill me in a battle of equals, so I can only use this method to get revenge on him. Tian Jiashan is a cautious and reserved person. He doesn't like to seek fame, he doesn't like to stand out. And the more he wants peace, the more I will disturb his tranquility. Tian Jiashan, old dog, I know you must be watching me in the dark. I'll give you a chance, if you don't come out and kill me now, I'm going to escape. As the Soul Seed spoke, he deliberately showed a nervous intense expression, carefully observing his surroundings, looking as if he were facing a formidable enemy. So, while everyone around was still deep in thought because of the Soul Seed's words, the Soul Seed immediately used his Calamity Transformation Realm cultivation to flee in a panic. Confusion, doubt, astonishment, everyone's minds were filled with incomprehension, completely baffled. In the dark, the uncontrollably excited Tian Jiashan had become furious, grinding his teeth. Although the Soul Seed's words didn't have a great effect, they ultimately left room for everyone's imagination. Self-conjecture is the most fatal. Almost the instant the Soul Seed fled in a panic, Tian Jiashan immediately left and found the sect master of Chaoxian sect. Sect master, that person just now. Before Tian Jiashan could finish speaking, the Qing Immortal had already taken him away from the spot. The Soul Seed came suddenly and left abruptly, so much so that the people on Broken Mountain didn't know its exact reasons or purpose. However, as the people on Broken Mountain were carefully pondering the words of the Soul Seed and the motive for its appearance, Tian Jiashan, who had already been taken away by Qing Immortal, once again saw the person who made him sleepless at night. Although he claimed to have nightmares, Tian Jiashan had never actually slept, so there was no such thing as dreaming for him. Upon seeing the person who was now taking the Soul Seed and instantly fleeing towards the outside of the 100,000 Great Mountains, Tian Jiashan immediately understood. With Daoist Pantai backing him, the Soul Seed indeed had the capital to swagger onto Broken Mountain. However, the Soul Seed probably never imagined, even if it racked its brains, that the sect master would be waiting on the mountain. They had considered that people would appear on Broken Mountain to pursue and intercept them, and even thought that the person who appeared would be Vice Sect Master Yu Chunfeng of Chaoxian sect. Therefore, Daoist Pantai and the Soul Seed had already prepared themselves mentally. But when that transcendent figure appeared in their sight, let alone the Soul Seed, even Daoist Pantai's heart abruptly constricted. Sage of Xiangyang, that person is Qing Immortal, the sect master of Chaoxian sect, right? As his face changed drastically, upon seeing the person who appeared, the Soul Seed also cried out in fear. Because he had only seen Qing Immortal in portraits, the Soul Seed asked Sage of Xiangyang. Daoist Pantai, who was currently racking his brains trying to find a way to escape, no longer had the mind to pay attention to the Soul Seed. Daoist Pantai had never imagined that Qing Immortal would actually be on Broken Mountain. If he had known this earlier, let alone letting the Soul Seed swagger onto Broken Mountain to stir up hatred, Daoist Pantai wouldn't even have let the Soul Seed show its face. Seeing that the two of them were not sensible enough to stop, Qing Immortal's palm lifted, and as immortal chi burst forth, the sky-filling glow, like magnificent silk ribbons, overwhelmed Daoist Pantai. Let alone having to protect the Soul Seed at this moment, even without the Soul Seed, facing Qing Immortal, whose realm was now unknown, Daoist Pantai himself had no ability to resist in the slightest. Although they resisted with all their might, they were still struck by a beam of light. Like birds with broken wings, the two, who were rapidly fleeing, immediately plunged into the forest. Qing Immortal was also not vague, a sky-covering large hand descended from the air, not wanting to give the two any retreat. When Tian Jiashan was brought to the ground, Daoist Pantai, who had opened a Dao platform, was already covered in blood, and his chi had significantly weakened. Looking at the two who were facing a formidable enemy, Qing Immortal smiled slightly. Sage of Xiangyang, where is Sovereign of Hunyang sect? Sovereign of Hunyang sect, Sect Master of Hunyang sect. Qing Immortal, long time no see. Your immortal chi is vast. The sect master didn't come, this trip is only me and the Soul Seed. Qing Immortal wouldn't really plan to exterminate both of us, would he? After only 2 moves, having already felt the insurmountable chasm between himself and Qing Immortal, Daoist Pantai spoke with a gloomy expression. You should have considered these problems when you allowed people to wantonly slaughter in the Chaoxian sect's trial ground. As soon as Qing Immortal finished speaking, Daoist Pantai's face changed drastically. When countless dead souls of the deceased around him condensed into a long river of souls, Sage of Xiangyang, rolling up chaos, instantly disappeared from his original spot, causing Qing Immortal's finger to miss. Looking at the distant land that had been reduced to nothing under the sect master's finger, Tian Jiashan swallowed, his eyes filled with horror. One does not know the height of a mountain until one ascends it. Sect master, are these two completely dead, turned to ashes? Looking at the devastated front, Tian Jiashan spoke in a daze, with shock mixed with surprise, and at the same time, he secretly muttered in his heart, as expected, terrifying power is the most fundamental and simple killing move. The sect master's method of pulverizing bones and scattering ashes is much more powerful than mine. And as Tian Jiashan thought this, Qing Immortal's words startled him. They're not dead. Before the attack landed, Sage of Xiangyang had already taken the Soul Seed and fled. Then why aren't we chasing them quickly? That Daoist Pantai is very fierce. They can't escape. As Tai Ting Immortal spoke indifferently, the scenery around Tianjiashan had already changed abruptly. In an instant, they had escaped the range of the 100,000 great mountains. When two figures suddenly appeared above an open area, they abruptly crashed to the ground. Tai Ting Immortal won't let us go. With you, neither of us can escape, but if you escape alone, at most Tianjiashan will pursue you, and you still have a chance to escape. This is a heaven-grade talisman of the heavenly path, reinforced 4 times. Its effect is equivalent to a teleportation array, but it's faster and more convenient than a teleportation array. You figure out when to use it. As soon as they landed, not even having time to care about their injuries, Sage of Xiangyang had just finished speaking when he once again used his cultivation to send the soul seed away. And it was at the moment the soul seed was sent away that a giant dragon condensed out of thin air, then slammed down fiercely. Daoist Pantai, who was responding in a hurry, even had cracks appearing on his condensed Dao platform. Looking at the hideous cracks on the Dao platform, Daoist Pantai, whose foundation had been severely damaged, vomited blood incessantly. However, seeing Tai Ting Immortal capturing the flow of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, clearly tracking the direction the soul seed had left, even though he knew he was no match, Daoist Pantai still took the initiative to strike. The cracked Dao platform suddenly expanded. As countless dead souls wailed mournfully within it, a small hell seemed to appear behind Daoist Pantai, containing all the bound souls. The Hunyang sect has always been famous for cultivating soul power, and as one of its outstanding practitioners, Daoist Pantai's Dao field was forged from countless collected deceased souls. A ferry boat swayed forward in the black mist rolling sea of souls. Its sails were fully unfurled, as if it was going to cross to the other shore of reincarnation, carrying a powerful aura of reincarnation as it crashed towards Tai Ting Immortal. However, Tai Ting Immortal remained unconcerned. A long sword condensed out of thin air. No murderous sword chi overflowed. When it cut down from the air, it was even so calm that there was no wind or waves. However, Daoist Pantai's attack, which exhausted all his strength, was thus broken apart. The sword light's momentum did not decrease, and when it heavily struck Daoist Pantai's body, blood splattered. Take this spirit artifact with you. If you encounter danger later, the spirit artifact knows how to contact me. I have something to do, you go chase the soul seed. As Tai Ting Immortal spoke, there was a small figure curled up and sleeping in his open palm. Tianjiashan was not unfamiliar with the small figure, it was precisely the ever-changing little person from the Chaoxian sect's scripture pavilion earlier. As soon as he took the little person, Tianjiashan was instantly sent away. And in a hazy sleep, the little person, suddenly awakened by a strong wind, immediately transformed into a small fire dragon and coiled around Tianjiashan's neck. He never expected the sect master of Chaoxian sect to be on Broken Mountain. At this moment, the soul seed, holding the talisman of the heavenly path and landing, had a face so gloomy it could drip water, and he instantly fled without looking back. However, the soul seed hadn't fled far when he heard joyful cheers from behind. Soul seed, old brother, don't leave. I've missed you so much these past few years. Day and night I've been thinking about how to kill you, no, how to make you enter reincarnation faster. The soul seed, who was concentrating on fleeing for his life, suddenly heard these words and shivered. When he looked back and indeed saw the person he deeply missed and cared about, a fierce look immediately climbed onto his gloomy face. Although upon seeing only Tianjiashan appear for an instant, a murderous intent immediately surged in the soul seed's heart. However, to avoid any tricks, the soul seed still ignored him, just lowering his head and fleeing for his life. And seeing that the person in front ignored him, Tianjiashan behind also frowned. After activating his cultivation, and even fully activating his physical body strength, he chased rapidly, causing bursts of sonic booms. However, even so, Tianjiashan found that the distance between himself and the soul seed never shortened. Tianjiashan's expression gradually became solemn. This soul seed's ability to cultivate immortals isn't great, but his ability to escape is truly strong. What Tianjiashan didn't know was that after the great calamity he had experienced last time, the soul seed had spent these past few years either comprehending the Dao in the calamity transformation realm or constantly honing his escaping skills. Thus, when he met Tianjiashan again, these methods and experiences all came in handy. One chased, one fled. Seeing that he used talismans to assist in acceleration, the person in front also pulled out talismans to use, and looking at his usage, he was not at all unfamiliar, but very experienced. Tianjiashan also secretly cried out in his heart, what the hell? Soul seed, weren't you still yelling and swaggering on Broken Mountain just now? Why now that I'm here, you don't even have the courage to face me? Stare? I'll stare at your grandma. Are you my woman or my father, that I need to stare at you? Hearing the soul seed in front already starting to curse, Tianjiashan's face changed slightly. Why is he so flammable and explosive? Even I, who get struck by lightning once a month, am not this hot-tempered. Although he really wanted to stop and fight Tianjiashan, for safety's sake, the soul seed still chose to escape first. After fleeing for over 1,000 miles, when he arrived at an area surrounded by mountains on both sides, seeing that he was finally caught up to, the panting soul seed, looking at the person who had stopped him, finally stopped. You can really run. You son of a bitch can really chase. Can you speak without being so foul? Grandpa Seed is happy too. So Tianjiashan didn't speak, and the soul seed just stared at Tianjiashan. The wind was calm. The waves were still. Boom. Without a sound, the moment their 4 eyes met, the two, who harbored deep grudges, instantly attacked. Which of these two didn't want the other's life? After fleeing for no less than 1,000 miles, seeing that no one else appeared behind Jiashan to provide support, and remembering that only Tai Ting Immortal and Jiashan had appeared before, the soul seed finally felt relieved. With no worries now, he unleashed his full combat power for the first time, fiercely fighting Jiashan in the calamity transformation realm. Having pursued for 1,000 miles and seeing that the soul seed hadn't used any hidden ultimate moves, Jiashan, thinking that the soul seed must truly be at its wit's end, chose to engage him head-on. Over the past few years, the soul seed had constantly yearned to reclaim his lost dignity and pride from Jiashan, while Jiashan had been thinking that he needed to quickly eliminate the soul seed, this major hidden danger? Otherwise, if the soul seed were to grow, it would only become more troublesome. In fact, meeting the soul seed again after many years, and seeing that he had not only broken through to the calamity transformation realm but also greatly improved his fleeing abilities, Jiashan's killing intent grew even stronger. Even if it meant taking some risks, he had to thoroughly kill the soul seed. This was Jiashan's thought at this moment. He had already become a mortal enemy with Shang He. If he couldn't quickly eliminate one of them and they were to unite, the threat they posed would definitely be more than just double. Enemies, in Jiashan's cautious cultivation dictionary, always held the position of must kill and first kill. He had long witnessed the soul seed's fleeing ability, and to avoid any complications, Jiashan attacked with full force from the start, throwing out treasures as if they were worthless, creating a colorful spectacle in the air that enveloped the soul seed. Similarly, worried that the sage of Xiangyang wouldn't last long against Qing Immortal, the soul seed also unleashed his full power, hoping to end the battle quickly. If he moved fast enough, as long as he captured Jiashan, he could use Jiashan as a hostage to rescue the sage of Xiangyang from Qing Immortal. Up until this moment, the soul seed was still thinking of capturing Jiashan. But this thought of the soul seed appeared quickly and vanished even faster. When he saw a spiritual body emerge from Jiashan's main body, rapidly burst forth with calamity transformation realm cultivation, and charged towards him, his mind went blank for a moment. Caught in a pincer attack, the soul seed was immediately sent flying with a bang. The intense pain from his chest instantly woke him from his shock. Coming back to his senses, he saw that the damn guy actually possessed the 3 Yuan cultivation method, and upon seeing the human Yuan emperor body wearing an emperor's crown charging towards him, his face instantly changed. The soul seed, breaking free from the cliff, was surrounded by countless Yuan soldiers, so numerous that they formed a torrent, attempting to block the human Yuan emperor body. However, both Ji's hens were in the calamity transformation realm, and 2 human Yuan emperor bodies arrived one after another. One punch broke through his defense, and another landed on the soul seed, causing his divine soul to tremble instantly. The person who had just emerged from the cliff was once again embedded in it, and this time, even deeper. Number 1 immediately followed, with a yin and yang fish pattern forming in front of him. And as Number 1 used the power of yin and yang to rotate the universe, gathered the 8 trigrams from the universe, and then unleashed a barrage of divinatory symbol divine abilities on the soul seed, the main body was already drawing talismans from a distance. Lines full of divine charm appeared on the cliff face in front, and in a blink of an eye, these lines formed characters, making the charm even stronger. The moment a heaven-opening gate talisman, drawn on the cliff, appeared, Jiashan invoked the power of the divine official and quickly added more talismans, causing it to explode with a sudden surge of light. Fighting Jiashan was a tremendous torment, both physically and mentally. The soul seed was not seeing Jiashan's diverse and terrifying methods for the first time, but fighting again now, he found that Jiashan's methods had not only become more terrifying but also more varied. He had even used the 3 Yuan cultivation method. Looking at the 2 imposing figures in front, blood flowed over his eyes, blurring and reddening his vision, and the soul seed already had the intention to retreat. However, after waiting for so many years, finally breaking through to the calamity transformation realm and encountering that damn Jiashan, the soul seed still didn't want to compromise with himself like this. The soul seed knew that if he were to flee in a panic again this time without accomplishing anything, then in the future, when he encountered Jiashan again, he would truly lose the courage to face him directly. Last time, I didn't even touch a corner of his clothes. This time, I at least have to make a hole in him. After all, this is a battle of the same realm. But just as he murmured this, seeing the 2 figures emitting an incredibly dense calamity transformation realm aura disappear in front, the soul seed immediately cursed inwardly. What kind of same realm battle is this? He had spent so many years finally comprehending the calamity transformation realm, but that scoundrel Jiashan was even more outrageous, actually forcing a spiritual body to break through to the calamity transformation realm while his main body was already in it. Although he had muttered so much in his heart, the soul seed was not idle. A headless knight condensed, causing bursts of sound, like a general on the battlefield leading a charge. As soon as its hooves moved, it instantly appeared before Jiashan. The cliff that had been shattered by a heaven-opening gate talisman earlier was trampled by dozens of feet tall Yin soldiers and war horses. Number 1, who was repeatedly struck and kicked into it, could only defend himself for a time and temporarily couldn't assist the main body. The soul power was as dense as trickling water, with countless souls swirling within the green luminescence, appearing somewhat eerie, while the chilling aura also made Jiashan shiver. A skull climbed out of the chaotic sea, its skeletal frame exuding an aura of death and annihilation. Instead of eyeballs, 2 hollow eye sockets were embedded with 2 green soul flames. Looking at the skull carrying a large scythe, he wondered if he was also so gloomy and terrifying when he had just finished undergoing tribulation. Seeing the dark death scythe already arcing through the air towards him, Jiashan rapidly waved his spiritual seal in his hand, and huge talismans appeared like walls, spanning across in front of him. However, the normally effective earth-sticking talismans were now sliced open like thin paper by the black scythe. Jiashan saw clearly that the death scythe exuded a dense death chi, and the concentrated soul power within this death chi instantly caused the spiritual power on the talismans to decay upon contact, rendering them ineffective. Although he already knew what was happening, the moment Jiashan reacted, the black scythe had already arrived in front of him. In front, the soul seed, who had to suppress that incredibly eerie spiritual body while also attacking Jiashan, was expending a great deal of energy at this moment, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, even though gusts of yin wind were blowing around him. However, even with such a heavy load, the soul seed remained focused and held his breath. Hit. Hit. It must hit. As long as this strike landed, he would immediately turn and flee, and this successful strike would also be a justification for his future self. The power of this cultivation technique, named Ghost Catcher, if the large scythe were to strike Jiashan, broken bones and bleeding would be secondary, the most important thing was that it would injure Jiashan's divine soul. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. However, as the soul seed watched with eager anticipation, seeing what happened in front of him, his anticipation instantly turned to shock. Looking at the death-infused black scythe that arrived in an instant, almost touching him, Jiashan's abdomen rumbled, and a mouthful of innate astral chi was thus exhaled from his mouth, turning the soul seed's impending successful attack into a phantom. Jiashan chose to nurture innate astral chi not only because of its domineering and astonishing power and its infinite growth attributes, but also because nurturing innate astral chi within his body allowed him to face sudden and dangerous situations like the current one. And from the results of multiple battles, Jiashan's cultivation of this innate astral chi was well worth it. He's really not human anymore, is he? Seeing that scoundrel actually spitting out innate astral chi from his mouth, the soul seed, shocked and pale, spoke out in a daze. Innate astral chi, one of the most domineering things in the world, countless people who tried to tame and nurture innate astral chi were blown to death. Moreover, when others nurtured innate astral chi, they would choose a supreme treasure and nurture it within that treasure, and the treasure had to be of high quality, otherwise, if they were not careful, they would be blown to pieces before even harming the enemy. But this scoundrel, he just spat out a mouthful of innate astral chi directly from his mouth. Are they cultivating the same immortal Dao? The soul seed, already furious, cursed continuously in his heart, but cursing was merely a psychological reaction born of his helplessness. The soul seed wasn't foolish, he knew that behind spitting out innate astral chi from his mouth lay Jiashan's terrifying physique, like that of an ancient divine beast. While constantly cursing Jiashan for not being human, he saw that the scoundrel's spiritual body on the other side also imitated its main body, opening its mouth and spitting out a mouthful of innate astral chi. With eyes wide in horror, the soul seed, frantically trying to block the two hens, instantly splattered blood and was sent flying. What the main body possessed, the spiritual body could fully possess, and the cultivated spiritual body would improve as the main body's cultivation increased. This was the most astonishing aspect of the 10 divine arts of the great beginning. Just as he crashed into the ground, a shiver ran through his heart, and countless crimson reincarnation flowers swayed on the ground. The pit the soul seed had created instantly grew dim, and a tombstone slowly appeared. There was no inscription on the monument, only a picture, a hunched old woman holding a lantern. The lantern was a wolf's skull, and the flame on the wick was crimson, shaped like a reincarnation flower. Just by looking at it, the scene on the tombstone appeared in Jiashan's soul sea, catching him off guard. And in Jiashan's soul sea, the old woman holding the wolf head lantern was no longer just a lifeless picture but had become vividly alive. In Jiashan's soul sea, the wick of the wolf head lantern in the old woman's hand emitted circles of crimson ripples. The wick, resembling a reincarnation flower, bloomed enchantingly, devouring Jiashan's vibrant soul light. And as the battle between Jiashan and the soul seed shifted to the soul, in the distance where the tombstone appeared, centered around the soul seed, more and more areas grew full of reincarnation flowers. The crimson flowers swayed enchantingly, frantically drawing in spiritual energy from heaven and earth for the soul seed's use. This move of the soul seed was not nameless, and it was very famous, called the soul sacrificing steel. If anyone else encountered such a method from the soul seed, they would surely suffer a great loss, but encountering Jiashan, it was hard to say. Speaking of soul cultivation, Jiashan was all too familiar with it. Not only did he have 4 spiritual bodies in the Jade Void realm, but now even number 1 spiritual body had broken through to the Calamity Transformation realm, and the essence of all spiritual bodies was actually the materialization of the divine soul. The originally grand commotion suddenly vanished, but the 2 now still figures were engaged in a fierce struggle within their soul seas. After a long tug-of-war, when the lantern-holding old woman appearing in Jiashan's divine soul shattered with a bang, both Jiashan and the soul seed spat out blood simultaneously. The silvery white blood, glistening due to its divine nature, made Jiashan inwardly shocked that the soul seed could cultivate such an astonishing method. The soul seed's technique was simply the greatest sharp weapon for killing invisibly. On the other side, the soul seed, also spitting out blood, finally found a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Although he had just fought to a draw with his most proficient move, he wasn't discouraged at all. On the contrary, if even an immortal art like the soul-sacrificing steel couldn't harm Jiashan, then he wouldn't need Jiashan to act, he would just smash his head here and die. Astonished by the soul seed's methods, and increasingly realizing how dangerous the soul seed was, Jiashan's palm moved, and numerous large spirit arrays immediately appeared around the soul seed, all set up by number 1 earlier. Because the main body's divine soul was constrained, number 1's actions were also greatly limited, but constructing spirit arrays in the air was something number 1 could still do. And looking at the countless spirit arrays that suddenly appeared around him like a cage, the soul seed's face changed drastically, and a ghost banner with a chilling wind immediately appeared behind him. The moment the ghost banner appeared, both Jiashan and number 1's figures instantly stopped, and the large arrays that had surrounded the soul seed, whose array patterns had begun to glow, dimmed again as the 2 were controlled. The soul seizing banner, this move, the soul seed had used before, but at that time, his cultivation was not enough to affect Jiashan. Feeling that something was wrong with himself and number 1, and knowing that this power came from the ghost banner in front, Jiashan's face changed drastically the moment he felt unable to move. However, even after breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm, after the recent soul power battle, the soul seed already knew that he wouldn't gain any advantage against Jiashan. Even the soul seizing banner could at most hold the opponent for an instant. But even an instant was enough. As blood splattered from his chest, splashing onto his face, Jiashan could feel the scorching temperature. Having succeeded with 1 strike, there was no joy in his heart. Instead, he was horrified by Jiashan's silvery white blood and golden bones, and the soul seed instantly widened the distance. Looking at the figure sent flying, and knowing that the opponent had regained movement, the soul seed didn't immediately pursue. Instead, he lowered his head and glanced at the swallow-tailed knife in his hand, stained with silvery white blood. A Xiankun grade treasure, under his full power, had indeed pierced Jiashan's chest, but it couldn't harm his bones in the slightest. On the contrary, the blade of the swallow-tailed knife had a large notch from the recent strike. While Tian Jiashan and the soul seed were fighting, trying every possible method to take each other's lives, on the other side of the battlefield, Deist Pantai no longer had the transcendent and sacred aura of his past reputation. His entire skeletal frame was battered, and half of the Dao platform he was famous for had been dismantled by Tai Ting Immortal. However, though Deist Pantai was a tragic sight, he had ultimately preserved his life. Although he was powerless, he still had qi, at least he wouldn't die. This was because the sect master of Hunyang sect, sovereign of Hunyang sect, was now standing in front of Daoist Pantai. Zhishan realm, seeing this, why doesn't Taiting Immortal ascend Liangfeng mountain above Kunlun ruins, climb Sunpu to seek a divine title? What's so good about staying in this world? Feeling the qi machine on Taiting Immortal's body, which was almost perfectly integrated with the immortal Dao, the arriving sect master of Hunyang sect also spoke playfully. Liangfeng mountain is not that easy to climb, and heaven's conferment of divinity is not that simple, otherwise, if it were all deities, it would be chaotic in heaven. Moreover, the major thousand worlds are so colorful, exploring within them is full of joy and exhilaration, why rush to Liangfeng mountain to gamble on an uncertain chance of becoming a god? Exhilarating, you say? Then I wonder if annihilating the Hunyang sect is among your exhilarating options, Taiting Immortal. As soon as the sect master of Hunyang sect uttered these words, the surrounding empty space seemed to become heavy. Annihilation is unnecessary, and the human emperor would not stand by and do nothing, it's enough to make you less threatening. Hearing Taiting Immortal's words, the sect master of Hunyang sect laughed in extreme anger. Less threatening? That's a nice way of putting it. The Immortals cave of Chaoxian sect has just closed, so I imagine Taiting Immortal has gained much fortune. Today, I'll take this opportunity to spar with you. I didn't gain much in the Immortals cave, but it should be enough to deal with sect master sovereign of Hunyang sect. Killing intent was hidden beneath the calm words, and resolve was concealed behind the obscure remarks. After only a few exchanges between the two supreme beings, the commotion caused by their actions truly changed the wind and clouds, making heaven and earth lose their color. On the other side, although he had just succeeded once, the soul seed looked at the gap in the blade of the swallowtail saber with an uncertain expression, and instead of pressing his advantage, he turned and fled. Not only were his own injuries severe, but even if he had landed a successful blow, the soul seed still felt that he couldn't win against Tian Jiashan. If he stayed to fight to the death, he might be able to inflict more damage on Tian Jiashan, but in return, he would die. Having decided this in his heart, the soul seed instantly turned and fled into the distance. However, before he could fly much further, a large formation, like a projection, appeared out of thin air in front of the soul seed, and the terrifying attacks that followed blocked his path. Behind him, a towering Pangu god had already brought down an axe, and the light, like a half-moon, crashed heavily onto the soul seed. An enhanced version of innate astral chi shot out like a wild and primal dragon, creating a mighty momentum along the way, stirring up shattered rocks and broken branches as it arrived, causing a large hole to appear on the soul summoning banner that had reappeared behind the soul seed. The injury on his chest was stopped, and with dense divine essence circulating, the wound was healing at an astonishing speed. This sight, falling into the soul seed's eyes, caused his expression to immediately freeze. Tian Jiashan was healing his injuries with the power of his physical body, while the soul seed was recuperating with soul power. From the first time he encountered the soul seed, he knew he was troublesome, and now, after encountering him again after the soul seed's breakthrough to Calamity Transformation Realm, and once again feeling the soul seed's power, Tian Jiashan, having intercepted the soul seed, began his exaggerated and unreasonable fighting style, which Yao called the 18 forms of pushing mountains. A great sword, hundreds of meters long, stood upright in the air, visible to people 100 miles away. The moment the inscriptions covering the great sword brightened, Tian Jiashan brought the sword down, though smashing down would be a more apt description than cutting down. And just as the great sword smashed down, 3 comets, like stars, condensed behind the number 1 spirit body on the other side, following closely. A lightning array above, a fire array below, and in the middle of the lightning and fire, the trapped soul seed. Besides these great arrays, Tian Jiashan was also continuously drawing talismans within the array and then detonating them. However, this was only the number 1 spirit body's task. As for the main body, he was currently in the distance, repeatedly forcing the soul seed, who wanted to escape the array's range, back into the great array. Using the mountain dragging art, an immortal mountain condensed, rich in spiritual chi and blessed by immortal Dao law, it flowed with brilliant colors, beautiful and magnificent. The moment it appeared, Tian Jiashan hurled it towards the soul seed. The tomb-robbing art manifested a giant overturned bucket, and when its opening aligned with the soul seed, it was also thrown out. Great evening star guiding art. Occult divination skill. Dao clearing immortal guiding art. He used whatever he knew, whatever he could think of. At this moment, Tian Jiashan once again displayed his vast knowledge, as divine abilities and immortal arts were continuously cast from afar, causing continuous tremors on the ground. After a good while, the disheveled soul seed finally, at the cost of injury, seized an opportunity which could barely be called an opportunity to escape the sea of suffering. At this moment, the soul seed had many charred areas on his body, some places where blood was thick and black, making him look like a malevolent ghost. Coupled with the surging yin soul aura emanating from him, he resembled the soul envoys who collect souls in the immortal underworld. However, even after seeing the soul seed's tragic appearance, Tian Jiashan did not act rashly, because he once again felt an ominous premonition. Just now, he had 2 such feelings in quick succession, which were also the 2 most dangerous moments in his battle. There was nothing in front of the soul seed, except for a rotten book, as dilapidated as the Tai Yin Talisman Classic in his hand, as if a gentle touch would turn its decaying pages into dust in the air. With a rotten book in front of him and a soul brush in his hand, the soul seed, whose spine had been shattered, hunched over, looking up at Tian Jiashan at a slight angle. Tian Jiashan, I call your name, do you dare to answer? What's there to not dare to answer? I am cautious, but also careful. If I don't even dare to answer, then I'm a coward. The soul seed in front of him grinned, extremely eerie. What is a malevolent ghost? This is a living, breathing malevolent ghost. Under Tian Jiashan's gaze, the soul seed opened the decaying book, and unexpectedly, the seemingly fragile pages did not break. On the contrary, the moment the soul seed turned a page, Tian Jiashan even heard the sound of a page turning. It was this eerie imagination that instantly startled Tian Jiashan. He was so far from the soul seed that it was impossible for him to hear the sound of him turning a page. Although the soul seed could amplify the sound of turning a page with spiritual power, the sound he had just heard contained no trace of spiritual power. Feeling a strong sense of foreboding, Tian Jiashan, as if the whole world had quieted down, saw the soul seed put his pen to paper. Although he didn't know what the soul seed was writing in that strange book, Tian Jiashan felt that the soul seed was writing the 3 characters Tian Jiashan, writing down his own name. In fact, it was so. Looking at the face of the scoundrel that appeared on the page, the soul seed clasped his hands together, then suddenly knelt in midair, bowing his head in a devout posture. Tian Jiashan. The kneeling soul seed softly uttered Tian Jiashan's name, and at that very instant, Tian Jiashan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, blood flowed from his ears and nose, and the number 1 spirit body also became unstable. Tian Jiashan only felt that his divine soul was grabbed by an invisible large hand, trying to forcibly pull it out of his soul sea. And in the midst of his shock, Tian Jiashan quickly connected the scene unfolding before him with an immortal art called soul summoning. The soul seed actually knew soul summoning. One must know that in the ancient past, soul summoning was considered a forbidden art for a long time. All living beings who practiced this art were like rats crossing the street, hated by everyone. Even as the later immortal cultivation era gradually changed, soul summoning still did not reappear, yet now, the soul seed was actually using soul summoning on him. Thinking of the terrifying aspects of this cultivation technique, Tian Jiashan immediately retracted the number 1 spirit body into his main body. Vast soul power gathered in his soul sea, then condensed into a small soul figure, and he used his divine soul to activate embracing simplicity. After a series of immortal Dao laws in the form of characters circulated around the small divine soul figure, Tian Jiashan finally managed to stabilize his soul sea, which had been violently shaking as if it was about to fall apart. Ugh! During the stalemate, the soul seed, kneeling in the air, suddenly vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, and the chi machine on his entire body instantly withered. He had never felt his head hanging on his neck was so heavy. At this moment, the soul seed, finding it difficult to even lift his head, struggled to look at the person in the distance who could remain so steady after being hit by soul summoning. As he uttered a final, powerless curse in his heart, the heaven-reaching talisman given to him by the sage of Xiangyang appeared in his hand. After activating it, a celestial bridge, as if leading to the heavens, appeared and instantly vanished from its original location. Feeling dizzy and disoriented, his vision blurred, but as waves of weakness washed over him, Tian Jiashan still shakily rose from the ground. If such a soul seed were allowed to escape, he would surely become a major hidden danger in the future. Seeing that the soul seed had left by using a heaven-reaching talisman of extremely high rank, Tian Jiashan temporarily stabilized the ethereal feeling in his divine soul, then began to deduce the soul seed's direction of departure using the residual chi machine of the talisman. Although the talisman in the soul seed's hand was of a high rank, the soul seed himself was not skilled in the Dao of talismans, so his use of that heaven-reaching talisman was crude, and he couldn't even fully utilize its capabilities. Therefore, Tian Jiashan was confident he could find the soul seed. And precisely because he knew this, the place the soul seed went to with the heaven-reaching talisman was quite intriguing. Soon, Tian Jiashan's expression changed dramatically after finding clues to the soul seed's whereabouts. He actually went towards Broken Mountain. Praying that the soul seed wouldn't cause any trouble in Broken Mountain, Tian Jiashan stepped onto the great array and immediately began to travel. On Broken Mountain, after the soul seed left, although the assembled crowd asked some questions about Tian Jiashan, the answers from the senior brothers and senior sisters were quite conventional, so everyone didn't think too much of it. After all, the discord between Chaoxian sect and Hunyang sect in Wei Prefecture was well known, so it was understandable that the soul seed would want to slander them. Vast Heaven Star and Wuhou County from God Peak were in the midst of a competition. At this moment, everyone on Broken Mountain was gathered here, but as they were all intently watching the methods of the Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme Beings, which were different from their own, a ray of light suddenly illuminated the sky, and then a figure like a malevolent ghost crashed down, right in front of everyone. Although it was somewhat dissimilar, after a careful look, everyone still recognized the person who looked like a malevolent ghost in front of them as the soul seed of Hunyang sect, who had just ascended the mountain. And as everyone wondered what this Hunyang sect preacher had encountered in such a short time to become such a tragic sight, the soul seed spoke first. That scoundrel Tian Jiashan will be here to kill me soon. These spiritual realms are free for you. Remember, you can provoke anyone else in the future, but absolutely do not provoke Tian Jiashan, otherwise, even a Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme is not enough to contend with. Soul Lord is the best example. As the soul seed spoke in a ghostly voice, he had already thrown out a large pile of spiritual realms, and what appeared on them were scenes of his recent battle and struggle with Tian Jiashan. Looking at each Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme being grabbing a spiritual realm into their hands, the soul seed once again revealed an eerie smile. Even if he died, the soul seed would not let Tian Jiashan live well, at least not too peacefully. The soul seed first appeared out of thin air like a malevolent ghost, startling everyone. Then it rambled madly about things no one understood, and finally, it threw out some spirit mirrors recording strange battle scenes, once again leaving everyone utterly bewildered. However, despite being taken aback by the soul seed's reappearance, everyone instinctively pulled a spirit mirror towards themselves, recalling what the soul seed had said that morning. After all, the flickering images on the spirit mirror seemed somewhat interesting. But it was better that they hadn't looked. Once they did, they were immediately captivated by the scenes recorded in the spirit mirrors and quickly became immersed in the images. Because everyone saw something extraordinary in the spirit mirrors, whether it was the soul seed or that awe-inspiring Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme. Still somewhat stunned, Li Tianming also used his spiritual power to draw a spirit mirror before him. The first image he saw was his brother brutally beating the soul seed, which shocked him greatly. Everyone, stop looking, stop looking. This kid is trying to mislead people, spreading rumors and slandering my brother. Li Tianming said, already winking at Zhang Yi. Fairy Gentle Chen, stop looking, it's an eyesore. Li Tianming smiled, about to take the spirit mirror from Gentle Chen's hand, but Gentle Chen instinctively dodged away. After receiving a signal from Little Divine Marquis, Zhang Yi also headed towards the heavily injured soul seed. Seeing someone approaching him, the soul seed didn't care. With his injuries too severe and his exhaustion overwhelming, he had come to terms with life and death and was now resigned to his fate. That Jiashan is a monster that all of you can only look up to. You make fools of yourselves competing on Broken Mountain every day. In Jiashan's eyes, your competitions are just child's play, utterly ridiculous. What if he's in the Calamity Transformation realm? Jiashan is a dual Calamity Transcending realm, killing Calamity Transformation realm experts like he's killing dogs. At this point, feeling that something was inappropriate, the Soul Seed temporarily stopped speaking. If that scoundrel killed Calamity Transformation realm experts like dogs, what did that make him? However, thinking that he was going to die on Broken Mountain anyway, the Soul Seed no longer cared. Just as the Soul Seed was about to continue speaking, he received a heavy slap from Zhang Yi. Still talking nonsense here. Zhang Yi's words were not harsh, but his actions were. One slap directly knocked the already extremely weak Soul Seed unconscious. After 3 consecutive Divine Soul contests, the last one even using Soul Summoning, the Soul Seed was now at its last gasp, weak externally and internally. Zhang Yi, who roughly guessed that the Soul Seed in front of him had probably been brutally beaten by Boss Tian, was about to grab him for interrogation when a terrifying aura suddenly descended upon Broken Mountain, instantly making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. A terrifying aura descended in an instant. Everyone on Broken Mountain felt their breathing become constricted, and a figure instantly appeared on the ground, scooped up the unconscious Soul Seed, and then instantly departed. And when Taiting Immortal arrived shortly after, the sect master of Hunyang sect had already left, taking the severely injured and dying Daist Pantai and the Soul Seed with him. Taiting Immortal, who had been tense, thinking that Sovereign of Hunyang sect's astonishing appearance on Broken Mountain was to attack the people there, showed a hint of relief on his face after seeing that Sovereign of Hunyang sect merely took the Soul Seed away. His taut nerves immediately relaxed. Jindao Sword Immortal and Daist Lichen appeared in a hurry, but what they saw was the sect master of Hunyang sect instantly disappearing with the 2 individuals. Where's Jiashan? Feeling that Sovereign of Hunyang sect's aura had completely vanished, Taiting Immortal, who didn't pursue further, only asked about Jiashan. Judging by the half-dead state of the Soul Seed just now, Jiashan must have been the one who acted, but why did the Soul Seed appear on Broken Mountain while Jiashan was nowhere to be seen? Taiting Immortal, didn't Jiashan go to find you earlier? Yang Luyi also asked, puzzled. Jiashan did go to find me earlier, but... Before Taiting Immortal could finish speaking, the aura of a spirit array appeared above Broken Mountain, and Jiashan already appeared in the sky above Broken Mountain. As he approached the crowd, Jiashan's gaze was searching everywhere, clearly looking for something. Sect Master, why did you come back first? Where is that Pan, that so-and-so? Seeing many strangers around, Jiashan immediately changed his tone, and the so-and-so he mentioned naturally referred to Daist Pantai. Sovereign of Hunyang sect, the sect master of Hunyang sect appeared midway and rescued Sage of Xiangyang. The Soul Seed you're looking for was also just rescued from Broken Mountain by the sect master of Hunyang sect. His searching gaze abruptly stopped, and Jiashan was momentarily stunned. Rescued. That Soul Seed was rescued yet again. Wait, he hadn't even figured out why the Soul Seed would seek to transfer to Broken Mountain via talisman. Thinking of this, Jiashan was about to speak to his senior brothers and sisters when he suddenly noticed that the atmosphere around them was a bit off. Because his attention had been entirely focused on the Soul Seed's matter, Jiashan, upon landing, hadn't noticed that everyone around him was now staring at him. Perplexed but feeling that everyone's gazes were somewhat devouring, Jiashan simply walked towards 9th Senior Sister Huang Junyi. 9th Senior Sister, why did that Soul Seed transfer to Broken Mountain? And what are these things in your hands? Why does everyone have one? Jiashan said, already leaning in to look at the spirit treasure with floating images in 9th Senior Sister's hand. It was better that he hadn't looked. The moment he saw the scenes flashing in the spirit mirror, which were precisely the images of him fighting the Soul Seed, Jiashan's heart tightened, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. However, no matter how turbulent his heart was, Jiashan's expression remained faintly calm. Who is this person? He looks a lot like me, hey? And isn't this that Soul Seed? Tisk tisk tisk, so miserable. But speaking of which, this person really does look like me, hey? It's a pity it's just a resemblance. If only I really had this ability. No one spoke, only Jiashan was muttering to himself. Listening to old 10th, junior brother Jiashan's words, all the senior brothers and sisters were dumbfounded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What it meant to lie through one's teeth, they had truly witnessed it today. However, while sighing that old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, was indeed a well-deserved strongest in words powerhouse, everyone simply looked down, ignoring Jiashan's feigned madness and blindness. Meanwhile, around them, Xiangju, Song Chengxiao, Guanmian, Junan, Awakening Lu, and others, seeing the person named Jiashan speak without a blush or a racing heart, frowned slightly. They mistakenly thought they were seeing things and then carefully looked at the person in the spirit mirror in their hands again. Looking at the spirit mirror, then at the person in front, everyone came to one conclusion. It couldn't be said to be similar, it could only be said to be identical. Amitabha, a monk does not lie. Wonder, this person and Jiashan are indeed identical, right? A little further back, Li Yuran from Yaokai Holy Land and So Wonder next to her were comparing them back and forth. Although they were indeed identical, Jiashan's act was so convincing that the two women suddenly lost their confidence. As for Awakening Lu and Li Chengxiao, who had already seen Jiashan, their faces were now filled with helplessness. Was this Jiashan treating them as fools, or was he treating others as fools? To lie so brazenly in front of the spirit mirror, and the key was that some people actually believed him. But then again, what exactly was going on with this Jiashan? The two had fought for so long, and what the Soul Seed recorded was only a small, yet the most astonishing, part of it. So everyone knew that Jiashan had a dual calamity transcending realm, knew that Jiashan directly cultivated innate astral chi with his physical body, and also saw scenes of Jiashan's magnificent aura continuously bombarding that Soul Seed. Although they weren't personally there, judging solely from the scenes recorded in the spirit mirror, that Soul Seed was indeed a genuine calamity transformation realm supreme, and its strength was particularly formidable. It even mastered the soul summoning art, which was once listed as a forbidden technique and later lost. But just as the soul seed said, that Jiashan could slaughter the soul seed in a battle of the same realm. In the same realm, there is a world of difference between being defeated and killing an enemy. Also, what was going on with Jiashan's spiritual body that possessed the calamity transformation realm? Jindao Sword Immortal's 10 divine arts of the great beginning was indeed powerful, but it definitely couldn't achieve such a feat. After watching the spirit mirror, countless doubts and curiosities arose in everyone's minds. They all looked at the person in front of them, lost in thought. However, the only thing everyone was curious about was why Jiashan's attire was so clean and tidy at this moment, not at all like someone who had just gone through a major battle. Fellow deist Jiashan, the person in this spirit mirror, it can't be said that he's similar to you, it can only be said that he's identical, right? It was nine-headed Xiangliu who spoke. Knowing that he couldn't bluff his way through, Jiashan could only cast a pleading look towards Chao Xian sect. With the help of Qing Immortal, Tian Jiashan successfully left under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, then plunged into his own room. Knowing that old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, was afraid of fame and exposure, and understanding that old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, was actually a very terrifying cultivator, this fact could not be hidden. After Tian Jiashan found a random excuse to leave, the senior brothers and sisters cultivating on Broken Mountain also departed one after another. Didn't they see that the eyes of all those who ascended Broken Mountain were already filled with doubt and curiosity? If they stayed any longer, they would surely be caught and questioned thoroughly. Thus, the mountaintop where everyone had gathered soon only had the young people who had come to visit Broken Mountain. Does everyone think that the person in the spirit mirror provided by the soul seed is really Tian Jiashan? Gentle Chen, from the Chen family, one of the 4 great families of the Dawn people, asked with doubt. However, as soon as Gentle Chen's words fell, they immediately drew smiles of either helplessness or ridicule from everyone. Seeing everyone's expressions, Gentle Chen, whose personality was as gentle as her name, blushed and only whispered, that Tian Jiashan, he doesn't look like he's lying. With no one supporting her, Gentle Chen spoke up for herself in such a weak manner. However, upon hearing this, Awakening Liu's headache worsened, and the ridicule on the nine-headed Xiangliu's human face became even more intense. Should this Gentle Chen be called naive or foolish? No matter how well Tian Jiashan pretended, all signs indicated that he was the one who almost killed the soul seed. Chen Zhenlong of the Chen family was not bad, but as for this Gentle Chen, she was gentle, but for the Chen family to send out such a person, they didn't seem to mind being disgraced. Awakening Liu, didn't you participate in the summons of heaven's arrival in the 100,000 great mountains before? Do you know this person named Tian Jiashan? Xiangju looked at Awakening Liu, who was stroking his chin in thought, and spoke. Looking up at the nine-headed Xiangliu, and understanding what he meant, Awakening Liu also began to recall. Song Cheng Shao, isn't this Tian Jiashan the one who was with the young divine Marquis and Liu Chuan and others at that time? Song Cheng Shao at the side nodded. It is indeed him, but at that time, he did not show any outstanding qualities. The only time he made a move, he merely set up a teleportation array in front of everyone. He's just a money grubber. Remembering the scene that happened at the summons of heaven's arrival several years ago, Song Nisui also spoke with disdain. Was Tian Jiashan that inconspicuous back then? It can't be, can it? Only a few years have passed since the end of the summons of heaven's arrival. Tian Jiashan couldn't have transformed to his current level in just a few short years, could he? Fighting at the same realm and having the power to kill the enemy, and it's a calamity transformation realm internal struggle, everyone understands the weight of this. He had wanted to ask those who participated in the summons of heaven's arrival if they knew anything, but after getting completely useless information, Xiangju also said with a solemn expression. Whether others believed it or not, he believed the scene in the spirit mirror. A calamity transformation realm capable of killing another calamity transformation realm in these past few years, this was the first time he had heard of or encountered such a thing since the calamity transformation realm appeared. And as soon as the nine-headed Xiangliu's words fell, the expressions of the surrounding crowd instantly became solemn. Indeed, if Tian Jiashan possessed the power to slay a soul seed in a calamity transformation realm struggle, then they could not simply stand by and do nothing about such a Tian Jiashan. This humble monk's temple has a mind cultivation true scripture, which is most sensitive to heart pulse perception. Although benefactor Jiashan seemed unharmed just now, his qi indeed fluctuated somewhat, and under his robes, there was a strong surge of vitality and a bloody smell, likely indicating he was healing his injuries. Guanmian from Poshan Temple spoke. He was one of the people, like Xiangju, who firmly believed in the image in the spirit mirror. In that case, it was indeed Tian Jiashan who beat the soul seed half to death. Gentle Chen finally spoke again, but as soon as her words fell, she once again drew a roll of the eyes from Xiangju. This woman from the Chen family was truly not very smart. But if the person in the spirit realm is Tian Jiashan, then why would he deliberately conceal it? And why would the soul seed of Hunyang sect expose Tian Jiashan in such a way? Could it be, as the soul seed said, that the purpose of our trip, which is to trigger the appearance of the heavenly secret anomaly, is truly Tian Jiashan? As soon as Xiangju's words fell, the expressions of the crowd immediately became even more solemn. From the images recorded in the spirit realm, this Tian Jiashan was a bit too terrifying. One person, dual calamity transcending realm, it might really be him who caused the heavenly secret anomaly. Judging from the spirit mirror image, even if I were to fight the soul seed, I would absolutely not be able to kill it. Tisk. As soon as Wuhou County finished speaking, Awakening Liu did not hide his disdain at all. You want to kill the soul seed? If you were to encounter the soul seed, it's not certain who would kill whom. If the soul seed bowed to you with a single kowtow using soul summoning, you'd be lucky to keep half your life. They never got along when they participated in the summons of heaven's arrival, and now Awakening Liu still had no good feelings for Wuhou County. Tisk tisk tisk, our always arrogant and untamed thunder and lightning Dharma King also has a day when he fears others. What, you haven't even fought the soul master yet, and you're already cowering because of soul summoning? Facing Awakening Liu's harsh words, Wuhou County also didn't hold back. Who wasn't raised in the palm of their hand? Who could endure such sarcastic remarks? Seeing the two suddenly become confrontational, Xiangju only showed a disgusted expression. This was humanity. You too, this is Broken Mountain, the territory of Chaosian sect. Causing trouble on someone else's territory might become a big joke. Seeing that the situation was not right, Junan also spoke. The situation was already shrouded in mist, and if the two were to fight fiercely again, the waters would only become muddier, and they would only return empty-handed. Fairy Junan, you came from no illusion abode. Do you know anything about Tianjiashan? Song Chengxiao, who had been deep in thought, took the initiative to speak. Junan came from no illusion abode, known as the Three Realms Communicator, so she should have more information. Also understanding Song Chengxiao's implied meaning, everyone looked at Junan and Dai Suan from no illusion abode. And facing everyone's gazes, Junan did not back down. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, it is recommended to take screenshots to save. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Around the 100,000 Great Mountains, only Broken Mountain, a branch sect of Chaosian sect, stands. So after being ordered to come here, I did indeed investigate a lot of information about Broken Mountain. However, strangely enough, there is almost no news about this Tianjiashan. The only thing I know is that he was taken as a disciple by Jindao Sword Immortal about 100 years ago, achieved 100 consecutive victories in the recently held sect grand competition of Chaosian sect, and is good friends with that Baishu. Junan said half, and the other half she didn't say. As for the half she didn't say, it was about Broken Mountain and had nothing to do with Tianjiashan. Because she wanted to understand Broken Mountain in advance, after checking, Junan learned some ancient legends about Broken Mountain, or rather, folk rumors would be more appropriate. Broken Mountain, a mountain that was broken. Why was it broken? Because there was a supreme immortal fate beneath Broken Mountain. Of course, this was just a folk rumor she stumbled upon. After checking, she couldn't find any related records or slightly authoritative evidence. Good friends with Baishu? Intriguing. And the Princess Tianju and her entourage from the imperial capital, since they left so calmly after seeing the scene in the spirit mirror, they must know something we don't. The imperial family attaches such importance to it, this Broken Mountain is interesting. He muttered to himself, but with a face full of anticipation, the nine-headed Xiangliu used his cultivation and leaped down from the towering mountaintop, descending the mountain. The sect master of Chaosian sect personally presided here, and the sect master of Hunyang sect also appeared here. The current Broken Mountain was full of mystery. They had come with a purpose, and staying on the mountain at this time would be rather tactless. Xiangju went down the mountain, but he did not intend to leave. Whatever the secret of Broken Mountain was, since he had met such a human as Tianjiashan, he had to have a fight with him. Although he only scoffed when Awakening Liu and Wuhou County were at loggerheads just now, Xiangju still agreed with Awakening Liu's words. Soul summoning was not so easy to withstand. If it weren't for the fact that in the ancient past, countless powerhouses died directly under one bow and one kowtow of the soul summoning technique, soul summoning would not have been regarded as a forbidden technique for such a long time. And as Xiangju descended the mountain, the people on the mountain were not foolish. Understanding why the nine-headed Xiangliu descended, they all also said their goodbyes and went down the mountain. It was inappropriate to investigate other people's secrets while staying in their sect. However, although everyone went down the mountain, they all had Tianjiashan on their minds, especially the supreme beings who had broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm. Any being who had broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, upon seeing the scene in the spirit mirror provided by the Soul Seed, would definitely develop an interest, even an obsession, with Tianjiashan. With such ample evidence, even with a silver tongue, it was difficult to deceive and conceal it. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, Tianjiashan chose to leave first as a sign of respect. As soon as he stepped into his grand array, Tianjiashan activated all of it. He didn't even enter the house, but as he threw the temporarily changed clothes on the ground, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard to adjust his breathing. Following Tianjiashan, Yang Luyi's expression changed when she saw Sweetie's injuries. But before she could speak, she saw Sweetie, who had just sat down cross-legged, retch and spit out a large mouthful of silver-white blood. Only then did Yang Luyi recall the scene in the spirit mirror where Sweetie was severely injured by the soul seed. It was the first time she had seen Sweetie so severely injured. Yang Luyi immediately spread open a chaos green lotus, then silently began to treat the shocking wound on Tianjiashan's chest. Although it had already scabbed over, judging from the scar, one could tell how severe this blow had been to Sweetie. Chaos Supreme Treasure is so good, so comfortable. No wonder Yaoer hasn't been afraid of being fed lightning recently. Sweetie, if you like it, I'll spread it open for you every day from now on. Although she said this, Yang Luyi was still gently treating the injuries on Tianjiashan's chest. Tianjiashan did not immediately refuse, but watched with interest, wanting to see how this woman would treat the wound. Spread it for me every day? No, thank you. If others see it, they'll covet me, and I can't bear such a blessing. Then I'll spread it open for you when no one is around. Tianjiashan pouted. All right, if you treat the wound like this, it's not even as fast as my physical body's self-healing. Let go, I'll do it myself. Upon hearing this, Yang Luyi didn't say that Tianjiashan didn't appreciate her kindness. She just stepped back a little and watched. As for the red blood on her hands, which had turned red again after its divinity faded, she simply wiped it on her favorite white dress without a care. Is that soul summoning of the soul seed so powerful? The soul seed is powerful in more than just soul summoning, but soul summoning is the strongest. It was my first time encountering it, and I was a bit caught off guard. This time, I was careless. Before, I always tempered my physical body and divine soul, but I never thought that there was such a method to attack the divine soul. I have to thank the soul seed for teaching me a lesson. After speaking, Tianjiashan slightly closed his eyes and began to adjust his state. It must be said, that soul summoning had some serious after effects. Tianjiashan sat in the courtyard, and Yang Luyi also sat in the courtyard. Although Tianjiashan said he didn't need the Chaos Green Lotus, Yang Luyi still didn't put it away. Tai Ting Immortal came by in the middle, but after seeing the two in the courtyard, he quietly left again. About half an incense stick of time passed. After his complexion finally became much rosier, Tian Jiashan opened his eyes. Tian Jiashan was thinking that he would have to build a barrier around his divine soul in the future. Sweetie, teach me how to heal injuries from now on. Tian Jiashan, who was formulating a plan, suddenly heard this novel request and turned his head in confusion, only to see a pair of sincere eyes. Teach you. Since learning of junior brother Jiashan's formidable combat power, during this period, although those who visited Broken Mountain had descended, they frequently ascended the mountain. Their purpose was simple, to challenge junior brother Jiashan to a match. However, not only did junior brother Jiashan not agree to their requests for a match, he didn't even show his face. Anyway, he was on Broken Mountain, and the sect master and others were all on the mountain, so he could act with complete abandon. Thus, junior brother Jiashan once again began his seclusion. He was going to the Chihua wilderness soon, and then directly embark on his journey of wandering from there. Therefore, junior brother Jiashan no longer wanted to bother with what happened next, even if some rumors spread, or if the Shang clan and Hunyang sect secretly sent people to hunt him down. None of it mattered anymore. A wanderer destined to roam the world would eventually disappear into the vast sea of humanity. However, while others couldn't see junior brother Jiashan, Hao Tianshu and others could, as their identities were special, and there was also the connection with Li Tianming. After being injured in the battle with the soul seed and once again discovering a flaw in himself, in the past few days, junior brother Jiashan had been recuperating from his injuries, nurturing flowers, and pondering how to protect his divine soul. In fact, junior brother Jiashan's divine soul had nothing to do with weakness, it was already incredibly strong. It was just that he encountered the soul seed, and a soul seed that had cultivated soul summoning at that. After performing the baptism for Yao once more and putting away the fourth lightning absorbing pillar, junior brother Jiashan finally stood up, but instead of going into his small hut, he walked towards the outside of the grand formation. Princess Tianshu had been expressing her desire to talk with him these past few days. Previously, because of Zhang Yi's words, Hao Tianshu did not force junior brother Jiashan, but instead wrote back to the imperial capital, asking for someone of greater standing to be dispatched to Broken Mountain. However, the reply she received was to try to win over junior brother Jiashan as much as possible. If junior brother Jiashan was willing to go to the imperial capital to teach the Dao, that would naturally be best, if not, there was no need to force him. This was the human emperor's reply. Li Tianming still hadn't appeased the angry Zhang Si. Preoccupied with their thoughts, Hao Tianshu and Vast Heaven Star watched silently as Li Tianming exhausted every method to appease Zhang Si. Zhang Yi, who had no worries after his breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm, lay comfortably, thinking that once the matters on Broken Mountain were concluded, he would return to the imperial capital to show off, and incidentally bring Boss Tian some heaven and earth treasure. For some time recently, he heard that Boss Tian had emptied his family's coffers to help them cultivate. Zhang Yi himself underwent the four-symbol lightning tribulation, and he knew better than anyone what the outcome would have been if Boss Tian's grand formation hadn't been there. Yo, everyone's here. It's winter, and the weather's a bit chilly, so I've brought some warmth for everyone. The suddenly appearing junior brother Jiashan said, already entering the small hut Zhang Yi had built, carrying a steaming teapot in his hand. Upon seeing junior brother Jiashan's sudden appearance, the oppressive atmosphere in the room immediately dissipated. Jiashan, there are some things I don't know if I should ask. Only when everyone had a hot cup of enlightenment tea did Hao Tianshu tentatively speak. What can't be asked? The scenes in the spirit mirror earlier were all real. That soul seed's soul summoning is indeed terrifying. I've been recuperating all this time. If you all encounter this person in the future, remember to be careful. If you make an enemy of him, it's best to eliminate him early. This person's skill at escaping is even stronger than his skill at cultivating immortals. If it weren't for the last sentence, it would have been fine, but upon hearing the last sentence, everyone felt that junior brother Jiashan didn't really think the soul seed was strong, at least not in the way they perceived strength. Junior brother Jiashan's definition of power seemed to be somewhat different from theirs. Hao Tianshu observed their expressions, and after a moment of hesitant struggle, she spoke again. To be frank, our visit to Broken Mountain this time is because my imperial father sensed astonishing heavenly mystery fluctuations above Broken Mountain. Junior brother Jiashan was a smart person, a very smart one, so Hao Tianshu didn't need to spell everything out. As for those heavenly mystery fluctuations, perhaps it's because of me. You all saw it, one of my spiritual bodies is also in the Calamity Transformation Realm. When I had my spiritual body breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm earlier, some unusual phenomena did occur, but I don't think it's a big deal. Of course, recently, the senior brothers and sisters on Broken Mountain often attempt to impact the Calamity Transformation Realm, and quite a few have successfully triggered the Calamity Transformation Realm lightning tribulation. Perhaps it's also because of this that the heavenly mystery above Broken Mountain has shown anomalies. Whether it was the former or the latter, what junior brother Jiashan said made sense, so Hao Tianshu simply kept it in mind. As soon as he finished speaking, junior brother Jiashan also smiled and looked at Zhang Yi. Senior brother Zhang Yi, you've kept my secret so well, you must have been ridiculed and mocked by Princess Tianshu quite a bit during this time, haven't you? Absolutely. Princess Tianshu kept asking me whose side I was on. Does that even need asking? Of course, I'm on junior brother Jiashan's side. Hey, senior brother Zhang Yi, watch your words, watch your words. If you say that, others will misunderstand me. Vast Heaven Star looked at the person in front of him with curiosity. This junior brother Jiashan seemed different from all the strong cultivators he knew. Jiashan, with such astonishing talent in cultivating immortals, entering the imperial palace. Before she could finish, Hao Tianshu was interrupted again. Princess Tianshu, Li Tianming has talked to me too many times about going to the imperial capital and entering the imperial palace. I won't go. Everyone should know my personality more or less, I'm not suited for the imperial capital's imperial palace. She hadn't expected junior brother Jiashan to agree in the first place, and now that her attempt was met with refusal, Hao Tianshu didn't press the matter further. Seeing her sister no longer discussing important matters, Vast Heaven Star, who was beside her, also seized the opportunity to speak. Jiashan, I saw the scenes in the spirit mirror before. May I have a match with you? Although he was a prince, Vast Heaven Star's words carried no arrogance, on the contrary, they were very tactful. After all, Vast Heaven Star knew that over the past few days, junior brother Jiashan had politely declined all requests for matches, whether from nine-headed Xiangliu or Awakening Lu and others. They hadn't even seen Jiashan's face. Hearing this, junior brother Jiashan chuckled again, but his smile carried a hint of apology. I would like to have a match with Prince Vast Heaven Star, so I can boast about it later. However, that soul seed strength is indeed extraordinary, and my body is still ailing. It's a pity I can't have a match with Prince Vast Heaven Star. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshot recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Vast Heaven Star also smiled slightly. Having heard junior brother Jiashan's polite refusal, he didn't force the issue. His visit to Hao Tianzhi this time was originally to express his resolve, so after feeling that he had conveyed his intentions clearly enough, junior brother Jiashan stood up and left. I didn't realize it before I interacted with him, but this junior brother Jiashan is such a shrewd person, and his eloquence is also quite remarkable. Only after junior brother Jiashan walked away did Hao Tianzhi sigh. In the conversation just now, junior brother Jiashan had almost entirely refused them, but his words were appropriate and his manner tactful, which made her not feel uncomfortable at all. In that imperial palace, being able to speak well was also a very important skill. Absolutely. My brother, not only is he astute, but he also possesses great strategic talent. It's a pity he's unwilling to go to the imperial capital, otherwise, with the two of us working together, we would surely leave behind an eternal legacy. Li Tianming, whose lips were almost chapped from trying to appease Zhang Si, spoke with pride after a short break. Everyone simply turned a deaf ear and a blind eye. Dual calamity transcending realm, it's very difficult to achieve that, isn't it? Hao Tianzhi murmured to her younger brother. She was not in the calamity transformation realm, having only opened the 12 divine mansions, so Hao Tianzhi didn't know what dual calamity transcending realm truly meant. Hearing Hao Tianzhi's words, not only Vast Heaven Star, but also Zhang Yi and Li Tianming beside him, showed slight changes in their expressions. Third sister, let me put it this way, Jiashan's dual calamity transcending realm cannot even be found in recorded ancient texts. As for his combat power, third sister, you saw it before, even the soul seed, also in the calamity transformation realm, almost died. And this is just the current stage. Later on, the power of Jiashan's dual calamity transcending realm will gradually amplify with the increase in his cultivation. If the calamity transformation realm represents the Dao of ancient gods, then junior brother Jiashan's dual calamity transcending realm, in a certain sense, is the king of the Dao of ancient gods. Vast Heaven Star's explanation was not overly profound or obscure. After roughly understanding the meaning, a serious expression appeared on Hao Tianzhi's face. Who would have thought that the once unremarkable junior brother Jiashan possessed such astonishing strength? Then, if big brother were to fight junior brother Jiashan, what would be the outcome? As soon as Hao Tianzhi uttered these words, everyone else in the room instantly changed color. Although he already knew how terrifying Boss Tian was, when he thought of the first prince, Zhang Yi's heart was still uncertain. The first prince, Hao Tian, was an absolute strong cultivator. When Bai Xiu first arrived at the imperial palace and was taught the enlightenment tea experience of the calamity transformation realm, he successfully broke into the calamity transformation realm in just half a year, becoming a terrifying supreme being. However, thinking of the scenes of Boss Tian undergoing tribulation, his methods that could slaughter calamity transformation realm supreme beings, and Boss Tian's battle with that divine phoenix king, Zhang Yi again felt that Boss Tian's strength would definitely not lose to the first prince. Vast Heaven Star's face was solemn. I have not fought with Jiashan, so I don't know the true extent of his power. However, judging from Jiashan's dual calamity transcending realm and the scenes in the spirit mirror, Jiashan and Big Brother are definitely capable of fighting. The first prince and Tian Tian, these two will absolutely not fight. Even if the first prince has the intention to fight, Tian Tian will definitely avoid it. Because fighting the first prince, whether it's losing, drawing, or even winning, is a great taboo for Tian Tian. Li Tianming didn't consider the issue of winning or losing, because there was no need to. The first prince and Tian Tian were both supreme beings, but they were destined not to have a chance to clash. Oh, by the way, Princess Tianchu, how is pit number 4, which the first prince is exploring? After connecting the first prince to pit number 4, Zhang Yi also asked. Now that he had breakthrough to the human immortal realm, Zhang Yi also wanted to go and see pit number 4. Pit number 4 was actually an unexplored cave, but because it had just appeared and the internal environment of the cave was not very stable, only the first prince could lead people to explore it. However, reports said that pit number 4 was at least a heavenly immortal cave. Pit number 4 is gradually recovering, but its area is too vast, and Big Brother hasn't sent back more news. Zhang Yi nodded, pondering that after obtaining the Chaoxian sect's treasured primal scripture of life beginning, he would go and see pit number 4. After meeting Princess Tianchu, junior brother Jiashan disappeared again, this time more thoroughly. Even when someone on Broken Mountain again break through to the calamity transformation realm, he did not leave the underground castle. After a period of time, on this day, there were again calamity transformation realm chi fluctuations on Broken Mountain. This time, the person who attracted the heavenly tribulation lightning was third senior brother Zhang Junyi. However, this time, when third senior brother was undergoing tribulation, Ting Immortal did not shield the chi on Broken Mountain. The reason for not doing so was junior brother Jiashan's request. Ting Immortal did not intervene, so the grand commotion on Broken Mountain was naturally immediately noticed by everyone who remained on the mountain. Knowing that approaching rashly while someone was undergoing tribulation was a very threatening act, everyone simply went to a distance to observe. Someone on Broken Mountain was undergoing tribulation, and it was a calamity transformation realm lightning tribulation. Adding to those who had already breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm, the entire Chaoxian sect already had 4 people who had breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm on Broken Mountain. Considering this, and what everyone on Broken Mountain had said before, everyone began to suspect that the commotion above the 100,000 Great Mountains was not actually caused by junior brother Jiashan, but rather by the continuous breakthrough of the people on Broken Mountain. Without any surprises, third senior brother successfully broke into the Calamity Transformation Realm. And because third senior brother emerged from seclusion and successfully broke through, Li Yuran and Junan also stayed on Broken Mountain and did not leave. And on the seventh day after third senior brother had just broken through, the aura of a lightning tribulation, which was the heavenly tribulation lightning, again emerged on Broken Mountain. The one undergoing tribulation was Li Zisai. Although she only attracted 2 heavenly tribulation lightning bolts, she truly became a Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme. As for the last remaining Dong Ta, after failing to impact the Calamity Transformation Realm, he simply seized the opportunity to break through to the human immortal realm, also attracting a human immortal realm lightning tribulation on Broken Mountain. At this point, the cultivation of everyone on Broken Mountain temporarily came to an end. And because of the continuous appearance of lightning tribulations on Broken Mountain, many of which were heavenly tribulation lightning caused by breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm, those who came to the vicinity of Broken Mountain gradually became convinced that the heavenly mystery fluctuations above Broken Mountain before were indeed caused by the continuous impact of the Calamity Transformation Realm by the people on Broken Mountain. However, although the reason for the heavenly mystery anomaly was found, when they thought of the Chaosian sect having a total of 6 Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme beings from now on, the hearts of everyone gathered around Broken Mountain became solemn. However, the future glory of the Chaosian sect would have little to do with junior brother Jiashan, because someone was about to wander tens of thousands of miles away from Broken Mountain. Bushan sect, Heavenly Lord Qingling and the sect master's wife, after spending some time on Broken Mountain, finally returned to Bushan sect at a leisurely pace. After parting ways with his daughter-in-law, Heavenly Lord Qingling headed straight for the spiritual valley in the back mountain upon arriving home. The spiritual valley is a vital area of Bushan sect and a forbidden land for its disciples. On my trip to Broken Mountain, I met an interesting child, and I left Yi by his side, Heavenly Lord Qingling said calmly to his wife. Hearing this, the old man sitting on the futon opened his eyes, filled with surprise and wonder. Is it that Tian Jiashan? Exactly, a very interesting young child. Phoenix Ancestor's eldest son, Huang, appeared on Broken Mountain and invited that child to be a guest in Bright Sun Heaven. Yi also wants to go. You should quickly send some travel expenses to Broken Mountain for Yi, and casually take a look at that child. He's quite handsome and refined. On the old futon, the old man, whose prestige had endured for 1,000 years despite its silence, rose. Handsome and refined? I hope he's not just for a show. The old man mumbled as he watched his wife leave with a satisfied look on her face. Knowing that the whole family had gone to Broken Mountain before, and now seeing even his wife so happy, the old sect master of Bushan sect, whose curiosity about Tian Jiashan had finally been piqued, immediately headed towards Broken Mountain. At Bushan sect, as all the disciples watched in horror as the sky above the spiritual valley suddenly split open, the old sect master had already crossed the void realm. A journey of tens of thousands of miles, the old sect master was old and slow-footed, unwilling to travel slowly. Father is still the same, so impatient, the sect master's wife, who had come out upon hearing the commotion, murmured as she looked at the gap in the sky. It's a good thing I didn't inherit that, Yang Chen said, only to receive a roll of the eyes from the woman beside him. But then again, who exactly is this Tian Jiashan? Before he became famous, it was fine, but after he became famous, he became more and more mysterious. Hearing from his wife after she returned home that Huang had come directly from Bright Sun Heaven to Broken Mountain just to invite Tian Jiashan as a guest after he had left, Yang Chen was both shocked and filled with emotion. Huang, he was a young king in Bright Sun Heaven, a king. From the moment of his birth, a divine position existed. The old sect master of Bushan sect traversed the void realm, entering it above Bushan sect and emerging above Broken Mountain. As the scenery transformed from countless fragments of time and space into green mountains and clear waters, what also came into view was a young, vigorous, and spirited figure. Compared to elder patriarch Yang Luda, Tai Ting Immortal was indeed a young man. Yan Qing. Elder patriarch Yang Luda, carrying a bundle, asked in confusion as he saw the person who appeared before him. It is this junior. Tisk, Zhishan realm, the younger generation is formidable. When you ascend Liangfeng Mountain, you can come to Bushan sect's spiritual valley for a visit. I'll warm a pot of wine for you, and we can have a good chat about the scenery of Liangfeng Mountain and Suanpu. But for now, I need to send some travel expenses to my granddaughter. Elder patriarch Yang Luda said, shaking the heavy sack on his back. Senior, please help yourself, but if senior sees Jiashan, please be lenient. Understood. The voice came through the air, and elder patriarch Yang Luda had already headed towards the distant mountain peak. After cultivating in seclusion for so long and finally breaking through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, and then seeing so many confidants on the mountain peak who were just for show, third senior brother exclaimed that it was a double blessing and had been with the girls these past few days. However, 3 women make a play, and at this time, there were more than 3 women around third senior brother, but fortunately, in such a situation, third senior brother could still maintain his composure. While third senior brother was coaxing Junan and Li Yuran, who were competing with each other, Hao Tianqiu watched, not making things worse, and not far away were the other disciples on Broken Mountain. Sometimes, I really envy third senior brother. Others rely on their cultivation skills to make a living, but third senior brother can just rely on his looks. Eighth senior brother Xiu Zhuang squatted in the distance with his sleeves rolled up, watching with envy in his eyes. Who says otherwise? I just feel that old third is too carefree and happy, playing among 100 flowers, enjoying life. Second senior brother, also squatting on the side with his sleeves rolled up, also sighed, but as soon as his voice fell, he stumbled and fell headfirst onto the ground because of a sudden kick. Muttering and envying old third, why don't you go on a pilgrimage? I'm taking Yao home myself. And old eighth, you're so big, why aren't you helping instead of complaining here? Old eighth didn't dare to speak and scurried away, but second senior brother wasn't so lucky. During this period, everyone had been cultivating desperately. Now, whether they had broken through or not, everyone felt content and fulfilled, and they were holding a celebration banquet on Tianjiashan's mountain peak. Appearing on the mountain peak with the sack, Elder Patriarch Yang Luda scanned the crowd according to his wife's description, and when he saw the young man who fit the description of being handsome and refined, now surrounded by beauties, he muttered that it was indeed so, and his expression became somewhat displeased. As expected of my old wife, she just likes these show-offs. At this moment, everyone busy with the celebration banquet had already noticed Elder Patriarch Yang Luda's appearance, but at the reminder of Jindao Sword Immortal and Deist Lichhen, no one went forward to question him. Are you the one named Tianjiashan? Senior, you've misunderstood. My name is Zhang Junyi. Old 10th, which is Tianjiashan, is inside the house. After knowing the identity of the person in front of him from his master's voice transmission, and seeing the old senior's somewhat frightening expression, third senior brother, who was mistaken again, spoke respectfully, awkwardly yet politely. No, it's good that it's not. Being romantic is good, and romance should be cherished in youth. As soon as Elder Patriarch Yang Luda heard that the person in front of him was not Tianjiashan, the knot in his heart disappeared. As long as it wasn't Tianjiashan, he didn't care if he was romantic or not. While saying words that were vague to third senior brother and the others, Elder Patriarch Yang Luda turned his head to look at the large array on the side and swaggered over. He has some skill. As he muttered this, under everyone's watchful eyes, the old man carrying the sack simply lifted his leg and walked into the large array. The spirit arrays set up by Tianjiashan were not disturbed in the slightest, and to the old man, they were as good as useless. In the courtyard, Yang Luyi, who was tending to the flowers and plants, immediately beamed with joy when she saw the person who appeared. Grandpa, why are you here? What's in this sack? Your grandma told me to bring you travel expenses. The old man said, without putting down the sack, carrying it as he looked at the couplet on the door ahead with surprise, both crying and laughing. This kid has personality. Yi, where's Tianjiashan? He's in the basement. I'll go call him. Probably guessing the purpose of her grandpa's visit, Yang Luyi hesitated for a moment before walking into the house. Elder Patriarch Yang Luda did not trespass into the private residence. As he looked around with curiosity, his gaze shifted, and he saw a little one staring at him. After meeting gazes, Elder Patriarch Yang Luda immediately recognized Yao's astonishing physical body physique and cultivate spiritual root, and his eyes lit up. A good seedling for cultivation. Little girl, is your home here? My home is on Broken Mountain. This is little Martial Uncle's home. Coming out of the basement, Tianjiashan felt a bit nervous after hearing that the Bushan Sex senior had even come. When he went out with Yang Luyi, his steps were a bit unnatural. Senior, are you looking for me? Elder Patriarch Yang Luda, who was squatting on the ground with Yao, pondering over a bone-setting herb, turned his head at the sound, and his aged face immediately glowed with radiance, as if he was about to return to youth. Good gracious, no wonder Tai Ting Immortal said that. Is this person in front of me really human and not the human form of an ancient fierce beast? Astonished by Tianjiashan, Elder Patriarch Yang Luda finally threw the sack he was carrying on his back to the ground and took a few steps closer to examine Tianjiashan. There's a little monster squatting on the ground, and a big monster in front of me. Did the Tai Ting Immortal's prayers from all the celestials in heaven not work out? As he muttered this to himself, Elder Patriarch Yang Luda also tried to sense Tianjiashan, but after sensing, he only saw a blur. Mistakenly believing that he was protected by Tai Ting Immortal, Elder Patriarch Yang Luda did not overstep. Leaving a sack of travel expenses and instructing Tianjiashan to take good care of his granddaughter, the old man came and went in a hurry. Still charging straight ahead, swaggering and ignoring the large arrays set up by Tianjiashan, Elder Patriarch Yang Luda went straight to second senior brother. Old senior, I'm not called Tianjiashan. Second senior brother chuckled. This old man knows, I'm not senile yet. Has your daughter taken a master? Second senior brother was caught off guard by the question. What, did this old senior take a liking to his daughter's cultivation talent? Yao indeed had some talent after being put through various trials by old 10th and master, but it shouldn't be enough to make the senior so interested, should it? However, while second senior brother was somewhat astonished and bewildered, Tai Ting Immortal answered for him. Senior, little youngest will be learning immortal arts with me in the future. Tisk, how boring. It's not often I find a little girl I like. I'm leaving. Elder Patriarch Yang Luda left as soon as he said so, tearing open the sky, and he was gone. The people on the ground watched, their hearts swaying. This senior is so unrestrained. In the courtyard, Tianjiashan stared blankly at the gradually healing sky, speaking out. After staying for over a month, the purpose of this trip was roughly confirmed to be related to something that emerged from Broken Mountain. The prodigies from various sects and families who had gathered at Broken Mountain, after repeatedly attempting to challenge Tianjiashan and being rejected, also left Broken Mountain one after another. These individuals indeed came from significant backgrounds, the families and sects behind them were all influential forces in the central divine land. However, the current location of everyone was Broken Mountain, which was the territory of the Chaosian sect. If they were to forcibly offend, not to mention the Jindao Sword Immortal and Deist Lichhen of the Immortal Realm guarding it, even the young powerhouses of the Chaosian sect gathered on Broken Mountain would be enough to ensure that none of them would return. The fact that 6 supreme beings of the Chaosian sect were gathered on Broken Mountain was a shocking piece of news for anyone. Therefore, after repeated attempts, the arriving individuals finally understood that Tianjiashan would not appear. Thinking of taking the news of Broken Mountain back, they all left Broken Mountain. Although he knew that these people had come for him and were very interested in him, Tianjiashan was no longer interested in their movements, so he did not know where they had gone. After a celebration, the selected lineage prodigies were finally going to return to the Chaosian sect. After all, a place like Broken Mountain was still a bit too remote and barren. Although the 100,000 great mountains had abundant cultivation resources, the mountains were fraught with countless dangers. This was something that the lineage prodigies, who had previously been pulled into the mountains by Tianjiashan for training, had deeply experienced. The one who came to pick up the lineage prodigies was Vice Sect Master Yu Chunfeng. After appearing at Broken Mountain, the Vice Sect Master merely found Tai Ting Immortal and handed over the items Tai Ting Immortal had instructed. At this moment, everyone gathered together, and upon seeing the vice-sect master hand over some mysterious item to the sect master, the lineage prodigies roughly guessed what was happening, and their hearts gradually became excited. According to sect rules, the primal scripture of life beginning is only eligible for cultivation after you break through to the human immortal realm. However, I am now making an exception and will transmit the entire first half to all of you. As a glint appeared in everyone's eyes, clusters of radiant light had already arrived before them. What was contained within the radiant light was the primal scripture of life beginning that Qing Immortal spoke of, the foundation of the Chaosian sect, and also the treasure that guarded the Chaosian sect. In fact, whether it was the 10 disciples of Jindao Sword Immortal on Broken Mountain, or the 10 carefully selected lineage individuals, many of them had good family backgrounds, and there were even those like Huang Junyi and Zhang Yi, who came from the Holy Palace and were close officials of the imperial capital. However, everyone still chose to join the Chaosian sect, precisely for the primal scripture of life beginning, a chaos law. Since it was a chaos law, it was a scripture born at the beginning of heaven and earth when heaven and earth were primal. As for its power, one only needed to look at the current Qing Immortal to know. Tian Jiashan was also among the crowd, looking at the cluster of radiant light floating before him. After perceiving it with his divine sense, he saw half a scripture. As soon as he saw it, he couldn't help but be drawn in. Tian Jiashan had already begun to read the profound primal scripture of life beginning, and unknowingly, his entire being became immersed in it. Qing Immortal and the vice-sect master, who were higher up, naturally noticed Tian Jiashan's unusual state, and expressions of surprise appeared in their eyes. The supreme immortal Dao law contained within the primal scripture of life beginning was undoubtedly astonishing. Even after breaking through to the human immortal realm, most disciples could not even manage basic reading. Some disciples even experienced a severe shock to their divine soul after an initial attempt at comprehension, so there were not a few who suffered chi deviation. At this moment, Tian Jiashan's state clearly indicated that he had merged into it. Jiashan. Qing Immortal spoke, his voice filled with immortal Dao law, pulling Tian Jiashan, who had been swallowed by the scripture, out. As he was suddenly awakened by the sect master's voice, Tian Jiashan felt a lingering fear, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Having read so many scriptures, he had almost been swallowed by the book just now. However, while his heart was shocked, Tian Jiashan was also amazed by the power of the sect guarding law in his hand. And seeing that even someone like old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, almost fell into its trap, everyone's surprise grew even more. They all secretly cautioned themselves to be extremely careful when comprehending the primal scripture of life beginning later, to avoid chi deviation, failing to comprehend the Dao, and instead having their divine soul assimilated by the immortal Dao, leading to direct ascension. After this period of cultivation, you should all have a clearer understanding of the path of immortality. I hope the primal scripture of life beginning can help you go higher and further on your future journey of cultivation. This is all I have to say. Jiashan, come find me later. After imparting the primal scripture of life beginning in his capacity as sect master, Qing Immortal turned and left. As for his last sentence, everyone was both surprised and not surprised. The gap between Qing Immortal and the others was too great, leading to a communication gap. Precisely understanding this, Qing Immortal would speak when there was something to say and withdraw when there was nothing. With him present, the young people's breathing was even erratic. All right, it's already in your hands, it's not going to fly away. The old sect master told me that he's giving you 2 months of vacation, and after that, everyone will return to the sect to cultivate. I mean everyone, Broken Mountain is no longer needed. The people of Broken Mountain, immersed in joy, suddenly froze, and the 10 lineage members also looked puzzled. As for what's on Broken Mountain, Jindao will tell you all about it later. As for the others, I will tell you when you return to the sect. However, Broken Mountain truly cannot be kept. Alright, that's all I have to say. Next, let Jiashan say a few words. While still wondering why Broken Mountain was suddenly no longer needed, Tian Jiashan saw the vice-sect master and everyone looking at him. He pressed the cluster of spiritual light in his hand to his forehead, letting his divine soul absorb it, then awkwardly stepped onto the high platform. And seeing old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, absorb the primal scripture of life beginning so simply and crudely, everyone sighed helplessly. Comparing oneself to others is futile. This period of time has really been quite rough on everyone, hey? But let bygones be bygones, don't hold a grudge against me. Also, during this time, I've had several fights and found that my fighting skills are pretty good. So, those of you senior sisters who have broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, if you want to fight me, you can come any of these days. But for those who haven't broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, please excuse yourselves for now, primarily because if I fight you, you'll just get a beating for nothing. Hearing these hurtful and provoking words, some people in the audience laughed, while others feigned anger, but everyone sighed, saying that old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, was good in every way, except for his mouth. Senior brother Su Xian, and senior brother Xiaoyu, you two, don't mistake those looks, alright? Or should I give you a beating now to let off some steam? Su Xian and Xiaoyu, who were called out, exchanged glances and immediately showed insidious smiles. They rolled up their sleeves and pulled up their pant legs, genuinely looking like they were about to have a big fight. Not expecting his 2 senior brothers to be such straightforward individuals, Tian Jiashan immediately chickened out. Hey, what are you doing? Fellow senior brothers, what kind of relationship do we have? There will be plenty of opportunities for intimacy in the future, let's just skip it today. Su Xian and Xiaoyu, who had genuinely wanted to make a move a moment ago, immediately showed expressions of disdain upon hearing this. Friendly reminder, the website is about to undergo a revision, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Junior brother Jiashan, the 2 of them didn't dislike him, in fact, they respected him greatly. However, whenever they recalled the miserable scenes of being brutalized by the Thunder Beast in the 100,000 Great Mountains, their hearts still churned. Enough with the pleasantries, let's talk about something serious next. Knowing the personality of the person on stage, everyone remained unmoved. What serious matter could old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, possibly have? Everyone knows I'm going to Bright Sun Heaven soon. After leaving Bright Sun Heaven, I won't immediately return to the Chaosian sect. I'm going to cause trouble, not much, I'm going to roam the world. Upon hearing this, the initially indifferent crowd suddenly had their expressions tighten. However, seeing the person standing high above looking unusually serious, not like he was joking with them, their expressions finally underwent a subtle change. If someone like old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, were to truly go out and travel, after a round trip, wouldn't he be known to everyone in the world? Youngest martial brother, have you truly decided? The senior brother of Broken Mountain asked. I've decided. Everyone should know that I've actually always been running around outside with my spiritual body. Although I am cautious in cultivation, I also know that the outside world is truly exciting. Broken Mountain is too small, and the Chaosian sect is not big enough. I want to go out and see. Tian Jiashan's words were grand and stirring. Old 10th, are you sure it's not because you feel that staying in the Chaosian sect would make you a living target, that you decided to go out and travel? The second senior brother spoke meaningfully, looking at old 10th on stage with a profound smile. Just as he was about to mock the second senior brother of Broken Mountain for judging junior brother Jiashan with such a narrow mind, he saw junior brother Jiashan on the stage actually dare to show a shy expression, and the audience below was instantly dumbfounded. He had just been stirred up with passion, but junior brother Jiashan was just wasting their emotions. Second senior brother is really something, always speaking such blunt truths. We're all young people, saying fleeing sounds so unpleasant. Youngest martial brother, if it's really because. Ninth senior sister, stop. I know what you want to say, but you also know my personality. My decisions are all made after careful consideration, so everyone, please don't try to persuade me, alright? Otherwise, if I get sentimental, even little pearls of tears will start to fall. The originally serious atmosphere was instantly swept away by Tian Jiashan, leaving not a trace. But I'm telling you up front, during this time, I've not only spent time and effort, but also a large amount of resources on all of you. The other day, I passed by the homes of various senior brothers and senior sisters, and I will be knocking on your doors to collect debts. So, if you see a sneaky, ragged person at your door that day, please don't despise them, because that person will definitely be me. Whispering, I've memorized all of your home addresses by heart, just for future refuge, no, for collecting debts. Tian Jiashan said, revealing a mischievous smile. Unable to describe the person on stage with words, everyone's eyes were dull at this moment. It was not easy to have a few more trusted people. Tian Jiashan, for once, played around with everyone for a while before going to find Qing Immortal. From afar, he saw the sect master alone brewing tea under the straw hat pavilion. Tian Jiashan's heart held only 4 words, immortal like grace. You've arrived. This tea comes from the myriad trees of Yaokai Holy Land. I even went to ask Yaokai Holy Mother for it. Have a taste. Upon hearing that the red tea before him actually came from that myriad tree, Tian Jiashan was immediately overwhelmed by the favor. What he was drinking wasn't tea, it was like drinking cultivation as water. This is the remaining half of the primal scripture of life beginning, and there are no restrictions on it. The first half also has no restrictions. Tian Jiashan, who was still savoring the famous myriad divine tea, heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't even have time to savor it, gulped down the tea in his mouth, and looked at the sect master before him with a surprised expression. No restrictions, didn't that mean he could freely transmit the primal scripture of life beginning to others? Leaving no restrictions is to put your mind at ease, and of course, it's also because of your own talent. In the future, if you encounter someone you deem suitable, you can also transmit the primal scripture of life beginning, but remember to use the name of the Chaosian sect. You can't just give it away for free, can you? For a moment, Tian Jiashan didn't know what to say and just nodded blankly. The spiritual body I gave you before can help me find you. Remember to keep it on you from now on. Reminded by the sect master, Tian Jiashan rolled up his sleeve and saw the small dragon formed by the spiritual body wrapped around the phoenix butterfly bracelet, breathing evenly, truly like a living creature. The last thing, and the most important thing, concerns Broken Mountain. While still pondering what was special about the object in his hand, whether it was some kind of locator, Tian Jiashan's expression changed again upon hearing the sect master's solemn tone. Just now the vice sect master said Broken Mountain was no longer needed. Sect master, is something going to happen at Broken Mountain? The reason Broken Mountain is called Broken Mountain is because it was shattered by a battle that took place here. The mountain ranges you see are merely the shattered ravines from that battle. In that battle, the previous sect master of the Chaosian sect died here, and the current Immortals Cave of the Chaosian sect was formed from the old sect master's death. However, although that battle was earth-shattering, the fortune beneath Broken Mountain still remains, and no one obtained it. The reason the Desolate God resides in Thunder Marsh is to await a fated enemy, because the Desolate God's bloodline, that is, Liu Chuan's parents, both died in that battle. No one knows what the rare treasure beneath Broken Mountain is. All the beings who knew about it back then were slaughtered by a group of supreme beings. And despite the fierce battle back then, the rare treasure beneath Broken Mountain was not taken away. The old sect master's explanation for this was also vague. Tian Jiashan had long forgotten to breathe, not daring to speak, nor able to interject, because what the sect master said was all fantasy to him. Was what the sect master said something he was allowed to hear? Even the Desolate God's offspring were slaughtered. Just by imagination, Tian Jiashan could no longer conjure such a scene in his mind. 100 years, after 100 years, remember to return to the Chaosian sect. If possible, try to keep your cultivation at the heavenly immortal realm. By then, I might be qualified to let the Chaosian sect, and you, contend for it again. Knowing that old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, still had to go find the sect master, when they had just gathered, even though they already knew he was about to leave for his travels, everyone still didn't delay him for too long, even if they all had things they wanted to say, more or less. What he originally thought would be an easy task, after seeing the sect master, Tian Jiashan, who returned, found it somewhat hard to digest. He was distracted, so much so that he didn't even notice ninth senior sister waiting for him on the mountaintop. Only after Huang Junyi spoke did Tian Jiashan, immersed in his own world, snap out of it. Seeing junior brother like this, Huang Junyi could roughly guess that the sect master must have said something to junior brother, so she wisely didn't ask. Ninth senior sister, are you waiting for me? When are you leaving? Let me see if there's still time. I'll have my family send you some cultivation resources. Take them with you so you don't have to constantly risk danger for cultivation resources outside. Tian Jiashan, who had thought there was something important, felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Oh, what are you saying, ninth senior sister? Sending them over? That's too much trouble. Ninth senior sister, just tell your family that when I pass by Huai Sacred Palace in the future, I'll pick them up myself. Besides, fellow deist Huang has probably already recovered from his injuries. It's just that he's not familiar with us, and he's a king, so he hasn't appeared. My luggage is already packed, I'll be leaving in 2 or 3 days. Huang Junyi just sighed deeply upon hearing this. Then take this storage artifact. It contains some of my own accumulations. Junior brother, you are unique, and your consumption of cultivation resources is inherently quite large. Looking at ninth senior sister like this, Tian Jiashan suddenly felt a pang of conscience and grinned, chuckling. Ninth senior sister, actually, sect master, that old man, prepared quite a lot of cultivation resources for me. And before, Yang Lu Yi's grandfather also sent a huge pile. Yang Lu Yi asked me to keep them, so that's enough. Then you take this too. Uncharacteristically, she didn't scold Tian Jiashan. Thinking that she wouldn't see him for a long time, Huang Junyi felt a little emotional. Even a cold iceberg still has a heart, and the person in front of her was her junior brother. Noticing ninth senior sister's slight emotion, Tian Jiashan once again used his glib tongue and roguish charm to make ninth senior sister less melancholic before walking into his small house. However, ninth senior sister Huang Junyi was just the beginning. For Tian Jiashan, everyone on Broken Mountain, as well as the prodigies he had lived with day and night during this period, all had feelings for him. So, everyone started looking for Tian Jiashan one after another, giving him treasures and expressing their affection, which made Tian Jiashan feel a little uncertain. Seriously, everything was fine, but everyone making such a fuss makes it seem like I'm going away and never coming back. After sending off senior sister, Tian Jiashan muttered to himself, but looking at the item senior sister had given him, his expression was gentle. Normally, I always say that old 10th, you're good at everything except for your mouth. Today, I just realized that if your mouth, old 10th, hadn't been used on the righteous path like mine, then the title of Broken Mountain's most romantic gentleman would probably have been snatched by you, old 10th. As senior sister Zhong Jian left, third senior brother Zhang Junyi appeared again. However, Tian Jiashan just grumbled, it's so late, third senior brother. I was wondering if you'd come tomorrow. Oh, how could that be? Some words, if left overnight, will change their flavor, just like food. They'll spoil. Tian Jiashan pouted. Third senior brother, those words you're saying, aren't they for coaxing women? Third senior brother first froze, then burst into laughter. Old 10th, aren't you quite knowledgeable? Why are you always uninterested in women normally? Facing third senior brother's arm around his shoulder, Tian Jiashan just expressionlessly uttered 4 words, flood and fierce beasts. This time, third senior brother completely lost it, tears of laughter streaming from the corners of his eyes. So, there really was a man in this world whom women couldn't get. Alright, I know old 10th, you see women as floods and fierce beasts. I didn't come to give you anything. Here, this is my family's address. If you ever pass by my house, be sure to visit. Even if you're a beggar, old 10th, remember to boldly knock on the door. When I go home for this holiday, I'll tell everyone in my family that if a beggar comes to our door in the future, they are to be treated with utmost respect. After stuffing a piece of paper to old 10th, third senior brother, with a hearty laugh, turned and left. Although doing this was tantamount to revealing his identity in advance, third senior brother didn't deliberately remind old 10th. As for what old 10th would do after knowing his identity, third senior brother didn't care. Anyway, the vice sect master had also said that Broken Mountain was no longer needed, which meant Broken Mountain was about to become restless again. Tian Jiashan, who had been stunned for most of the day by the sect master, now looked at the 2 lines of elegant, neat characters, his eyes wide. The ancient god clan's Homochen clan of the ancient divine realm, with the triple-barreled surname Homochen and the single given name. This was third senior brother's true identity. Recalling what the sect master had told him today, Tian Jiashan suddenly felt that his decision to leave Broken Mountain was absolutely the most correct one. Lost in thought, after a long while, Tian Jiashan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He glanced at the paper in his hand, thought for a moment, and decided to store it in a corner of his storage artifact. Although he felt that no one else on Broken Mountain, besides himself, should know third senior brother's true identity, Tian Jiashan didn't plan to tell everyone. It wasn't because Tian Jiashan was timid or afraid of trouble, but because Tian Jiashan trusted third senior brother, just as third senior brother now trusted Tian Jiashan. After receiving many surprises and frights in one day, Tian Jiashan felt somewhat mentally exhausted. He simply allowed himself to clear his mind and walked into the grand formation without thinking about anything. On the first floor of the small house, Yang Lu Yi lived there. The lighting of the room had been changed, and several windows had been added. In the courtyard, some flowers and plants glowed at night, making it bright and exceptionally beautiful at night. It seems it's not entirely useless. Muttering, Tian Jiashan walked straight into the house and saw a person reading, a woman. Seeing Yang Lu Yi so engrossed, Tian Jiashan frowned and thought for a moment before walking directly to the basement. I don't know what that whole family was thinking, leaving such a young maiden alone in my house. I'm a normal man, after all, what if I suddenly had ill intentions, first that, then that. Just as he was muttering this, Tian Jiashan suddenly stopped. Speaking of which, am I still considered a normal man like this? Thus, Tian Jiashan stood in place, Thinking for at least 10 breaths, then, as if possessed, retreated a few steps, looking at Yang Luyi reading in front of him, and then touched his chest. It's still beating, which means it can still be moved. It seems I'm still normal. After saying that, as if a great worry had been lifted from his heart, Tian Jiashan went to the basement with a light heart. As Tian Jiashan said, Yang Luyi had brought a lot of things when she came before. As for how much, suffice it to say that 2 basements couldn't hold it all. Some precious treasures, one of which was as big as a room, were carried in a samurai bag. Coupled with the vice sect master bringing another batch of cultivation resources from the sect this time, with enough resources and materials, Tian Jiashan's clones naturally had no reason to be idle. And when Tian Jiashan was busy until midnight, a knocking sound came from the first floor. Tian Jiashan, who was swamped, saw Yang Luyi knocking at midnight. Being too busy to free his hands, he could only communicate with Yang Luyi through the talisman on the door. What do you want? Looking at the 3 words appearing on the talisman figure in front of her, Yang Luyi, who had seen it before, didn't find it novel. Sweetie, your senior brother has been sitting alone by the fire on the mountaintop in front of the door for 2 hours. Downstairs, Tian Jiashan, the main body, who was busy drawing talismans, stopped upon hearing this. The half-drawn talisman paper in his hand was also ruined due to the interruption. A short while later, Tian Jiashan appeared on the first floor. He just kept sitting there by the fire, not coming to find you, and no one was with him. I was wondering if he was waiting for you, so I asked you. Can I come along? I can't sleep anyway. Yang Luyi had already decided that if Sweetie dared to say no, she would hit him. You can. Hearing this, Yang Luyi happily followed. As Yang Luyi said, senior brother Banjian was sitting by a fire under a large tree, with a pile of firewood next to him, clearly intending to stay for a long time. Tian Jiashan recalled a familiar scene in his mind. I thought you were already asleep, junior brother, senior brother said calmly with a slight smile. On Broken Mountain, the calmest person had always been senior brother Banjian. Not asleep. To be honest, senior brother, I haven't slept in over 100 years. Not a single night. It's not that I can't sleep, but I've used all that time for cultivation. Senior brother slightly turned his head, looking at that familiar face, his face full of smiles, as if talking about something insignificant. And on the tree above their heads, Yang Luyi, sitting on a branch with her feet dangling in the simple shoes called slippers created by Tian Jiashan, also temporarily stopped swinging her feet, staring at the distinctly outlined face illuminated by the firelight. The year you came up the mountain, junior brother, I also lit a fire and roasted for you like this, and I roasted all night. I still remember the first thing you said, junior brother, was, finally, I feel a little warmth in my heart. Senior brother didn't ask why junior brother had been cultivating without sleeping for over 100 years. I've forgotten it myself, but senior brother, you remember it so clearly. How could I forget? Because the memory was very deep then. Junior brother, you were different from anyone else master brought up the mountain. When others came up the mountain, they were alive. Only you, junior brother, were dead when you came up the mountain. When you go outside in the future, remember to let your heart warm up. If roasting by the fire doesn't work, then think more about everyone on Broken Mountain. Tian Jiashan turned his head, thought for a moment, and still didn't speak. However, after holding his hand out by the fire and turning it around, Tian Jiashan still turned his head. Senior brother, actually, you are also a very powerful expert, aren't you? Facing junior brother's words, senior brother immediately couldn't help but laugh, but still answered seriously, no. Tian Jiashan's expression was sincere, but senior brother's was even more sincere. Then senior brother, you will definitely be a powerful expert in the future, the very, very strong kind. As Tian Jiashan spoke, just as he was about to look up at the starlit sky, which could only be seen at this time, he was hit in the face by a slipper. Yang Luyi. Yang Luyi on the tree was as quiet as a cicada in winter. After making all preparations, Tian Jiashan went to see Huang again that day, about 10 days later. After fighting with Tian Jiashan using his calamity transformation realm Dao body, Huang asked Taiting Immortal for a place to go into seclusion and began his closed-door cultivation, with no activity until now. However, just as Tian Jiashan was asking Jindao Sword Immortal where Huang was cultivating in seclusion, the sky above Broken Mountain, which had finally been peaceful for a few days, once again became covered in dark clouds. This time, the scale of the lightning tribulation was far greater than any previous lightning tribulation. Tian Jiashan, who had undergone many tribulations, couldn't help but shiver just by looking at the vast, ocean-like lightning pool spring eye in the 9 heavens. When he arrived in the air, filled with doubt, confusion, and surprise, what the people on Broken Mountain, who had recently been packing their bags, saw was a brilliant figure enveloped in undying fire. As astonishingly powerful immortal chi circulated, ripples of spiritual energy spread out like waves on the sea. In less than a month of seclusion, Huang had actually achieved a breakthrough on Broken Mountain. Huang already possessed the cultivation of the heavenly immortal third realm. After coming to Broken Mountain and having a hearty battle with Tian Jiashan's Dao body, he gained some enlightenment. Seizing the opportunity to comprehend and cultivate, he successfully broke through his Dao. The stronger a being is, the harder it becomes to achieve a breakthrough in later stages. It not only requires a massive amount of cultivation resources but also demands a thorough understanding of increasingly profound immortal Dao laws. Therefore, the later the stage, the more difficult cultivation becomes, which is why in the final heavenly immortal third realm, each realm is a world unto itself. Surprised that fellow Daoist Huang, this young monarch from Bright Sun Heaven, had actually broken through to the heavenly immortal fourth realm so easily, Tian Jiashan felt a chill in his heart, recalling how such a monarch had openly admitted defeat to him in front of so many people. However, despite his surprise, Tian Jiashan felt more joy. If Huang's cultivation was higher and his strength greater, the journey to Bright Sun Heaven would be safer. Huang was indeed the Phoenix ancestor's eldest son, and after his breakthrough, he was a strong practitioner of the heavenly immortal fourth realm. However, remembering what the sect master had said that even the barbarian god's 2 daughters-in-law had been slaughtered by terrifying supremes, Tian Jiashan felt that nothing in this world was absolute. Old 10th, when was the last time you were struck by lightning? Looking at the lightning tribulation in the 9 heavens, Jindao Sword Immortal, for some inexplicable reason, spoke to Tian Jiashan with a strange smile. When Tian Jiashan heard his master's words, and the number 35 appeared in his mind, he was startled. He looked at the lightning in the 9 heavens and flew away in terror. Tian Jiashan felt that no living being in this world would enjoy the feeling of being struck by lightning. After battling with Jiashan, Huang felt his immortal Dao world broaden by several folds and gained enlightenment. Combined with his previous accumulation, he actually managed to break through a barrier that had not been breached for 20 years in less than a month. At this moment, Huang's eyes also showed surprise. Especially upon seeing the tribulation lightning appearing in the 9 heavens, Huang even instantly believed that Jiashan was his benefactor. Even at the heavenly immortal realm, the heavenly immortal 10th realm does not mean that every minor realm will usher in a lightning tribulation. Yet now, his heavenly immortal 4th realm had attracted the heavenly tribulation. As a clear phoenix cry echoed through the 100,000 great mountains, Huang, having revealed his true form, flew towards the lightning tribulation descending from the 9 heavens, actively embracing the baptism of the lightning tribulation. And even though he was an ancient divine phoenix, after enduring 3 bolts of tribulation lightning, countless trickles of blood began to flow from Huang's massive body like small streams. His magnificent phoenix feathers were scattered in disarray across the ground, and his normally indestructible physical body, now ravaged by the lightning tribulation, had countless dense undying fires burning fiercely on it. It was the first time they had seen a heavenly immortal realm being undergoing tribulation. At this moment, everyone on Broken Mountain watched from a distance, looking at the lightning waterfall pouring down from the 9 heavens like a flying cascade. Everyone was terrified, especially those who had already undergone heavenly tribulation lightning. Just watching it brought back the feelings of their own tribulations, and their eyes were filled with dread. Strong practitioners are indeed strong practitioners. This lightning waterfall, rushing like a great river, makes my small-scale lightning seem utterly insignificant. It seems I no longer have the right to complain about being struck by lightning, otherwise, I'd just be being sentimental. Not far away, hearing old 10th, junior brother Jiashan's serious, unpretentious mumbling, the expressions on the faces of the young disciples immediately became colorful again. However, before anyone could speak, a different kind of oppressive atmosphere appeared. When they looked up and saw the scene in the 9 heavens, everyone's eyes immediately became playful. Su Xian and Xia Yu, among others, burst into unreserved laughter and wild joy upon seeing the appearing lightning tribulation. It had been 35 days since he was struck by lightning, and today the lightning tribulation appeared again. Tisk, look how happy you all are. I undergo tribulation, I get struck by lightning, and I'm happy about it. After being struck by lightning, I gain good fortune. Can you? Tian Jiashan's words were too provocative. As soon as he finished speaking, the gloating expressions on the faces of the surrounding people immediately changed, becoming filled with righteous indignation. However, without anyone needing to act, the heavens quickly punished this arrogant prodigy. As Tian Jiashan put his precious robes and all his valuables into a storage artifact and stored the artifact in his divine soul, the first bolt of lightning was the most powerful sky-piercing lightning from last time. A pillar of light-shaped lightning shot straight up, directly at Tian Jiashan's crown. However, it didn't split open Tian Jiashan's skull, it merely made him bald. Well, this broken mountain is completely unsalvageable. The few remaining intact mountain peaks have been split apart and flattened. There's nothing to miss anymore. Looking at the mountain peak that was directly pierced through by the straight lightning pillar and then disintegrated, Jindao Sword Immortal spoke helplessly. As for Huang's tribulation side on the other side, Jindao Sword Immortal didn't even want to look, it was even more exaggerated, as if it were leveling and compacting Broken Mountain. On the ground, Hao Tianshu and others who had not yet left were now even further away. However, they could still clearly see the 2 supremes undergoing tribulation, and their expressions changed, wondering what they were thinking. As for Li Tianming, he was still coaxing Zhang Si. A bolt of tribulation lightning, so rich in immortal Dao law that it was visible to the naked eye, struck down fiercely. As if being hit by a blunt object, his head buzzed incessantly, and his divine sense instantly became hazy. When Huang saw Jiashan undergoing tribulation in the distance, surprise also arose in his heart. However, because all the surrounding Qi was shielded by the lightning tribulation, Huang couldn't sense the aura in the distance and only assumed Jiashan was breaking through to the human immortal realm. If the human immortal realm's lightning tribulation is like this, then it is indeed very powerful. He muttered, and countless undying fires condensed into a divine phoenix several times larger than his true form. Huang once again actively met the lightning tribulation. However, as the giant fiery phoenix let out a mournful cry under the lightning tribulation, countless undying fires shot out in all directions the moment its body exploded, instantly causing lightning and fire to intertwine on the ground. One was undergoing a heavenly immortal tribulation, focusing on quantity and weight, the other was undergoing an ordinary lightning tribulation, mainly focusing on sheer numbers. Thus, both their lightning tribulations ended almost simultaneously. On one side was a golden humanoid skeleton, and on the other, a giant bird skeleton. The 2 gleaming golden skeletons stood facing each other across the void, their eyes silent. Fellow Daoist Huang, why don't we rest for a few more days before we leave? Tian Jiashan called out across the air. Having been struck by lightning, it was clearly best to rest. That would be best. Huang did not object to Tian Jiashan's suggestion. Having just finished his tribulation, Huang also needed some time to consolidate his immortal Dao. However, just as he had agreed, Huang immediately frowned when he could clearly sense the flow of qi from Jiashan's body after the lightning tribulation ended. Jiashan, why are you still in the calamity transformation realm after undergoing tribulation? Huang's voice was filled with shock and surprise. That's a long story, and I can't explain it clearly myself. Let the sect master tell you in detail. It's a long story was the truth, but I can't explain it clearly was a lie. Saying to let Taiting Immortal tell Huang was because he was afraid Huang would press him for details. Counting carefully, from the end of the summons of heaven's arrival until now, Tian Jiashan had been struck by lightning for nearly 3 years. After enduring so much lightning, and even inadvertently speaking words that touched the heavenly Dao, Tian Jiashan had been wondering for several years if he possessed some essence of a lightning Dao righteous god. But what Tian Jiashan had never considered was that lightning was also the natural enemy of all yin and dead things. Thinking that he was so favored by lightning, and whether he truly had a chance to be enshrined among the gods of the Thunder Department in the heavenly court in the future, Tian Jiashan also wanted to properly remember those 8 words that connected to the heavenly Dao. What if, in the future, those 8 words truly became some kind of lightning Dao true incantation? That would be a huge profit. So, as he thought, Tian Jiashan silently recited all is void, all is permitted in his heart. No sooner had he finished reciting it silently than Tian Jiashan's divine soul began to tremble. When he looked up with his mostly recovered eyes, he indeed saw the thunderclouds, which had largely dissipated, suddenly become chaotic and instantly recondense, filling him with despair. And seeing the anomaly in the 9 heavens, everyone's expressions immediately changed. Unsure of what was happening, and seeing such a situation for the first time, their faces were filled with shock, and their hearts held only confusion. Among those present, only Jindao Sword Immortal could roughly guess what was happening. After unconsciously reciting the 8 characters that lead to the heavenly Dao in his heart, the lightning tribulation, which had originally ended, surged again. Tian Jiashan was inevitably subjected to a second calamity. Because he was already left with only a tattered body after the first undergoing tribulation, when the second lightning tribulation fell, it was his bones, tempered through countless trials, that came into intimate contact with the lightning tribulation. Having had the fortune to witness it firsthand, the people on Broken Mountain clearly remembered the scene of sparks flying when those lightning tribulations struck Tian Jiashan's body. Such terrifying lightning tribulations falling on bones, like a blacksmith hammering iron, with sparks flying everywhere if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have dared to speak of it, and no one would have believed it. And with those scenes still clear after more than half a month, seeing old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, now, who had taken an entire mountaintop into a supreme treasure, the mood of the people who came to see him off was not particularly high. Old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, was the kind of person who, no matter how high you stood, if you looked up, he would still be standing above you. A supreme treasure that can even hold a small mountaintop must at least be a Dao grade supreme treasure. It's obvious the sect master gave it to him, Dong Ta said enviously and jealously. If you had his ability and skill, I think the sect master would be very happy to give you such a supreme treasure. Even if you didn't, the sect master would find one for you, Fuyao retorted mercilessly to Dong Ta's envious tone. And no sooner had Fuyao finished speaking than the vice sect master's voice followed immediately. If you, boy, had Jiashan's ability, even if the vice sect master didn't give it to you, I would find it for you. The disciples looked at the intimidating vice sect master. The supreme treasure in old 10th's hand was not easy to find, yet the vice sect master was still so confident, essentially betting that they could not become like junior brother Jiashan. Junior brother Jiashan wasn't human, they were all human-like, so how could they compare? As everyone watched, after Tian Jiashan packed most of the mountaintop, including the Yang and Willow Forest, into the coiling dragon cauldron, he finally approached the crowd with a small hemp bag on his back. Yaoer, take this. Don't give it to your father and mother. Keep it for yourself to eat, drink, and play. It's enough to last you until you're a graceful young woman. Yaoer, trying hard to hold back tears, took a sharp breath, but snot still flowed out, so she could only pull up little Marshal Uncle's clothes in front of her to wipe it. Little Marshal Uncle, you must remember to come back and see me in the future, otherwise I'll miss you. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl burst into tears. 7th senior sister, with a helpless yet doting expression, came forward, knelt down, and comforted her daughter. Seeing Yaoer like this, Tian Jiashan smiled slightly. With the sect master, that elder, around in the future, Yaoer wouldn't need him to worry. Sweeping his gaze over everyone standing before him, Tian Jiashan stepped back, then bowed slightly to the crowd with cupped fists. Senior brothers and sisters, if we get rich, let's not forget each other. After speaking, he turned and bowed to the vice sect master and his master, and then bowed towards the distant mountaintop with the straw hat pavilion before turning and leaving. As Huang placed the small straw hat he had woven and crafted onto Yang Lu Yi's head, a giant phoenix feather in front of him rapidly expanded against the wind, instantly transforming into a flying boat. The 2 divine beasts and 2 human immortal supremes swiftly departed under the gaze of the crowd. It's a good thing old 10th isn't the type of arrogant and overbearing person who flaunts his personality. Otherwise, if he were to go to Bright Sun Heaven, he could probably make many fierce divine beasts in that region feel ashamed. If he were to go to the major 1000 worlds, that would truly be a disaster, 6th senior sister said with a sigh, her face full of reluctance. 6th sister, you've fallen for old 10th's trick. Someone like old 10th, no matter how cautious he is, can never be quiet. Don't believe me, 6th sister? Just wait and see. Before long, all sorts of rumors will surely spread throughout the world. 2nd senior brother was very confident and certain about what he said. Given old 10th's personality, why would he go out for training? Isn't it precisely because he can act freely and recklessly outside? While the outside is more dangerous, it is also more free, and those so-called dangers are nothing to old 10th. And old 10th, unconstrained, will only act more decisively and fiercely. If he wants to kill Shang He, he'll kill Shang He. That old 10th will be quiet after going out? I, for one, absolutely don't believe it. I agree with 2nd senior brother's words, 8th senior brother Zhuang said, his tone equally certain. And upon hearing what the 2 said, and recalling the scenes of junior brother Jiashan fighting that he had witnessed before, the 10 members of Chao Xian sect's lineage did not object to what the 2 said, especially Li Zisai, who had personally witnessed Gong Yangqing's death. Recalling in their minds the various aspects of junior brother Jiashan they knew and had seen, everyone suddenly felt that junior brother Jiashan was truly just cautious, not cowardly. On the contrary, junior brother Jiashan's methods of killing were sharp and ruthless. Let's go, let's go. Even if we keep looking, he won't come back. While you're all here worrying about that kid, he's probably off sightseeing with a beauty. Those who haven't broken through to Calamity Transformation Realm and those who have, quickly break through to Human Immortal Realm. Otherwise, as mere mortals, even if the sect has means, it's hard to guarantee your lives. When they thought of Yang Luyi because of the Vice Sect Master's words, everyone's expressions became a little strange again, then interesting smiles appeared on their faces. Old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, and Yang Luyi, a perfect match. Abandoning Broken Mountain, everyone was led back to Chaosian sect. As for what would happen to Broken Mountain later, no one knew now, not even Taiting Immortal. Since he could rest for a while, Zhang Yi did not follow everyone back to Chaosian sect, but instead embarked on the journey back to the imperial capital with Hao Tianzhu and others. Li Tianming, why aren't you coaxing me anymore? I'm telling you, I haven't forgiven you yet. I'll complain when we get back. On the way, seeing that Li Tianming wasn't coaxing her, but instead just walking dejectedly and distractedly, Zhang Si, who had already calmed down, spoke with deliberate arrogance. Li Tianming turned his head, looking at that person who was useless except for being good-looking. He had seen that arrogant and unruly face countless times, only to find it unremarkable, then turned his head away expressionlessly. Coax you? I've been coaxing you since I arrived at Broken Mountain, coaxing you until we left Broken Mountain. To coax you, I couldn't even properly say goodbye to my brother. I'm the one who needs coaxing. Then I'll coax you. Zhang Si didn't just say it, she actually went forward to comfort Li Tianming. Tian Jiashan is so strong, and he has the ethereal Yang Luyi by his side. He's living a carefree life. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot saving is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Li Tianming turned his head, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. What do you know? You don't understand my brother at all. My brother isn't interested in women. He'll be alone on the road. But aren't there still Huang and Liu Chuan? They're not human. The three people following behind sighed as they watched the two suddenly become harmonious, constantly telling themselves that they were used to the duo's words. And when everyone left Broken Mountain, leaving it in desolate place once more, those who had previously departed Broken Mountain returned to their sects and families, and shared the information they had obtained. 20 li outside Pingkang City, a bustling city in the northern part of central continent, stood a Buddhist site called Poshan Temple. It was called Poshan Temple, but the temple on the mountain was not broken at all. With golden cauldrons, tall buildings, a grand hall of 100 Buddhas, and a constant stream of pilgrims, it bore no resemblance to the word broken. Guanmian and Gu Xiai, who had appeared on Broken Mountain earlier and were the Buddhist sons of this generation, were now on the 18th floor of the 100 Buddhas hall. In front of them sat a dignified and benevolent great Buddha, with large ear pendants hanging down, each as big as an adult's palm. 9 prayer beads were strung together, and within each bead, a star twinkled. Have you inquired about the birth characters of this benefactor Jiashan? No, benefactor Jiashan is cautious. Even though people visited the mountain every day, benefactor Jiashan always appeared and accepted challenges, but refused to communicate with us. You may leave. There's no need to pay attention to the matters of Broken Mountain anymore. The great Buddha's face always bore a benevolent smile, easily making people feel a sense of closeness. Besides Guanmian and Gu Xiai, Junan also returned to the main sect of No Illusion abode in central continent. In a tall building located in the bustling city, whose highest point seemed to reach for the stars and embrace the moon at night, Junan now stood quietly behind a graceful woman. Opposite the woman sat a middle-aged man in a python robe, and the chessboard between them was already filled with black and white pieces. Madame Changjiang's chess skills are as exquisite as ever. It seems I'll have to go back to the palace and review some chess manuals, and listen less to the flattering words of those court officials. Second prince, you flatter me. It was merely a narrow victory. Seeing the second prince in front of her rise, the woman dared not remain seated. The second prince smiled, glanced at the quietly standing Junan, then left with his hands behind his back. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. The imperial palace has suddenly begun to value No Illusion abode, so it seems there are indeed some undercurrents at play. Nenner, how did the observation of Broken Mountain go? Madam, Broken Mountain was extremely unusual. Not only did the sect master of Chaosian sect, Taiting Immortal, guard the mountain, but the sect master of Hunyang sect also appeared on Broken Mountain, and the two even fought once. In addition, the prodigies of this generation from Chaosian sect, Zhongjian, Li Zisai, Dong Ta, and others, all gathered on Broken Mountain, and among them, a full 6 people broke through to Calamity Transformation Realm. The anomaly in the heavenly secrets that the abbot mentioned earlier is very likely due to the continuous lightning tribulations for Calamity Transformation Realm triggered by the multitude of people. However, one person named Tian Jiashan is worth noting. Hearing such an unfamiliar name, the woman turned her head in confusion. Oh, what is so noteworthy about this Tian Jiashan? Upon hearing this, Junan briefly recounted what she had seen and heard on Broken Mountain, then handed the spiritual mirror, thrown out by the soul seed, to Madame Chongyang. Dual Calamity Transcending Realm, Soul Summoning. It's not just Tian Jiashan who needs attention. Nenner, take this token and have the high-ranking members contact and notify the branch sect in Chihua Wilderness to pay attention to Tian Jiashan. Junan took the token and was about to leave when she was called back. Tell them to be careful not to offend Bright Sun Heaven. If they really can't get in touch with Tian Jiashan, then forget it. Bright Sun Heaven, if they provoked it, No Illusion abode would find it difficult to easily bear its wrath. And those who knew about the events on Broken Mountain were far more than just Poshan Temple and No Illusion abode. The Lu family, the Chen family, the Song family, and Chongyang Mountain where the 9-headed Xiong Liu resided, God Peak where Wuhou County was located, and Yaokai Holy Land, which had a good relationship with Taiting Immortal with the return of everyone, they all learned of a young man named Tian Jiashan, who, alone, had achieved dual calamity transcending realm and could slaughter a calamity transformation realm supreme being. At the same time, inside Hunyang sect, the soul seed, who had intended to finally break through to calamity transformation realm and settle old scores with Tian Jiashan, unexpectedly found himself repeating his past failure, once again beaten half to death, and then rescued by the sect master of Hunyang sect. Now, with his injuries still not fully healed, he heard that the prodigy Tian Jiashan had actually been invited as a guest to Chihua Wilderness, and his Dao heart wavered once more. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. No sooner had he spoken than, seeing the Tian Jiashan in front of him wagging his tail and begging, the soul seed fell into deep thought. No, Tian Jiashan is a dog. How can I compare myself to a dog? Oh, isn't this our great stray dog? No, our great master? Why are you talking to yourself? Could it be that Tian Jiashan beat the soul out of you? Should I be kind and summon the soul for our great master? The sarcasm in the suddenly appearing voice was blatant. The soul seed, whose arm was still in a sling to help his bones and muscles recover faster, turned his head. Looking at the gloating brother and sister, he sneered, his eyes full of disdain. You things, worse than dogs, your clumsy soul summoning technique, save it for your family's funerals and earn some money to make a living for yourselves. The brother and sister Shu Chong and Shu Wen had sharp tongues, but in front of the soul seed, they felt like a small witch meeting a great one. Stop barking. You two third-rate people, it's not that I'm saying it, but you two were just lucky not to have fought that monster. Otherwise, your Dao heart would have shattered long ago, and then the sect would have to support two useless people for nothing. With no mercy in his words, not concealing his contempt and disdain for the two, the soul seed hobbled away. It's good that he left Broken Mountain, good that he left Broken Mountain. Now he would have plenty of opportunities to strike in the dark. After learning that Tian Jiashan had already gone to Chihua Wilderness, the soul seed had only one thought, follow that bastard and find an opportunity to get that dog thief sooner or later. After 2 near-death experiences that brought him wisdom, the soul seed finally understood one thing, he didn't have the ability to openly defeat Tian Jiashan with strength. So, after figuring this out, the soul seed decided to try a different approach. Anyway, as long as he was the one who ultimately killed Tian Jiashan, then he would win. When they left, the Tai Ting Immortal sent them off, so even though they were delayed on Broken Mountain for some time, the journey towards Chihua Wilderness was not that urgent. At this moment, Tian Jiashan and his group were staying in a small city called Liang Land. The reason they were staying in Liang Land was because beyond it lay an area called Ghost Forest that they needed to cross. Facing the Ghost Forest, Huang, who was already at the heavenly immortal 4th realm, naturally had nothing to fear, but Tian Jiashan and the other two could not, even though all three were Calamity Transformation Realm supreme beings. In the major thousand worlds, there is an unwritten rule, the more crowded a place is with humans and beasts, the relatively safer it is. At least, a series of bizarre phenomena will not occur. The more remote the area, the more strangeness it contains, especially at the junction of two realms. These remote areas, from the perspective of both realms, not only harbor various extremely vicious creatures for all sorts of reasons, but also present opportunities and dangers simultaneously, due to many places being unexplored and undeveloped. It is precisely for this reason that many bold individuals take risks to come to these borderlands, and the Liang Land where Tian Jiashan was currently located was such a place. As a king in Bright Sun Heaven, Huang was not interested in a chaotic place like Liang Land, so at this time, only Tian Jiashan and the other two were out treasure hunting. Tian Jiashan wanted to try his luck, hoping to find some good items at the stalls. As for Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan, they were simply curious and followed Tian Jiashan out. The left and right sides of the street were mostly lined with stalls. The stall owners included humans, vicious beasts, Ya race members, and even some evil creatures, such as the skeleton-wrapped being in front of Tian Jiashan to his right. Tian Jiashan was accustomed to all this, as he had often set up stalls over the past 100 years and had seen all kinds of creatures. Stall owner, from what rank of cave was this item of yours unearthed? Stopping in front of a Ya race member with a human head and horse body, Tian Jiashan was toying with a leaky pottery pot. Fellow Daoist has good taste. This pottery pot comes from an earth immortal cave. I just acquired it recently. Fellow Daoist, please look at the inscriptions on the inner wall of this pottery pot. Tian Jiashan squinted, and because there was a hole at the bottom of the pot, the inner wall could be seen clearly. There were indeed inscriptions inside, but except for a few lines of genuine inscriptions, the rest were all patched on. These inscriptions are clearly the work of a Dao stove. With a slight flow of spiritual power, the inscriptions immediately revive, shining with golden light. It is a treasure for collection. Although it has some minor flaws, it is at least of the acquired supreme treasure rank. I see that fellow Daoist is also an expert. This pottery pot can be taken away for only 500,000 purple spirit stones. This is an honest deal, fellow Daoist, it's absolutely worth it. Seeing the horse Yao in front of him speak so eloquently, Liu Chuan also became interested, but after examining it closely, he couldn't find anything extraordinary. After a look, Tian Jiashan smiled slightly, realizing that only the few genuine inscriptions on the inner wall of the entire pottery pot were worth anything. Stall owner, this pottery pot of yours might be a treasure, but it's a storage item, and I have no use for it. Upon hearing this, the horse Yao stall owner immediately became anxious. Look at what fellow Daoist is saying. When traveling, who knows what will happen next, right? What if fellow Daoist suddenly strikes it rich tonight? Tian Jiashan smiled slightly, still unmoved. The horse Yao knew he had met someone who understood the goods. Fellow Daoist, 50,000 purple spirit stones. 50. Hearing the price plummet so much at once, even those who didn't understand were startled. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist, you are truly humorous. This is, after all, from an earth immortal cave. When I found this pottery pot, it was enshrined next to a statue. Enshrined next to a statue? Could it be an incense burner? Yang Luyi mused aloud, but Tian Jiashan secretly cursed her as silly in his heart because of her words. But the horse Yao was delighted to hear this. Fairy has good eyes. I never even considered it was an incense burner before. If it really is, then this pottery pot should be worth at least 50,000 purple spirit stones. But why do I feel like this thing looks so much like a chamber pot? Liu Chuan's words were even more startling than Yang Luyi's, but Tian Jiashan liked them. This fellow Daoist is even more humorous, ha. The horse Yao stall owner spoke stiffly, his face somewhat rigid due to Liu Chuan's words. 50, that's all I can give. The horse Yao showed a pained expression. 500, I really can't go any lower, fellow deist. Watching Sweetie and the stall owner remain at a stalemate, Yang Luyi suddenly spoke with an indifferent expression. If you like it, just buy it. I'll pay. As soon as Yang Luyi finished speaking, before Tian Jiashan could glare, she extended her hand in front of Tian Jiashan. Also, it's cracked. Listening to her nonchalant and somewhat puzzled tone, Tian Jiashan at this moment only wanted to send this extravagant woman beside him back to Bushan sect. Oh my, fairy truly possesses divine power. This little figure with its head facing the sky is an acquired spirit treasure. It's only a notch below the acquired supreme treasure in my fellow deist's hand, yet fairy broke it just like that. Fairy is amazing. But you have to compensate. This little figure is worth 100,000 purple spirit stones. Now, it was Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan's turn to frown. She couldn't discern anything special about the pottery pot, but wasn't this little mud figure just made by kneading yellow mud and water? It wasn't even as pretty and lively as Yao's creations, yet they dared to ask for 100,000 purple spirit stones. Caught off guard, Yang Luyi was also slightly stunned, as she hadn't expected this horseman in front of her to dare to extort her so openly. Horseman, this little figure is just a toy made of yellow mud and water, and you want me to pay 100,000 purple spirit stones. Yang Luyi's temper flared up instantly, her gentle and lovely demeanor vanished, replaced by an overbearing attitude that was truly intimidating. Seeing a conflict erupt at the horse Yao's stall, the surrounding stall owners also looked over, and several nearby stall owners stood up to watch. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revamped, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. He himself was a stall owner, and he was very familiar with the ins and outs and rules of the trade, so Tian Jiashan merely pressed his forehead in exasperation at this moment. It was true that the little figure was made of yellow mud and water. The stall owner taking advantage of the situation to extort money was an old trick. If it were him, he would do the same, perhaps even more ruthlessly. Fairy, I don't think you look like a poor person who can't afford to pay. If you don't want to compensate, just say so. Why accuse me of selling fakes? Isn't that slandering the character of us horsemen in business? This little figure, 100,000 purple spirit stones, not a single piece less. Seeing a mere carefree dare to shout at her like this, and knowing it wasn't her fault, how could Yang Luyi tolerate it? Seeing that the young miss beside him was in a bad mood, Tian Jiashan quickly stepped forward to calm her down. Yi, listen to me. However, before Tian Jiashan could finish speaking, a straw hat was placed on his head, obscuring his vision, and then he was pushed away forcefully, falling to the ground. Her spiritual power immediately surged. In a fit of anger, she took off the straw hat that covered her face and placed it on Sweetie beside her. Yang Luyi instantly struck. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan, also indignant, not only didn't try to stop them but also released his cultivation, locking down the horseman who was a head taller than him, allowing Yang Luyi to act freely. A short while later, the horse Yao, who was only at the human immortal first realm, was knocked to the ground by the two, bruised and swollen, with even his horse hooves broken. Tian Jiashan, who had been pushed down, was caught in the chaos and commotion. When he tried to intervene, he was accidentally injured by Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan, and now had some bruises on his face. The person who had been accidentally injured and knocked away had just pushed through the crowd and returned. Looking at the stiff horse Yao lying on the ground, and then at the group of other stall owners glaring at the two, he rubbed his temples, a headache brewing. However, seeing a distinguished person being surrounded by people in the chaotic crowd, staring at the crazy woman and Chuan, he immediately stepped forward. Let's see if you dare to swindle people again. Yang Luyi said aggressively, taking off her straw hat and revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Sweetie, what happened to your face? Did someone secretly attack you during the chaos? Does this horseman have accomplices? Seeing the bruises on Sweetie's face, Yang Luyi, who had just let out a sigh of relief, raised her delicate eyebrows, and her previously calmed aura began to surge again. Tian Jiashan slammed the straw hat down, covering Yang Luyi's face, which countless people yearned for, and then glared at Liu Chuan. Wear it. Seeing that Yang Luyi still wanted to take off the hat, Tian Jiashan's tone became a bit heavier this time. Hearing the weight in Tian's voice, Yang Luyi didn't actually take off the straw hat, but merely adjusted its position slightly. All the stall owners were of the same ilk, and seeing a colleague being bullied, they naturally sided with the horse Yao, so Tian Jiashan and the other two instantly became the target of public criticism. Fortunately, Tian Jiashan understood the rules and handled the situation deftly. After compensating the horse Yao with 100,000 purple spirit stones, the commotion finally subsided. The 100,000 spirit stones were, of course, not for the little figure, as everyone understood the situation. So, the 100,000 spirit stones were mainly for medical expenses. Seeing that Tian Jiashan was so sensible, and also seeing the strong power of the two who had acted, the horse Yao also knew when to stop and did not continue to act shamelessly. Thus, nothing was found, and Tian Jiashan lost 100,000 spirit stones for nothing. After such a commotion, they became somewhat conspicuous for a time, so Tian Jiashan took the two back to their lodging. In such a place, being noticed and targeted by others would definitely not be a good thing. Go and find out where that woman is staying. I want her tonight. Looking at the group leaving, the distinguished man whom Tian Jiashan had noticed earlier, surrounded by people, spoke indifferently. On the way back, Yang Luyi did not say a word, clearly harboring resentment over what had happened. As for Liu Chuan, he was carefree and unconcerned. Upon returning to an inn named Chen Jilai, Liu Chuan went to find Huang, while Tian Jiashan and Yang Luyi also returned to their rooms. However, Tian Jiashan entered Yang Luyi's room. When he dumped all the broken items from the stall onto the floor, Tian Jiashan began to search through them. Having paid 100,000 spirit stones, he couldn't just get nothing in return, right? While searching for anything usable, he turned his head and saw that the person by the window was still sitting stiffly, wearing the straw hat and remaining silent. Sighing inwardly, Tian Jiashan still got up. After all, she was a pampered young miss. You can take off the hat now. Hearing this, Yang Luyi merely took off the hat but still remained silent, still sulking. Were you hurt just now? No. The world outside is very dangerous. I know you weren't wrong just now, but these things, they just have this unwritten rule. I used to set up stalls often, so I know. Yang Luyi finally looked directly at the person in front of her. I just can't get over it. He was clearly in the wrong, yet I have to bear the mistake, and you, sweetie, had to pay. Seeing that the person in front of him had no intention of calming down, Tian Jiashan continued to speak. It was only after a while that Yang Luyi spoke again. Since that's the case, then I'll forgive it. But sweetie, are you okay? What could be wrong? Just a little bruise, it'll heal by itself soon. Come here, I'll tinker with something interesting for you. Saying this, he led Yang Luyi to the pile of broken items. Tian Jiashan rummaged through them, then refined some decent forging materials, and immediately crafted a pair of exquisite gloves for Yang Luyi on the spot. Next time you fight, wear these. At this, Yang Luyi's earlier unhappiness had long flown out of her mind. Not long after Tian Jiashan and his group returned home, the subordinate responsible for gathering information had already informed his master of Tian Jiashan and some others' whereabouts. During the day, Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan's antics not only yielded nothing but also cost them 100,000 spirit stones. After returning home, Tian Jiashan, sifting through the rubbish, utilized everything usable and immediately crafted a pair of gloves and a small handheld fan for Yang Luyi. Once she was satisfied and had completely forgotten the unpleasantness of the day, he prepared to leave. However, before Jiashan departed, a small room was filled with 4 sets, totaling 16 array stones, placed there by Jiashan. As for the windows and the area in front of Yang Luyi's bed, a total of 36 talismans of 6 different types were affixed. It was her first time being so far from home, and Yang Luyi, who had initially been somewhat worried, felt at ease and fell asleep soon after seeing the arrangements Sweetie had made. As for the departing Jiashan, after finding Liu Chuan, he left the inn under the cover of night. Tian, the person today only looked at Fairy Yi a few more times. It should be fine, right? He wouldn't go as far as to directly abduct someone, would he? Liu Chuan whispered in the night, knowing where they were going, thinking that it was a bit of an overreaction to go and monitor someone just because they had looked at Yang Luyi a few extra times during the day. Liu Chuan, this world is complex and full of dangers. Those who smile at you may not necessarily be good to you, and those who are harsh to you may not necessarily be bad. So, when you can't see through things, it's better to observe more first. It's always better than suddenly getting stabbed in the back. Jiashan spoke in a voice so low that only Liu Chuan could hear it, while following the route he had tracked earlier with a spirit awakening talisman. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble or getting involved, but Liu Chuan wasn't very enthusiastic about sneaking around in the middle of the night to investigate someone without intending to kill them. However, seeing how Tian put it, Liu Chuan still dutifully followed. After a short while, Jiashan led Liu Chuan to the back of a 4-story restaurant. Just separated by a window, they lurked in the night, watching the blood-pumping scenes unfolding inside the room. After concealing his aura and being further processed by Tian, Liu Chuan, whose aura was now completely masked, crawled outside the window. Upon seeing the seductive scenes inside the room, he immediately widened his eyes and turned his head. Could it be that Tian enjoyed voyeurism? However, just as this thought crossed Liu Chuan's mind, Jiashan had already shaken his head. Although that girl was dressed a bit plainly today, her figure and appearance are absolutely top-notch. If I could have a good time with her, tisk, it would surely be a taste even immortals would envy. Saint, Zhu's Hikai has already taken people to the Shenji La Inn. It won't be long before he brings that woman back for Saint's enjoyment. But before that, Saint, please favor this servant more. As the person on the bed in the room spoke obscenities, as if imagining the woman he had seen during the day, he was provoked and seduced. The man instantly became frenzied, and the commotion grew louder. A feeling of disgust rose in Liu Chuan's heart at the words of the person on the bed. He then saw that Tian had, without him noticing, taken out a spirit mirror and was recording the events happening in the room. His face was full of surprise, and he almost lost his balance and fell from the window, a place where no normal person could possibly stand. After a short while, Jiashan, who had recorded the beautiful life with the spirit mirror, quietly led Liu Chuan away again. After such a short while, is that person perhaps weak? Liu Chuan, walking further into the night, looked back at the restaurant behind him and mumbled. Liu Chuan, you overestimate him. Such a person is not just weak, he's already useless. With such a lack of vitality, if he were undergoing tribulation, wouldn't he be smashed to death by the lightning tribulation? Why do you worry so much? It has nothing to do with you. Liu Chuan nodded in agreement, but seeing that they were already on their way back, he frowned again. Are we just going back? That person said those things, shouldn't we just kill him directly? We came to collect evidence. Once the evidence is collected, of course we go back. As for that person, we are not butchers, why would we kill him? Of course, unless he doesn't want to live. After speaking, having completely disappeared into the darkness, Jiashan instantly used his physical body's strength to rush on his way. Seeing the person who had just been in front of him vanish silently in the blink of an eye, Liu Chuan was surprised that one could conceal their aura to such an extent. Unable to sense Tian anymore, he could only use his cultivation to keep up. And when Jiashan and Liu Chuan returned to the inn, there were already 7 or 8 corpses in the inn. From their appearance, they had just died not long ago. Yang Luyi hadn't even made a move, all the people who came to cause trouble had died. Huang had killed them all. Since he had personally come to pick them up, nothing could happen to them, otherwise, it would not only be his own face that was lost. Seeing people dead, Jiashan and Liu Chuan were not surprised at all, and Huang also didn't ask where the two had just been. Only Yang Luyi was somewhat slow to realize what had happened. Sweetie, these people, are they the ones you mentioned earlier who were staring at me? Who else could it be? Don't you often look in the mirror? Don't you know how much allure your figure and appearance hold for those beastly people? Jiashan said, already throwing bodies directly from upstairs, piling them at the entrance of the inn. Innkeeper, don't deal with the bodies yet. Just pile them here for a while, I still have use for them. Jiashan stood upstairs, looking down at the innkeeper who had come out because of the commotion, and spoke. Looking at the corpses dressed in uniform, the innkeeper downstairs, accustomed to such sights, said, Guest, it's fine to leave them for a bit longer, but this is a place of business. Having several dead people here isn't auspicious, is it? Jiashan knew what the innkeeper was really getting at. I'll add money, an extra 5,000 purple spirit stones. All right. The innkeeper immediately agreed heartily, then spoke to the errand boy inside. You inside, hurry up and arrange these bodies neatly for the gentleman upstairs. Anyone who ran a business in such a place surely had some hard strength, otherwise, opening an inn here would be like openly declaring 300 taels of silver are buried here. So, without the means to protect his 300 taels, how would the innkeeper dare to open for business? Jiashan, who had been in the Jianghe for many years and was an old hand, also deeply understood this point, which is why he acted this way. Upstairs, surprised that Jiashan had such seasoned experience, Huang also turned to leave. If you need anything, just call me. Although he didn't think Jiashan couldn't handle it, just in case, Huang still said that. A being who had to undergo tribulation from time to time, and was even in the dual calamity transcending realm, Huang didn't think Jiashan would be in much danger traveling outside. On the contrary, if a being like Jiashan traveled outside, it was other beings who should be worried. Having witnessed Tian Jiashan undergoing tribulation on Broken Mountain before, and having learned from Qing Immortal that Jiashan's undergoing tribulation was a common occurrence and didn't necessarily mean breaking through to a new realm, it took Huang several days to finally calm the shock in his heart. Huang considered his own frequency of undergoing tribulation to be very high, but compared to Jiashan's once-a-month frequency, it seemed somewhat insignificant. Can you still sleep? As soon as Huang left, Jiashan asked Yang Luyi. I can't sleep anymore. If you're scared, Lu Chuan and I can guard outside the door. I'm not scared, I just don't want to sleep. Then don't sleep. We can just make some late-night snacks. True to his word, as soon as Jiashan finished speaking, he took out a large cauldron, and as for ingredients, there was a whole pile. After a short while, Yang Luyi's room was filled with a rich aroma. The late-night snack Jiashan cooked was not just boiled meat and soup. Given his and Lu Chuan's physiques, let alone one cauldron, they could eat a vicious beast as large as the inn itself. So, to meet their nutritional needs, the meat Jiashan used was from the most spiritual chi-rich parts of spirit beasts and vicious beasts, the seasonings were spirit medicine of considerable age, and he added some heaven and earth treasures. Just this one cauldron of soup and meat would be enough for the top disciples and some small sects for body tempering. And as the three upstairs feasted, downstairs became noisy again. Lu Chuan, still holding a bone, was about to get up when Jiashan, licking his lips, already rose. You all sit. I'll go. The commotion downstairs was caused by the very man whose beautiful life Jiashan had recorded with the spirit mirror earlier. Looking at the man, who seemed listless and as if his body had been hollowed out, Jiashan suddenly felt that his previous assessment had been a bit rash. This was not just useless, he had no Yangshi left. My people, were they killed by you? Young master, this is a place of business, and many guests are resting. Let's talk about our matters aside, we can't disturb everyone's rest. After all, everyone comes to an inn to rest. As soon as Jiashan said this, he gained the approval of the onlookers. However, Jiashan's response was met only with the listless man's curses. Then, Jiashan killed the shouting man with one punch and then used a large array to blast all the biting attendants to death. Watching the sudden deaths of the crowd, the onlookers in the inn were horrified and immediately closed their doors and windows, pretending to be completely unaware of what had happened. After Tian Jiashan forcefully killed the person who clearly held some status, the gazes secretly watching everyone significantly decreased. As for Tian Jiashan and the others, they reappeared in people's sight the next morning as if nothing had happened. The place Tian Jiashan was going today was an exchange called Ju Baolu. As long as the spirit treasure was not of too high rank, Tian Jiashan could now forge it himself. As for spirit treasures of excessively high rank, the current Tian Jiashan had no use for them. His reason for going to Ju Baolu was simply that he needed materials. Although it was called Liang Land, the place where Tian Jiashan and the others settled was just a small village, not very large, so the events of last night spread almost immediately. However, fighting and killing were normal in a place like Liang Land, so people were naturally not surprised. They were just curious about who Tian Jiashan and his group, who were clearly outsiders, really were. After the commotion yesterday, knowing that the person named Tian Jiashan was experienced and ruthless, buying things in the building today went much smoother, and the clerk introducing treasures no longer dared to overprice them. After buying a few spirit treasures, materials, he needed, Tian Jiashan also bought several books. However, it was Tian Jiashan's habit to buy a few books wherever he went. Every night, he would either cultivate or read, always needing to use them. Sweetie, which one should I buy? Yang Luyi, who was strolling with Tian Jiashan, suddenly pointed at a statue of 4 sheep worshipping the immortal venerable and asked. He turned his head to look, muttering to himself that the person beside him truly lived up to her title of Goddess of Luck, even in such a reputable place, she could spot a rare defective item at a glance. Don't buy it. I'll make one for you when we go back. As Tian Jiashan spoke, a fixed image talisman under his clothes disappeared, and an imperceptible look in his eyes flashed away in an instant. And hearing that Sweetie could make one for her, with her astute mind, Yang Luyi glanced at the clerk and immediately stopped talking. If Sweetie could make it, it meant the treasure was definitely no more than Xian Kun rank, yet the clerk had just introduced it to her as an earth rank spirit treasure. After buying things, Tian Jiashan did not return to the inn immediately but continued to take the two of them aimlessly wandering around the small settlement, which covered an area of only a few square li. For Yang Luyi and Lu Chuan, even this small, dilapidated place in Liang Land was new, so they didn't find it boring. On the contrary, they were very excited, wanting to personally investigate anything they saw and quietly stopping to observe and whisper about some strange-looking Yao beasts they encountered. As for Tian Jiashan, though seemingly aimless, he was actually always paying attention to his surroundings. Beyond Liang Land was the Ghost Forest, and the Ghost Forest itself was not a benevolent place. If they encountered malicious individuals who wanted to cause trouble in the dark, the danger when traversing the Ghost Forest would be greatly amplified. Looking at the little girl holding a candied horse in her hand, being pulled by the woman in front, Tian Jiashan smiled slightly. Yang Luyi, do you want to eat that? Squatting on the ground, discussing a broken tile from a street stall with Chuan in a serious manner, the person who heard him turned her head to look at the candied horse in front. Sweetie, why do you always buy me food and not toys? Yang Luyi, with 2 strings of candied horse in her hands, asked indistinctly as she ate. I'll make you toys. I can't make that many varieties of food. As Tian Jiashan spoke, his peripheral vision and attention remained on the departing little boy. As for the woman pulling the little boy, she was merely a goo body cultivated through the method of borrowing a corpse to revive a soul, to put it plainly, a walking corpse. Feeling that Sweetie's words made sense, and after thinking carefully that she never seemed to lack things to play with, Yang Luyi didn't say anything, just ate with relish. The candied horse in her hand, although a bit ugly and not made from spirit medicine, were surprisingly delicious. So, Tian Jiashan took the 2 of them for a stroll like this until dusk before returning to the inn. As soon as he returned, seeing that fellow deist Huang was already waiting for him, Tian Jiashan was startled, wondering if something had happened. The person you killed last night was named Mu Qiming. His father is the sect leader of a sect called the Earth Dragon Sect, 1,000 li away. He's considered a local tyrant. That Earth Dragon sect leader is named Mu Shushan, an Earth Immortal of the 3rd realm. The Earth Dragon sect has about 1,000 people, including some Yao beasts. It's a force that can't even be considered third-rate. Is something wrong? Tian Jiashan added, providing more detailed information about the Earth Dragon sect. He had originally intended to inform Jiashan to be wary of retaliation from the Earth Dragon sect, but seeing that Jiashan clearly already knew, and even knew more than he did, Huang was momentarily stunned. His journey of 1,000 li last night had been in vain. So you already knew. I was going to remind you. One of my spiritual bodies passed by there before and knew about the Earth Dragon sect, and also recorded relevant information. Tian Jiashan had an encyclopedia that recorded almost everything he had seen and heard, in immense detail. That book was now in Yang Luyi's hands, who treated it as a record of strange tales of mountains and rivers. Upon hearing this, Huang glanced at the person in front of him, told himself that the person in front was a cautious cultivator, and was about to leave. Fellow deist Huang, we might have to stay here for a few days. Huang, who was about to leave, noticed the change in Tian Jiashan's tone and frowned slightly. Did something happen? It's nothing major. I just discovered some sneaky people. It's probably the after effects of what I did on Broken Mountain starting to gradually manifest. Those who want to keep an eye on me are already looking for me, but I don't know which family it is. Tian Jiashan said, not nervous at all. When traveling outside, he feared everything and feared nothing. As long as he figured out the origins of those trackers and killed them all, it would be fine. Can you handle it? Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history, screenshots are recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. I will try my best to handle it myself. Upon hearing Jiashan's words, a gleam of light flashed in Huang's golden pupils as he smiled and left. I will try my best to handle it myself. This revealed Jiashan's attitude. When traveling, Tian Jiashan disliked placing his hopes on others. Not only did it make it inconvenient for him to make his own plans, but it also went against his Dao of cultivation. Placing hope on others was inherently an incautious decision. Although it was confirmed that someone was watching him, Tian Jiashan didn't pay attention for now. As night fell again, he simply activated a formation, shielded all qi, melted down the items he bought during the day, and then began to forge the tools needed for entering the Ghost Forest. The most dangerous and common things in the Ghost Forest were, of course, the ever-present, thick miasma that never dispersed, and the strange poisonous insects nurtured in the chaotic environment. Some of these poisonous insects could even devour spiritual power, rendering a spiritual power shield ineffective. While his 4th spiritual body was refining artifacts, his main body was cultivating the primal scripture of life beginning. The 1st spiritual body was doing alchemy, the 2nd was practicing formation Dao, the 3rd was cultivating the Taixuan book, the foundational text of all talisman Dao. As for the new 5th spiritual body, he was currently sitting cross-legged beside Yang Luyi, who was reading a book on the floor, explaining the symbols and images marked in the book to her. Sweetie, this must be my home, right? It's drawn exactly the same. When she was getting sleepy, flipping through the pages cursorily and only looking at the parts she liked, Yang Luyi turned to a page with a familiar place and exclaimed in surprise. The mountain gate, the huge Bagua formation training ground, the heavenly pavilion standing at the highest point of the Bushan sect, and various other details. Everything depicted was the Bushan sect. The 5th spiritual body looked down. What Yang Luyi had opened was indeed the Bushan sect. Curious about what Sweetie had drawn and labeled about her home, Yang Luyi turned the page again and saw the names of her grandparents, her parents, and her 7 aunts and 8 uncles, with all their relationships meticulously and clearly marked. Sweetie, you've copied my family's genealogy. Why, are you plotting something against my family? The 5th spiritual body rubbed his nose and remained silent, but upon seeing Yang Luyi about to turn to the page after the character list, clearly remembering what he had drawn and labeled on that page, the 5th spiritual body's expression suddenly changed drastically. Slap. With a palm pressed down, the 5th spiritual body pressed down the page Yang Luyi had half turned. This time, Yang Luyi was thoroughly awake. Let go of my hand. The 5th spiritual body shook his head. What's drawn after that isn't your home anymore. It's a place called Fox Immortal Lake. You know those fox demons and fox immortals are all enchanting and alluring, so the pictures are a bit unfriendly. The fifth spiritual body chuckled as he explained, making it sound very convincing, but Yang Luyi wasn't buying it. I don't care, I want to see it myself. Yang Luyi pulled hard, and the fifth spiritual body just pressed down hard, so the two quickly began a struggle. However, as a spiritual body, how could the fifth spiritual body be Yang Luyi's opponent? After Yang Luyi's unreasonable display of fists and kicks, the fifth spiritual body quickly became miserable. The main body remained still, and the other spiritual bodies naturally did too. At this moment, they not only felt no pity for the fifth spiritual body but even found him too noisy. After a thorough beating, using the fifth spiritual body as a human cushion under her bottom, Yang Luyi finally opened the encyclopedia again and accurately located the previous position she had seen. Turning past the page that resembled a family tree, Yang Luyi saw a portrait that looked exactly like herself. The expression in her eyes and eyebrows, the charm in her every gesture, were all vividly displayed, as if she only needed to infuse a little spiritual power into the portrait, and another version of herself would walk out. Sweetie, you're pretty good, drawing it so lifelike. Did you used to sneak around and watch me a lot? It seems. Yang Luyi was speaking excitedly when her voice suddenly cut off, because she saw the annotations about herself below the portrait. Yang Luyi, female, a person of peerless beauty, forbidden item, family 7 aunts and 8 uncles, thousands of words. Yang Luyi read them one by one, then took a deep breath, closed the book, and looked at the fifth spiritual body she was sitting on. It's no use hitting me. This was all done by the main body, not me. The fifth spiritual body was helpless. This woman's expression was clearly not right. Tian Jiashan, I think I've been too good to you lately, so you've forgotten what kind of temper I have, haven't you? You even dare to speak ill of me, calling me a femme fatale? I'll beat you to death. Although he knew what the fifth spiritual body was experiencing and he himself had finished cultivating, Tian Jiashan still didn't wake up, deliberately pretending to be cultivating. Anyway, the fifth spiritual body was also himself, so let the fifth spiritual body bear the damage for him. Just as he muttered this thought, a cold voice came from Tian Jiashan's ear. Sweetie, your cultivation is over, isn't it? If it's over, don't keep your eyes closed. Am I that terrifying that you don't dare to look at me directly? Bang. Before Tian Jiashan's main body could even respond, his eyes were forced open, and he was sent flying by a slap. Yang Luyi, that's enough, alright? Don't I have any face? There are no outsiders here, and with me, you have no face whatsoever. With that, Yang Luyi pushed her luck and really put all her effort into hitting him. Endure it for a peace? Take a step back for boundless horizons? Yang Luyi only felt angrier the more she thought about it. The commotion in the room was too great. The work of the first, second, third, and fourth spiritual bodies could no longer continue. Coupled with the fifth spiritual body, who had already been beaten to vent anger, all 5 spiritual bodies sat in a row, watching themselves being beaten with no expression. The reason for choosing Liangland to stop and rest was not merely due to the harsh environment of the ghost forest outside Liangland, on the contrary, that was a secondary reason. The primary reason was that the ghost forest represented a critical juncture. Once one entered the ghost forest, the subsequent regions would only become increasingly difficult to traverse. It is no exaggeration to say that there are some border forbidden lands and undeveloped, lawless areas that even Huang would not dare to claim he could pass through unscathed. It was precisely because these factors were considered that Tian Jiashan suggested a stop in Liangland, to prepare in advance for things that would be needed or potentially useful later. When Tian Jiashan left Broken Mountain, his senior brothers and senior sisters gave him many things needed for cultivation, some of which were even priceless treasures. Besides that, with Yang Luyi's travel funds and the cultivation resources given by Qing Immortal, Tian Jiashan, though constantly complaining about poverty, was actually rolling in wealth. A clever housewife cannot cook without rice. To achieve longevity and survive, Tian Jiashan had learned so many skills, and now with ample resources, he was showcasing his myriad talents. Aside from occasionally going out to hunt for treasures, Tian Jiashan meticulously carried out his tasks every day, to the point where he didn't seem like a living person, but rather like a wind-up puppet, performing precise actions at precise times. And it was during this period of interaction that everyone discovered Tian Jiashan never slept. It was another night with a sparse moon and stars. As moonlight softened the darkness of the night, if one used their cultivation to ascend to a high altitude, they could see a hazy sky 100 miles away. The cause of this was the dense, millennia-old miasma in the ghost forest. Creatures were active during the day, and equally so when night fell. Tian Jiashan, however, belonged to the type that was active day and night. Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan, bored in their room, had expressed a desire to observe Tian Jiashan, and were now both in Tian Jiashan's room, though both the person and the beast had already fallen asleep. On the other side, knowing that Jiashan was busy with his various spiritual bodies, but hearing no sound of metalworking or forging in the entire inn, smelling no medicinal fragrance from alchemy, and detecting no fluctuations from talismans or spirit arrays, Huang simply gazed at the bright moon in the sky. Jiashan embodied caution to the fullest. There were many things to be made, and given his personality, Tian Jiashan intended to make far more than what was strictly necessary, so this would require more time. While Tian Jiashan cultivated and worked day and night, in the vast major thousand worlds, everything proceeded as normal. After the news spread that Chao Xian sect had produced 6 calamity transformation realm supreme beings within its sect, and that someone named Tian Jiashan was a dual calamity transcending realm practitioner, the entire world was shaken. Even in Huai Sacred Palace, a prominent figure appeared, 9th senior sister Huang Junyi's father. However, this individual appeared primarily to thank Chao Xian sect, and also to observe the sect's atmosphere, as well as the cultivator rumored to possess the dual calamity transcending realm physique. Of course, this individual did not meet Tian Jiashan. Besides Huai Sacred Palace, countless second-rate forces also responded, as did sects that already had good relations with Chao Xian sect. Among these, the most proactive was Jingxiang sect, also located in Huai Prefecture. Although they once stood on equal footing, now that Chao Xian sect had suddenly produced 6 calamity transformation realm supreme beings, and Ma Mingzhu and Shang Qi, the most promising candidates in Jingxiang sect to break through to the calamity transformation realm, had not yet succeeded, Jingxiang sect had to start considering its future direction. However, what made Chaoxian sect noteworthy, apart from the visible emergence of numerous calamity transformation realm supreme beings, were the undercurrents secretly stirred by Broken Mountain, though very few were aware of these undercurrents. Upon hearing that Chaoxian sect had abandoned Broken Mountain, some ancient families or powers had begun quietly heading towards Wei Prefecture as scouts. Among them were the ancient God clan from the ancient Edict realm, the Homachan family, where third senior brother resided, the Zhang family, and the Gu clan. Among these, the Gu clan divine race made the biggest stir, because a name called Tianjiashan touched the sensitive nerves of the Gu clan divine race. Tianjiashan was a name known to old and young alike within the Gu clan divine race. While the Gu clan divine race was secretly acting, an ancient tribe called Shenli tribe, not an ancient god clan but possessing a heritage comparable to them, was openly opposing the Gu clan divine race. The Gu clan divine race wanted to find Tianjiashan, so the Shenli tribe killed those from the Gu clan divine race who sought Tianjiashan. The reason for this clash between the two ancient forces stemmed from a person named Baishu. Although also in the central state region, a place called Shenli tribe was extremely remote and undeveloped, there wasn't even a decent road on the ground. Compared to the imperial capital where the human emperor resided, it was hard to imagine this was even the same world. However, it was precisely such a place, brimming with ancient qi like the Shenli tribe, that made Tianjiashan realize he had arrived in a primordial world. There wasn't a single towering pavilion, nor even a grand building. The tallest dwelling in the entire Shenli tribe was a modified beast bone hundreds of meters high. The walls had no bricks or tiles, but were made of rammed earth. The people living in the tribe were also very simple yet powerful. After leaving Chaoxian sect, to prevent the man-eating Gu clan divine race from harming Tian again, Baishu took Qin Baoxiao directly to the Shenli tribe. In the Shenli tribe, Baishu and Qin Baoxiao, dressed in simple clothing, had blended in well. In a spacious, yellow-earthed courtyard, Qin Baoxiao was playing with a group of children. These children could leap 3 to 4 meters high and 5 to 6 meters far, their physiques quite astonishing. Suddenly, a bright light appeared at the tribe's entrance, and the villagers all looked up. A short while later, a woman in a long dress, with an oval face and skin like ice and jade, appeared in their sight. Although the leading woman was brightly dressed, and her high-heeled crystal shoes seemed out of place in the muddy ground, she was a native of this place and the tribe's recognized most beautiful woman. Divine Master Lu Bing. Upon seeing Sister Bing appear, the group of children immediately abandoned Qin Baoxiao and swarmed towards her, because the children knew that Sister Bing had been to many places, and very far places. The woman, whose steps were hindered by the children surrounding her, merely smiled. As expected by the children, she took out some fresh items and distributed them. Only then did the children leave, satisfied. A little boy, who had only recently learned to walk, stumbled and fell to the ground after only a few steps. Big dog, you guys need to take Ji Li with you. The oldest boy among the group of children ahead turned around, gave an embarrassed chuckle, then swiftly moved to the little boy's side, picked him up, and then swiftly departed again. It won't be long before Ji Li becomes the king of the kids. These little rascals don't know to curry favor with Ji Li while they still can. Qin Baoxiao, who had come to Divine Master Lu Bing's side, spoke with emotion. Thinking of the little boy's astonishing talent, he couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. But whenever he thought that he was so envious of a child less than 2 years old that his teeth ached, Qin Baoxiao would become angry and embarrassed. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history, screenshots are recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. They are all innocent children. They don't care about Ji Li's power. Compared to Ji Li being powerful, they are more convinced that Ji Li is just a little kid who can't even walk steadily. Where's Xiu? He's in the village chief's house, playing Go with the village chief for 3 days and 3 nights. Thinking of the people in the house, Qin Baoxiao felt a headache coming on. Can you imagine a group of Immortal Dao grandmasters doing nothing but sitting in a room less than 10 square meters, playing Go for 3 days and 3 nights? And they only played one game in 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Baoxiao turned to look at the unmoving house, just like the unmoving people inside. From the looks of it, that game of Go was probably not yet finished. As soon as Qin Baoxiao finished speaking, a tall woman came out of the house carrying a pile of utensils made from animal bones, closing the door very softly. Mother. Bing Bing is back. Xiu and the others are playing Go in the house. Be quiet when you go in later, don't disturb them. They're in the middle of an earth-shattering battle. The woman said, deliberately making an exaggerated expression. If an uninformed person saw it, they would think some terrifying battle was happening in the house. Got it, Divine Master Lu Bing replied obediently, then headed towards the room where the battle was raging. Gently pushing open the recently closed door, Divine Master Lu Bing saw a group of people with their heads huddled together. Peering through the gap, she could see their worried expressions, yet beneath their worry, they were all deep in thought. Divine Master Lu Bing took one look and knew the battle was truly anxious and intense. At this moment, everyone, their attention focused on the chessboard, paid no mind to Yang Luyi's appearance. They were simply pondering the game. A big man and Baishu were squeezed onto the same bench, one rubbing his foot while looking at the chessboard. Just by his appearance, he didn't resemble Divine Master Lu Bing's father at all. Quietly arriving behind Xiu, she tiptoed and leaned slightly forward. After seeing the chessboard from behind the group of elders, Divine Master Lu Bing, who immediately recognized the decisive move, remained silent. Divine Master Lu Bing didn't yet know everyone's personality. If she dared to speak at this moment, she would surely be carried out by everyone, and then would not be allowed back into the room until the game was over. However, that obvious winning move was not seen by any of the onlookers, including the two playing, one old and one young. Thus, a game that originally only needed one move, the two played for a full 45 moves, only to win in the clumsiest way possible. Whether it was the players or the spectators, everyone was bad at the game but addicted. Simply put, the reason the game lasted so long was that they were evenly matched in their ineptitude, like two clumsy chickens pecking at each other. When the silent room, where one could hear the wind through the window, finally stirred, Bai Xiu won this battle that had lasted 3 days and 3 nights, no, including today, 3 days and 4 nights. Old man, you're no good. No matter how you play, it's a dead end. The big man who was picking his feet spoke the first sentence. The old man, already depressed from losing, was still trying to figure out where he had lost, replaying the game in his mind, when he heard this disrespectful remark. His eyebrows immediately shot up. You're so good, you do it. If you can beat Bai Boy, then I'm not your father. The old village chief said, his beard bristling and eyes wide. Seeing his father resort to this again, the big man also sighed. You're not my father, but my mother is still my mother. As soon as the big man finished speaking, a strong wind blew across Bai Xiu's face, making him exclaim in his heart how refreshing it was. A rumbling sound followed, and thus, another large hole appeared in the wall that had already been mended multiple times. The old village chief's speed was so fast that even Bai Xiu, who was now in the human immortal realm, didn't feel any premonition. However, the group of elders watching the game all dodged in an instant. It was evident that the people in the room were powerful. Village chief, go easy. That's my future father-in-law. If you hurt him, I'll have to support him later. He's your future father-in-law, and I'm your future grandfather. You, Bai Boy, have no respect for elders or juniors, no sense of humility. Bing Bing cannot marry you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and the old village chief even said such spiteful words. However, seeing Bai Xiu's unperturbed, even happier smile, one knew that he was already used to it. Old man, if you don't let Divine Master Bing marry me, I can't just stand by, can I? Even if I have to abduct her, I'll abduct Divine Master Bing. Then you won't see Divine Master Bing all year round. Let's see if you can endure that. Also, after I abduct Divine Master Bing, I'm going to bring my brothers to abduct other women from the village. I'll abduct all the women and turn the Shen Li tribe into a tribe of bachelors. If your brother really has that ability, this old man will hold his nose and accept it. Having just spoken with an imposing aura, the old village chief then muttered softly, I have a companion, a son, and a granddaughter. What am I afraid of? Old big hair, you are making veiled accusations. Who are you looking down on? Having a companion, a son, and a granddaughter is impressive, hey? I've been widowed my whole life, have I ever envied anyone? As soon as the old village chief finished muttering, an old man who had been watching the show immediately became displeased. He spoke loudly, glaring angrily at the old village chief. If you're not envious, then why are you shouting now? Also, am I the village chief or are you? How can you yell at the village chief like that? Believe it or not, next year I'll confiscate your 1/3 acre vegetable patch, so you lonely old man can't even plant crops for amusement. Alright, that's enough. I have something to say. Seeing everyone's argument escalate and the topics become increasingly absurd, Divine Master Lu Bing finally spoke. The old smoker, with words on the tip of his tongue, still wanting to argue, tapped his large pipe and put away his tobacco pouch. And it was at this moment that the voice of this elder, called the old smoker, appeared in Divine Master Lu Bing's sea of consciousness. Bing Bing, you've been to so many places. Have you met any woman who would be a perfect match for Grandpa Smoker? Introduce her to Grandpa Smoker. Divine Master Lu Bing didn't respond. Anyway, the expression old and improper probably described the elders in front of her. After Divine Master Lu Bing spoke, the chaotic room finally quieted down. The large hole created by Lu Yan, which now provided good ventilation, saw everyone, including Bai Xiu and Qin Baixiao, sitting attentively on small stools, ready to listen to the news Divine Master Lu Bing had gathered during her absence. Tian Jiashan has left Broken Mountain and has been invited as a guest to Bright Sun Heaven by Huang, the eldest son of the Phoenix ancestor, who came from Chihua Wilderness. The first sentence Divine Master Lu Bing uttered moved everyone in the room. Ever since leaving Chahasi, the name he heard most was Tian Jiashan. Now, hearing news of him again, Qin Baixiao couldn't help but frown. Initially, his curiosity about Tian Jiashan stemmed from him being Bai Xiu's sworn brother. Later, his awe and reverence for Tian Jiashan came from witnessing his astonishing competition with Bai Xiu. After arriving at Shen Li tribe, his renewed shock at Tian Jiashan was due to the mere tip of the iceberg of information he had learned about him. Tian Jiashan, very likely, is connected to death and reincarnation. He might even be the successor to that supreme great emperor of Fengdu. Hearing this, Bai Xiu's expression also changed slightly, but he did not interrupt Divine Master Lu Bing. Furthermore, Tian Jiashan is now in the dual calamity transcending realm. At this, not only the two young people but also the others frowned simultaneously. Bing Bing, I've heard of and seen the calamity transformation realm, but what does dual calamity transcending realm mean? Is it some popular term from the outside world? The speaker was an old man with a scholarly aura, though the villagers called him a refined scoundrel. His name was Lu Deng, and he had a cultivation of the immortal 7 realms. The so-called dual calamity transcending realm means having 2 calamity transformation realm cultivations. While Tian Jiashan himself was already in the calamity transformation realm, a spiritual body he cultivated through the 10 divine arts of the great beginning broke through to the calamity transformation realm, hence it's called dual calamity transcending realm. Tian Jiashan used his dual calamity transcending realm twice, nearly killing the deist son of the Shang clan and the soul seed of Hunyang sect, both of whom were also in the calamity transformation realm. Hearing this, the old man guarding the village entrance turned to look at the village chief. Lu Ding, is the 10 divine arts of the great beginning that powerful? Nonsense, if the 10 divine arts of the great beginning were that heaven-defying, Jindao Sword Immortal would have died long ago. Hearing the gatekeeper's brainless comment, the old man with the pipe made no effort to hide his disdain. So, does that mean Tian Jiashan is heaven-defying? Tian Jiashan has always been heaven-defying. The old village chief, finally speaking more seriously, opened his mouth. Although he had never met Tian Jiashan, his evaluation of him was very sincere, as if he understood Tian Jiashan very well. With a thoughtful expression in his eyes, the old village chief continued, Bing Bing, you go on. Including Tian Jiashan, Chao Xian sect now has a total of 6 supreme beings in the calamity transformation realm, all of whom broke through on Broken Mountain. There are rumors that these individuals were all guided and nurtured by Tian Jiashan. Furthermore, after Tian Jiashan left, the sect master of Chao Xian sect publicly announced abandoning Broken Mountain, making Broken Mountain suddenly mysterious and shrouded in mist. At this, the expressions of the old men, which had just softened a bit, all changed in unison. Seeing the sudden change in expression of the old rascals around him, Lu Yan also frowned instantly. His father and the others frowning must mean something unusual, but he didn't hear anything amiss in what Bing Bing said. In fact, it was normal for Lu Yan to be curious, as he also did not know the secret of Broken Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, after Yan Qing publicly announced giving up Broken Mountain, quite a few forces must have heard the news and headed towards the central continent. The old village chief spoke, his words and expression revealing a rare hint of solemnity. Hearing that his grandfather had already guessed the outcome before he even spoke, Divine Master Lu Bing knew that his own guess was probably correct. Indeed, after Tai Ting Immortal announced this, it seemed calm on the surface, but secretly, undercurrents were already surging. From the information I've gathered, many of the forces heading to the central continent because of this matter have astonishing backgrounds. The three flourishing ancient god clans in the ancient edict realm all have people appearing, with the Gu clan being the most prominent. Of course, part of the reason is also because of Tian Jiashan. At this point, Divine Master Lu Bing looked at Baishu, knowing Tian Jiashan's place in his heart. Even the three flourishing ancient god clans have come. Is this place called Broken Mountain that eerie? This time, it was Lu Yan's turn to be surprised. Lu Yan, your cultivation is almost there, but there are still many things in this world for you to learn. Why don't you go out and gain some experience? I think this trip to Broken Mountain is a very good opportunity. The village's scholar spoke, his tone playful, but his expression was worth scrutinizing, so Lu Yan did not answer immediately. By boy, does Yan Qing know about Tian Jiashan's connection with Fengdu? Ignoring their conversation, after a moment of thought, the old village chief finally spoke to Baishu. Yan Qing, he was an excellent rising star. If one were to talk about bestowing a divine position, that person would be very suitable and capable. At this, it was Baishu's turn to frown. When Jindao Sword Immortal saved me and Tian Tian back then, he did catch a glimpse of the great emperor of Fengdu. Tian Tian lost all his memories, so even if he asked, Tian Tian wouldn't know anything. However, Jindao Sword Immortal told Tai Ting Immortal how he saved Tian Tian. As Baishu spoke, the old village chief already had an idea in his mind. By boy, why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? That Tai Ting Immortal is not as insignificant as you think. Just from his attitude towards Tian Jiashan, it's already very much worth considering. Now, he's acting this way with Broken Mountain, Tai Ting Immortal must have already guessed that Tian Jiashan is connected to Fengdu. The matter being discussed was so serious that the old man with the pipe, who had been a bachelor all his life, even extinguished the tobacco in his pipe. Completely unaware of the secret of Broken Mountain, hearing the group of frivolous old men suddenly speak so seriously, they knew the matter was not simple, and a belly full of questions arose within them. Old man, what on earth are you talking about? Even if Tai Ting Immortal knows Tian Jiashan is connected to Fengdu, what does that have to do with this Broken Mountain? By the way, where is this Broken Mountain? The old village chief glanced at the person beside him, who was as foolish as an idiot and wide-eyed with curiosity, and for once, he didn't mock him. At this point, it seems the secret of Broken Mountain won't be hidden much longer. With eyes full of reminiscence, the old village chief, like turning the pages of a book, unfolded the ancient stories of Broken Mountain page by page, telling its tale to everyone. However, even after such a long passage of time, and even though few beings knew what happened during that period, when it was brought up again, the old village chief's expression remained incredibly solemn. For beings like the old village chief who had participated in the fierce battle of Broken Mountain and were fortunate enough to survive, Broken Mountain was like a scarred but never healing wound hidden beneath clothing. If left untouched, it was simply a scar, but if uncovered, it would bleed profusely. That period was so long and so tragic that it couldn't be told in a short while. So, the old village chief only picked the most important parts and spoke in concise language. Yet, even so, the old village chief spoke for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. When the old village chief stopped, everyone understood why the old men had been so concerned about Broken Mountain after hearing Tai Ting Immortal's decision, and the shock in their hearts was fully displayed on their faces. If that's the case, Tai Ting Immortal might really have guessed something. So, not only is he not restricting him, but he might also be using Broken Mountain to attract outside attention, making Tian Tian less noticed. With quick thoughts, Tian Tian connected everything and hit the nail on the head with one sentence. From all indications, it's very likely. After all, if Tai Ting Immortal didn't want the matter of Broken Mountain to attract too much attention, he wouldn't have deliberately announced abandoning it, nor would he have intentionally shrouded Broken Mountain in so much mystery. But Grandpa, if Broken Mountain is truly as you say, then wouldn't Tian Jiashan seem somewhat insignificant in comparison? After weighing things in her mind, Divine Master Lu Bing, who hadn't spoken for a while, also frowned and spoke. In that distant past, such earth-shattering battles occurred in the place now called Broken Mountain. How could a single Tian Jiashan compare? Even if Tian Jiashan had an unusual connection with Fengdu, even if Tian Jiashan was in the dual calamity transcending realm, it shouldn't cause Tai Ting Immortal to go to such lengths, right? Bing Bing, behind Chahasi is the gate to the netherworld. And Baishu's master, Yanju, a demigod, in the netherworld. For a demigod to be so attentive, the lowest rank would be one of the 10 kings of hell, as each of them possesses demigod cultivation. However, being fellow demigods, Yanju might not necessarily be so attentive. So, it's not impossible that a judge sought out Yanju. And for a dignified judge of Fengdu to care so much about Tian Jiashan, do you think Tian Jiashan is not worth it? Furthermore, just being in the dual calamity transcending realm is very much worth it. After Divine Master Lu Bing brought back a lot of information and learned about the astonishing history of Broken Mountain from the old village chief, Baishu, worried about Tian Tian, left Shen Li tribe the next day, and Divine Master Lu Bing and Qin Baoxiao naturally followed. Because the Gu clan divine race was paying attention to Tian Jiashan, even though Baishu knew that Tian Tian was currently being protected by Huang, the Phoenix ancestor's eldest son, on his way to Bright Sun Heaven in Chihua Wilderness, Bai Xiu still thought that at least those who had left Ancient Edict Realm for Tian Tian should be killed. Bai Xiu knew that Tian Tian had a relationship with Fengdu, and not a shallow one, but Bai Xiu also knew that the current Tian Tian had already selectively forgotten that period of time, so Tian Tian did not know that he had made a promise with that supreme great emperor in the past. To let Tian Tian grow up undisturbed by the outside world was Bai Xiu's way of protecting Tian Jiashan, and the only thing Bai Xiu could do. Bai Xiu, I've always been curious, Tian Jiashan clearly has so many powerful experts secretly paying attention to him, and it's even the underworld's Fengdu. He probably can't even die, can he? Why are you so concerned about his safety? On the way to Qing, Qin Baoxiao asked the person beside him curiously. In the past, Bai Xiu cared so much about Tian Jiashan, and Qin Baoxiao thought it was understandable. After all, the enemy was the ancient god clan, and Tian Jiashan had no strong background. Although his innate talent was astonishing, he was still just a creature who hadn't even reached the human immortal realm. But now that he knew Tian Jiashan's mysterious identity, Qin Baoxiao didn't understand. It was possible that the 10 kings of hell or even the judges were secretly paying attention. As long as the oldest few from the Gu clan divine race didn't appear, Tian Jiashan would definitely not die. In fact, when we left Jahasi, Master's instructions also made me very curious. Although Tian Jiashan himself doesn't know, he does have such a terrifying background as Fengdu to rely on. Why do we still need to protect him like this? I even feel that making such a fuss to protect Tian Jiashan's safety is a bit over the top. As soon as Divine Master Lu Bing finished speaking, Bai Xiu suddenly stopped. Turning his head in surprise to look at Bai Xiu who had suddenly stopped, and seeing his face was somewhat gloomy, Divine Master Lu Bing immediately showed an apologetic expression. Knowing why Bai Xiu was like this, Qin Baoxiao also looked helpless. He had told Divine Master Lu Bing more than once or twice that Tian Jiashan was very different to Bai Xiu, but Divine Master Lu Bing still competed with Tian Jiashan out of jealousy. According to Master's intention, we don't need to go to this extent, but why I protect Tian Tian so tirelessly is entirely my selfishness. I told you at the beginning, if you feel it's troublesome, you can tell me. Bai Xiu's tone was very cold. My goal is very simple, I want Tian Tian to live like this, in the way he likes. After saying that, Bai Xiu continued on his way, ignoring the two apologetic people. What Tian Tian meant to him, Bai Xiu couldn't explain clearly, so he never explained. However, Bai Xiu knew that over 100 years ago, he and Tian Tian almost died under the pursuit of the Gu clan divine race. After that, he saw the great emperor of Fengdu and survived a near-death experience, everything he had was still there, but Tian Tian had lost everything. Seeing Bai Xiu leave in anger, Divine Master Lu Bing was both annoyed and at a loss. My dear sister, haven't I told you many times that Tian Jiashan is really special to Bai Xiu? Why do you still not learn? Very special? How special? More special than me? I haven't seen Bai Xiu care and worry so much about my affairs. Although she knew she was wrong, Divine Master Lu Bing was still stubborn and refused to admit her mistake. Because of this, Qin Baoxiao's head hurt even more. Divine Master Lu Bing, aren't you doing well now? And when you had problems, when did Bai Xiu not care? Besides Tian Jiashan, I've never seen Bai Xiu care about anyone else besides you. But Tian Jiashan, he knew Bai Xiu earlier than you, and he experienced life and death with Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu also said that his life was saved by Tian Jiashan, so Divine Master Lu Bing, don't compare yourself with Tian Jiashan. If you do this, Bai Xiu will also feel bad, won't he? After all, both of you are important. Divine Master Lu Bing, who was already in the wrong, stopped talking. After glancing at the person in front, Divine Master Lu Bing quickly followed. At night, as the three of them lit a bonfire in an open space, only Qin Baoxiao was busy by himself. But looking at the two sitting by the river, Qin Baoxiao couldn't disturb the young couple. Suddenly, I feel that Tian Jiashan staying away from women seems to be a wise decision. The clear water flowed like a bright mirror under the moonlight. The young man and woman sitting on the riverbank had not spoken for a full half hour. Bai Xiu, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those words today. Divine Master Lu Bing finally spoke. Bai Xiu, turning his head, smiled slightly, his face gentle, without anger. It's all right, I also made a mistake. After hearing that the Gu clan divine race had moved out, and so many other forces had started to pay attention to Tian Tian, I also felt overly nervous. Divine Master Lu Bing, you don't know, before he almost died, Tian Tian was a very boisterous person, but after almost dying, Tian Tian completely changed. That matter about you two almost dying, can it still not be mentioned? Knowing that what she said was an even more sensitive topic than Tian Jiashan, Divine Master Lu Bing's voice was also a bit weak, and precisely because of this, as soon as she finished speaking, Divine Master Lu Bing regretted it. Bai Xiu just looked up at the starry sky. Although he saw a sky full of brilliance, the scenes in his mind were all about him and Tian Tian being chased and persecuted, clear as if it were yesterday. Bai Xiu let out a long breath, as if he had made a huge decision. The Gu clan divine race has a divine maiden named Gu Xiannian. Over 100 years ago, she and Tian Tian were Dao companions. However, at that time, Tian Tian, besides knowing me, was alone and had no background whatsoever. Besides Tian Tian's astonishing immortal cultivate talent, Divine Master Lu Bing, do you know how terrifying Tian Tian was at that time? Divine Master Lu Bing, who was listening solemnly, turned her head and then shook her head seriously. After cultivating for just over 100 years, Tian Tian already had the cultivation of the Earth Immortal Realm. He possessed an immortal root, and the Chaos Supreme Treasure, 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree, was innately born within Tian Tian's body. In the 75 years I spent with Tian Tian, I never saw him lose to anyone. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history, screenshots are recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Hearing this, Divine Master Lu Bing, whose expression had already begun to change, still couldn't help but interrupt. Isn't the 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree Gu Xiannian's companion object? As soon as Divine Master Lu Bing finished speaking, what she saw was Bai Xiu's complex smile, containing various emotions. Anger, killing intent, sarcasm, ridiculousness. Gu Xiannian? Does she even deserve it? Back then, besides being a divine maiden of the Gu clan divine race, she was nothing. Her luckiest thing was meeting Tian Tian, and that also became Tian Tian's unluckiest thing. When Tian Tian and Gu Xiannian met, Gu Xiannian was only at the quenching spirit realm cultivation. However, after they met, they quickly fell in love. In the end, Tian Tian, knowing Gu Xiannian's identity, with nothing to his name, brought me to the Gu clan divine race to propose marriage. And then, we were chased all the way from the ancient edict realm. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her face showed a look of distress as her dislike for the Gu clan divine race, which she already had no good feelings for, deepened. Just because Tian Jiashan had no sect or background, the Gu clan divine race wanted to kill you who came to propose marriage. Bai Xiu scoffed. If it were just that, it would have been too good. But the Gu clan divine race's actions were even more brutal than that. At first, the Gu clan divine race was very friendly to us, because Tian Tian was truly powerful, not only possessing an immortal root, but also having a chaos supreme treasure innately CO-born. Tian Tian had only been at the Gu clan divine race for a month, and all the earth immortals of the Gu clan divine race had lost to him. Including the now famous Gu Baseho, who, despite being one minor realm higher than Tian Tian, was beaten until he was looking for his teeth all over the ground. Hearing this, Divine Master Lu Bing was once again shocked. Gu Baseho, now a heavenly immortal of the fifth realm, had never been defeated in the same realm. And such a person, despite being one minor realm higher, actually lost to Tian Jiashan. Naturally, the Gu clan divine race was very satisfied with such a Tian Tian. However, after learning that Tian Tian and I actually had nothing, the Gu clan divine race harbored ill intentions. While still in shock at Tian Jiashan's terrifying combat power at the age of 100, Divine Master Lu Bing was also startled when she heard the killing intent in Bai Xiu's tone suddenly rise. One day, Gu Xiannian suddenly disappeared. The Gu clan divine race said that she was severely injured while fusing with the three treasures Ruyi sword and was on the verge of death, asking Tian Tian to use the seven treasures wonderful tree to help heal her. Of course, Tian Tian believed this without a doubt. However, when I saw Tian Tian again, he was already being chased. The reason was that the Gu clan divine race harbored ill intentions and actually wanted to forcibly extract the seven treasures wonderful tree from Tian Tian's body and claim it for themselves. It was an ancient god clan that attacked us, and we were still in the ancient edict realm at that time. There was no way to heaven or earth, we were helpless and could only flee for our lives. But even if we were lucky enough to escape the ancient edict realm with Tian Tian, we still didn't escape in the end. Finally, I personally witnessed Tian Tian's immortal root being destroyed, and watched as the seven treasures wonderful tree was pulled out of Tian Tian. I couldn't do anything, I could only watch. From beginning to end, Gu Xiannian never appeared. And it was when we were on the verge of death that we met that great emperor of Fengdu and met Jindao sword immortal. As the words fell, Bai Xiu was very calm, a calmness that made people feel afraid. Although only a short while had passed, Bai Xiu felt as if he had returned to the past, experiencing the disaster with Tian Tian once again. Even if she hadn't personally seen or experienced it, just from what Bai Xiu said, she already felt the brutality, and Divine Master Lu Bing's expression was similarly extremely solemn at this moment. For a moment, Divine Master Lu Bing even didn't know how to comfort the person beside her, because she felt that no matter what she said, it seemed too simple and frivolous, because language could no longer comfort the person beside her. But if Bai Xiu was like this, what about Tian Jiashan, who had given everything but ultimately had nothing? At this moment, Divine Master Lu Bing suddenly understood why Bai Xiu was angry during the day, and why Bai Xiu always kept Tian Jiashan on his lips and in his heart. Then why, after you were rescued, did Tian Jiashan choose to forget Gu Xiannian? After a while, Divine Master Lu Bing finally spoke. It was Sweetie's own choice. Tian Tian chose to let himself forget, but not completely forget, so Sweetie became like this now, cautious about everything, and ruthless about everything. Because if he didn't forget, Tian Tian living would be worse than dying. Divine Master Lu Bing also sighed deeply. His immortal root was destroyed, a chaos supreme treasure like the seven treasures wonderful tree was stolen, leaving only the cultivation of the jade void three realms, and the woman he loved most never appeared from beginning to end. If this was the case, even if Tian Jiashan was still alive, he was already dead. So now that you know Tian Jiashan is not only not dead, but also incredibly powerful, are you afraid that the Gu clan divine race will continue to attack Tian Jiashan? Now things are no longer what they used to be. Even if the Gu clan divine race wants to kill Tian Tian again, it won't be that easy. And with Master and Jindao sword immortal here, I'm not that worried. What I'm worried about is Tian Tian recalling those years that made his life worse than death. I'm very lucky, I met Divine Master Lu Bing, but what about Tian Tian? Don't look at him now as having everything, in fact, he has nothing. It seems I have another sufficient reason to kill people from the Gu clan divine race in the future. However, after such an experience, Tian Jiashan can still suddenly become so terrifying, it's simply astonishing. Finally hearing something to be proud and happy about, a sincere smile finally appeared on Bai Xiu's face. Who says it isn't? Master and the old village chief, and you all say it's the 10 kings of hell or the judges who are paying attention to Tian Tian, but I always feel that the one paying attention to Tian Tian is that supreme great emperor, although it feels very mysterious. But with Tian Tian's power, one day, all beings will recognize him. I am convinced and firm in this. After Bai Xiu and the others left the Shen Li tribe, Lu Yan also departed to verify if Tai Ting Immortal had already guessed something. However, Lu Yan's destination was the Chaoxian sect, which was currently a hot topic of discussion. 6 Calamity Transformation Realm Cultivators, the first dual Calamity Transcending Realm since the Calamity Transformation Realm appeared, suddenly abandoned Broken Mountain without reason. Coupled with the fact that the Immortals Cave of the Chaoxian sect had only recently closed, the various events made the Chaoxian sect suddenly full of mystery, and its name quickly spread throughout the major thousand worlds. The further the news of the Chaoxian sect spread, the more people came towards Central Province. Even sects from the northern regions of Shui to Jibin, the furthest from Central Province, came after hearing the news. Shui Tu Jibin is roughly divided into 4 regions. The central part is occupied by human Emperor Haoman, the northern part is where martial god Yu Shun established his capital, the southern part is managed by Green Emperor Tang Yao, and as for the largest and most desolate eastern region, there are almost no humans living there because the environment is not yet suitable for long-term human habitation. The pioneers from the 3 great dynasties are the ones who are developing these areas. Similar to opening up wasteland, the task of these pioneers is to clear various dangers from the desolate lands, allowing even cultivators with low realm or ordinary humans to survive. Of the major thousand worlds, only Shui Tu Jibin belongs to humans. The eastern region of Shui Tu Jibin is not only home to many vicious beasts in Ya race, but also a few indigenous people who do not interact with the outside world. Of course, there are also many ghosts and monsters emerging from the netherworld, but among these various forces, the Ya race is the dominant one. Because they desire to achieve immortal ascension, some beings, when their talent is insufficient or their Dao heart is not firm enough, choose to take risks to seek immortality. Many beings also choose the evil path to gain longevity. These beings, after losing themselves on the path of immortal cultivation, eventually become a new type of extremely vicious beings, the Ya race. The Ya race consists of extremely complex groups and bizarre forms. Over the long course of history, the Ya race has gradually multiplied to become a part of the major thousand worlds, just like humans and beasts. However, only a small portion of the Ya race can maintain their sanity, so eradicating the Ya race is almost a common goal for all beings in the major thousand worlds. Now, as more and more undead creatures emerge from the netherworld gate in Fengdu, not only the land but also the heavens are becoming restless, and the Ya race naturally takes the opportunity to launch a massive counterattack. There are 300 million paths to immortality. As long as one has enough strength to ascend Liangfeng Mountain, ascend Suanpu, and successfully challenge a divine position, one is sufficient to be canonized as a true god in the heavenly court. And the Yao Dao is one of them. The reason why the Shen Li tribe helped Bai Xiu so much was not only because Bai Xiu and Divine Master Lu Bing were disciples of the demigod Yanju from Chahasi, nor simply because the Shen Li tribe and the Gu clan divine race have been at odds since ancient times. The most important reason was that the Shen Li tribe wanted to take this opportunity to rise. Someone in Fengdu personally contacted Yanju and imparted to him the ancient god's Dao of Calamity Transformation Realm. Then, Yanju was instructed to teach the Calamity Transformation Realm cultivation technique to Bai Xiu and others, allowing Bai Xiu and others to bring the Calamity Transformation Realm into the world. They were even specifically reminded to take good care of the young human saved by the great emperor who controls all death and reincarnation a few years ago. All these complexities, combined with the heavy treasure under Broken Mountain about to open again, made the clan chief of the Shen Li tribe, who was filled with dread, unable to sit still. If there are no mistakes, Fengdu is playing a big game, the board is the 3 realms, and all living beings are the pieces. It was precisely because of this idea that the Shen Li tribe immediately and decisively agreed after hearing the words of the demigod Yanju, whom Divine Master Lu Bing brought back from Chahasi. The only eternal thing in this world is reincarnation, and that great emperor in Fengdu is the master of reincarnation. The immortal realm 9th level, which is this Hishan realm, means that for old sect Master Lu Niangang to visit the Chaoxian sect, it would be a matter of a single thought. Because the events on Broken Mountain were spread previously, the Chaoxian sect is now bustling with visitors. People from all directions come to visit every day, but these visitors can at most only meet the elders of the sect. Those with slightly more distinguished status can meet the vice sect master and the grand elder. As for Tai Ting Immortal, the sect master, no one can see him. In the back mountain of Ling Xiao Pavilion, in a place filled with immortal qi, on a clean lawn, only Tai Ting Immortal sat alone, cross-legged. Although his eyes were closed in meditation, he was not comprehending the Dao or cultivating. Whether it was the talent he displayed or his origin, Jiashan was full of too much mystery. If such a Jiashan was not well protected, he could easily die prematurely. Let's see what kind of stir this will cause. If Jiashan is truly related to the great emperor of Fengdu, then I'll just go with the flow. But if Jiashan is truly just someone chosen by a certain monarch of Fengdu, then it's not impossible for me to contend for him. Dual Calamity Transcending Realm, the king among the ancient gods Dao. It seems the motivation to go to the heavenly court is a little less now. As he murmured to himself, Tai Ting Immortal slowly opened his eyes and quietly looked ahead. Someone is coming. And just as Tai Ting Immortal was waiting, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him, as if traversing through space. Ha ha ha, I came uninvited. Yan Qing wouldn't blame this old man for being presumptuous, would he? For this humble sect to allow senior to step in, it is the Chaoxian sect's honor. Seeing that the person who appeared was actually the old clan chief of the Shen Li tribe, Tai Ting Immortal spoke with grace, feeling a slight surprise in his heart. Although he was also in this Hishan realm now, he still needed to show some reverence towards the senior in front of him. Setting aside the difference in seniority between senior and junior, just the old clan chief's thousands of years of cultivation accumulation was not a reason for him to act superior based on being in the same realm. You boy, you're still as humble as ever. It's good, but it makes you seem too clever, making people hesitant to get close. Those who can be trusted, those who cannot be trusted need not be trusted. Alright, you boy, you're so refined. Don't you know I came from the deep mountains and old forests? You have a good relationship with Yaokai Holy Mother, do you still have any 10,000 tree tea? Get some for this old man to taste, it's been hundreds of years since I last tasted it. Old sect master Lu Ding said with a cunning look. Ha ha ha, then senior has come at an inconvenient time. The Divine Marquis of East Splendor from Wei Holy Palace was just here a few days ago, and the Grand General of the Right Department of the Divine Court from the Imperial Capital God King's residence also paid a visit. Plus, when that boy Jiashan left, he took some more, so now there isn't a single tea leaf left. The old sect master said that Tai Ting Immortal was astute, and it was not just a polite remark. Just as expected, after probably guessing the intention of the old senior in front of him, Tai Ting Immortal proactively brought up Tian Jiashan. Hearing that there was no 10,000 tree tea, the old sect master's face was full of disappointment. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Anyway, you boy have a good relationship with Yaokai Holy Mother. Next time you go, remember to ask for more. Yaokai Holy Mother will be more generous with you. But I must say, you boy are smart. I just arrived, haven't said anything, and you already know I came because of Tianjiashan. Then senior is truly overpraising Yanqing. My threshold is not high, and senior doesn't come once in thousands of years. Your recent visit, could it be to celebrate for me? Alright, I won't waste any more time with you, boy. Since you know I came because of Tianjiashan, then you must have guessed something, right? The old sect master's tone became slightly serious. Knowing the temperament of the old senior in front of him, Tai Ting Immortal also smiled slightly. Since senior has come to find me, then senior must also know something, right? Seeing Yanqing still playing coy, the old sect master rolled his eyes. Alright, I'll speak first, okay. You know that Baishu, right? He's my grandson-in-law, returned from Chahasi, and is a disciple of the demigod Yanju. Baishu's Calamity Transformation Realm Cultivation Technique was given by Yanju, and Yanju obtained the Calamity Transformation Realm Cultivation Technique from Fengdu. As Tai Ting Immortal, who had a look of anticipation, furrowed his brows, his expression immediately became solemn. Behind the old sect master's few words, the amount of information was quite significant, and the people involved were of no small origin. Additionally, the people in Fengdu not only imparted the ancient god's method of Calamity Transformation Realm to the demigod Yanju, but also specifically instructed Yanju to protect a young man named Tianjiashan. And I heard that 100 years ago, Tianjiashan, who was pursued and nearly died, was personally saved by the great emperor of Fengdu. No matter what, someone in Fengdu must be paying attention to Tianjiashan, and their status is definitely not low. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce an ancient god's method like the Calamity Transformation Realm, and it would be impossible to make a dignified demigod like Yanju so obedient. Now, Yanqing, you have deliberately spread the news about abandoning Broken Mountain, so I wonder if you have guessed something. Tai Ting Immortal, who had been listening, understood some inexplicable points and doubts after connecting the old sect master's words with his previous conjectures, and his facial expression also subtly changed. To be frank with senior, I did guess that Jiashan has a relationship with Fengdu, and not a shallow one. But I didn't expect that the person in Fengdu paying attention to Jiashan would have such a great background. Jiashan has a cultivation technique called the Scripture of the Dead. This cultivation technique, which embodies the methods of death and reincarnation, can only be cultivated by one being, and now Jiashan has become that unique one. As Tai Ting Immortal spoke, he smiled slightly. Now, he could roughly explain why Jiashan was so prone to being struck by lightning. Cultivating the reincarnation method, and doing so in the human world, it would be strange if he wasn't struck by lightning. Why Fengdu would impart the ancient god's Dao of Calamity Transformation Realm to the mortal world, and why they attach such importance to Tianjiashan, we temporarily don't know. However, I believe this will be another opportunity for a major reshuffle of the three realms. Not only the Netherworld Gate behind Chahasi, but also the Netherworld Gates in various places have seen an increasing number of undead emerging in recent years. Fengdu is clearly not peaceful. The Shenli tribe wants to seize this opportunity, and Tianjiashan is key to it. So, Yanqing, what are your plans for Tianjiashan? Your deliberate dissemination of the Broken Mountain matter has an ulterior motive, doesn't it? It is said that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Tai Ting Immortal, now deeply experiencing this, also smiled helplessly. Senior, what you're saying, not to mention that this is the demigod Yanju's decision, and Fengdu has also made a move, and even senior you are right in front of me now. As long as I'm not foolish, I won't do anything, Tai Ting Immortal said with a wry smile. However, Jiashan is always listed as a lineage disciple of the Chaoxian sect. If Jiashan is in danger, I will still take action. When Jindao Jianxian took Jiashan in, Jiashan had nothing. Now, and in the future, the Chaoxian sect will always be Jiashan's reliance. His emotions were under perfect control, and after his smile faded, Tai Ting Immortal's calm tone carried an undeniable determination. Yanqing is still the same Yanqing, no wonder Yaokai Holy Mother likes you so much, but this old man, like you too. Then this matter of Broken Mountain. Senior should also be very clear that the events on Broken Mountain cannot be hidden. Since they cannot be hidden, why not add some fuel to make the fire burn brighter? Let everyone's attention be on Broken Mountain, let everyone fight to the death on Broken Mountain, so that not many people will care about Jiashan's matters. Moreover, Jiashan himself is very cautious. Although not explicitly stated, Tai Ting Immortal had already made clear his decision to favor Tianjiashan. It seems I made a trip for nothing, but after personally verifying it, I feel more at ease. This is just a gust of wind before the tidal wave hits. The three sovereigns will not pay too much attention or delve deep yet, and other forces will not think too much. But later, it might be different. So, Yanqing, since you have already made your decision, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Facing the old senior's heartfelt words, Tai Ting Immortal smiled slightly again. Senior, with the Immortal's cave formed by the old sect master, what else is there that the Chaoxian sect cannot bear? You boy, a cultured person. This trip should have been made by a scholar. I'm leaving, didn't even get to drink tea, and my mouth is dry from talking. Senior, next time you come, I will definitely go to Yaokai Holy Mother and ask for some to have ready. By the way, Senior, is the great emperor of Fengdu almost at the time of transcending the reincarnation calamity? The old sect master, who had already turned around, suddenly looked back, his eyes incomparably sharp. Boy, be careful with your words and actions, they can be heard. When Tai Ting Immortal mentioned the great emperor of Fengdu at Chaoxian sect, within Fengdu, a colossal figure with a giant head and horns, upon which countless souls toiled endlessly, and several long rivers hung from its body, stretching as far as the eye could see. Each river was formed from dense soul power, and in this Fengdu, it seemed as if its head was the very top of this world, and where its feet rested was the bottom. Hearing someone speak of sensitive matters, this colossus merely opened its eyes. It had 3 eyeballs, one pair horizontal and one vertical, but at this moment, only the horizontal pair was open. And it was at the instant that a look appeared in the great Emperor of Fengdu's eyes that the entire underworld was illuminated, as if daybreak had arrived. As it gazed into the distance, with space appearing as nothing before this giant, the sky above Chao Xian sect suddenly darkened. Supreme Dao principles enveloped Chao Xian sect, plunging the entire sect into darkness in an instant. Tai Ting Immortal and Old Village Chief Lu Rushi, who were within Chao Xian sect, were also startled. Neither of them had expected that the great emperor would actually pay attention to them due to such a small action. And as the two, enveloped in darkness, wondered which words had caused this giant, who controlled death and reincarnation, to notice Chao Xian sect, a figure stepped out of the darkness and appeared before them. Greetings, one of the 10 kings of hell. Upon seeing one of the 10 kings of hell appear, Tai Ting Immortal respectfully spoke and bowed, while Old Village Chief Lu Rushi likewise did not dare to presume on her seniority and also bowed. Besides being officially canonized in the heavenly court, serving as an official in Fengdu was also an option, but there were only a few such positions in Fengdu, not just anyone could hold them. There's no need for you two to be constrained. This anomaly will not be perceived by any living being. As for the heavenly emperor, the great emperor will speak with him. I am here to convey a message from the great emperor to you. Jiashan is the successor, the master of Ladu. Furthermore, for you two to so steadfastly choose to stand behind Jiashan, you have already grasped a piece of good fortune. Whether you can hold onto it, you two should ponder carefully in the future, and think twice before acting. Farewell. One of the 10 kings of hell came and left quickly. The darkness appeared with him and then receded with him. Just as one of the 10 kings of hell said, this anomaly was not perceived by any living being, because it was the great emperor in Fengdu who was acting behind it. After conveying the words of the great emperor of Fengdu, one of the 10 kings of hell left as if nothing had happened, but the hearts of the two on the peak of Chao Xian sect could not calm down for a long time. Yanqing, we were still a bit naive, weren't we? But I suppose we also got incredibly lucky. Successor, Ladu, terrifying, truly terrifying. It seems there will be more excitement in the future. Knowing that Yanqing beside him was also in shock, the old village chief left without a word after his own exclamation, preparing to return to the village to instruct everyone to always stand with Tian Jiashan. After old village chief Lu Rushi had been gone for a while, Tai Ting Immortal, who had remained still for a long time, finally sat down, deep in thought, but the shock on his face was gradually turning into a smile. The master of Ladu. This is cultivating a successor, creating a great emperor. And while Tai Ting Immortal was unable to calm down for a long time due to one of the 10 kings of hell's few words, the Homo Chen clan in the distant ancient edict realm was also paying attention to Tian Jiashan's matter. With their youngest son returning home after 100 years, the Homo Chen clan was particularly lively today. In their mansion, built like a heavenly palace, stunning scenery everywhere made it seem as if a fairyland had truly been moved to the human world. Going to Broken Mountain to become a disciple of Chao Xian sect was both Homo Chenai's playful whim and a decision of the Homo Chen clan, because this ancient god clan knew that in the near future, the great treasure beneath Broken Mountain would reappear, and now, the prophecy made by the old ancestor during his seclusion was gradually approaching. After 100 years of absence, Homo Chenai was currently surrounded by his many sisters, all as beautiful as heavenly immortals, and was being forced to endure their heavy love. The other elders of the Homo Chen clan merely sat in the grand hall, watching quietly, their faces full of happiness and tenderness. The two oldest elders, seeing the lively crowd of grandchildren, had benevolent expressions. Sitting below the two most respected elders were the current clan chief of the Homo Chen clan and his wives. Next to them was Homo Chen Mufeng, who was currently a rising star among the younger generation in the ancient edict realm. He was a third-stage Earth Immortal and the wielder of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the ancestral sword. At this moment, he was also looking at his younger brother with great joy. Compared to his delicate and refined younger brother, the elder brother was much rougher, but this sturdy demeanor was very suitable for him to take over the position of clan chief of the Homo Chen clan in the future. This elder brother loved to say one thing: in the future, I will be responsible for bringing glory to our ancestors, and my younger brother will be responsible for procreating descendants. Homo Chen Yang, the current clan chief, had 5 Dao companions and 13 children. Except for the eldest and youngest sons, all were daughters. The eldest was rough and an uninteresting person who was only interested in cultivating immortality and Dao. However, the youngest was different. His appearance surpassed his elders, and his sweet talk naturally earned him the affection of his many sisters. All right, my dear sisters, I can barely breathe. If you can't breathe, then just hold your breath. Anyway, as cultivators, we won't really suffocate from holding our breath. Just by the voice, Homo Chenai knew it was his 11th sister. If Yai really suffocates, then big sister can give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But if that were to happen, Yai would be too adorable. The seductive voice of the 5th sister was highly recognizable in the noisy crowd. Her voice was so alluring that even the romantic Homo Chenai felt a little embarrassed. Sisters, my dear sisters, I know someone who is more handsome than me and stronger than Big Brother. How about I introduce him to you later? Hearing this, the women, each with their unique charm and beauty, who had been crowding Homo Chenai, all dispersed. Little brother, you can't lie. If you don't introduce him to your sisters, you know the consequences. The 3rd sister, the most cunning of the sisters, spoke slyly, making Homo Chenai feel a little guilty for a moment. Old 10th was handsome and stronger than Big Brother, but the crucial point was that Old 10th was not interested in women. Thinking of how Old 10th could remain unfazed even with a peerless woman like Yang Luyi by his side, Homo Chenai, despite his confidence in his sisters, still felt disheartened. This Homo Chenai was precisely 3rd senior brother Zhang Junyi from Broken Mountain. Seeing the change in his younger brother's expression, his sisters, who had grown up in the same bed as him since childhood and knew him all too well, their expressions changed and they were about to pounce again. 3rd senior brother, quick-witted, took a swift step to the side of the white-haired old woman at the very front, and by his grandmother's side, the group of women dared not act so wildly anymore. Grandma, I missed you. Saying this, 3rd senior brother hugged the beaming old woman and kissed her. On the side, seeing such a scene, his grandfather deliberately cleared his throat, but still sat upright, his demeanor still hinting at his former glory. Although they hadn't seen each other for over 100 years, third senior brother still knew his grandfather's personality. He took a quick step to his grandfather's side, hugged his neck, and kissed him. Of course I missed grandpa too. Then, third senior brother kissed his birth mother, his eldest aunt, and his second aunt, and then gave a bear hug to his burly, intimidating elder brother. Ahem, so should I leave? The current clan chief of the Homo-Chen clan also cleared his throat. Dad, you can't leave. I have a very important matter to tell you. Third senior brother chuckled as he went behind the man who resembled an official scholar, massaging and pounding his shoulders. After 100 years, your technique has improved, hey. Have you been keeping yourself pure outside? Of course. I strictly followed father's teachings and haven't been close to any women outside. You're lying through your teeth, you're really trying to fool me, your father. Tell me, what is it? Knowing his youngest son's character, and that he had something to say right after returning, it probably wasn't a small matter. And understanding this as well, everyone looked at third senior brother with curiosity. Starting tomorrow, any beggar who comes to our door will be welcomed into our home for 3 days. Considering Old Tenth's personality, and fearing that if they only offered shelter for 1 day, Old Tenth might visit and not notice anything, then quietly leave, third senior brother, being cautious, decided to shelter all beggars for 3 days. Everyone, without exception, looked surprised upon hearing third senior brother's words, having thought it was some serious matter. Clan Chief Yang even showed a look of concern, wondering if his child had suffered some setback outside to be speaking such nonsense. Thus, out of necessity, third senior brother had to explain the reason for doing so. And as soon as they heard it was related to the one named Tian Jiashan, everyone immediately became interested. Yeah, is that Old Tenth you mentioned, Tian Jiashan, really that powerful? Big brother Qing Nian asked, his eyes shining. The whole family was very curious. Big brother, my youngest martial brother isn't just powerful, he's invincible. Big brother, you wouldn't be able to defeat him either, not even with the ancestral sword. At this, the curiosity on everyone's faces turned to astonishment. As the people on Broken Mountain and the various prodigies from different lineages returned home, and the matters concerning Broken Mountain and Tian Jiashan were confirmed, Tian Jiashan's name quickly spread throughout the land. Whenever Tian Jiashan was mentioned, people would associate him with the dual calamity transcending realm. Some, to verify if Tian Jiashan truly possessed the terrifying combat power rumored, even personally visited the Hunyang sect, seeking to confirm it directly from Soul Seed's mouth. Having almost died twice at Tian Jiashan's hands, and still unable to defeat Tian Jiashan even after his own breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm, Soul Seed was in no mood to deal with these people who came with their own agendas. At this moment, on Hunyang Sect Mountain, Soul Seed, whose injuries had mostly healed, once again sought out Taiting Immortal, the sect master of Hunyang Sect. After the previous clash on Broken Mountain, Immortal Guangping already knew Taiting Immortal's plans. He was now vexed by the current situation, as Taiting Immortal had already stepped into this Hishan realm of the Immortal Realm 9th level, and with the Chaoxian sect's thriving prosperity, if the Chaoxian sect truly made a move, even uniting with the Jingxiang sect might not be enough to stop them. But the premise was, would the Jingxiang sect still be willing to stand on the same front as the Hunyang sect after knowing that the Chaoxian sect had transformed to such a powerful extent? In the Taidu Red Pavilion, as Immortal Guangping's brows were furrowed with an unshakable deep sorrow, Soul Seed, followed by a hell three-headed hound, appeared behind him. Seeing Soul Seed appear, and sensing that his injuries had almost completely healed, Immortal Guangping felt a hint of surprise. To have been beaten into such a miserable state by Tian Jiashan and recover so much in such a short time, Soul Seed indeed possessed considerable skill. Sect Master, I want to go to Bright Sun Heaven in Chihua Wilderness. I want to find Tian Jiashan. Immortal Guangping, who had just finished praising him in his heart, frowned upon hearing Soul Seed's words. I know you suffered 2 crushing defeats, and Tian Jiashan has become nothing short of a heart demon to you. However, not to mention the long and dangerous journey to Bright Sun Heaven, even if you do find Tian Jiashan, what can you do? Compared to Immortal Guangping's solemn expression, Soul Seed appeared calm and unperturbed. Nothing much, I'll just follow behind Tian Jiashan. I'll just wait for an opportunity. I don't believe that scoundrel can always be safe and sound. When he suffers severe injuries, that will be my chance to strike a fatal blow. Immortal Guangping was at a loss for words. The situation in Weie Prefecture is currently tense, and the sect cannot send anyone to accompany you. Daoist Pantai's foundation was also severely damaged in the last battle, and he won't be able to emerge from seclusion for at least several decades. So, if you truly intend to go, you can only go by yourself. I always planned to go alone. Although the border is dangerous, Sect Master, don't forget, I came from the border. Now I'm just going back. Immortal Guangping, who had intended to make Soul Seed retreat in the face of difficulties, saw his unwavering resolve and no longer tried to dissuade him. Although you lost to Tian Jiashan, your calamity transformation realm strength is definitely not weak. Before you leave, first teach Shu Chong and Shu Wen, the siblings, and let them also try to break through to the calamity transformation realm. Sect Master, a powerful person like you should be very clear that talent is sometimes not something that can be compensated for by effort. Those two don't have that fate. Instead of wasting time on comprehending the calamity transformation realm, it's better to use the 12 divine mansions to break through to the human immortal realm. After speaking, Soul Seed turned and left, not intending to do as the Sect Master said. If it were other realms, it might be possible to attempt a breakthrough, but for the calamity transformation realm, forget it. If everyone could break through to the calamity transformation realm, then this ancient god Dao would not have caused such an uproar in the major thousand worlds. After speaking with the Sect Master and obtaining several life-saving magic treasures from Immortal Guangping, Soul Seed took the hell three-headed hound, named Tian Jiashan, and headed towards Chihua Wilderness. Without a goal, everything is in vain, and now Soul Seed's goal was to kill Tian Jiashan. However, what Soul Seed didn't know was that this steadfast decision he made at this moment would, by a strange twist of fate, ultimately lead to his own achievement in the distant future. Killing Tian Jiashan was not impossible, but the chances were so slim as to be despair-inducing, for behind Tian Jiashan lay death and reincarnation. At the same time Soul Seed left Hunyang sect, Zhang Yi and Little Divine Marquis, who had returned to the imperial capital, simultaneously departed from the imperial capital, heading towards a brand new secret realm named Pit Number 9. Having made a breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation realm, and thus possessing the ability to travel outside, Zhang Yi and Little Divine Marquis could not stay idle. If it weren't for their family's strong objections, Zhang Yi and Li Tianming had originally planned to leave with Tian Jiashan and go out for experience. When Zhang Yi and Li Tianming left, Zhang Si insisted on following them, so the two could only bring along a burden. However, thinking that the family had specially assigned a bodyguard to the burden, the two simply ignored her. With poor talent, no effort, and a fear of hardship, coupled with her family's particular indulgence, Zhang Xi's cultivation was currently only at the Jade Void 10th realm, and she didn't even want to attempt a breakthrough to the Jade Void Extreme realm. If you think about it carefully, Pit Number 9 is somewhat close to the northern part of Chihua Wilderness. Do you think if Pit Number 9 is truly discovered to be a large secret realm at that time, Tian Tian might come to join the fun? Li Tianming, who was on his way, spoke to Zhang Yi beside him, his face showing excitement at his own conjecture. It really isn't very far. If Pit Number 9 truly is a large secret realm, Boss Tian might indeed come. After all, when it comes to cultivating immortals, no one needs cultivation resources more than Boss Tian. Moreover, since Boss Tian is out for experience, he's definitely going to be searching for treasures and exploring secrets everywhere. As he spoke, it made more and more sense, and Zhang Yi also became somewhat excited. Before, he had always cultivated within the sect, and Boss Tian had hardly ever made a move, but if he were outside, it would be different. Imagining Boss Tian fighting enemies in his mind for a moment, Zhang Yi couldn't help but shiver with excitement. What you said makes sense, so it seems that when we explore the secret realm in Pit Number 9 later, we'll have to work harder, try our best to discover something, and then spread the news, and Tian Tian will naturally come. Listening to the two men in front of her talk about another man, Zhang Si was completely uninterested. She didn't dislike that Tian Jiashan, but she didn't particularly like him either. He gave her a rather strange feeling. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Accompanying the three from the imperial capital was a direct elder of the Zhang family, a heavenly immortal third realm cultivator. Zhang Yi, can you tell second uncle more about that Tian Jiashan? Over this period, the name Tian Jiashan had been heard so often that it was almost ringing in his ears. Now, seeing the two boys in front of him, who usually feared nothing, so enthusiastic when Tian Jiashan was mentioned, Zhang Mingchen immediately became interested again. Turning his head to look at his enthusiastic second uncle, Zhang Yi frowned slightly, then exchanged a glance with Li Tianming. Seeing the other nod, he decided to tell his second uncle about Boss Tian's might. Zhang Yi was usually reluctant to discuss Boss Tian with ordinary people, because Zhang Yi knew that even if he spoke the truth, others wouldn't believe it. The terror of Boss Tian was simply beyond the imagination of those who hadn't witnessed it firsthand. The more he spoke, the less others would believe him, and they would instead think he was deliberately boasting and fawning. And the scene Zhang Yi envisioned in his mind was currently unfolding in another magnificent hall. Broken Mountain was abandoned, and with the help of her youngest martial brother, 9th senior sister Huang Junyi also made a breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation realm. After returning to Chaoxian sect, she was taken away by people sent by Huai Sacred Palace and had now returned home. Knowing that Huang Junyi and Tian Jiashan were fellow disciples and had many interactions in their daily lives, the Azure Emperor summoned Huang Junyi after her return to the Sacred Palace. The splendor of the hall was no less than that of the Taiji Palace in the imperial capital, only the architectural style was entirely different. At this moment, the hall was filled with many dignitaries and important ministers of the Sacred Palace. Huang Junyi's father, the Divine Marquis of East Splendor, sat in a position very close to the Azure Emperor, looking at his beloved daughter with pride. Great General Hu Shao, who had hit it off with Tian Jiashan at Chaoxian sect, was also present at the grand ceremony. The third prince of the Sacred Palace, who had once used the alias Yu Shizheng but whose true name was Tang Zhang, now looked at the returning 9th senior sister Huang Junyi, stars twinkling in his eyes. First, there was Shang He, who was almost killed, then Soul Seed, who was beaten to a pulp. Afterward, rumors about Tian Jiashan spread continuously from God Peak, No Illusion Abode, Po Shan Temple, and Yaokai Holy Land. Even though it was more than 100,000 miles away across Huai Prefecture, Huai Sacred Palace quickly received the news. Knowing the reason for her presence in the Great Hall, Huang Junyi did not hide anything, narrating the already known events concerning her youngest martial brother. Innate astral chi, such a fierce and powerful divine art, is being nurtured within a young man who hasn't even truly reached the immortal Dao. Princess Junyi, is there some misunderstanding here? Facing the reappearance of a questioning voice, Huang Junyi merely turned her head expressionlessly to look at the official who spoke. For official Li to deny it based on mere conjecture without even having seen how youngest martial brother wields his innate astral chi is perhaps a bit presumptuous. Youngest martial brother's dual calamity transcending realm is a fact. That he almost killed Shang He, the Dao descendant of the Shang clan, in battle is a fact. That he almost killed Soul Seed of the Hunyang sect is also a fact. That's only almost, which indicates Tian Jiashan's strength isn't that terrifying yet. This time, it was a highly respected elder who spoke. She was called to speak about her youngest martial brother, and she had stated all the facts, yet a group of people were now here making irresponsible remarks, saying she was exaggerating, saying she was alarmist, saying her vanity was at play, boosting others' prestige and dampening their own morale. At this moment, Huang Junyi felt indignant. If it weren't for her youngest martial brother's temperament, Huang Junyi would have even wanted to say in court, all of you are ignorant. Moreover, what she said were all things known to the world. If she were to reveal the unknown strengths of her youngest martial brother, she feared that the self-important people would say she had been bewitched by those under the human emperor. Azure Emperor, Junyi has traveled a long distance and is exhausted. She wishes to rest first. Having no desire to preach to deaf ears any longer, Huang Junyi chose to leave. Seeing that Junyi still possessed her former sharp and spirited personality, the Azure Emperor, from his high seat, smiled slightly and allowed Huang Junyi to withdraw. Not long after Huang Junyi and Tang Zhang left, the people in the Great Hall also dispersed, leaving only the Azure Emperor and the Divine Marquis of East Splendor. So many years have passed, and Junyi, that girl, is still as sharp and full of heroic spirit as ever. Facing the Azure Emperor's words, the Divine Marquis of East Splendor smiled, yet his face also showed some helplessness. Junyi, that girl, has a strong and unyielding personality, she's not smooth enough. What's wrong with that? Doesn't Zhang like her very much? The bitterness on the Divine Marquis of East Splendor's face completely vanished. This was probably a case of to each his own. Speaking of which, for a personality like Junyi's to support that Tianjiashan so much, this Tianjiashan is truly intriguing. Dual calamity transcending realm, it hasn't even been recorded in ancient texts. I'd very much like to see it for myself. It's a pity, he has already gone towards Chihua Wilderness. Otherwise, even if it weren't for the dual calamity transcending realm, I would still pay him a visit and invite him to the sacred city as a guest. He helped immensely with Junyi's calamity transformation realm. The Azure Emperor smiled slightly, then looked at the person beside him and spoke meaningfully, for a Tianjiashan like this to appear in a place like Broken Mountain, do you think it might be some kind of coincidence? Broken Mountain is not peaceful, and the major thousand worlds are in turmoil, but this time the biggest commotion is actually from Fengdu, which is truly strange and eerie. Speaking of which, the calamity transformation realm was originally spread from the Chaha Sea, and behind the Chaha Sea is the gate to the netherworld. All these various factors are worth investigating. Facing the Azure Emperor's words, the Divine Marquis of East Splendor's expression became somewhat solemn, yet he merely wore a thoughtful look. The gates of the netherworld scattered everywhere had spirits constantly emerging from them. At first glance, it seemed like Fengdu's dereliction of duty, but upon closer thought, was it really so? The spirits should remain in the underworld, the netherworld, this was the subconscious understanding of all living beings. However, there were no heavenly Dao rules stating that spirits could only remain in the underground world, so Fengdu allowing these spirits to appear was actually in line with reason. Regardless of whether they were intentional or unintentional, after hearing about Chao Xian sect, everyone paid more or less attention to it. Knowing that his decision and the breakthrough of his disciples into the calamity transformation realm would cause quite a stir, Tai Ting Immortal remained unconcerned about Chao Xian sect currently being in the eye of the storm. While others were discussing Chao Xian sect, the most talked about person within Chao Xian sect was Tianjiashan. After more than a year, Chao Xian sect's disciples had almost forgotten the relatively unremarkable Tianjiashan. However, with the return of many people from Broken Mountain, Tianjiashan's name began to circulate within Chao Xian sect. And when they realized that Tianjiashan, who had achieved 100 consecutive victories a year ago, was such a formidable and terrifying person, Chao Xian sect immediately erupted with excitement. Coupled with personally witnessing the other 5 calamity transformation realm cultivators, the disciples within Chao Xian sect had clearly shown renewed vitality recently. First, the Immortal's cave was smoothly sealed, greatly increasing the sect's strength. Now, with 6 calamity transformation realm cultivators appearing all at once, and even a dual calamity transcending realm Tianjiashan, Chao Xian sect's influence reached its most magnificent peak since its establishment, filling everyone with pride. For Chao Xian sect, all these factors represented the right time, the right place, and the right people. Wuye Prefecture was home to 3 major sects, Chao Xian sect, Hunyang sect, and Jingxiang sect. Now that Chao Xian sect stood out from the crowd and its strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, the balance that Wuye Prefecture had maintained for thousands of years was suddenly broken. Whether Wuye Prefecture would descend into chaos or not was now up to Chao Xian sect. If they could unify and occupy an entire prefecture, the cultivation resources would undoubtedly be incredibly abundant. After meeting one of the 10 kings of hell, Tai Ting Immortal's resolve became even stronger, and his earlier suspicions suddenly became clear, prompting him to take action. Just as the old clan chief of Shen Li tribe said, this wave of change was a great fortune for Chao Xian sect. It was his responsibility to protect Jiashan, and it was also his responsibility to seize this opportunity to make Chao Xian sect soar. Since Hunyang sect and Jingxiang sect no longer had the strength to contend with Chao Xian sect, they should recognize their position as the weaker party. Sect Master, the 10 peak masters are all ready, and they can make a move in 10 days. The 4 mountain masters have also all exited their seclusion and are ready to act at any time. Having been busy during this period, thoroughly understanding the situations of Hunyang sect and Jingxiang sect, and brimming with confidence in Chao Xian sect, Vice Sect Master Yu Chunfeng was radiant, his eagerness fully displayed on his face. The current Chao Xian sect had the complete qualification and strength to dominate Wuye Prefecture. Wait a little longer, no rush. Let's see what sovereign of Hunyang sect and the others decide. Jingxiang sect is still uncertain, but Hunyang sect has always been at odds with us. Immortal Guangping wouldn't compromise, would he? Tai Ting Immortal merely smiled faintly. Chunfeng, nothing is absolute. Sovereign of Hunyang sect is a smart person, and he is definitely someone who knows how to adapt to circumstances. If the human emperor makes no move, and other forces also remain largely inactive, we might still be able to subdue them without a fight. Although he still didn't think Hunyang sect would surrender, the Vice Sect Master didn't say much more. How is Broken Mountain doing? Not long after the sect announced its abandonment of Broken Mountain, various people appeared around Broken Mountain. Even many of the Ya race and Beast race gathered, but they were all just observing around Broken Mountain and made no special moves. Tai Ting Immortal smiled faintly again, but this time his smile was somewhat meaningful. As Shui Tu Jibin suddenly became less peaceful, Tianjiashan, one of the fuses, was currently moving away from the land of Shui Tu Jibin. After staying in Liangdi for nearly a month, preparing everything he and the others needed or might need, Tianjiashan waited a few more days in the inn. Seeing that no enemies had come knocking, he then entered Ghost Forest. As the sunlight became thin and dim under the heavy miasma, Ghost Forest appeared eerie with Yin-Chi. At this moment, on a tree whose leaves were red instead of green, Liu Chuan was entangled by a pink-boned skeleton. Huang, who was clearing the path alone in front, noticed Liu Chuan's situation behind him, but seeing that the pink-boned skeleton only had the cultivation of the Jade Void Realm, he didn't care. In the air at this moment, his entire body enveloped in a fragrant red dress, with captivating scenery in his view, Liu Chuan actually lost himself in an instant. Tian Jiashan could save him, but he didn't immediately. Instead, he was combining cases with on-site teaching. The one learning, of course, was Yang Luyi. See? Although this pink-bone skeleton only has the cultivation of the Jade Void Realm, it is a pure yin spirit. Even from this close, we can't tell if it's a ghost or a human. Watching Yang Luyi above not very seriously, indeed, if she hadn't used the Chaos Green Lotus, she wouldn't even be able to distinguish whether the woman was human or ghost, because the Divine Soul's aura was too real. Then how did Sweetie recognize her at a glance? Stop the circulation of your cultivation, then rely on your human five senses to feel it. Yang Luyi, who never questioned Tian Jiashan when he was serious, did as she was told. And after stopping the circulation of her cultivation and looking at the red-clothed woman with the mindset of a normal person, Yang Luyi discovered that without using any cultivation, she could clearly see the ghost's true form. Regardless of the mortal realm, immortal realm, or underworld, all living beings in the three realms are spirits. However, different spirits have different forms. One cannot always use human thoughts to speculate about other living beings. Having been taught another lesson, and feeling that her mind had gained more wondrous knowledge, Yang Luyi nodded with a serious expression. Tian, stop dawdling. Can't you explain it later? My Yang Qi is almost drained. After finally regaining some clarity, Liu Chuan, who found the exquisite face almost touching his own not only unappealing but also terrifying, pleaded for help again. However, Liu Chuan's clarity didn't last long. No. Don't touch her. If anyone dares to harm my beloved wife, I'll fight them. Having lost his mind again, Liu Chuan started speaking nonsense, glaring angrily at Tian Jiashan who was about to act. See? This state Liu Chuan is in now is called being bewitched by a ghost. Do you know where the heart aperture is? Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Yang Luyi shook her head. As a talisman that had been enchanted 5 times suddenly brightened in the air, Tian Jiashan began to speak words that Yang Luyi couldn't understand at all. However, although she didn't understand what Tian was saying, Yang Luyi saw that after Sweetie used the talisman, the female ghost, who had a human immortal first realm cultivation, instantly lost all ability to resist and transformed into a pile of white bones. Talismans were originally used on ghosts and gods. Liu Chuan, guard your heart aperture. After calmly dealing with the female ghost, Tian Jiashan spoke to the person on the red tree. Sweetie, what were you mumbling about just now? I didn't understand a single word. When encountering humans, speak human language, when encountering ghosts, speak ghost language. What I just said was ghost language. Feeling that there was no need to explain ghost language further, Tian Jiashan continued on his way. Liu Chuan, who had finally regained consciousness, was still a bit dazed, feeling as if he had just had a long dream, a dream full of spring. When he saw the person appear in his line of sight, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Just now, he was in such a dangerous situation, yet Tian not only didn't immediately help but also started teaching Fairy Yi right in front of him. Who would improvise like that in such a situation? Liu Chuan angrily quickened his pace to catch up. Tian, you're not loyal enough. On-site teaching makes one learn faster. Yang Luyi is a fool who doesn't even know where the heart aperture is. Liu Chuan, are you really going to compare yourself to her? Liu Chuan, who was originally indignant, looked back at the distracted person, frowned slightly, and after feeling that Tian's words made sense, indeed no longer bothered. At this moment, Yang Luyi didn't care what Sweetie said about her. Yang Luyi was immersed in her own world, remembering what Sweetie had just taught her. Yang Luyi didn't think what Tian Jiashan had just taught was particularly profound, she simply found it fun and interesting. With Huang, a heavenly immortal realm expert, clearing the path, and dressed from head to toe in Xiankun grade spirit treasures forged by Tian Jiashan, the group walked through Ghost Forest with great ease. Hearing a considerable commotion in the silent forest, Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan felt new curiosity and were about to suggest going to see, but Tian Jiashan spoke first. When traveling outside, don't blindly join in the fun. Places of excitement are often mixed with all sorts of people, and it's easiest to stir up trouble. Just walk your own path. Although he was the leader of this group, from beginning to end, Huang hardly spoke, and it was Tian Jiashan who made all the decisions. Now, hearing Jiashan say this, Huang, who had stopped, continued forward. Tian Jiashan's methods were so thorough that they had traveled safely for too long and grown bored. The excitement that Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan felt at finally having something interesting to see was immediately extinguished by Tian Jiashan's words. Sighing deeply, the two still did not refute Tian Jiashan. However, the three had only walked less than 100 meters when the commotion from their front right grew closer. Suddenly, a figure was thrown from above their heads, landing not far from the group. And just as the man was thrown and appeared, 2 blood-splattered figures were successively thrown out of the dense miasma. Besides the 3 who were thrown, 2 others were still fighting. Now able to clearly see the battle, the group saw that the one chasing them was a leopard-striped golden rat, with a human immortal 8th realm cultivation. The 5 people, upon seeing Tian Jiashan's group, all had an almost imperceptible expression flash in their eyes, which Tian Jiashan did not notice. May I kindly ask fellow Deas to help us kill the enemy? Afterwards, we will surely offer a generous reward. With a look of terror, a middle-aged man immediately spoke sincerely. However, clearly sensing that Huang was the strongest among the group, he cupped his fists in Huang's direction. Looking at the golden rat, which was twice as tall as the group's bodies, Huang hesitated for a moment before choosing to act. Without hiding his strength, Huang struck, and the golden rat was killed with a single blow. Upon seeing this, the 5 people, all already severely injured, were momentarily stunned. They knew that the person in golden attire must be a powerhouse, but they hadn't expected him to be so strong. Give the reward to that person, Huang said, pointing at Tian Jiashan. Seeing this, Tian Jiashan was not polite. He walked directly towards the 5 people and took some insignificant spirit medicine and spirit treasures. Sirs, we ventured into Ghost Forest to seek treasure, and now we are injured all over. I wonder if we could follow you for a while. With a complex expression, the person who was clearly the most important among the group spoke with difficulty. However, Tian Jiashan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but no one noticed. A storm is brewing, there are always omens before anything happens, so one must always be careful and observant. Sirs, we are also here to seek treasure in the mountains and have not yet reached our destination. It's hard to say what dangers we will encounter later. Therefore, for your safety, we should still act separately. If you wish to leave Ghost Forest, the path we took to get here is still relatively safe. You can return along that path, with a little care, you should be able to get out safely. Although they felt it wouldn't matter to bring them along, similarly, feeling that it wouldn't matter to refuse them either, Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan remained silent at this moment. Huang in front acted as if he didn't see anything, clearly intending to let Tian Jiashan make the decision. And after hearing the meaning of refusal in Tian Jiashan's subtle words, the group did not pester him, nor did they want to or dare to, as they had already witnessed Huang's power. It was just a small interlude, and no one took it to heart. After the rescued group left, the party of 4 continued on their way, but Tian Jiashan had already memorized the faces of the 5 people. Not long after separating from Tian Jiashan's group, the 5 people who had been severely injured by the leopard-striped golden rat traveled 10 li before encountering their master. Have you seen Tian Jiashan? Reporting to your lord, we have. The group is heading towards the flowing river beach outside Ghost Forest. Prepare in advance. Later, I will deal with Huang. You will handle Tian Jiashan. As for Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan, just knock them out. Although the order received was to kill Tian Jiashan at all costs, the identities of Huang and the others were not something he dared to challenge at all costs. After 3 more days of travel through the Ghost Forest, Tian Jiashan, still within its bounds, merely sat and watched Yang Luyi fighting in front of him. At this moment, Yang Luyi was surrounded by 36 green lotuses, each emanating a rich flow of chaos qi, purifying the pervasive miasma in the Ghost Forest into a clean and fresh zone. Sitting cross-legged on a large tree, even though Yang Luyi's opponent was a 7-colored venomous spider with the cultivation of the 3rd stage of human immortal realm, Tian Jiashan still did not step forward to help. Liu Chuan and Huang also observed from the side due to Tian Jiashan's words, remaining unmoved even when they saw Yang Luyi getting injured. A Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 36th grade inherited green lotus. This heaven-blessed being, she is truly extraordinary, hey. Although Yang Luyi was injured, and not lightly so, Tian Jiashan still spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if the battle before him had nothing to do with him. Fairy Yi is strong, but fighting across realms, and even across major realms, is a bit too difficult, isn't it? Aren't we going to intervene? Liu Chuan spoke with a solemn expression. Fairy Yi was indeed very powerful. Even though it was not hard to see from her battle that she lacked practical combat experience, the high degree of compatibility between the Chaos Green Lotus and her allowed her to maintain high-intensity combat even when fighting across major realms. Chuan, you'll have to go out on your own eventually, so why not take advantage of such a fearless opportunity to gain more experience now, right? It's not every life and death battle where someone will guarantee your safety from behind. The person who can protect you might protect you countless times, but as long as there's one time they can't, you can only rely on yourself, and that one time is enough to be fatal. Liu Chuan, who had been watching the dangerous battle ahead with some apprehension, understood Jiashan's meaning after hearing these words and ultimately chose to remain silent. However, very soon, Liu Chuan was busy again. Because the battle between Yang Luyi and the huge, colorful spider caused too much commotion, a scaled, horned earth ox with the cultivation of the human immortal realm came over, drawn by the sound. Chuan, I can kill this earth ox within the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn, Tian Jiashan said, pointing at the appearing earth ox, full of confidence. Frowning slightly, Liu Chuan looked at the earth ox, which charged like a mountain collapsing. After a moment of thought, he leaped into the air, instantly revealed his true form, and began to fight across realms. This kid, he fell for it so easily. Seeing Chuan make a move because of Jiashan's words, Huang was somewhat speechless. Fellow deist Huang, Chuan doesn't know I'm provoking him, but he still chose to act, simply wanting to compete with me. Looking at the smiling man, Huang, with his hands behind his back, pondered. So, Jiashan, can you really kill this human immortal realm earth ox within the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn? Of course not, the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn is too long. Fighting for so long in such a dangerous environment is not a wise move. If I encountered the earth ox alone, my first decision would definitely be to retreat. If I had to fight, I wouldn't make such a big commotion, nor would I fight it like this. I would first set up a fatal trap and then kill it in the shortest possible time. What's the shortest time? If the opponent is this earth ox, then the shortest time should be within 50 breaths. It was the first time Huang had heard of such an immediate method, and he found it interesting, his gaze subtly changing once again. In the path of cultivation, fighting across realms is the most taboo, yet Jiashan had such confidence in himself. It was truly incomprehensible why the people of Broken Mountain would regard Jiashan as an ordinary person. Jiashan was clearly a king. Hey, you two, swap opponents now. After a while, seeing that both of them and the 2 human immortal realm vicious beasts were deteriorating, Tian Jiashan shouted to the 2 in the distance. At first, it was out of curiosity and fun, so when Sweetie told her to make a move, Yang Luyi didn't object. But now, after the battle, realizing she couldn't defeat the vicious beast in front of her, Yang Luyi, who usually seemed nonchalant but was actually proud at heart, immediately had her competitive spirit ignited and refused to admit defeat. Although she had many deep, bone-visible injuries, Yang Luyi still endured the pain and fought on. Fairy Yi, Tian wants us to swap opponents, Liu Chuan said urgently, seizing the opportunity to withdraw. His massive body also bore many hideous and conspicuous wounds. No swap. I'm going to kill it myself today. After speaking angrily, Yang Luyi once again faced the seven-colored spider. And seeing Yang Luyi's stubborn and arrogant side for the first time, Liu Chuan was also a bit stunned. Fairy Yi, is she competing with a vicious beast? Behind them, seeing that the people in front had clearly heard his words but still showed no reaction, Tian Jiashan also frowned. Indeed, at such a time, Yang Luyi's true nature was stimulated. This Yang Luyi, she does have some kingly demeanor, but she's just too naive, Huang said indifferently, finding it somewhat interesting, but also thinking Yang Luyi was too naive. More than just naive, she's practically an idiot. This is only because of this situation. If it were a different setting and she encountered such a situation, wouldn't she just be saying she's lived too long and wants to go underground early? Although the people in front did not follow suit, Tian Jiashan did not say much, always watching from behind. One side was a supreme being of the Calamity Transformation Realm, and the other was a human immortal realm vicious beast that had mastered true immortal Dao rules. Although the two Calamity Transformation Realm cultivators in front were powerful, suffering was inevitable. Chuan wanted to compete with him, and Yang Luyi was competing with herself, so Tian Jiashan simply ignored them, even though both the person and the beast were now bloody from the fierce struggle. It wasn't until a good while later, when the two vicious beasts almost simultaneously fell down exhausted, that the dull rumbling sound seemed to announce the victory of Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan. Seeing this, Tian Jiashan also moved to the side of the two weakened individuals. Tian, how long did I take? Liu Chuan asked, panting. He didn't care about the gully-like wounds on his body, but rather how much time he took to kill the enemy, clearly still mindful of Tian Jiashan's earlier mention of the time it takes for one stick of incense to burn. It exceeded the time it takes for one stick of incense to burn, but not by much. Not exactly disheartened, but not happy either, he pondered that he really needed to push himself more. Seeing the medicinal pill bottle Tian threw over, he instinctively caught it. On the other side, Yang Luyi was covered in blood, her soft hair now sticky. Without Yang Luyi having to speak, just by looking at her expression, Tian Jiashan knew she was enduring the pain. Eat these medicinal pills and then stick this talisman on your abdomen. Tian Jiashan said, already placing an ice blue talisman on Yang Luyi's forehead. The refreshing spiritual energy seeped into her forehead, directly entering her divine soul sea, making Yang Luyi's divine soul feel more energized. Although she had been a bit angry just now, after killing the big spider, Yang Luyi was no longer angry. Does it hurt? It hurts. Only hurts. Looking at the pair of sincere eyes in front of her, Yang Luyi corrected herself. It hurts a lot. No, it hurts a lot, a lot. Then why didn't you swap opponents with Chuan just now? Because that big spider injured me so badly, I definitely had to win back. Yang Luyi said it as a matter of course, with righteous indignation, even a bit of pride and triumph, because she ultimately won. However, Yang Luyi did not see any joy on Sweetie's face. It gravely injured you, and you were unconvinced, you couldn't stand for it, huh? Then next time, I'll find a spirit immortal realm vicious beast for you to fight. Hearing Sweetie's meaning, Yang Luyi's smile gradually faded. Although she knew she had acted impulsively just now and that she was in the wrong, Yang Luyi was unwilling to apologize. With the waves of sharp pain from her injuries, she pouted and remained silent. Tian Jiashan also remained silent. And seeing that she was in such a state, Sweetie not only didn't comfort her but also blamed her, which displeased Yang Luyi. Either erupt in silence or perish in silence. Finally, Yang Luyi spoke loudly. Tian Jiashan. I'm here. I'm not going to Bright Sun Heaven anymore, I'm going home right now. Saying this, Yang Luyi got up from the ground and walked straight back the way they came. However, Yang Luyi hadn't even taken a few steps when Tian Jiashan swiftly moved behind her, and with a quick hand movement, delivered a dull blow. You damn brat, are you taking advantage of my kindness? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? After knocking her unconscious with a hand chop, Tian Jiashan hoisted her onto his shoulder and left. Chuan, do you still want to go to Chihua Wilderness? Liu Chuan in the distance grinned. I want to go badly. After this, there will be things like today, and even more terrifying things. Then I'll go too. After only 10 days, the two, who were injured from their previous cross-realm battle, had mostly recovered. Now, under Tian Jiashan's guidance, Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan were once again fighting, their opponents also being human immortals. The two of them haven't fully recovered from their previous injuries, and facing a race at the human immortal second realm now, they're finding it a bit too much to handle. Although both were at the human immortal second realm, since it was a Yao, its intelligence was naturally higher than that of a vicious beast of the same realm. Therefore, with more refined combat skills and keen analytical abilities, coupled with the advantage of realm suppression, Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan were now in great distress. Their previous injuries hadn't completely healed, and the last battle had exhausted them. Only 10 days had passed, and Sweetie was making them fight such a race again. Struggling to resist, and feeling the waves of pain from her body, Yang Luyi finally couldn't hold on any longer. She leapt back to Tianjia's side, who was observing the battle. I'm not fighting anymore, I can't beat it now. Yang Luyi's words carried a hint of compromise and vexation. Why aren't you fighting? Don't you still have energy? It hit you like this, aren't you going to get revenge? Just like when you killed that seven-colored spider before. Hearing Sweetie clearly taunting her, Yang Luyi frowned and glared fiercely. I just don't want to fight anymore. My wounds hurt so much, it hurts to even move. Tian Jiashan hadn't intended for them to fight to the death, so he was just teasing them. Fellow Daoist Huang, please deal with it. Huang, who was standing tall, turned his head in surprise. This Yao monkey's strength is about the same as that seven-colored spider from before. Jiashan, you could deal with it in 50 breaths. Huang had no intention of making a move. Tian Jiashan was immediately dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that the person in front of him was also so petty. He turned his head again to look at the person beside him, and seeing that he truly had no intention of acting, and then seeing the rapidly approaching Yao monkey, Tian Jiashan decisively made his move. As the spirit array patterns brightly intertwined in the air, forming a formation diagram like a large net cast down. Spirit chi surged, and its brilliance suddenly intensified. Giant ice arrows shot out, like massive nails, forcing the agile Yao monkey to retreat. At the same time, another spirit rank grand array lit up, instantly enveloping the Yao monkey. As earth and stone were drawn by the Xian Kun array, piling up around the Yao monkey, sheets of colorful talismans were scattered into the air by Tian Jiashan. The talisman scripts on them shone dazzlingly, followed by a continuous rumble of explosions. As a series of surges erupted in the air, Tian Jiashan, completely disregarding the Yao monkey's state, simultaneously controlled 5 acquired supreme treasures into the air. With such a higher realm of cultivation, Huang could naturally see that Tian Jiashan's seemingly reckless actions were, in fact, a series of calculated steps, each linked to the next. He first used the spirit array to restrict the Yao monkey's agile movements, then used talismans to wound it. However, Jiashan had not truly entered the immortal realm yet. Even though he had profound attainments in the Dao of talismans, the Xian grade talismans, having only been enhanced 3 times, clearly couldn't severely injure the Yao monkey's tough physical body. So, Jiashan used 5 acquired supreme treasures to forcefully tear open the Yao monkey's physical body, allowing the full power of the talismans to be unleashed. Of course, the beautiful smoke released by Jiashan was not just for simple illusion and paralysis, but also capable of devouring spirit chi. Although he had known during their first battle that Jiashan had learned many things and had extremely high attainments, seeing Jiashan's fluid methods of killing enemies again, Huang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If Jiashan was only outstanding in other aspects, that would be one thing. But besides his astonishing attainments in array Dao, talisman Dao, alchemy, and artifact refining, what was most terrifying about Jiashan was his own battle prowess, achieved through cultivation under his almost draconian self-discipline. Although he had only battled Jiashan once with his calamity transformation realm spiritual body, having deeply experienced Jiashan's powerful immortal arts and terrifying physical body, Huang could feel that Tian Jiashan's cultivation principles were so demanding that even he found them hard to reach. The opponent was, after all, a Yao race at the human immortal second realm. Even though it had sustained considerable injuries in its battle with Yang Luyi, it wasn't so easy to kill. Therefore, he ultimately had to use his own power. Yang Luyi, who had retreated to the back, was healing her injuries and watching. She didn't quite understand what was happening, only seeing Sweetie unleash a barrage of attacks, and then the Yao monkey was killed. Liu Chuan's situation on the other side wasn't very good either, so after dealing with the Yao monkey, Tian Jiashan immediately went to Liu Chuan's side. With the two working together, the snake Yao, also at the human immortal second realm, didn't even last more than 20 breaths. Although it seemed effortless, Huang had been keeping time. From making his move to dealing with both Yao beasts, Jiashan took a total of 40 breaths. Looking at Jiashan, who was nonchalantly collecting treasures from the dead Yao beasts ahead, the admiration in Huang's eyes was no longer concealed. Huang was wondering if he could keep Jiashan by his side to help him. Knowing that Liu Chuan and Yang Luyi were not in good condition, Tian Jiashan did not rush to continue their journey after the battle, but instead found a relatively safe place to settle down. 2 large medicine cauldrons, filled with a rich medicinal fragrance, also surged with astonishing divinity and dense spirit chi. However, because the area around the medicine cauldrons was sealed by spirit arrays and talismans, all this medicinal fragrance, divinity, and spirit chi could only flow within a small range. That's about enough, jump in and soak. After preparing the medicinal liquid, Tian Jiashan spoke to the 2 who were meditating and adjusting their breathing. Having spent more than a day or 2 with Tian, and having enjoyed the body-tempering medicinal liquid many times, Liu Chuan opened his eyes and jumped directly into the medicine cauldron. He circulated his cultivation and began to enjoy it. Yang Luyi, however, was a bit shy. Tian Jiashan, I'm a girl, you're just going to let me soak here. Tian Jiashan, who had already pulled out talisman paper and was about to draw talismans, turned back upon hearing this. Thinking it made sense, he got up from the ground, lifted the large medicine cauldron, and headed to the back. Fellow Daoist Huang, keep an eye on Liu Chuan. He always gets particularly relaxed when soaking in the medicine. Huang nodded upon hearing this. After a short while, Tian Jiashan found a secluded spot for Yang Luyi, and after she was soaking in the large medicine cauldron, he went to a distant spot to stand guard. The medicine cauldron was covered by a spirit array, and it was incredibly quiet around Yang Luyi, so much so that she could even clearly hear her own breathing. Sweetie, are you still there? I am. Hearing this reassuring voice, Yang Luyi immersed herself in the enjoyment without any distractions. Yang Luyi's initial interest in Tian Jiashan stemmed from the fact that his spiritual body, number 1, could always conjure up new and interesting things, just like the medicinal liquid she was currently soaking in. Although not overly concerned with cultivation, Yang Luyi was ultimately the saintess of the Bushan sect, so she had considerable knowledge. Thus, she knew that the medicinal liquid she was soaking in was absolutely unique. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. It wasn't that other alchemy sects couldn't refine medicinal liquids with such effects, but no one else could make it as painless and comfortable for the user as Sweetie did. For a full hour, when both the person and the beast had absorbed all the medicinal properties from the medicine cauldron, Tian Jiashan reappeared with Yang Luyi. And it was clearly noticeable that after soaking in the medicine cauldron, the aura of Liu Chuan and Yang Luyi had not only mostly recovered from their injuries, but even their bone structure and flesh seemed to have been cleansed once. Huang was once again surprised. Yang Luyi was the owner of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 36-rank creation Green Lotus. With chaos chi flowing within her, it naturally tempered her flesh, blood, tendons, and bones at all times. As for Liu Chuan, there was even less to say. As a member of the Thunder Beast clan, even if Liu Chuan did nothing, his physique would grow at an astonishing rate. Therefore, for such 2 individuals, ordinary medicinal liquids were merely useless. However, the medicinal liquid refined by Jiashan in such a short time seemed to have extraordinary effects. Suddenly recalling the attitude of Taiting Immortal and the numerous calamity transformation realm supremes on Broken Mountain towards Jiashan, Huang realized that he had underestimated Jiashan. Jiashan, we need to speed up our journey from now on. There will be plenty of opportunities for experience once we reach Bright Sun Heaven. Bright Sun Heaven also has many small secret realms and caves, and I can send you there then. Moreover, we can bring Juer along at that time. You know, that girl Juer is simply not someone to be at ease about. As the group set off again, Huang spoke to the person beside him. Huang wasn't in any hurry. On the contrary, after arriving at Broken Mountain, he unexpectedly broke through to the heavenly immortal fourth realm, and he had been quite content recently. However, Huang wasn't in a rush, but Juer, far away in Bright Sun Heaven, was already anxious and restless. Alright, then we'll just travel at full speed from now on. Actually, I didn't want the two of them to gain experience, I just wanted them to know the hardships and dangers of the outside world. If they regret it, it's still not too late to return to Shui-Tu-Jibin now. Otherwise, once we reach Chihua Wilderness, it will be troublesome to return home. Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan, following behind, heard Tian Jiashan's words but remained silent, evidently having had such thoughts before. You said you want to gain experience later, have you thought about where to go? No, I don't know what I need or where to go, but since we're in Bright Sun Heaven, I should stay in Bright Sun Heaven for a short time. At this point, Tian Jiashan suddenly showed a shy smile, which also made Huang pause. Why, is there a place in Bright Sun Heaven you want to go? Yes, I need to go to Fallen Phoenix Slope. Curious in his heart, hearing a place name like Fallen Phoenix Slope, Huang's expression also became serious. Fallen Phoenix Slope was a place many beings wanted to visit, but not many had the ability to go and come out alive. Fallen Phoenix Slope is actually a battle relic. There might be some good fortune inside, but it's not worth the risk. If there's something you want, feel free to tell me, and I'll try to get it for you. Consider it a small token of gratitude for you helping Juer break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm. It wasn't easy to make the Phoenix race owe me a favor, you can't let them repay it so quickly. As for gratitude, just let Juer repay me later. My demands aren't high, Juer can definitely afford it. As for risking Fallen Phoenix Slope, the moment I left Broken Mountain, I already began risking. Tian Jiashan said with a smile, clearly still wanting to go to Fallen Phoenix Slope. Knowing that Jiashan was a young human race who had cultivated for less than 150 years, yet from Jiashan's speech and demeanor, Huang could see Jiashan's admirable attitude towards immortal cultivation, and at this moment, he even felt a sense of regret for not having met him sooner. Jiashan, why don't you stay in Bright Sun Heaven? I can find all the cultivation resources you need later. We can even expand the territory of Bright Sun Heaven together. Besides the Empress, I guarantee you can enjoy the same status and treatment as me. Facing Huang's sudden serious words, Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan, who were behind, were also suddenly startled. Enjoying the same status and treatment as Huang in Bright Sun Heaven, wouldn't that make him another king in Bright Sun Heaven? Someone with Huang's personality was not one to joke around. Knowing this, Tian Jiashan was also suddenly startled. If his cultivation wasn't so weak now, and he knew nothing about Bright Sun Heaven, he would have almost been tempted. Compared to the human race, the strength is respected principle in the beast race was much more evident. As long as one had sufficient powerful strength, one could gain enough respect, unlike the human race, where many people outwardly complied but inwardly disagreed, or were envious, or were so consumed by greed that they would do anything. But the key was, he wasn't even at the human immortal realm right now. Fellow Daoist Wang's words are too frightening. If my Dao heart wasn't firm enough, I would have almost instinctively agreed just now. The position fellow Daoist Huang spoke of is not something someone like me can ascend to, otherwise, it would be a crime. Actually, I'm just used to being cautious and careful in my actions, not enough for fellow Daoist Huang to think so highly of me. However, if in the future I have a little bit of strength to help fellow Daoist Huang, please don't hesitate to ask. Tian Jiashan patted his chest to assure him, but still politely refused Huang's request, which sounded impractical just by listening to it. Seeing Jiashan like this, Huang merely smiled slightly, knowing that his words were indeed somewhat alarming, even appearing a bit foolish, and then he said no more. With your character and strength, Jiashan, one day, everyone in the world will know you. Seeing that the person beside him was about to humbly refute again, Huang immediately raised his hand to stop him. Jiashan, you don't have to agree with this, but I'm not making you agree. This is just my personal opinion. Tian Jiashan smacked his lips, then just chuckled, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and replaced them with another set of words. It's good that everyone in the world knows me, it means I'll be so strong by then that I'll have no taboos. The wish of countless beings is to ascend to the heavenly court and be conferred a righteous divine position. What about you, Jiashan? Me? Of course, I want to go to heaven too, but I heard the sect master say it's quite risky. Anyway, I'll just cultivate desperately, I just want to cultivate to be immortal and indestructible. Immortal and indestructible, that's much more formidable than ascending to the heavenly court and being conferred a righteous divine position. Is it? Tian Jiashan mumbled, then quickly fell into contemplation, wondering if his goal was set too high. But after thinking for a while, Tian Jiashan still absolutely refused to change his goal. If he couldn't even achieve immortality, then there was no meaning at all. At Huang's suggestion, Tian Jiashan later didn't make trouble for Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan. The group focused on traveling, and after 9 days, they finally emerged from the ghost forest. After leaving the miasma-filled ghost forest, what everyone saw was an endless, damp river beach, and in the distance beyond the beach, a mighty river could be seen surging. Beyond this quicksand river and past the great river lay the Chihua Wilderness. However, Tian Jiashan and the others hadn't reached the Calamity Transformation Realm yet. While it wasn't impossible to cross the river by their own strength, it would take a very long time. So, everyone decided to use the super spirit array built by Bushan sect on the quicksand river. Bushan sect was a famous great sect of array Dao in the major thousand worlds. There were even rumors that the Bushan stone left behind by the ancient gods after mending the heavens was within Bushan sect, so Bushan sect's array Dao was absolutely unparalleled. Places like the Quicksand River were countless in the major thousand worlds, and such places were where Bushan sect acquired cultivation resources. The three sovereigns' subordinates had the ability to build cross-realm teleportation arrays, but these people under the three sovereigns obviously didn't have the spare capacity to consider desolate areas like the Quicksand River. Therefore, Bushan sect's intervention was needed at this time. Hearing fellow deist Huang say that both banks of the Quicksand River were occupied by Bushan sect members managing the Great Array, Yang Luyi muttered to herself that she was indeed the daughter of a prominent family, and finally understood why Bushan sect was at ease with her coming to the Chihua wilderness. If anything happened to Yang Luyi, sect master Yang could likely appear in an instant. Big rich boss, since we're using your family's Great Array, shouldn't we at least get a half-price discount? What discount? Sweetie, are you looking down on me? It's free to use. Saying this with her head held high and chest puffed out, Yang Luyi strode forward, but after only a few steps, her imposing demeanor vanished because of a single sentence. Big brother Huang, where is my family's Great Array? Bushan sect had established countless teleportation arrays in the major thousand worlds, and each super array had dedicated guardians. The Quicksand River was too remote, and Yang Luyi only knew that the guardian here was an earth immortal named Yao Penjin. As the people were about to follow, they were stunned by Yang Luyi's words and all looked towards Huang. That teleportation array is located on the bank of the Dragon Sand River, and it's not cheap. Each teleportation spot requires 100 green spirit stones. Is the Bushan sect's array guardian so lacking in discernment? Big brother Huang, how dare he charge you spirit stones for using the teleportation array? Hearing Yang Luyi's words, Huang laughed heartily. He does have discernment. I said I wanted to pay, but he adamantly refused, so I also used it for free last time. As he spoke, Huang had already given Tian Jiashan the coordinates. And as Tian Jiashan was arranging the teleportation array according to Huang's instructions, familiar figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. The newcomers were precisely the 5 people who had been chased by the leopard-striped golden rat in the ghost forest earlier. Tian Jiashan's expression changed slightly, and as he sped up his spirit array arrangement, he was already on guard against the 5 people who appeared. Hey, weren't you going back? Why are you here again? Seeing the arriving individuals, Liu Chuan also asked curiously, but the newcomers just approached with enthusiastic faces. Speaking of which, we still have to thank you fellow deists for your generosity. After your help, we coincidentally found 3 10,000-year spirit medicine growing together, which not only healed our injuries but also allowed Elder Hai to bring I through to the 5th realm of Earth Immortal, thus enabling us to safely exit the ghost forest. As the group spoke, they were approaching Tian Jiashan. Stop, sweetie is arranging a spirit array, you cannot get any closer. As soon as Yang Luyi said this, the group put on apologetic expressions and, while verbally expressing their apologies for being careless, retreated backward. However, just a few steps after they retreated, a sudden terrifying chi surge startled Tian Jiashan. The moment the void realm left, an immortal technique appeared out of thin air, its chi locked onto Tian Jiashan. Huang, who was also internally pondering whether the group's movements were a bit strange and coincidental, saw that someone actually dared to attack Jiashan. The moment his chi surged, he appeared in front of Tian Jiashan and calmly blocked all of it. The sneak attack ultimately failed, and the person hidden in the dark slowly emerged. 6th realm of Celestial Immortal, Shang Dongnian of the Shang clan. King Huang, I don't want to attack you, but King Huang, you should know that Tian Jiashan is a mortal enemy of my Shang clan, so I can only offend you today. His opponent was a king from Bright Sun Heaven, and Shang Dongnian's expression was also a bit grim, but due to his family's orders, he still had to make a move. Jiashan is your family's enemy, what does that have to do with me? I only know that Jiashan is a distinguished guest of my Bright Sun Heaven. If you want to take Jiashan's life, just try. Huang was not flustered at all by the opponent being 2 minor realms higher than him. At this moment, he was calm and composed. Hearing that the old man was indeed one of the 2 mortal enemies, Tian Jiashan was neither surprised nor bothered, and simply continued to construct the teleportation array. Fellow deist Huang, let's go. Just as Huang's voice fell and he was about to make an example of them to warn the ants in the dark that his distinguished guests were not to be trifled with, Tian Jiashan's words came, somewhat abruptly. Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan, who had been prepared for a big battle, were also stunned. They hadn't even started fighting yet, and they were leaving? It's obvious that the enemies in front of us cannot be completely eliminated. Since they can't be eliminated, there's no need to fight, so of course, it's better to retreat first. Tian Jiashan said matter-of-factly, as the great array under his feet was already activated. Although somewhat abrupt, Huang and the others were quick-witted. They leaped onto the great array and instantly vanished under the dumbfounded gaze of the group. Watching the group's eyes widen in disbelief, only able to helplessly watch them leave, Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan were radiant. They suddenly felt that doing this seemed even more interesting. In just an instant, Tian Jiashan and the others arrived 200 miles away. However, no sooner had they landed than the array patterns lit up again, and when they landed again, they were already above a bustling market, which was Jian Shuibei, as Huang had mentioned. Jiashan, the leader of those people has a 6th realm of celestial immortal cultivation and should catch up very soon. You all go to Bushan sect's Wangzhong Tower and wait for me. Wangzhong Tower is a Bushan sect force, the other party won't dare to act there. Fellow deist Huang, what are you doing? How can you stay behind while we go first? If we're going, of course, we go together. Fellow deist Huang, you also said that Wangzhong Tower is a Bushan sect force. Guarding such a large teleportation array, let alone a heavenly immortal, I wouldn't be surprised if there was an immortal realm enshrined in Wangzhong Tower. And with the Bushan sect's saintess right here, can Wangzhong Tower just stand by and do nothing? No need to think, Wangzhong Tower, which controls the super teleportation array in Jian Shuibei, is the local emperor. His expression changed, and the idea of staying to fight the enemy immediately vanished completely. Feeling that Jiashan's words were very reasonable, the group immediately headed towards Wangzhong Tower. Wangzhong Tower, a building over 100 meters tall. Climbing to the top, one could truly see the surging river in the distance. Tower Master, the Saintess has arrived. Inside the tower, Yao Penjiu, who had already received the sex message, immediately rose from the ground upon hearing this. The Saintess is here, so why aren't you hurrying to entertain her? You came to tell me, do those clumsy little rascals look like they know how to take care of people? It's not easy for the Saintess to pass by, shouldn't we make a good impression? Do you want to eat the northwest wind next year? As he spoke, Yao Penjiu, not daring to delay for a moment, hurried away, and the person who came to report also hastily followed, wiping the spittle from his face as he walked. He arrived in a hurry, only to find that the group of usually unreliable rascals had already settled the Saintess, and even the king from Bright Sun Heaven was properly arranged. Only then did Yao Penjiu breathe a sigh of relief. These little rascals actually know how to distinguish between priorities. Facing the sudden enthusiasm, Yang Luyi was somewhat at a loss. Seeing everyone's expressions change due to the newcomer, she saw a face full of sincere smiles. Old Yao is a step late. These little rascals didn't neglect the Saintess, did they? Among the four, there was only one woman, and with a glance at her appearance, Yao Penjiu knew whether she was the Saintess or not. This Saintess and the madam, one could only say they were carved from the same mold, almost unrelated to the sect master. No, everyone is very enthusiastic. Are you Yao Penjiu, branch master Yao? That's right, it's me. The Saintess and everyone have traveled a long distance and must be tired by now. I have already prepared a resting place for the Saintess and everyone. The Saintess and everyone can go bathe and relax first. Later, I will prepare a grand feast to welcome the Saintess and everyone. To leave a good impression on the Saintess, Yao Penjiu was meticulous in his efforts. Let's eat later. People from the Shang clan are chasing us. The leader has a sixth realm of celestial immortal cultivation, so they should have entered Jian Shui Bei by now. The people in the previously smiling room heard the Saintess's words, and their expressions immediately turned stern. To dare to attack the Saintess in Jian Shui Bei, was this Shang clan pig-headed or had they eaten the guts of a bear and a leopard? The Shang clan, is it that Shang clan next to our Bushan sect? Yang Luyi nodded. It's them. This Shang clan is just a parvenu. They have some strength, but they still lack reverence. To dare to act in Jian Shui Bei, they truly don't put our Wangjiang Tower in their eyes. Saintess, please rest in the tower for a while. I will go invite Enshrined Wu to take action. Saintess, rest assured. Enshrined Wu has a first realm of immortal realm cultivation. To deal with these people, it's more than enough. Yao Penjiu spoke with full confidence, called a woman's name, asked her to take good care of the Saintess and the others, then turned and left. And as Yao Penjiu left, the group of people gathered in the room also dispersed, wanting to see what arrogant individuals dared to provoke Wangjiang Tower in Jian Shui Bei, and also wanting to witness Enshrined Wu's immortal methods. By the way, Saintess, should those people be captured or killed? Yang Luyi glanced at Sweetie beside her. Kill them all. I want to see their bodies. His gaze quickly swept over the unremarkable person, already guessing that he was Tian Jiashan, and Yao Penjiu readily agreed. All right, Saintess, please wait. A spiritual body had stayed in Bushan sect for nearly 100 years, so Tian Jiashan was not unfamiliar with Bushan sect's style and practices. At this moment, seeing a branch master of Wangjiang Tower so enthusiastic and loyal, he felt neither surprise nor astonishment. Outwardly, Bushan sect's management seemed particularly loose, but sect master Yang had always managed the various subsects and branches in this way for a good reason. Because sect master Yang always deeply won the hearts of the people, so that even those guarding remote areas like Jian Shui Bei had absolute centripetal force and obedience towards Bushan sect. As the OP of Wangjiang Tower, Yao Penjiu himself possessed the cultivation of the third realm of heavenly immortal. After inviting out the immortal realm consecrated elder of Wangjiang Tower, he led a group of people grandly out of the city. Just as Tian Jiashan had thought, guarding a super teleportation array and enjoying good food and drink for hundreds of years, Wangjiang Tower was absolutely the number one in Jian Shui Bei, both in terms of strength and reputation it was the local emperor. So, upon learning that someone dared to attack their Saintess here, Yao Penjiu immediately became furious. Besides the resources regularly submitted every 10 years from the array, he could also gain a lot of benefits himself. Therefore, Yao Penjiu was very fond of his position as the helmsman of Wangjiang Tower. As for the consecrated elder in the immortal realm, such a powerful person could live carefree anywhere. The reason he chose to settle down in a place like Wangjiang Tower was not only to repay a favor but also because he was using the Great River to comprehend the Dao. The immortal Dao in this world is contained within heaven and earth, and the Great River in front of Jian Shui Bei was the place where this immortal realm consecrated elder sought his Dao. Old Yao, I heard that the Saintess of Bushan sect appeared at Wangjiang Tower. The one who spoke beside Yao Penjiu was a burly man with a big waist, his face glistening with oil, clearly someone who had eaten and drunk well in his daily life. Old Dai, what's wrong? Is there anything inappropriate about my Saintess using the teleportation array at Wangjiang Tower to go to Chihua Wilderness? I'm telling you, there can't be any crooked ideas in this, otherwise, this thing isn't actually that sturdy. Seeing his friend, a fish and meat companion, immediately bring up the Saintess, Yao Penjiu's expression instantly became solemn as he pointed to his head and spoke meaningfully. Who in the world didn't know that their Saintess was a favored one by heaven? When she was born, the 36-rank creation Green Lotus appeared on its own accord, showing an extremely high affinity with the Saintess. Alas, look at you, old Peng, saying such things. I'm just a blacksmith, how dare I harbor such a wolfish ambition? Besides, isn't there still a high consecrated elder above us? Even if I had the guts of a bear and a leopard, I wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts about the Bushan sect's Saintess. Seeing his old friend of over 100 years' acquaintance so wary of the Bushan sect's Saintess, Dai Hao also patted his big belly and spoke. It's fine to pretend with others, but it's meaningless for you to pretend with me, old Dai. All the beings here know that there's an immortal realm high consecrated elder on top of Wangjiang Tower, but they don't know that there's also an immortal realm old immortal sitting in your moving city. Tell me, with such well-informed news, what exactly are your plans? I still have to go kill people. Bushan sect built a teleportation array by the Great River, and the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall built a giant ship, also for carrying passengers. For thousands of years, this fatty beside him was the master of this spirit boat. Hehe, to be honest, I heard a rumor from my sect that Tian Jiashan from the central divine continent, along with your saintess, was invited by the Phoenix ancestor's eldest son to be a guest in bright sun heaven. Yao Penjiahu's expression changed slightly again. You're good, old Dai, so well informed. It seems you're interested in that Tian Jiashan. What, do you want to make a move on Tian Jiashan? If this is an order from the Immortal Bronze Palace, then I advise you, old Dai, to give up on that idea. Not long ago, a letter came from the sect saying that Tian Jiashan cannot be provoked. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, and knowing that Tian Jiashan was indeed at Wangjiang Tower, the fatty's expression immediately brightened. If you think that, old Yao, then you've really wronged me too much. I just want to meet this dual calamity transcending realm cultivator. The Dao of ancient gods, one person occupying two honestly, old Yao, aren't you curious? Although the place they stayed was somewhat remote, this did not affect their reception of outside information. After all, there was a super teleportation array located in Qian Shui Bay, so Yao Penjiahu also knew a little about Tian Jiashan. To be honest, I just took a quick glance at that Tian Jiashan, and he seemed very ordinary. If I hadn't received a letter from the sect beforehand, I would have thought he was just an attendant brought by my saintess. The fatty's expression instantly became serious upon hearing this. Old Yao, are you stupid? You and I have been in Qian Shui Bay for hundreds of years. Do you still not know what kind of beings are the most terrifying? Yao Penjiahu looked at the shining eyes of the fatty in front of him and, of course, knew what he wanted to say. It was true that the Tian Jiashan he saw was very ordinary, but the news from the sect and central continent would also not be false, and that King in bright sun heaven was indeed there. This could only mean that Tian Jiashan was indeed very powerful, but he was not the type of person who liked to stand out. Outside, these were the most terrifying beings. Just as Yao Penjiahu was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a powerful aura rapidly approaching from ahead. His expression became solemn as he waited respectfully. A celestial art was thrown out of thin air, forcing the leader to stop. Yao Penjiahu looked him over with disdain. And when the people of the Shang clan, who were rushing through the air, stopped, their eyes also became sharp. The newcomers meant trouble. Old Peng, 6th realm of celestial immortal, that's 2 whole realms higher than you. How about I lend you a hand? It'll be free. It just so happens that I, this fatty, haven't moved in a long time and have accumulated a belly full of fat. Dai Hao patted his big belly with a resounding slap and spoke. Yao Penjiahu, who had originally intended to directly ask the high consecrated elder to act, had a slight change in expression. Old Dai, you're a bit off today, aren't you? Even for you, a 7th realm of celestial immortal, to deal with someone in the 6th realm, it's not simple, is it? To survive in such a mixed place, one needed keen observation and wit, otherwise, it would be difficult to live long. So, even though they were good friends for 100 years, Yao Penjiahu still voiced his doubts when he felt his friend was acting strangely today. After all, the saintess was in Wangjiang Tower, and no mishap could occur. Old Yao, to be honest, I just want to take this opportunity to meet your saintess and leave an impression. You know better than I do what heights your saintess will reach in the future, don't you? Seeing Dai the fatty's shrewd expression, Yao Penjiahu was somewhat amused and exasperated. In terms of dealing with people, he could truly learn a lot from this fatty. Then, old Dai, you try first. If you can kill this person without bothering the high consecrated elder, I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of the saintess. All right. With your words, brother Yao, this fatty, will definitely slaughter this grandson today. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and an imperceptible look flashed in his eyes. The seemingly clumsy fatty's aura became imposing in an instant, and he nimbly moved into the air. What is your relationship with Tian Jiashan? No relationship. No relationship, my ass. The relationship is huge. Tian Jiashan, that's my grandpa. Although he spoke decisively, another voice appeared in Dai Hao's heart. Dai Hao came from the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall. Not long ago, the Heaven and Earth Xian Wang Ling Long Pagoda, which he had not seen for a full 1500 years since entering the Immortal Bronze Palace to forge artifacts, suddenly appeared before him. Without a word, it instructed him to use all means to eliminate all dangerous factors related to Tian Jiashan. Dai Hao had no idea who Tian Jiashan was, but Dai Hao dared not know Tian Jiashan. So, he had been searching for information about Tian Jiashan ever since. If there's no relationship, then don't stick your neck out. Tian Jiashan is not someone you loose cultivators can protect. With a cold tone, Shang Dongnian, who took the person in front of him for a wild cultivator from Qian Shui Bei, was full of disdain, even though the person's aura was not weaker than his own. The fatty only laughed in extreme anger. Wild cultivator? What, are you so proud just because you have a sect? Looking down on wild cultivators? There are quite a few wild cultivators in Qian Shui Bei who can kill you. It's a pity you don't have the fate to walk among them, otherwise, I'd really like to watch the show. Hearing the arrogant words of the fat pig in front of him, Shang Dongnian merely scoffed. Seeing how confident you are, you must be from Bushan sect. I heard Bushan sect built a Wangjiang tower here, seems to have some reputation. But, it's just that. Today, Tian Jiashan must die. Before Shang Dongnian could make a move, Dai Hao had already acted first. The person in front of him was simply talking too much nonsense. Let Tian Jiashan die here today, just by a 6th realm of celestial immortal person. For a moment, he didn't know whether to call the person in front of him foolish or arrogant. Dai Hao simply acted with ruthless methods, striking with killing moves, his intention to kill very obvious. If Tian Jiashan were to die here today, then he might not even have the chance to die. What ordinary people called death was merely the end of their lifespan, their divine soul could still enter the netherworld, cross the bridge of helplessness, drink Mengpo's soup, and take a turn through reincarnation hell. As long as they weren't extremely evil or had committed too many sins, and if they were lucky, they could even be reborn as a human. But often, after death, beings have even their divine soul obliterated. Dai Hao believed that the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda could absolutely easily crush his divine soul. Having seen the mythical figures that only existed in legends within the immortal bronze palace, Dai Hao had no reason not to strive, so his actions at this moment were extremely decisive and ruthless. However, he also knew that Yao Penjiu, who was standing below, was not to be trifled with. So, Dai Hao did not act too obviously. He merely engaged in a struggle, and using a Dao treasure specifically for collecting divine souls, he collected a wisp of Shang's divine soul without anyone noticing, then retreated. This grandson has some arrogant strength. Hey, old Yao. You should still ask High Elder to make a move. Otherwise, if we keep fighting like this, it won't be reducing fat, but losing flesh. Yao Penjiu pouted. The fatty hadn't intended to fight to the death just now. High Elder, please trouble you to make a move. As soon as Yao Penjiu finished speaking, an old man suddenly walked out of the empty air. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations on his body, but he was full of oppressive force. After Yao Penjiu and the others dealt with all the people from the Shang clan, Tian Jiashan and his group, temporarily free from worries, wasted no time and stepped onto the super teleportation array controlled by Wangjiang Tower. When they reappeared, they were already on the land of Chihua Wilderness. If there was any difference between Chihua Wilderness and Juetu Jibin, it was that Chihua Wilderness appeared much more desolate. After all, there weren't as many magnificent buildings here, the vicious beasts that inhabited it simply dwelled in the mountains, and their way of life was quite savage and brutal. Once they arrived at Chihua Wilderness, Tian Jiashan and his group had fewer troubles. After all, Huang was a king on this land, and his status was enough for everyone to move freely across it. It was precisely because of this that after entering Chihua Wilderness, everyone's travel speed increased dramatically. Before long, they appeared directly in Bright Sun Heaven. Even though it was the most powerful area in Chihua Wilderness, Bright Sun Heaven still lacked any luxurious buildings. Instead, there were only some relatively primitive, towering structures. Upon entering Bright Sun Heaven, what Tian Jiashan first noticed was the sun above Bright Sun Heaven, which seemed different from the one outside. As for how it was different, Tian Jiashan couldn't say, he just had that feeling in his heart. Ju Er, who had been anxiously waiting at home, felt like years had passed in the mere half-year. She was so worried that she even repeatedly begged the Phoenix Ancestor to use her divine ability to check where her brother was and if anything had happened to him. However, although the Phoenix Ancestor doted on her youngest daughter, she couldn't actually do that. After all, the Phoenix Ancestor's existence meant that her actions could cause the rules of the immortal Dao to become chaotic. To put it bluntly, it would truly be earth-shattering. After entering Bright Sun Heaven and traveling for some time before finally reaching the central area, Tian Jiashan felt a momentary trepidation. He knew that he was about to meet a group of archaic divine beasts beings that possessed absolute majesty not only in Bright Sun Heaven and Chihua Wilderness but even in the major thousand worlds. Yet, such beings were all over the place in this Bright Sun Heaven. Jiashan, it's not as exaggerated here as you think. On the contrary, you yourself are one of the most exaggerated ones. If the younger siblings in the ancestral land knew your strength, who knows who would be in awe of whom. Having traveled together and gotten a rough idea of Jiashan's personality, Huang saw that Jiashan was clearly nervous and comforted him with a smile. However, it would have been better if Huang hadn't said that. The moment his voice fell, Tian Jiashan's guilt deepened. Fellow Daoist Huang, you promised me before, didn't you? What happened earlier cannot be spoken of to anyone. Tian Jiashan showed an extremely serious expression, admonishing Huang, wanting him to understand the gravity of the situation. I did promise you I wouldn't tell anyone, but there isn't a single human race in Bright Sun Heaven. We, like this, don't count as human race, do we? Watching Jiashan's dumbfounded expression, Huang laughed heartily and departed. Is it still too late for us to go back now? Yang Luyi shook her head, feigning deep thought, while Liu Chuan nodded decisively. Since you've already entered Bright Sun Heaven, Tian, just stay put. As long as Ju Er doesn't let you leave, you really can't go. With that, Liu Chuan followed first. He had been to Bright Sun Heaven before, but he was young then and didn't get a good look. This time, Liu Chuan intended to take a good look. Oh, come on, let's go. Can't you tell Huang is just teasing you? Besides, isn't Ju Er here? What could possibly happen? As a newcomer, Yang Luyi not only showed no fear towards Bright Sun Heaven, this holy land renowned throughout the 9 provinces and 10 lands, but was instead filled with intense interest, eager to explore and discover. With a pounding heart, Tian Jiashan arrived before a building whose exact outline couldn't be discerned at a glance. As he was sensing the law of the undying fire contained within the bird's nest-like structure ahead, a red figure suddenly pounced, throwing itself into Tian Jiashan's unprepared embrace. Then, Tian Jiashan felt his neck being squeezed a bit tightly. Sweetie, you're finally here. I've missed you so much. This voice, still carrying a hint of coquetry, could only belong to Ju Er. After a long separation, although Tian Jiashan also felt familiarity and joy, upon seeing the group of people walking out in front, Tian Jiashan still did not immediately frolic with Ju Er. Instead, he adopted a polite and courteous demeanor. Although they were of the beast race, Ju Er was of the royal lineage among beasts. The Phoenix ancestor in front was akin to an emperor, so Tian Jiashan, a mere commoner, feared that his improper conduct would cause Ju Er to lose face. Youngster Tian Jiashan greets the Phoenix ancestor and all seniors. Tian Jiashan wanted to bow, but his body felt somewhat heavy. Because Ju Er was still hanging onto him. With somewhat stiff movements, Tian Jiashan patted Ju Er and whispered, "Stop messing around later, your family is watching, pay attention to your image." Seeing everyone in front staring at him, Tian Jiashan chuckled again. Upon hearing this, Ju Er, who was hanging around his neck, let go, but then she stood beside Tian Jiashan, sniffing intently for a while before pulling up Tian Jiashan's sleeve and looking at his delicate, crystal-clear arm with drooling anticipation. After so many years, Sweetie's flesh smelled even more fragrant. Tian Jiashan, who was waiting for the Phoenix ancestor to speak, met her with a smiling face, waiting earnestly. Suddenly noticing an unusual sensation on his hand, he felt something wet. Turning his head, he saw a gaping maw. Having already caught a glimpse of the surprised sounds from the archaic divine beasts in front, Tian Jiashan felt completely uncomfortable under their gaze. However, out of respect for the phoenix ancestor and Zhu Er's family, he could only gently pat Zhu Er. Silly bird, your family is watching. Tian Jiashan said in a low voice. It's fine, I don't care, there's nothing wrong anyway. Zhu Er mumbled indistinctly, clearly not grasping Tian Jiashan's intention. Upon seeing Zhu Er again, still as lovely and innocent as ever, Yang Luyi approached with a smile, not only trying to help but also inadvertently making things worse. Zhu Er, taste here, the meat here is even more fragrant. Yang Luyi pulled open Tian Jiashan's collar and pointed at his neck, speaking to Zhu Er. Seeing Zhu Er abandon his drooling arm and actually prepare to go for his neck, Tian Jiashan's eyes instantly narrowed. You too, that's enough. No sooner had Tian Jiashan's words fallen than Yang Luyi slapped him hard on the back of the head. Zhu Er finally gets to see us, and you dare to be fierce with her, Tian Jiashan, do you have a death wish? Zhu Er, ignore him. Do whatever you want, Sister Yi will stand up for you. Upon seeing this, Zhu Er, who never understood how to read expressions, truly bit down. Her big eyes widened, full of surprise, as if saying, Sister Yi is so right, the neck is much sweeter. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. In front. That little girl must be the saintess of Bushan sect. As expected of someone close to the 36 rank creation Green Lotus, fearless and pure of heart. Watching the group frolicking in front, the phoenix ancestor, in human form, spoke placidly, her face full of smiles upon seeing Zhu Er so happy. However, before Huang could speak, the phoenix ancestor spoke again. But what is Zhu Er doing? Is this Zhu Er's new way of showing affection? Watching Zhu Er's strange behavior, the phoenix ancestor was both surprised and found Zhu Er adorable. Mother Empress, although Jiashan is just a human, his flesh and blood body has been forged astonishingly powerful, not at all inferior to us archaic divine beasts. A small body contains an extremely rich life qi, blood qi, and divinity. Therefore, his body is like a great medicine for Yao beasts, and Zhu Er is tasting it right now. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Interesting, truly interesting. Huang, you have met and understood Tian Jiashan before. How is this person? Huang, who already admired Tian Jiashan immensely, suddenly had a different glint in his eyes, his fervent gaze causing his younger siblings around him to show surprise. Having been together for so many years, how could the divine phoenix not understand their eldest brother's character? Yet, such an aloof eldest brother actually admired a being who had not yet broken into the human immortal realm so much. Huang, you seem to admire Tian Jiashan greatly. Mother Empress, after I went to Broken Mountain, I fought Jiashan with my Dao spiritual body, which had broken through the calamity transformation realm. I conceded. The younger siblings, who were still making various guesses in their hearts, showed shock and gasped in unison. Big brother, did I mishear? Did you say you conceded? The third-ranked Zhao Feng spoke in astonishment. Big brother said his spiritual body wasn't defeated, but conceded. Defeat and concession, while seemingly similar in outcome, differ vastly in meaning. Not only his younger siblings, but even the phoenix ancestor had a fleeting look of surprise in her eyes. After all, she understood her eldest son's character and strength very well. You don't need to be so surprised, I voluntarily conceded. Although Jiashan is only in the calamity transformation realm, he is in the dual calamity transcending realm. Moreover, his almost heaven-defyingly rigorous demands on his own cultivation have made him a perfect immortal cultivator. After fighting him with my Dao spiritual body for a long time, I knew that in the end, I would definitely lose, so I conceded. Jiashan is ridiculously strong. The younger siblings, whose hearts were already churning with tumultuous waves, gasped again as they heard their elder brother's incredibly high praise for that human. Even the second and third siblings, who had also cultivated their Dao spiritual bodies to the calamity transformation realm, couldn't help but want to challenge Tian Jiashan at this moment. Even Huang is so thoroughly convinced, it seems this Jiashan is indeed no ordinary being. If someone like Jiashan can be associated with the word ordinary, then in this major thousand worlds, there shouldn't be many beings who can be considered extraordinary. Mother Empress doesn't know, but ever since Jiashan broke through the calamity transformation realm, he has to undergo tribulation frequently, about once every 10 days, with dozens of lightning strikes each time. At this, even the phoenix ancestor showed a hint of shock in her eyes. A being, not even having truly stepped into the immortal Dao, undergoing tribulation so frequently. In the long river of history, there seem to be only a few beings with such records. And those who appeared either died young or are now supreme overlords, whom even she must hold in awe. Whether it was the judge in the netherworld or the supreme god of the thunder department in the heavenly court, the phoenix ancestor had to hold them in reverence. Seeing fellow Daoist Huang seemingly talking to the phoenix ancestor and her younger siblings, the uneasy Tian Jiashan no longer bothered with Zhu Er's unruly actions on him, his brow furrowed as he stared ahead. Oh, fellow Daoist Huang, even if you are not a human, you should at least keep your word. Not a human, do you mean you haven't heard human sayings like a man of his word? However, what Tian Jiashan didn't know was that while he was still praying in his heart, he had already been completely sold out by Huang. Zhu, that's no way to treat guests. Jiashan came unwillingly and is tired from the journey. We should first make proper arrangements for Jiashan. Young friend Jiashan, please enter the phoenix nest. Facing the hospitality of the venerable phoenix ancestor, Tian Jiashan dared not be negligent. While scolding Zhu and Yang Luyi, who were turning a deaf ear, he also observed the expressions of those around him. He didn't know what fellow Daoist Huang had said, but the divine phoenix's expressions towards him seemed a bit off. Although from the outside, the enormous phoenix nest looked quite ordinary and unremarkable, as if there was nothing special about it apart from its size, upon stepping inside, Tian Jiashan could only exclaim that it was, after all, the dwelling place of archaic divine beasts. How could it be mundane and plain? After hearing Huang Wang's words, when they looked at Tian Jiashan again, the divine phoenixes could no longer remain calm. With thoughts in their hearts, they all became somewhat distracted. However, the divine phoenixes had only come out of curiosity and had no particular relationship with Tian Jiashan, so there was no need for them to say anything. Only the phoenix ancestor was conversing with Tian Jiashan, speaking mostly trivialities. Additionally, there was a small token of gratitude from the phoenix ancestor. When the phoenix ancestor makes a move, it's truly a tiny bit. Looking at the phoenix blood nirvana pearl in front of him, even with Tian Jiashan's composure, he couldn't help but swallow, his mouth dry. Tian Jiashan knew that this egg-sized phoenix blood nirvana pearl in front of him alone was enough to be worth the 9 heavens breathing soil given by Shu or plus the divine tier immortal gold given by the sect master. Phoenix ancestor, although I may have shown some care for Jui, merit and reward should be proportionate. This kind of treasure, this junior dares not presumptuously accept. Ha ha ha, young friend Jiashan, you don't realize how much trouble that some care you speak of has solved for my phoenix clan. Therefore, young friend Jiashan absolutely deserves to possess this phoenix blood nirvana pearl. Some words are indeed spoken, but one must distinguish between polite remarks and genuine intent. It was their first meeting, and even though the phoenix ancestor was very sincere, Tian Jiashan still dared not accept such a heavy gift. Oh, sweetie, just take it. There are many interesting places in Bright Sun Heaven. I'll take you all to play. Jui, who couldn't wait any longer, saw that Tian was still trying to decline. She closed the box containing the phoenix blood nirvana pearl, shoved it into Tian Jiashan's arms, and then dragged him away. Mother Empress, I'm going to play with sweetie first. We can talk about anything else when we get back later. Jui's voice came, but she had already dragged Tian Jiashan far away. Watching Jui leave in such a hurry, the phoenix ancestor not only wasn't angry, but the smile on her face grew even wider. Huang Mother Empress, when staying with Jiashan, it's good for Jui to be by our side, because Jiashan will teach her. Just as Jui said, Bright Sun Heaven is vast, and because it is the ancestral land of the archaic divine phoenix clan, there are also many ancient ruins here. These ruins, which have survived to the present, naturally all have their extraordinary aspects. For example, the eggshell Tian Jiashan saw earlier, although it was already covered with countless cracks, and was even a broken shell, the rich immortal Dao aura it exuded automatically brought forth immortal Dao laws, making it a true innate Dao grade supreme treasure. However, the reason Tian Jiashan crossed realms to come to Bright Sun Heaven, besides wanting to see Jui whom he hadn't seen in a long time, was of course for something else. After promising Taiting Immortal in the Chaoxian sect that he would do his best to cultivate his senior brothers and sisters to the Calamity Transformation Realm, Tian Jiashan obtained the Dao root of the 3 immortal spirit gathering flower from Taiting Immortal. Although he could directly digest and absorb it, Tian Jiashan felt that doing so would be too wasteful, so he decided to cultivate the 3 immortal spirit gathering flower. With a root, as long as suitable soil is found, the 3 immortal spirit gathering flower can take root and sprout. However, the Dao root of the 3 immortal spirit gathering flower alone is already a supreme treasure no weaker than the phoenix blood nirvana pearl, so any soil capable of allowing the 3 immortal spirit gathering flower to take root and sprout must also be a supreme treasure like the 9 heavens breathing soil. Pure yang divine soil is the soil Tian Jiashan needs to find, and such soil only appears in one place, where a divine phoenix has died. And in Bright Sun Heaven's fallen phoenix slope, an immortal phoenix once perished there. With an immortal phoenix of the phoenix ancestor having perished, fallen phoenix slope was naturally not a place just anyone could go, so even though he was very curious, Tian Jiashan understood the rules and only had Jui take him for a distant glance. Fallen Phoenix Slope was the battlefield and resting place where an immortal phoenix and an ancient great fiend, the Qing, fought to the death. The battle between the 2 ancient fiends was so intense it darkened the skies and earth. The space in Fallen Phoenix Slope is not only unstable, but spatial gales frequently appear. Even if the phoenix ancestor allowed it now, Tian Jiashan would not dare to enter. Without true immortal Dao laws protecting him, Tian Jiashan entering Fallen Phoenix Slope would be no different from walking into a meat grinder. However, having broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm many years ago, the current Tian Jiashan fully possessed the strength to enter the human immortal realm. It was only due to his cautious nature that he had been searching for a suitable opportunity to break through. After accompanying Jui on the vast lands of Bright Sun Heaven for over 10 days, Tian Jiashan once again found Huang. The Phoenix ancestor is currently absent, and all matters, big and small, in Bright Sun Heaven are handled by Huang. Tian Jiashan needed a place to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the human immortal realm. Jiashan, are you planning to break through to the human immortal realm? Upon hearing Jiashan request a place for secluded cultivation, Huang also asked curiously. Tian Jiashan nodded. With your talent, Jiashan, breaking through to the human immortal realm is just a thought for you. Why are you in such a hurry to break through? Is it to enter Fallen Phoenix Slope? The Calamity Transformation Realm is, after all, a path of ancient gods. This realm is too special and mysterious. Shouldn't you further consolidate and strengthen your Calamity Transformation Realm foundation? As soon as Huang spoke, he frowned, regretting his words. Of all people, he shouldn't be advising Jiashan. He has already integrated the dual Calamity Transcending Realm. Besides his main body, even a spiritual body can break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm. Such a person has long since thoroughly understood the Calamity Transformation Realm, and yet he was still telling Jiashan to stay longer and comprehend more. For the first time, Huang felt a bit embarrassed. Fellow Daoist Huang, to be honest, I have already been in the Calamity Transformation Realm for almost 4 years. I believe my Calamity Transformation Realm foundation is already solid enough. Looking at Jiashan's expressionless face, his expression wasn't even humble, it was more like a silent and unconscious display of arrogance, which made Huang's expression a bit strange. Jiashan seemed to know his true strength, yet he never seemed to think of himself as strong. Huang was very curious as to what led a supreme being like Jiashan to possess such a mindset. There are many places for enlightenment. I can lend you my hatching ground. Tian Jiashan, who had been expressionless, showed a hint of joy. The hatching ground of a divine phoenix was definitely a natural blessed land, even surpassing it, as the immortal Dao laws of the Divine Phoenix clan had been nurtured within it for many years. However, before you go into seclusion to break through to the human immortal realm, Jiashan, you still have some tasks to attend to. Ah, fellow Daoist Huang, you don't need to worry about these matters. I'll handle my own breakthrough. I've already prepared most of the things I need for the breakthrough. Huang had a strange expression. Jiashan, you seem to have misunderstood my meaning. The tasks I spoke of are not about preparing things for your secluded breakthrough. Of course, if you need anything, I can provide it to you for free. Huang's latter words were directly ignored by Tian Jiashan. A bad premonition arose in his heart, and Tian Jiashan frowned. Then, fellow Daoist Huang, the tasks you mentioned, is there anything I can help with? Ha, Jiashan, you don't have to be so reserved and meek. Jiashan, you are very powerful. After I returned, I told my younger siblings about my battle with you, so they also want to spar with you. Among my younger siblings, each of them has a Dao body that has broken through to the Calamity Transformation realm. His pupils trembled slightly, and Tian Jiashan swallowed in shock, both at the revelation that fellow Daoist Huang had actually spoken of the matter, and at the awe-inspiring fact that all 9 children of the Phoenix ancestor were so formidable. The Chaosian sect, including himself, had only produced 6 Calamity Transformation realm cultivators. And the Jingxiang sect, a super sect of the same Huiye prefecture, had yet to even produce a single Calamity Transformation realm cultivator. Yet, in Bright Sun Heaven, all 9 children of the Phoenix ancestor were in the Calamity Transformation realm. At this moment, Tian Jiashan once again understood the weight of the archaic divine beasts. While still stunned and lost in thought, Tian Jiashan's expression suddenly changed again. Fellow Daoist Huang, after you told the other elders, did you tell them not to spread it in Bright Sun Heaven or Chihua Wilderness? Tian Jiashan's eyes were filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Huang's answer, because he knew that if the vicious beasts in Bright Sun Heaven and even Chihua Wilderness knew that the dignified Huang had actually conceded to him, he would be met with endless challenges and suspicions. Looking at Jiashan's eager gaze, Huang also felt a little unnatural. I didn't say anything. But Jiashan, you don't have to worry. My younger siblings don't like to discuss such things. They heard it and just kept it to themselves. Tian Jiashan's heart was filled with despair, and his eyes instantly lost their luster as he looked at Huang. And as Tian Jiashan looked at Huang with a ashen face, wanting to complain but too powerless to speak, he turned his head at the sound and saw another familiar face. It was Bai Kailan, also an ancestor of divine beasts. Tian, long time no see, you're as amazing as ever. Quickly tell me in detail, how did you make a solitary king like senior brother Huang voluntarily concede to a human like you? The appearing Bai Kailan's eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. Extremely curious about what he had heard, he wrapped his arm around Tian Jiashan's neck and spoke enthusiastically. And Bai Kailan's words directly shattered the last shred of hope in Tian Jiashan's heart. Bai Kailan's territory was thousands of miles away from Bright Sun Heaven, and the news had already spread that far. Bai Kailan, where did you hear this? Third brother Zhao Feng told me. Third brother Zhao Feng went to Qingfeng Mountain Forest to find my eldest brother a few days ago, just to talk about this. He said that senior brother Huang personally told them. Is it not true? Seeing that senior brother Huang didn't deny it, or even slightly refute it, he became even more curious about how Tian managed to make a supreme king like senior brother Huang so utterly convinced. His pair of sky-blue eyes widened even further. However, at this moment, Tian Jiashan, whose heart was filled with despair, was dispirited. Tian Jiashan didn't respond to Bai Kailan's words, but Bai Kailan continued to ask incessantly. At that moment, Zhu Er, who was playing with Yang Luyi, also appeared outside the door. Sweetie, Vermilion Ape is here. He says he wants to spar with you. Zhu Er's appearance was truly just to deliver the message. After speaking, she vanished in a flash, clearly busy playing. Vermilion Ape is here? That guy is a battle maniac, fighting him will probably be a bit tiring. But then again, Tian, you're not this type of person. Haven't seen you in a few years, have you changed your personality? At this moment, only one thought surged in Tian Jiashan's mind. Vermilion Ape, who was 8,000 li away from Bright Sun Heaven, now appeared in Bright Sun Heaven, specifically asking to fight him. Taking a deep breath, his expression somewhat stiff, Tian Jiashan looked up at Huang, whose expression was unnatural. Fellow Daoist Huang, I would like to borrow your place to set up a martial arts arena. Although he feigned guilt, Huang, who had been waiting for Jiashan to make a decision, immediately brightened when he heard this. No problem at all. Bright Sun Heaven is so vast, it's more than enough for you to do as you please, Jiashan. Since it couldn't be avoided, he might as well accept it honorably. However, he couldn't accept it for nothing, he had to earn something back. Those who could break through to the Calamity Transformation realm and come to Bright Sun Heaven to fight him must be ancient great fiends or some other exotic species. No matter which kind, these individuals who came to seek him out must have significant backgrounds. It would be truly regrettable not to seize this opportunity to make a fortune. When the news that a young human named Tian Jiashan had made Huang, the supreme king of Bright Sun Heaven, concede in a Calamity Transformation realm battle spread like wildfire across the Chihua Wilderness, Bright Sun Heaven once again released a message. Tian Jiashan was in Bright Sun Heaven, and anyone wishing to challenge him would have to pay an entry fee of 100,000 year spirit medicine. When Tian Jiashan set up the arena in Bright Sun Heaven, the first to appear were naturally the divine phoenixes residing in Bright Sun Heaven. The first to challenge Tian Jiashan was Shuaihu, the second son of the Phoenix ancestor. Among the Phoenix ancestor's 9 children, Huang not only held the position of the eldest but also commanded absolute authority in terms of strength and cultivation. Therefore, if even Huang couldn't gain an advantage against Tian Jiashan, Shuaihu wouldn't fare any better. In a huge basin in Bright Sun Heaven, Shuaihu was now fully utilizing the Divine Phoenix clan's innate treasured arts, but after failing to gain an advantage in a fierce exchange with Tian Jiashan, Shuaihu immediately changed his tactics. Since he couldn't overpower Tian Jiashan with divine abilities and immortal arts, he would engage in close combat using the tough body of an archaic Divine Phoenix, constantly refined by the undying flames. However, when he approached Tian Jiashan to fight with his physical strength, the shock in Shuaihu's heart was once again magnified. Although he had already learned from his eldest brother that Tian Jiashan's physical strength was terrifying, after experiencing it firsthand, Shuaihu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Tian Jiashan's physical body was far more than just terrifying. Many divine beasts and ancient great fiends near Bright Sun Heaven had already arrived upon hearing the news. At this moment, seeing Zhao Feng in the arena not only unable to win in a clash of divine abilities and immortal arts but also suppressed by that human, who was as small as an ant, even in close combat with his physical body, their brows furrowed, and a strong battle intent surged among the arrogant great fiends and divine beasts. Under immortal arts and divine abilities, the divine beast race might not be as delicate as the human race, but in terms of physical body, the beast race should absolutely crush the human race. The ground vibrated violently as the 100-jung-tall Zhao Feng crashed heavily into the ground, pinned down by a figure even smaller than a single phoenix feather. With that, Shuaihu lost the battle. Initially, when news spread that Huang of Bright Sun Heaven had been defeated by a human race member in the Calamity Transformation Realm, there were many skeptical voices in Chihua Wilderness. After all, Huang was not only powerful but also skilled in using various tactics and schemes. So, upon hearing the news, most in Chihua Wilderness believed Huang was about to stir up some new trouble. Therefore, at first, many divine beasts and ancient great fiends were uninterested in the rumors, until one shocking event after another continuously emerged from Bright Sun Heaven. Starting with his second eldest, Shuaihu, and ending with his eighth eldest, Ziyan, after Tian Jiashan set up a challenge arena in Bright Sun Heaven, he fought 7 consecutive battles, all in the Calamity Transformation Realm against a host of divine phoenixes. And over a period of 1 month, Tian Jiashan did not lose a single match. If Tian Jiashan had only defeated other vicious beasts, it would have been one thing. However, after 7 consecutive battles, plus the previously defeated Huang, the newly emerged Tian Jiashan directly defeated all 8 children of the Phoenix ancestor. Not to mention Bright Sun Heaven, the entire Chihua Wilderness was no longer calm. As Tian Jiashan's name began to spread rapidly throughout Chihua Wilderness, centered around the Chihua Wilderness itself, more and more divine beasts and ancient great fiends converged towards Bright Sun Heaven. Although Zhu was also in the Calamity Transformation Realm, Tian Jiashan saw no need to spar with her. After defeating Ziyan, who was ranked 8th, his opponent became Qing, the elder brother of White Kailan, who had arrived earlier upon hearing the news. Around the basin, which was fragmented from continuous battles, not only Huang and the other children of the Phoenix ancestor had gathered, but also numerous outsiders. And for these ancient great fiends and archaic divine beasts, each of whom could command respect and power in Chihua Wilderness by simply stating their name, Tian Jiashan at this moment was simply battling with single-minded focus. Having already sparred with Tian Jiashan, even though they now saw Qinglin's Calamity Transformation Realm Dao body gaining no advantage against Tian Jiashan, and despite him using all his techniques, still being limited by Tian Jiashan, the divine phoenixes, who had transformed into human forms, knew that White Kailan was not far from defeat. Indeed, under the unblinking gaze of the divine beasts, not long after, Qinglin, having revealed his true form, was slammed to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw by that tiny figure in the arena. As the ground crumbled, his divine soul vibrated violently, almost causing him to lose consciousness. Qinglin looked at Tian Jiashan, who was only inches away, and knew that if the other party wished, he could deliver a fatal blow to render him incapacitated. Only then did Qinglin retract his chi and give up resistance. Because he had been so immersed in the battle, Qinglin was still somewhat dazed after losing the match. As he carefully recalled the battle scenes in his mind, he was utterly convinced and simply cupped his fist to Tian Jiashan. Fellow Deist Jiashan, your actions truly put our ancient names to shame. However, if there's an opportunity in the future, I would still like to battle fellow Deist Jiashan with my true body once more. Although he had admitted his defeat, White Kailan, still feeling a mix of emotions, spoke with full battle intent. White Kailan looked forward to a battle when Tian Jiashan had grown to the same realm as his true body. Although he had won the match again, White Kailan, also a divine beast, was in no way weaker than the Phoenix ancestors' descendants. Tian Jiashan's chi was still very weak at this time, and his indestructible physical body was covered with many deep, bone-visible, heavy injuries. If there's an opportunity, I will definitely seek guidance from fellow Deist Qinglin again in the future. Hearing the word guidance, Qinglin smiled faintly, then turned and left. Even though there were many renowned figures from Chihua Wilderness around, he did not feel the slightest bit of shame. If anyone felt that losing to fellow Deist Jiashan was a shameful thing, then they could simply wait for fellow Deist Jiashan to recover from his injuries and then fight him. Jiashan, I'll give you a 200,000-year-old spirit medicine. Come with me to our clan's territory to heal first. Once your injuries are healed, then you can spar with me. White Kailan hadn't walked far when Vermilion Ape, who had arrived earlier upon hearing the news, finally had his chance. He eagerly approached Tian Jiashan and spoke. Vermilion Ape had been present for Tian Jiashan's first match, so even without having fought Tian Jiashan, Vermilion Ape roughly knew how astonishing the power contained within the tiny body of the human race member before him was. Even Huang had lost in a same realm battle in the Calamity Transformation Realm. If he could defeat Tian Jiashan, then he would be an even more powerful existence than Huang in Chihua Wilderness. Vermilion Ape wanted to defeat Tian Jiashan and then surpass all his peers in Chihua Wilderness. Naturally aware of Vermilion Ape's calculations, Tian Jiashan merely offered a polite yet slightly awkward smile. As for the spirit medicine, fellow Deist Vermilion Ape can bring it later. As for healing, let's do it in Bright Sun Heaven. After all, I'm new here and not very familiar with other parts of Chihua Wilderness. Vermilion Ape, the life-creating pool in your ancestral land is indeed astonishing for healing, but can it compare to my clan's Nirvana pool? If you want to fight Tian Jiashan, just wait a few days. Unless... Vermilion Ape, you want to make a move before Tian Jiashan's injuries are healed, defeat the injured Tian Jiashan, and then declare to the entire Chihua Wilderness that you, Vermilion Ape, are invincible among your peers. Benji, ranked 4th, spoke mockingly, as if Vermilion Ape truly had such intentions, which immediately made Vermilion Ape's expression awkward. Benji, don't slander me. Who in the entire Chihua Wilderness doesn't know my character, vermilion ape. Am I the kind of person who would resort to any means for victory? More or less, you're all battle maniacs anyway. Fellow deist Jiashan, come with me. This time, I'll take you to the Nirvana pool, Benji said, ignoring the furious and speechless vermilion ape, and led Tian Jiashan away alone. And while Tian Jiashan was single-mindedly healing in the Divine Phoenix clan's Nirvana pool, the divine beasts and ancient great fiends gathered in Bright Sun Heaven did not leave. In fact, other existences continued to arrive upon hearing the news. The day after Tian Jiashan's battle with Qing ended, a huge shadow appeared in the sky above Chihua Wilderness, and a fierce wind suddenly rose. A golden rock sword, riding the wind, its sky-obscuring wings shaking. The mere gust of wind it created was enough to send countless vicious beasts with weak cultivation flying. Not only the golden rock, but also Kaiang Chi, Daodi, Dao, and the nine-tailed celestial fox, all of whom were overlords among the archaic divine beast clans in every historical river, continuously converged towards Bright Sun Heaven. Bright Sun Heaven, once desolate and quiet because it was the ancestral land of the divine Phoenix clan, became bustling with activity after Tian Jiashan's name spread. When fellow deist Huang released that message, Tian Jiashan had already prepared himself mentally, so he was not intimidated by the continuous stream of challengers. Instead, he enjoyed it. Because, for every match he accepted, Tian Jiashan would receive a spirit medicine no less than 100,000 years old. The travel expenses he received when he left Sui Shang had barely been used, and within a short time of arriving in Bright Sun Heaven, Tian Jiashan had already accumulated astonishing cultivation resources. And just like that, Tian Jiashan fought for a year in Chihua Wilderness, and within that year, Tian Jiashan remained undefeated. Even though his opponents were one more astonishing than the last, all of them were divine beasts with ancient and powerful bloodlines. It was precisely because of this that Tian Jiashan's name was now known to everyone in Chihua Wilderness, from the highest levels to the lowest. Because the talent and battle intent he displayed were too heaven-defying, a year ago, ancient great fiends and divine beasts flocked to visit Tian Jiashan, but they were all stopped by the Phoenix ancestor in Huang. And within that year, Tian Jiashan not only did not suffer any attacks from enemies, but his reputation, forged through incessant battles, spread far and wide. Of course, within a year, Tian Jiashan's name did not merely spread across the vast continent of Chihua Wilderness. After all, what happened was so astonishingly miraculous. If Tian Jiashan had only won 1 or 2 matches, it would have been one thing. But Tian Jiashan achieved an undefeated record. Not to mention the vicious beasts, the human race was even more shocked. As human race members, they knew their own flesh and blood bodies better than anyone. But now, a human race member named Tian Jiashan was breaking the limits of the human race's understanding. In Chaoxian sect in Huiye Prefecture, Shui Tu Jibin, after a month, upon receiving news from Bright Sun Heaven that Tian Jiashan had fought and defeated the ancient great fiend Paishu, the already fervent Chaoxian sect once again saw a surge of excitement. Although not many disciples in Chaoxian sect had met Tian Jiashan, if anyone dared to say they hadn't heard of Tian Jiashan, their position in Chaoxian sect would immediately be marginalized. Tian Jiashan, he was now a small Taiting immortal of Chaoxian sect. Those ancient great fiends and archaic divine beasts, which one of them wasn't in existence that could casually stir up storms. Even the strongest among the human race might not be able to win against them. Yet, Tian Jiashan was now a king on Chihua Wilderness. Who wouldn't feel a tightening in their heart upon hearing this? Sect Master, more news has come from Bright Sun Heaven. This kid Jiashan has won again. This time his opponent was the ancient great fiend Paishu. Taiting Immortal, with his back to the Vice Sect Master, curved his lips into a smile. Jiashan says he's afraid of trouble, but he certainly knows how to stir things up. Let the ready elders make their move. The sect's morale is high right now, it's time to act against Hunyang sect. After the Immortals' cave closed, the strength of the Chaoxian sect had already risen, and with the birth of a group of Calamity Transformation Realm Supremes, the Chaoxian sect's status in Huiye Prefecture soared, immediately surpassing the other 2 super sects. Now, the legendary Tian Jiashan had made such an earth-shattering move in the Chihua Wilderness, even alarming the 3 sovereigns. With the Chaoxian sect's aura reaching an unprecedented height, it finally made its move against the Hunyang sect and the Jingxiang sect. When Tian Jiashan left Broken Mountain, the Taiting Immortal had already been secretly planning, so when the Taiting Immortal decided to act, the situation in the entire Huiye Prefecture was immediately turned upside down, and many branch sects of the Hunyang sect and Jingxiang sect changed hands overnight. As for the changes in the situation within Huiye Prefecture, people were only slightly surprised before finding it understandable. They also became more curious about what kind of outcome the 3 major sects would face, because as it stands, the Hunyang sect and Jingxiang sect might not be declining, but the Chaoxian sect is flourishing, and it even produced a heaven-defying figure like Tian Jiashan. How could the other 2 major sects compare? Although the human sovereign managed the various sects within the prefecture more loosely, he still kept track of information from all over. So, almost immediately after the war broke out in Huiye Prefecture, news had already reached the human sovereign's imperial capital. Tian Jiashan is full of too many mysteries. I heard that the one in the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall seems to be particularly fond of him. This child, I'm afraid, is a fuse that will trigger changes in the era. The old ancestor, by the human sovereign's side, spoke as he looked at the celestial phenomena above. Observe the celestial phenomena to discern the changes of the times. He ran to the Chihua Wilderness and beat all the primordial bloodlines. Who would believe that Tian Jiashan is simple? When I was young, I wouldn't dare say I could defeat all those primordial bloodlines, yet Tian Jiashan did it. Does this mean that, in terms of youth, Tian Jiashan has already surpassed me? The old ancestor turned his head in surprise, but did not speak. To a certain extent, this was indeed the case, but as a subject, the old ancestor knew what could be said and what could not. The Calamity Transformation Realm originated from Chahasi, from Baishu. Baishu studied under the demigod Yanju. Grandmaster, do you think a demigod is enough to master an ancient Dao like the Calamity Transformation Realm? Although he understood the meaning behind the Grandmaster's silence, the human sovereign remained calm, merely speaking meaningfully about the matter he had raised. A demigod, let alone in the mortal realm, even in the heavenly court, is considered a master. However, for an ancient Dao like the Calamity Transformation Realm, that Yanju probably isn't qualified to master it, nor does he have the ability to. The reason Chahasi is mysterious and strange is because of the netherworld behind it. Could it be related to the netherworld? The old ancestor frowned and spoke, observing the world's situation. If one were to deduce from the clues, only such a guess would be reasonable. If the demigod Yanju was not qualified to master the ancient Dao, then the netherworld certainly had sufficient qualifications. All living beings in the major thousand worlds, after death, have only one destination, the netherworld. Even the gods in the heavenly court, if the day came when their divine Dao collapsed and their divine body and divine soul perished, would similarly return their souls to the netherworld. The living beings of the major thousand worlds only know that Chahasi is strange and mysterious, but they don't know that Chahasi is a long river of souls. Thousands upon thousands of deceased souls follow Chahasi and eventually flow into the netherworld. The reason Chahasi is mysterious is because it is a part of reincarnation. Hearing the human sovereign's words, the old ancestor, who was deep in thought, was immediately startled, because what the human sovereign said was something he had never heard before. Human sovereign, is that Chahasi truly a long river of souls? Seeing the Grand Master beside him so shocked, the human sovereign merely smiled slightly. Grand Master, although they are all called emperors and sovereigns, the three sovereigns are still quite a bit inferior compared to the two most ancient great emperors. The heavenly emperor of the heavenly court and the great emperor of Fengdu, these two, even we must show them 3 points of respect when we meet them. And Chahasi is just a small method of the great emperor of Fengdu, simply to facilitate the entry of deceased souls into the netherworld. The Calamity Transformation Realm originated from Chahasi. In recent years, the number of deceased souls in various realms has continuously increased, especially in the last few years, the deceased souls appearing from the underworld in various realms have even doubled. Under all these circumstances, it's hard not to associate it with the netherworld. Such a large movement, even if it's not the great emperor of Fengdu's doing, must be the work of the 10 monarchs or similar. However, if the 10 monarchs acted, it would also mean that the great emperor of Fengdu agreed. Coincidentally, at a time when the netherworld was making big moves, Tian Jiashan emerged, becoming known throughout the world for his unreasonably powerful strength. What's most thought-provoking is that Tian Jiashan actually possesses a scripture of the dead, while Bai Xiu has a book of the living. The human sovereign's words were profound, revealing too much information at once, which both shocked the old ancestor and made him ponder continuously. While the old ancestor was deep in thought, the human sovereign spoke again, hinting, a long time ago, when I was not yet the human sovereign, I heard about the great emperor of Fengdu's plan to recreate a place of reincarnation, Ledu. Now, it seems that trend is truly emerging. The human sovereign's final words were like the finishing touch, instantly enlightening the old ancestor. And as the old ancestor connected all the previous events and instantly understood all of the human sovereign's words, the clouds of doubt in his heart immediately vanished, becoming completely clear, but the expression on his face became even more shocked. To create a new place of reincarnation, Ledu, would be no different from creating the heavens. Wouldn't the great emperor of Fengdu be constrained by the heavenly court for doing this? Of course he would be constrained by the heavenly court. Otherwise, if the great emperor of Fengdu were allowed to build Ledu, by then, even if the heavenly emperor acted, he might not be able to defeat the great emperor of Fengdu. However, since the great emperor of Fengdu made such a decision, he must have been planning for a long time, for example, releasing an ancient Dao like the Calamity Transformation Realm. The spread of the Calamity Transformation Realm benefits the mortal realm the most among the 3 realms, poses the greatest threat to the heavenly court, and the least threat to the netherworld. After saying this, seeing the Grand Master's expression, he knew that he understood his meaning, and the human sovereign turned and left. Oh, and regarding the Chaosian sect, issue an order, no one is to interfere or inquire. The old ancestor nodded. The netherworld suddenly had such a big movement, and behind this huge movement lay a grand scheme. If Tian Jiashan, who was now shrouded in mystery and possibly chosen by the netherworld, came from the Chaosian sect, then maintaining distance was the best decision. The scripture of the dead and the book of the living, is this truly another era of great reshuffling? He murmured, glancing at the starry night sky before the old ancestor also turned and left. The information the human sovereign could grasp, the martial god and the Azure Emperor could also largely grasp. So, tracing the origins of the suddenly emerging Tian Jiashan and ultimately focusing on the netherworld behind Chahasi, with their own conjectures, the other 2 emperors also began to pay close attention to Tian Jiashan. And while the entire major thousand worlds was discussing a human named Tian Jiashan, the bright sun heaven of the Chihua wilderness welcomed an unexpected guest today, the Candle Dragon. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history, screenshots recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Although he had defeated many primordial bloodlines, Tian Jiashan had not yet fought against the Candle Dragon clan. And speaking of the Candle Dragon, all living beings would surely think of Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon, another bloodline born in the Candle Dragon clan after 10,000 years. Although they were all primordial bloodlines, the various archaic divine beasts and ancient great fiends in the Chihua wilderness were all defiant towards each other, but when it came to the Candle Dragon clan, these arrogant primordial bloodlines all felt awe. Even now, there were only 2 members of the Candle Dragon clan, one was the Candle Dragon ancestor, and the other was Candle Dragon, born after 10,000 years. The Candle Dragon, this was a bloodline that even archaic divine beasts held in awe. As Tian Jiashan's reputation grew and more young primordial bloodlines were defeated, the Candle Dragon clan also appeared in the bright sun heaven. Tian Jiashan was still resting in the Nirvana pool, both to cleanse himself of the impurities accumulated from over a year of continuous fighting, and to adjust his own state in preparation for assaulting the human immortal realm. In over a year, Tian Jiashan had fought all the young primordial bloodlines he could. So now, he intended to formally enter the human immortal realm, becoming a true immortal being. Without entering the immortal realm, one remains immortal. Bright sun heaven has been so lively recently. Although I came uninvited, among the Phoenix ancestors' many guests, I wouldn't be one too many, would I? The Candle Dragon ancestor, whose true form was a candle dragon but was now in the form of an old man, teased the Phoenix ancestor. Ha ha ha, Rather than saying the dragon ancestor came uninvited, I'd say I had anticipated it, so I had already reserved a seat for the dragon ancestor. After all, Jiashan has made such a big name for himself, no matter how arrogant the dragon ancestor is, I guessed he would definitely come to see. He hadn't even sat down yet, but seeing the phoenix ancestor praise that young human so much, the dragon ancestor's curiosity grew even stronger. A human with such power, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense. Isn't the phoenix ancestor curious about Tian Jiashan's origin? Since Tian Jiashan became famous, the dragon ancestor, who gradually paid attention to him, had also conducted some secret investigations, so he knew some unknown things. Hearing the dragon ancestor's profound tone, the phoenix ancestor also smiled slightly. Then it seems the dragon ancestor came this time not for 9 yen to fight, but to uncover secrets. Tian Jiashan had stayed in the bright sun heaven every day for over a year. How could the phoenix ancestor not be curious about Tian Jiashan's strength, and how could she not investigate Tian Jiashan? A match still needs to happen, after all. 9 yen is also very interested in Tian Jiashan, although I don't think the outcome will change. The dragon ancestor spoke, looking at Candle Dragon beside him, but the Candle Dragon, who had taken the form of a young human, had an arrogant expression. And in front, seeing that even the arrogant dragon ancestor said that Candle Dragon was not Tian Jiashan's opponent, the phoenix ancestor's expression changed slightly, and her guess became even more certain. For over a year, not only the human sovereign but countless other powers had been searching for Tian Jiashan's extraordinary secret. As an emperor on the Chihua wilderness, the information the phoenix ancestor could understand and grasp was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, the conclusion the phoenix ancestor reached after investigation was also particularly close to the truth. Phoenix ancestor, where is that Tian Jiashan now? With everything he had seen and heard proclaiming that human named Tian Jiashan to be invincible, Candle Dragon was also eager to fight Tian Jiashan. Candle Dragon knew that there were indeed some exceptionally talented individuals among humans, and he had personally fought against these outstanding members of the human race. However, the final result was always his victory. Therefore, regarding Tian Jiashan, even though he already knew that he was invincible and had defeated many primordial bloodlines, Candle Dragon still didn't believe he would lose. Jiashan is still adjusting his state in the Nirvana pool. It's a good thing you, Dragon Ancestor, came early. If you had come any later, Jiashan would have broken through to the human immortal realm. As soon as the Phoenix Ancestor finished speaking, the sky above bright sun heaven was covered by thunderclouds. The Phoenix Ancestor and the Dragon Ancestor, who sensed the change in heavenly secrets, all appeared outside at the first moment. One moment he was adjusting his state in the Nirvana pool, the next moment Tian Jiashan had already begun undergoing tribulation, though it wasn't the lightning tribulation of the human immortal realm. Phoenix Ancestor, is that person in the distance Tian Jiashan? Seeing that the person undergoing tribulation was a human, the Dragon Ancestor also asked, because the Dragon Ancestor felt that the aura of the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens was not strong enough. For a strong person who could defeat so many primordial bloodlines, if he were undergoing tribulation for the human immortal realm, the chi of the lightning tribulation should be far greater than this, shouldn't it? That's him. After the Phoenix Ancestor confirmed, the Dragon Ancestor and Candle Dragon, who did not know the truth, frowned even deeper. Phoenix Ancestor, for such a powerful individual like Tian Jiashan, is the Calamity Transformation Realm he is undergoing tribulation for only at this level? It shouldn't be, should it? Ha ha ha, of course it shouldn't be. The lightning tribulation Jiashan is undergoing tribulation now is just his usual lightning tribulation. Approximately every 10 days, Jiashan undergoes a tribulation. The Dragon Ancestor and Candle Dragon, who were still pondering, heard the Phoenix Ancestor's words and their expressions suddenly changed. Undergoing tribulation once every 10 days, what kind of being is this? After finally feeling a ripple in his heart, Candle Dragon, who had just been full of confidence, also spoke in shock. However, after realizing something was amiss immediately after speaking in shock, Candle Dragon quickly asked in confusion again. Phoenix Ancestor, since this Tian Jiashan undergoes a tribulation every month, why is he still at the Calamity Transformation Realm cultivation? If my information is correct, he broke through to the Calamity Transformation Realm many years ago, didn't he? The Phoenix Ancestor naturally understood the meaning of Candle Dragon's words. The lightning tribulation itself contained abundant divinity and immortal Dao opportunities. Tian Jiashan had undergone tribulation so many times and successfully passed each lightning tribulation, so logically speaking, he should have broken through the Calamity Transformation Realm long ago. After all, a being who had not truly stepped into the immortal Dao should not possess such an astonishing divine body to bear the blessings brought by those lightning tribulations. 9 yen, what you're curious about, I also once asked Jiashan, but Jiashan's answer was vague. Tian Jiashan naturally couldn't reveal that he possessed a mysterious great mill. Seeing the Phoenix Ancestor speak like this, not only Candle Dragon but also the Dragon Ancestor frowned slightly. However, as his curiosity transformed into a desire to fight Tian Jiashan, the battle intent on Candle Dragon's body grew stronger and stronger. After emerging from the Nirvana pool once again, Tian Jiashan heard that another challenger had arrived. Already accustomed to it, he merely muttered to himself, another precious medicine delivered to my doorstep, as he prepared to begin the match. It wasn't until Huang spoke up, informing Tian Jiashan that this challenger was Candle Dragon of the primordial bloodlines. Tian Jiashan, who was rushing to the arena, immediately stopped in his tracks upon hearing the voice from behind him. Fellow Daoist Huang, you're not lying to me, are you? Even Candle Dragon of the Candle Dragon clan has come. Tian Jiashan turned back with a surprised expression, exclaiming in disbelief. Although they were all primordial bloodlines, the Candle Dragon clan was clearly not to be compared with other primordial bloodlines. Just in terms of the strength of their bloodline, the Candle Dragon clan could be seen as a king among the various primordial races, with astonishingly terrifying battle intent. Precisely because of this, a Candle Dragon bloodline often would not appear for tens of thousands of years. There were even ancient rumors that because the Candle Dragon clan's battle intent was too terrifying, the heavenly Dao restricted their population. Such beings often had only one life existing in the 3 realms, and only when the older generation of Candle Dragon's lifespan was exhausted would fresh bloodline be born in the Candle Dragon clan. Although it was an ancient legend, currently, in the Candle Dragon clan, apart from the dragon ancestor, whose age was unknown, there was only Candle Dragon, a fresh bloodline born 200 years ago. It was precisely because of these various rumors that Tian Jiashan was so surprised to hear that even a Candle Dragon had appeared in bright sun heaven. Seeing Jiashan, who was usually calm and collected, show a surprised expression, Huang finally smiled slightly. For over a year, no matter who the challenger was, Jiashan had always appeared calm and composed, as if he had thoroughly understood all the primordial bloodlines, though the final results indeed confirmed this. How could it be false? Just yesterday, the dragon ancestor brought that Candle Dragon to bright sun heaven, specifically asking for Candle Dragon to fight you. And that Candle Dragon's battle intent is also very strong, this will be a good fight. Tian Jiashan glanced at fellow deist Huang beside him, who wore an expression of enjoying the show. That's the Candle Dragon clan, fellow deist Huang. Do you think I should go all out, or should I lose with a clever disadvantage? I think the former is better. If Jiashan you really choose the latter, I think with the arrogance of the primordial bloodlines, even if Candle Dragon doesn't kill you in the match, those primordial bloodlines who lost to you before will target you again, because you won against them, and you deliberately bow before Candle Dragon. It seems that's right. In that case, I would indirectly belittle them, wouldn't I? But the Candle Dragon clan is almost like the king among the primordial bloodlines. Tian Jiashan's words were cut off by Huang before he could finish. Be confident. Remove almost. The Candle Dragon clan is the king among the primordial bloodlines. They were the first to be born when chaos first opened. That's right, you see, even fellow deist Huang, an existence like you, holds such reverence for the Candle Dragon clan. If I go all out and accidentally win against Candle Dragon, wouldn't I immediately be elevated to an unprecedented and unparalleled level? Even Huang couldn't help but sigh deeply upon hearing the words of the person beside him at this moment. Jiashan, even without a fight with Candle Dragon, you have already reached an unprecedented and unparalleled level. Have you ever heard of any being that can sweep through all primordial bloodlines at the same cultivation level? Some beings indeed have considerable strength and can defeat one or two primordial bloodlines, which is normal. However, our primordial bloodlines are diverse, and each race has its innate divine ability. These innate divine abilities are not something anyone can break, but you have done it. Huang's tone was very helpless because he always felt that the person beside him had not yet realized this point. Listening to you, fellow deist Huang, I do seem to be quite powerful. But it's a pity I am only in the calamity transformation realm now. If I were in the immortal realm now, it would be great. With such strength, almost unrivaled in the same realm, I wouldn't need to cultivate immortals cautiously anymore. Although he had gradually understood Jiashan's character and his goals and pursuits in the Dao of Immortals over a year, Huang still couldn't help but curse inwardly upon hearing these words. Jiashan always managed to make his own strength sound ordinary at any time. Anyway, for the battle with Candle Dragon, Jiashan, just go all out. As for if you really win, the result will surely shock the major thousand worlds. Because from ancient times until now, there has never been any rumor of the Candle Dragon clan being defeated. Good heavens, is the Candle Dragon clan that terrifying? How can they not be terrifying? Even if he isn't a heavenly court god, the dragon ancestor can still freely enter the South Heaven Gate. So, if Candle Dragon loses, your name, Jiashan, might even reach the ears of the heavenly court gods. Upon hearing this, Tian Jiashan could no longer hold back. For the first time, Tian Jiashan felt that his decision to set up an arena in Bright Sun Heaven was perhaps a little imprudent. But Jiashan, you don't need to worry. The three realms each have their own order. Even if the heavenly court hears your name, they won't do anything. At most, they'll just peek at you from above. Tian Jiashan looked up at the 9 heavens. Even just that is very unsettling. At this moment, Tian Jiashan had the idea of refusing Candle Dragon's challenge, because the impact of fighting Candle Dragon was too great. Candle Dragon itself represented the extraordinary. Although he felt uneasy, under Huang's guidance, Tian Jiashan still met Candle Dragon and the dragon ancestor. Feeling somewhat awkward due to nervousness, Tian Jiashan stiffly cupped his fists towards the two beings who had transformed into human forms. Dragon ancestor, I have learned of your and fellow deist Juer's intentions from fellow deist Huang, but please allow me to refuse. Tian Jiashan, with cupped fists, lowered his head, trying his best not to make eye contact with the two extraordinary beings in front of him. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot saving is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Seeing Tian Jiashan, who had just appeared, speak such words immediately, the dragon ancestor and Candle Dragon merely frowned slightly, but did not get angry. On the contrary, at this moment, the dragon ancestor and Candle Dragon felt even more appreciation for Tian Jiashan, at least Tian Jiashan was not lacking in brains. Regardless of whether Tian Jiashan could win the match, fighting the Candle Dragon clan was not a wise decision in itself. What, little friend Jiashan, do you think my Candle Dragon clan is not qualified to stand on the same arena as you? Tian Jiashan's body trembled. Dragon ancestor, you jest. Even if this junior had the guts of a bear and leopard, he wouldn't have such a thought. It's just that the Candle Dragon clan inherently represents extraordinary significance in this world, something that a mere ordinary junior like me is not qualified to challenge. As he spoke, Tian Jiashan's body bent even lower. Ha ha ha, little friend Jiashan, I love hearing those words, but it's a good thing those little ones who lost to you before didn't hear it, otherwise their old friends behind them would surely invite you to their homes as a guest. I naturally understand your concerns, little friend. No other beings will know about the match between you and Juer here, even those primordial bloodlines from the Chihua wilderness who have competed with you before. In addition, I will also give you a dragon pearl as a ticket to the match. Upon hearing the words dragon pearl, Tian Jiashan's heart trembled violently again. A dragon pearl, that was not something the Phoenix Blood Nirvana pearl could compare to. It was no exaggeration to say that a single dragon pearl was enough to qualify a cultivator with mediocre aptitude to step onto Liangfeng Mountain in the Kunlun ruins. And being able to ascend Liangfeng Mountain meant having a chance to be canonized as a heavenly court god. Although he wanted to remain calm, Tian Jiashan couldn't help but swallow. Since Dragon Ancestor has spoken thus, if this junior were to refuse again, it would be too impolite. Tian Jiashan had indeed intended to refuse at first, but the Dragon Ancestor offered too much. A Dragon Pearl, that truly surpassed thousands upon thousands. Even if he couldn't find pure Yang Divine Earth later, he could use the Dragon Pearl to replace it. Having heard rumors that Tian Jiashan had always been victorious in battles against various primordial bloodlines, the Dragon Ancestor had thought Tian Jiashan must be a proud and arrogant person, especially with such astonishing battle intent that stood above the crowd. However, upon seeing him now, not only did he not perceive any of that sharp chi of a strong person from Tian Jiashan, but the Dragon Ancestor's curiosity only grew stronger. He had almost seen all the strong individuals in the major thousand worlds, but he had never seen anyone like Tian Jiashan before. But he didn't dislike it either. After agreeing to compete with Candle Dragon, the two did not delay. With the Phoenix Ancestor personally taking action to open a new arena in Bright Sun Heaven, a little-known but sufficiently shocking battle for the three realms was about to begin. Due to Candle Dragon's special status, the only spectators at this time were trusted beings like Zhu Er and Liu Chuan, as well as Tian Jiashan and the Dragon Ancestor. Although it's very impolite, just in case, I still hope that fellow Deist Jiashan will not hold back at all during the match. Otherwise, if I find out, I will mercilessly kill fellow Deist Jiashan. Tian Jiashan had already discussed this with fellow Deist Huang before, so he knew what Candle Dragon meant. Fellow Deist Zhu Er didn't know me before, so perhaps you don't know my personality. Let alone if my opponent is fellow Deist Zhu Er, even a common vicious beast, I would not take lightly. Excellent. As his words fell, Candle Dragon slightly cupped his fists and instantly retreated several miles. Then, an earth-shattering dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and a pitch-black Candle Dragon coiled in the air. The air itself violently trembled from the dragon's roar, which contained a rich kingly chi and the confidence brought by its ancient bloodline. Just one dragon's roar made Tian Jiashan feel as if he had returned to the time when heaven and earth first opened. As the fresh bloodline of the Candle Dragon clan, Candle Dragon was absolutely arrogant, but knowing what kind of existence his opponent was, Candle Dragon's attitude was also very proper. A human form would only restrict his true self as a Candle Dragon, so Candle Dragon immediately displayed his true form. Looking at the gigantic black dragon that appeared in the sky, even Yang Luyi, who was usually indifferent to everything, couldn't help but frown repeatedly at this moment. To look at it and feel unconquerable, that was Candle Dragon in its true form, manifested in the sky. And in the sky, Tian Jiashan, at the forefront, felt the surging waves of chi constantly coming from the front, and even felt Candle Dragon's terrifying life chi from the incoming airwaves, also took a deep breath. If it weren't for a Dragon Pearl, he would absolutely not want to fight the Candle Dragon before him. However, there were no buts now. Knowing that facing an existence like a Candle Dragon, small tricks were no longer of any use, Tian Jiashan took off the precious robe he was wearing and put it away, and only then did the chi on his body begin to surge. And after Tian Jiashan released his own chi, his aura rapidly escalated, quickly reaching a point where he could contend with Candle Dragon as equals. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be truly unimaginable that a human who hasn't even entered the Dao of Immortals would possess such an astonishing physical body. His voice spread through the airwaves, and as Candle Dragon's massive body suddenly moved, Tian Jiashan was thrown flying in an instant. A world-shaking battle thus unfolded. In the first year of the Desolate Era, 2 dragons and 1 serpent. Although such a rumor circulated on the central continent, it was merely praise used to highlight the power of Chen Zhenlong and the 9-headed Xiangliu. After all, Candle Dragon, being a member of the Candle Dragon clan, was a symbol of strength from the moment of his birth. Candle Dragon did not bother with the fact that the human race of the central continent compared him to a human and a 9-headed Xiangliu, however, he never truly acknowledged their equality in his heart. Let alone Chen Zhenlong, in the 200 years of his growth, Candle Dragon had sparred with some of the ancient god clan's Dao disciples, and these ancient god bloodline cultivators, who almost represented the highest combat power of the human race, similarly gained no advantage against Candle Dragon. Over time, Candle Dragon, already possessing noble bloodline, came to believe that humans were, in fact, inherently weak, even if there were a few exceptional individuals among them. However, at this moment, Candle Dragon for the first time felt his long-held belief waver, even to the point of being overturned, because the intense pain currently racking his body all came from the human figure in front of him, a figure not even as large as one of his dragon scales. Having just been blasted away, his indestructible dragon scales were broken, and the flesh beneath them was torn by the power contained within the divine ability and immortal arts. At this moment, golden blood continuously spilled from Candle Dragon's body. His massive body crashed into the mountain range. Those mountains, usually majestic and unyielding, seemed less so as they shattered beneath the giant dragon's body. What this demonstrated was the formidable power of Tian Jiashan. However, Candle Dragon was, after all, a Candle Dragon. As he was blasted away, he also struck Tian Jiashan, so the distance Tian Jiashan was sent flying was also considerable. It was just that in a battle between 2 Calamity Transformation Realm Kings, even after enduring each other's heavy blows, both rebounded the instant they touched the ground. The distance of several miles was instantly closed, and immediately, sparks flew. As a different kind of light suddenly flickered in his pair of enormous eyes, Candle Dragon's dragon eyes began to display yin and yang changes. With these changes, the entire battlefield instantly plunged into darkness, as if night had descended out of nowhere. Legend has it that when Candle Dragon opens his eyes, it signifies daybreak, and when Candle Dragon closes his eyes, it is night. The reason it is a legend is that the Candle Dragon clan is few in number, and ordinary people rarely see them. Even if they do, they must treat them with utmost respect, so no one truly knows if the legend is true or false. But now, Tian Jiashan, who was personally experiencing it, knew the truth. The moment darkness descended, and his keen senses became sluggish, all Tian Jiashan could see in the blackness was the body of a giant dragon soaring through the clouds. Of course, most striking were the dragon's strange pupils. However, if it were only a decline in perception, Tian Jiashan could still accept it. But upon feeling his surrounding chi circulation become much more sluggish as Candle Dragon used this innate divine ability, capable of altering the rules of the heavenly Dao, Tian Jiashan's expression immediately changed. Even though he was very confident in his physical body, facing Candle Dragon, Tian Jiashan did not believe his physical body would have an advantage. Therefore, if his divine ability and immortal arts were further obstructed, he would immediately be at a disadvantage. However, even though Tian Jiashan sensed something was wrong immediately, Candle Dragon, having unleashed his innate divine ability, had already made his move. Dark scales rippled in layers, even in the darkness, one could see ripples of spiritual chi flowing beneath the scales. Candle Dragon exhaled a dragon's breath, instantly sending the already restricted Tian Jiashan flying through the blackness. Before Tian Jiashan's body, flying through the air, could stop, a massive tail, like a collapsing building, crashed down. Tian Jiashan, who had been flying horizontally to the ground, was slammed straight into the earth. The commotion was so great that all those watching from afar felt their bodies tremble. Although they had witnessed every one of Tian Jiashan's previous battles, now, seeing Candle Dragon unleash his full power, neither the Phoenix Ancestor and Huang Huang, nor Yang Luyi and Lu Chuan, believed that Tian Jiashan could win this fight. Not knowing how deep he had been slammed underground, only aware that he was now in a giant pit, Tian Jiashan could clearly feel his tattered and damp back, and his expression twitched from the intense pain. Fortunately, the previous blow only injured his flesh and blood, not his spine, so the impact on the battle was minimal. Facing Candle Dragon's powerful, almost cheating, innate divine ability for the first time, even the resourceful Tian Jiashan was momentarily at a loss for countermeasures. He could only temporarily evade, trying his best to avoid Candle Dragon's direct attacks while searching for an opening. However, the innate divine ability of the Candle Dragon clan, being inborn and continuously perfected over countless years of reproduction, already represented perfection. Therefore, the flaw Tian Jiashan sought did not exist, he could only meet force with force. Although he was using talismans and formations to increase his speed, Candle Dragon's divine ability had already affected the fundamental rules of the heavenly Dao, making the surrounding darkness like a domain. Tian Jiashan, still unable to find an opening, repeatedly suffered heavy blows. Seeing this, all the spectators frowned, and began to wonder if this battle was about to conclude in this manner. However, Tian Jiashan quickly responded to the thoughts in the minds of the spectators. Layers of patterns brightened on Tian Jiashan's body, which was as crystalline as a divine being's, and his aura once again surged. Although Xiu'er had warned him many times not to use his spiritual root in battle, at this moment, being restricted everywhere, Tian Jiashan subconsciously activated the power within him, which he believed to be a spiritual root, but was actually an immortal root. Plants need roots and stems to continuously draw life force for growth, and the spiritual root within living beings is the fundamental source that provides this life force. This is also why, without a spiritual root, no matter how talented a living being may be, they cannot ultimately ascend Yangfeng Mountain, because without a spiritual root for support, a cultivator's own capacity for spiritual chi will quickly be depleted in battle. When the immortal root regenerated within him, Tian Jiashan had continuously nourished it, even focusing on cultivating it during undergoing tribulation. After arriving at Bright Sun Heaven, in preparation for breaking through to the human immortal realm, Tian Jiashan had also spent considerable effort cultivating his immortal root. For over a year, he had also periodically recuperated in the Nirvana pool, and now, the regenerated immortal root within him was fully mature. His physical body was already incredibly powerful and terrifying, and countless undergoing tribulations had imbued his body with astonishing divine essence. Now, with the immortal root activated, Tian Jiashan gave the impression of being the embodiment of the Dao itself. Seeing the rich immortal Dao trajectories appearing around Tian Jiashan after he activated his immortal root, even powerful and ancient existences like the Phoenix Ancestor and the Dragon Ancestor couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Tian Jiashan was like a son of the immortal Dao, not of flesh and blood, but like a being nurtured by the heavenly Dao rules from chaos when heaven and earth first opened, with the Dao giving birth to all things. At this level, it can be considered a divine immortal root, right? Jiashan didn't use his divine immortal root in previous battles, Huang Huang said with a heavy voice. If Jiashan hadn't used his divine immortal root in previous matches, then even if every one of his previous matches was won with great difficulty, it still showed that Jiashan always held something back. And as the powerful individuals were astonished that Tian Jiashan had held back such a move, a simple, unadorned millstone also appeared, shining brightly in the darkness. What shocked all observers was that when Tian Jiashan summoned that millstone, which appeared difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion, the surrounding darkness immediately vanished, turning into daylight. This scene indicated that the millstone was a divine ability capable of influencing the changes in heavenly Dao rules, because the innate divine ability of the Candle Dragon clan was precisely to influence heavenly Dao changes. Candle Dragon, as the opponent, could now more clearly understand what was happening, and a look of solemnity appeared in his enormous pupils. Candle Dragon even found that he couldn't discern whether the millstone was a physical object or an iconic manifestation of some powerful divine ability condensed by Tian Jiashan. But regardless, that millstone indeed affected his innate divine ability. Using the millstone and the immortal root, the surrounding sense of obstruction immediately vanished. Tian Jiashan once again moved through the darkness, but this time, he was not evading, but actively attacking. As the primal scripture of life beginning circulated, a winding river of 9 bends appeared in the sky above the battleground. Countless undead could be seen traversing within it, all heading towards the end of the great river. The river, like a sea of reincarnation, was brought down by Tian Jiashan. When a mountain peak was completely pulverized under the Candle Dragon's tail, Tian Jiashan, who had escaped the first calamity, did not escape the dragon claws of Candle Dragon, which were clasped tightly like a cage. The crisp booming sounds continuously emanated from Candle Dragon's claws, yet even though every punch Tian Jiashan threw was as heavy as 10,000 Jun, he still couldn't break open Candle Dragon's tightly clasped claws. The claws clasped tighter and tighter, and when Tian Jiashan could even hear the crisp sound of his bones breaking, the immense pain that instantly followed made him roar out. His vital chi and divinity surged in an instant, all the divine immortal roots on his body lit up simultaneously, and then all the divinity and vital chi within him, instead of gathering into his fists with the divine immortal roots, instead rushed towards Tian Jiashan's stanchion. At that moment, the flower bud that Tian Jiashan had nurtured for so long finally bloomed into a flower. Bang! Although it was a very faint sound, it came from the most primal and origin Dao sound in the world, and everyone present clearly heard this distinct sound. And while everyone present wondered where this Dao sound, like the blooming of the great Dao, came from, a small, delicate, and dripping wet sapling indeed grew from Tian Jiashan's danshan. Chaos Supreme Treasure, 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree. After 123 years, Tian Jiashan's immortal root, which had been crippled back then, not only fully regenerated, but his 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree, which had been stripped away, was also reborn within him. Although the reborn 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree still appeared nascent, because it was regenerated and had been carefully nurtured by Tian Jiashan, it gave off a feeling of greater vitality and spirituality. The 7 treasures are gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, giant clam, red pearl, and agate. Each item is a treasure, hanging on the tree at this moment, each radiating brilliant colors, like 7 blooming flowers, vibrant and dazzling. The immortal Dao law of the chaos era flowed around the 7 treasures, as if silently declaring that the 7 treasures originated from chaos. And it was at the same time as the 7 treasures wonderful tree's rebirth that Yang Luyi, sensing something from afar, had her 36 creation green lotus within her spontaneously revive. As dense chaos chi overflowed and diffused, she faintly resonated with Tian Jiashan. Unsure why, but clearly sensing the most primal and origin immortal Dao chi suddenly overflowing from Jiashan's body, the onlookers saw a small tree, enveloped in 7 kinds of treasure light, emerge from Tian Jiashan's body, then quietly float 3 feet above his head. The flower at the highest point of the 7 treasures wonderful tree swayed, and the surging immortal Dao law around Tian Jiashan instantly transformed completely into gold. The golden light illuminated the dark night, as if Tian Jiashan was a great sun in the darkness. At that moment, a golden beam shot out, directly severing one of Candle Dragon's dragon fingers. Tian Jiashan simply made a grasping motion in the void realm, and a golden great halberd appeared in his hand. If one looked closely, they could see that the great halberd exuded the most essential Dao marks of gold. While Candle Dragon was shocked that Tian Jiashan could still nurture such an astonishing chaos supreme treasure, a halberd strike had already descended. Blood splattered in an instant. Even knowing it was a humiliation, Candle Dragon still let out a mournful cry. The indestructible, impenetrable dragon scales became fragile under the golden great halberd. Candle Dragon, now smashed into a mountain hollow, had a mangled back, and his dragon spine was even broken in 3 places. However, when the world-ending Great Mill appeared just now, Candle Dragon still had the power to resist. Candle Dragon had no reason not to be able to resist a Chaos Supreme treasure like the 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree. If one could slay a dragon with just one Chaos Supreme treasure, then what virtue and ability did the Candle Dragon clan possess to be king among the primordial bloodlines? Angry roars shook the heavens and earth, echoing through the mountains and forests. The dark night vanished in an instant, and dawn appeared with the change in Candle Dragon's pupils. Tian Jiashan saw strange changes appearing in the sky. 9 great suns hung in the sky. The plants on the ground, instead of dying under the high temperature, grew wildly due to the abundant spiritual energy caused by the 9 suns suspended in the air. Even a roadside weed was several jong tall, and the trees soared into the clouds, as if they were directly connecting heaven and earth. At that moment, a pitch-black giant dragon roared through the forest, and the strong winds it stirred up made the entire forest rustle. Controlling night and day was originally the innate divine ability of the Candle Dragon clan. And as Candle Dragon once again used his innate divine ability, the surrounding environment changed. Tian Jiashan, feeling as if he was in the primordial chaos of heaven and earth, saw Candle Dragon's injuries gradually healing, recovering at an astonishingly fast pace. However, being in such an environment was equally advantageous for Tian Jiashan. Just taking a deep breath, dense spiritual energy flowed into his body, as if he had truly returned to the time of primordial chaos. With his ambition and wildness instantly ignited, Tian Jiashan, who had not indulged himself in the slightest since being hunted by the Gu clan, completely released his body and mind at this moment. Tian Jiashan now had only one thought: enjoy the battle. Although the main body of the 7 treasures wonderful tree was only palm-sized, appearing like a newborn infant curious about this world, under Tian Jiashan's control, when its projection manifested in the air with spiritual energy and immortal Dao law, a gigantic treasure tree stood between heaven and earth, confronting the massive black dragon in front. After that, all the onlookers saw was the scene of the 2 supremes constantly clashing and fighting in the air. Watching the scenes in the air, even Huang Wang's heart was churning. Facing the 2 supremes in the sky, Huang had to put away his arrogance and develop a sense of awe for them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare believe that this scene was the result of 2 calamity transformation realm beings fighting? On the other side, Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan were equally amazed, their brains even giving up on thinking. At this moment, they had only one thought: inhuman. Whether it was Yang Luyi or Liu Chuan, both had seen many truly powerful and talented prodigies, and those people and divine beasts were indeed powerful. However, at this moment, looking at the 2 beings fighting in the sky as if in the chaos era, they both felt how weak and pale all the so-called adjectives describing prodigies and power were when applied to these 2. Due to their shock and their desire to simply watch the battle without thinking too much, the onlookers no longer wanted to ask why Tian Jiashan's immortal root could nurture a chaos supreme treasure, because Tian Jiashan's body was filled with too many inexplicable things. Each of the 7 treasures on the 7 treasures wonderful tree was used once. As the world, brimming with life chi due to the 9 great suns, was once again ravaged by the 2 combatants, their injuries became severe again. However, until a victor was decided, their battle would not end. If it were in the past, with Tian Jiashan's personality, at this stage of the battle, even if he still had tricks up his sleeve, Tian Jiashan would assess the situation and choose to concede the match as a secondary option. But today, Tian Jiashan particularly did not want to lose this match. Immense spiritual energy surged on the giant dragon horns, but when the 3rd treasure, the lapis lazuli treasure, of the 7 treasures wonderful tree manifested its divine ability, a pitch-black beam of light also shot out from between Candle Dragon's horns. Friendly reminder: the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history. Screenshots are recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. And at the instant the 2 brightly colored beams of light collided and both dispersed, 2 figures arrived from afar, instantly clashing together, followed by another round of furious physical combat. Tian Jiashan had read countless books and fought countless battles, so his combat and fighting skills and experience were naturally extremely rich. However, Candle Dragon was born powerful, and relying solely on a set of Dragon Fist techniques, he managed to block all of Tian Jiashan's attacks. The mere wind stirred by a leg sweep could slice off the crown of a towering giant tree. Tian Jiashan, with his mortal body, rivaled a divine beast. With his punches and kicks, he could similarly tear open and shatter the dragon scales on Candle Dragon's body. And likewise, with all his strength gathered in his dragon claws, every punch Candle Dragon threw caused the air to roar, and Tian Jiashan also had many bruised and bloody areas on his body. This battle, to some extent, had already moved beyond the scope of a sparring match. Once again, they were both sent flying from a clash. While their bodies were still flying backward, colorful divine abilities collided in the air, as if neither wanted to give the other a moment to breathe. The trees that had grown wildly due to the dense spiritual energy seemed to have not only grown larger but also become harder. The only benefit this provided was that it prevented the two flying combatants from being thrown too far. As crackling sounds emanated from the forest, looking down from the sky, two long ravines appeared on the ground, and at the end of each ravine was a figure exuding immense chi. Having fought to this point, with a rough understanding of each other's strength, neither Tian Jiashan nor Candle Dragon wanted to continue with useless brawling. Both wanted to decide the victor in one move. And it was precisely because of this tacit understanding, born from their spiritual connection, that the two, having been sent flying this time, did not immediately rush towards each other. Instead, after a deep breath, they immediately caused the chi around them to surge. Even from several miles away, Tian Jiashan could already feel powerful spiritual energy continuously surging from ahead. He saw Candle Dragon pulling down the 9 great suns from the 9 heavens. The great suns that were originally hanging in the sky suddenly began to fall towards the ground. This soul-stirring scene left all observers, except the Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor, utterly speechless with fear. What kind of battle was this? This was simply world-destroying. Although he didn't know what Candle Dragon was going to do, he clearly understood that this must be Candle Dragon's strongest attack. Tian Jiashan didn't think twice. Immersing his mind, his aura also instantly surged to a level no weaker than Candle Dragon's. However, just as Tian Jiashan was exhausting all his power, making both the 7 treasures wonderful tree and that mysterious great mill appear together, the surging spiritual energy within him seemed to break some limit. A crisp sound, like chain snapping, echoed in Tian Jiashan's mind, and a segment of memory that had been sealed for over 100 years surged forth like a tide. Regaining that memory, unexpectedly, Tian Jiashan was exceptionally calm. It was precisely because of this excessive calmness that his aura, which had already reached its peak, vanished in an instant, making him appear utterly unremarkable at this moment. Watching with bated breath, suddenly seeing the abnormality appear on Tian Jiashan, all the onlookers also looked bewildered. However, not knowing if this was Tian Jiashan brewing something, the onlookers did not make a move rashly. However, the Phoenix Ancestor and Dragon Ancestor were already secretly on guard, ready to immediately stop the match if anything seemed amiss. Whether it was Candle Dragon or Tian Jiashan, losing either of these two beings would be a great loss to the immortal Dao world. Scenes of Gu Xiannian continuously appeared in his mind. That face, forgotten for a century, became incredibly clear. Along with it surged memories of being hunted by the Gu clan divine race, his immortal root being crippled, his accompanying Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 7 treasures wonderful tree, being stripped away, and then seeing the great Emperor of Fengdu when he was on the brink of death. Everything was so clear that Tian Jiashan even had the illusion that the scenes in his mind were from yesterday. However, a self-mocking expression soon appeared on Tian Jiashan's face. A being who should have stood at the end of all death and reincarnation has been claiming to fear death for over 100 years. The next time I see that great Emperor, I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed quite a bit. Ledu, it doesn't sound very big, but the great Emperor's abode is called Fengdu, which is also a Du. As he murmured words that the younger generation among the onlookers couldn't understand, Tian Jiashan's aura grew robust again, and he became incredibly confident. Even knowing that he faced the Candle Dragon clan, even seeing the great suns hanging in the 9 heavens being pulled down for Candle Dragon's use, Tian Jiashan's heart remained utterly calm. As the cinnabar mole between his eyebrows gradually turned scarlet, and the scripture of the dead, sealed along with his memories, once again became incredibly clear, though it had been a century since it was last circulated, it surprisingly operated smoothly due to the assistance of the primal scripture of life beginning. And as Tian Jiashan circulated the scripture of the dead, the 7 treasures wonderful tree above his head instantly became permeated with death chi. Its radiant appearance vanished in an instant, replaced by the most mysterious and powerful law of reincarnation among the myriad great Daos. How could there be 2 chaos supreme treasures like the 7 treasures wonderful tree in the world at the same time? The true 7 treasures wonderful tree had already been stripped away by the Gu clan divine race 100 years ago. What Tian Jiashan now nurtured within him was merely a spirit of the dead. However, although it was a spirit of the dead, this 7 treasures wonderful tree, which carried the Dao of reincarnation, was in no way weaker than the 7 treasures wonderful tree within Gu Xiannian. As soon as the scripture of the dead began to circulate, the terrifying life chi around Tian Jiashan was instantly transformed into another kind of endlessly regenerating death chi, and his entire demeanor changed completely. It was as if the Tian Jiashan of a moment ago was a supreme being from the heavenly court, but at this very moment, Tian Jiashan was merely a monarch from the netherworld. That's right, a monarch. Because all the onlookers now saw the sight of myriad beings striving through reincarnation around Tian Jiashan. But what surprised the onlookers most was that after the change in Tian Jiashan, the great mill above his head gradually materialized, and as that mill rotated, all immortal Dao laws were annihilated within it. After Tian Jiashan recovered his memories and used the scripture of the dead, the final result of the competition was still Tian Jiashan winning. However, the outcome of this competition, known only to a few insiders, was not publicized. In fact, apart from the Phoenix Ancestors' blood relatives, very few people even knew that Tian Jiashan and Candle Dragon had competed. Although it was just a competition between Calamity Transformation Realm Supremes, the 2 participants were so extraordinary that even 3 days after the match, the onlookers were still captivated. Especially recalling the scene Tian Jiashan displayed after using the scripture of the dead, the Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor, supreme beings who had lived for countless years, had their own conjectures after connecting the dots. However, no matter what, Candle Dragon lost, losing to a human. This was an undeniable fact. Therefore, even the Phoenix ancestor in Huang could no longer look at Tian Jiashan with the same composure as before. After discerning some mysteries hidden behind Tian Jiashan's power, the dragon ancestor did not immediately take Candle Dragon away after his defeat, but also remained in Bright Sun Heaven. As for the widespread rumors outside about the Dragon clan bringing Candle Dragon to Bright Sun Heaven, whether it was to make Candle Dragon fight Tian Jiashan, and who had a greater chance of winning between Tian Jiashan and Candle Dragon, the dragon ancestor couldn't be bothered to care, and the Phoenix ancestor had no interest in asking. Thus, after a period of fermentation, seeing that the dragon ancestor had brought Candle Dragon and then made no further moves, the rumors across the Chihua wilderness became even more rampant. However, at the same time, a strange event was also unfolding in the Chihua wilderness. The Gu clan divine race from the ancient Edict realm suddenly, inexplicably, became the target of the Chihua wilderness. And those targeting the Gu clan divine race were not ordinary vicious beasts, but a host of primordial bloodlines. As an ancient god clan, the Gu clan had stood for tens of thousands of years in the river of history, possessing absolute deterrent power in both strength and prestige. However, with a demonic wind blowing through the Chihua wilderness, hunting the Gu clan divine race seemed to have become a trend in the Chihua wilderness. And the one making a move against the Gu clan divine race was naturally Tian Jiashan, and only Tian Jiashan. During his competition with Candle Dragon, by a strange twist of fate, he recalled the memories he had chosen to seal. Tian Jiashan naturally remembered everything about the Gu clan divine race. So, asking Huang for help, and asking a group of primordial bloodlines, with whom he had formed some camaraderie after fighting them, for assistance, was just a small action by Tian Jiashan. As Tian Jiashan had said before, the Chihua wilderness is the truest depiction of the law of the jungle, a place where the strong are respected as its essence. So, when Tian Jiashan, as a human, challenged and defeated all the primordial bloodlines, his identity had undergone a subtle change. The strong are respected, and Tian Jiashan is absolutely worthy of respect. Of course, the reason why the primordial bloodlines accepted Tian Jiashan's request was also because they wanted to get closer to him. Some primordial bloodlines simply attacked the Gu clan divine race out of amusement. However, due to the Candle Dragon clan's appearance in Bright Sun Heaven, many primordial bloodlines are currently still lingering outside Bright Sun Heaven. And whether it was because the events triggered by Bright Sun Heaven in the past year were too shocking, or for some other reason, those gathered near Bright Sun Heaven, in addition to the primordial bloodlines, also included many humans and Ya race members. And to be able to gather in a place where so many ancient great fiends are entrenched, neither the human race nor the Ya race remaining here would be weak in strength. Background, in the Chihua wilderness, might be the most powerless thing. Because of Tian Jiashan, the soul seed, now a human immortal, also lingered near Bright Sun Heaven. Although he arrived near Bright Sun Heaven in the latter half of the year, having stayed there for half a year, the soul seed knew everything that happened in Bright Sun Heaven very clearly. After Tian Jiashan arrived in Bright Sun Heaven, he engaged in a total of 35 competitions. Each opponent was either an ancient great fiend or a primordial remnant species. In any case, every one of them, when named, was absolutely a creature that could dominate their generation. Yet, without exception, these creatures all lost to Tian Jiashan. On a towering tree, a house of moderate size stood between two thicker branches. The owner of this treehouse was precisely the soul seed, who wanted to hunt down Tian Jiashan but never dared to reveal his identity. Nowadays, if any creature dared to say they wanted to kill Tian Jiashan in the Chihua wilderness, that creature, no matter who they were, would certainly be praised to an astonishing height, and then dragged by a host of ancient great fiends to Tian Jiashan's presence to die. Therefore, in the past 6 months or so since arriving in the Chihua wilderness, the soul seed almost claimed to be Tian Jiashan's fellow countryman, a life and death brother. As the soul seed was organizing the recently collected information in his small treehouse, a vermilion ape descended from the sky. Its massive body landed on the ground, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously, and bright light appeared on the soul seed's treehouse, which was crafted from a Xiankun grade spirit treasure. He merely glanced at the house, which was not even as big as one of his fingers, and seeing that no one came out to make trouble, the vermilion ape took a horizontal leap, landing several hundred meters away. No sooner had the vermilion ape left than a sky-obscuring shadow fell. A golden-winged great pang flew low, its departure instantly making the forest canopy rustle loudly. Looking at the direction of the two ancient great fiends through the window, the soul seed also frowned slightly. According to the experience he had gathered, whenever this situation occurred, it must be related to Tian Jiashan, because on this land now, the only one who could make the primordial bloodline so excited was Tian Jiashan, especially Tian Jiashan's enemies and friends. Brother Soul, why are you still here? Aren't you going to join the fun? While the soul seed was still deliberating, an excited voice suddenly appeared by his ear. Li Gong, senior brother of Dao Dan realm, had a friendship with Tian Jiashan, but after coming to the Chihua wilderness, he did not go to see Tian Jiashan. Instead, he mingled with Tian Jiashan's acquaintance, the soul seed, who went by the alias Soul Prayer. Brother Li, what big event has happened again? I just saw Vermilion Ape and Golden Kun heading that way. What else could it be about? Of course, it's about Jiashan. I heard there's a person named Gu Jinmin over there, speaking up for the Gu clan divine race. Upon hearing the surname Gu, the soul seed immediately understood. Brother Li, you've been buying medicine here for so long, you should have some connections with those primordial bloodlines by now. Haven't you found out any information? The recent events are quite sudden and strange. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Li Gong naturally knew what strange events Brother Soul was referring to. I inquired earlier. I heard the news about besieging the Gu clan divine race came from Bright Sun Heaven. As for who gave the order and why such an order was given, no one knows. Hearing this, the soul seed fell into deep thought. As far as he knew, the divine phoenix clan and the Gu clan divine race were completely unrelated, so it was impossible for them to suddenly target the Gu clan divine race. Brother Li, do you think Jiashan might have requested the primordial bloodlines to attack the Gu clan divine race? After all, the Divine Phoenix clan and the Gu clan divine race have historically had no connection whatsoever. Li Gong, who was rushing impatiently, frowned. But Jiashan doesn't have any connection with the Gu clan divine race either, does he? Jiashan has a life and death brother named Baishu. A few years ago, Baishu had a life and death battle with Gu Xiannian, the divine maiden of the Gu clan divine race. So I wonder if Jiashan is helping Baishu get revenge. Li Gong's frown deepened, accompanied by some confusion. There's such a thing. Oh, never mind all that. Anyway, Jiashan's current strength completely allows him to be a bit arrogant and proud. If that's truly the case, it doesn't matter. Hesitation lasted only a moment. Li Gong, whose only thought was to join the fun ahead and see if he could seize the opportunity to sell medicine, casually finished speaking and then sped up even more. The trailing soul seed sighed softly when Li Gong was out of sight. If only that Tian Jiashan could also have an arrogant and proud side. What I fear is that after defeating all the primordial bloodlines, he still remains humble and respectful. When the soul seed left the Hunyang sect, he came with firm resolve. However, after arriving in the Chihua wilderness, his resolve was constantly eroded by what he saw and heard. Now, the soul seed doesn't even dare to utter words like kill Tian Jiashan. However, the soul seed still dared not forget his determination to kill Tian Jiashan, for he feared that if he gave up his last breath, he would only fall drastically in the future, and the distance between him and Tian Jiashan would grow wider and wider. The two traversed the forest. When their vision suddenly cleared, they saw that, in addition to the vermilion ape and golden kun from before, several other massive figures stood around, all watching the ongoing battle with great interest. The human fighting should be Gu Jinmin of the Gu clan divine race, while the massive, surging chi and blood belonged to an eight-clawed fire dragon with primordial bloodlines. Judging by the situation, Gu Jinmin was clearly at a disadvantage. Seeing the flames spewed by the eight-clawed fire dragon burning towards him, an ice dragon's thought moved, and the surrounding hundreds of meters instantly froze, causing those flames, which could not be extinguished by water, to immediately disappear. The vermilion ape was squatting on a small hilltop, its 100-jong body completely uninhibited, just sitting there watching. As for the flames that burned near him, he simply swatted them away with one paw. And as the primordial bloodlines nonchalantly did all this, with the eight-clawed fire dragon striking again, Gu Jinmin, already heavily wounded, slammed heavily onto the ground, no longer possessing the strength to fight. Observing nearby, in addition to the ancient great fiends, were many human race and Ya race members, including quite a few factions friendly with the Gu clan divine race. Fire Dragon, Jinmin is already like this, it's time to stop, isn't it? Do you really want to exterminate him? Seeing the woman who appeared speak for the person lying on the ground, the eight-clawed fire dragon's face showed no emotional fluctuation. A human immortal who broke through from the calamity transformation realm, I thought he should have some real skill, that's why I made a move. If I had known it was like this, I wouldn't have wasted my effort. His aura gradually receded. For an ancient god clan who broke through from the calamity transformation realm to the human immortal realm, even if the eight-clawed fire dragon was arrogant, he was not a foolish child. He knew that killing him would cause no small trouble. After all, he was a seed carefully cultivated by an ancient god clan. Behind, seeing the eight-clawed fire dragon leave, the vermilion ape, who had been squatting on the hilltop, leaped up, suddenly appearing before Homo Chen Xia, who also came from the Homo Chen clan, one of the three great god races. Are you also from the Gu clan divine race? And also broke through from the calamity transformation realm to the human immortal realm. Although the vermilion ape did not directly state his intention, the surging battle intent on his body silently conveyed his desire for a big fight. I come from the Homo Chen clan, and I also broke through from the human immortal realm to the calamity transformation realm. What, vermilion ape, do you also want to spar with me? Facing the colossal being that suddenly descended before him, Homo Chen Xia showed no fear. However, upon hearing that the person before him was from another ancient god clan, the vermilion ape immediately lost interest. If it wasn't the Gu clan divine race, fighting was useless. As for sparring, could there really be someone stronger than Tian Jiashan among the human race? Hey, why the fierce look? If you're not convinced, go find Tian Jiashan. He's in bright sun heaven. Don't overthink it, Tian Jiashan said to kill all of the Gu clan divine race. Of course, I don't know why. But I see you're so afraid of death, so don't go looking for Tian Jiashan. Otherwise, you'll really die. Vermilion ape, didn't Huang say not to mention Tian Jiashan's name? Golden Kun frowned and spoke from behind. That was all before. I went into bright sun heaven this morning, and Huang said we can cause trouble as we please. As Tian Jiashan once again emerged from the Nirvana pool, he no longer bothered with his previous pranks and chose to directly reveal his identity. And as news spread throughout the Chihua wilderness about Tian Jiashan and the Gu clan divine race being mortal enemies, and even the rumor that the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree, currently possessed by the Gu clan divine race, once belonged to Tian Jiashan, not to mention Bright Sun Heaven, even the Chihua wilderness instantly erupted into chaos. Those ancient bloodlines who had previously wondered why Bright Sun Heaven suddenly moved against the Gu clan divine race, now knowing the truth, could no longer sit still. They all sought out influential and renowned individuals within the Gu clan divine race to inquire about what was happening. At present, the entire Chihua wilderness revolved around Tian Jiashan. It seemed absurd that the Chihua wilderness, a beast race territory, was now revolving around a human race. However, no one dared to voice such a challenge, as the Gu clan divine race served as the best lesson. Facing the provocations and pressures from the various primordial bloodlines, the Gu clan divine race, as an ancient god clan, naturally refused to humble themselves. However, on the land of the Chihua wilderness, not to mention merely some direct descendants of the Gu clan divine race who were traveling, even if the true power holders arrived, if conflicts arose, they would have to think twice before speaking with their backs straight. Since they were beast races, and furthermore, primordial bloodlines, many still possessed fiery tempers. This was one of the main reasons why the human race and beast races were divided into two large territories. As for ancient great fiends like the Vermilion Ape, Qing, Doughty, and Eight-Clawed Fire Chi, they had even worse tempers, exploding at the slightest provocation. Therefore, after the people of the Gu clan divine race spoke presumptuously in the Chihua wilderness, the number of casualties naturally surged. In Bright Sun Heaven, after spending 10 days recovering from his severe injuries sustained in the battle with the Candle Dragon, Tian Jiashan once again emerged from the Nirvana pool. The Candle Dragon's power was evident to all, and even as the victor of the battle, Tian Jiashan still held a sense of awe for the Candle Dragon's strength. Therefore, Tian Jiashan actually wanted to soak in the Nirvana pool longer, but the heavens simply wouldn't allow it. After so many years of breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation realm, coupled with the accumulation from the continuous intense battles over the past year, the battle with the Candle Dragon directly caused a qualitative change from quantitative accumulation. Even Tian Jiashan could no longer suppress the aura of a breakthrough. Tian Jiashan emerged from the Nirvana pool to break through to the human immortal realm. Now that he had become a central figure in Bright Sun Heaven and even the Chihua wilderness, there were naturally many eyes in Bright Sun Heaven focused on Tian Jiashan. So, upon learning that Tian Jiashan was about to undergo tribulation to the human immortal realm, many powerful individuals came to watch. Even some old ancestors of the primordial bloodlines remotely spied from various spaces within their own territories. The previous lightning tribulations were already formidable. Now that Jiashan is undergoing tribulation to the Calamity Transformation realm, what kind of lightning will descend? The second brother, Shuigu, who had come upon hearing the news, spoke with a solemn expression, his eyes fixed on the figure sitting cross-legged in the sky, a complex look in them. Such a being has the demeanor to make the mortal world bow in submission. It was no exaggeration to say that the three human race great emperors on Jue Tu Jibin were not as terrifying as Tian Jiashan in their youth. Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan, who had come to Bright Sun Heaven with Tian Jiashan earlier, had not left either. At this moment, as they looked at the figure about to undergo tribulation in the sky, their eyes held a complex expression. Since the battle with the Candle Dragon, both of them had clearly sensed a change in Tian Jiashan. Tian Jiashan seemed a little different from before. Sister Yi, why do I feel like Sweetie is a little unfamiliar? Will he not want us anymore? I heard Mother Empress say before that Sweetie is very, very strong, so strong that even Mother Empress has to revere him. Zhu Er spoke with worry. No matter how carefree she was, she knew how powerful her Mother Empress was. And now, her Mother Empress said that Sweetie was an even more powerful being. Her Mother Empress also said that for beings like Sweetie, as they grow stronger and stronger, their Dao heart would change, becoming devoid of human emotion, becoming as indifferent as the heavenly Dao. Although a similar worry arose in her heart, seeing Zhu Er's anxious look, Yang Luyi smiled slightly. Sweetie doesn't have many people around him to begin with. If even we don't believe in Sweetie, then who else will believe in him? And also, if Sweetie really doesn't acknowledge us anymore, then we'll go beat him up. I don't believe he'd dare to fight back. When has Zhu Er ever seen Sweetie lay a hand on you or me? After seriously recalling in her mind and realizing that Sweetie really seemed to have never laid a hand on her or sister Yi, Zhu Er's worried expression finally eased a little. Standing beside the two, Liu Chuan, who was also looking up, had 3 lines furrowed on his forehead. At a glance, it looked like the character Sichuan, Chuan, lying down. My grandfather used to tell me that Tian Tian might be a being of great origin. I didn't believe it back then, but it turns out it's really the case. Liu Chuan spoke with emotion. After Tian Jiashan defeated the Candle Dragon of the Candle Dragon clan, Liu Chuan finally felt that what his grandfather had said might soon become a reality. Because when Tian Tian used the scripture of the dead, he truly resembled a great emperor standing at the end of death and reincarnation. Bright Sun Heaven was now full of speculations about Tian Jiashan's identity, and the Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor also mentioned the great emperor of Fengdu and Ledu, so Yang Luyi and Zhu Er didn't pay attention to Liu Chuan's mumbling. The master of Ledu, another great emperor who controlled death and reincarnation. Even though they had personally witnessed Sweetie's power, the two girls still didn't believe that such a death-fearing person would ultimately be the master of Ledu. And as the various influential figures in Bright Sun Heaven had their own thoughts and expectations, a clap of thunder suddenly erupted, as if the sky was about to collapse. Terrifying thunderclouds rolled in as if a ghost or god was about to be born, covering most of Bright Sun Heaven in an instant. The lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens was so immense that even before the lightning tribulation appeared, the sun, created by the Phoenix Ancestor herself, above Bright Sun Heaven, had significantly dimmed its light. The Phoenix Ancestor was very powerful, but her human immortal Dao law was still a notch weaker compared to the supreme god of the Thunder Department. Feeling the pressure from above, Tian Jiashan, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, not only showed no trace of his usual panic but merely looked up with a calm demeanor. You must be the one who kept striking me with lightning for no reason before, right? Tian Jiashan on the ground spoke towards the 9 heavens. And above the 9 heavens, besides the thick, rolling thunderclouds, the onlookers could see nothing. Except for the Phoenix Ancestor and the Dragon Ancestor, and due to the special eyes of the Candle Dragon clan, the Candle Dragon could also see the supreme god of the Thunder Department above the 9 heavens, whose entire body was surrounded by the law of Thunder Dao. 123 years ago, you were no longer a mortal being. My lightning strike upon you was within my duty and within the law of the Dao. Everyone could hear Tian Jiashan's voice, but the voice from above the 9 heavens could only be heard by Tian Jiashan, the Dragon Ancestor, and the Phoenix Ancestor. Facing this response, which wasn't even an explanation, Tian Jiashan merely sneered. Isn't it just because you're afraid that if I create Ledu, it will imbalance the 3 realms and endanger the sacred status of the heavenly court? And you say it so righteously. Come on, strike me with your lightning. If you can strike me dead, I really won't take this position as the master of Ledu. No sooner had Tian Jiashan's provocative words fallen than a dazzling light appeared in an instant. Not only in Bright Sun Heaven, but all living beings looking up within a 1,000 li radius of Bright Sun Heaven were caught off guard when the lightning tribulation, which was more like lightning flash than thunder, vanished in a flash and struck the ground. When the lightning struck, Tian Jiashan's body, which even the Candle Dragon would have to bombard fiercely to break, instantly developed a crack like a silkworm's bite. Blood seeped from the wound, but Tian Jiashan's body showed no other injuries. Just by looking at the Tenli mountain behind Tianjiashan, which had been split in two by the lightning, one could tell the power contained in that single lightning tribulation. A single flash of lightning split a Tenli mountain but failed to split Tianjiashan's flesh and blood body. And as countless beings were still in shock about what had just happened, the rumbling sound of the lightning striking the ground gradually arrived. Although only a crack appeared on his body, externally, Tianjiashan's condition at this time looked much better than when he had undergone tribulation in the past, but only Tianjiashan himself knew that the lightning tribulation that had just fallen like a sword light almost took his life. However, almost is still almost. The so-called a miss is as good as a mile. The crack that was cut could not heal even with abundant life chi and divinity, but Tianjiashan didn't care and remained composed. No matter how terrifying the lightning that fell from the supreme god above his head was, as long as it couldn't kill him, then in terms of the outcome, he would definitely be the beneficiary. While adjusting his state, after enduring the first lightning strike, Tianjiashan looked up again, and such an action was undoubtedly once again seen as a provocation. Before the onlookers could react much, after the first lightning tribulation fell, the lightning above the 9 heavens, as if no longer ownerless, became chaotic and turbulent, then began to weave into various shapes, as if it was evolving some divine ability or immortal technique with lightning. Seeing this scene, Tianjiashan couldn't help but curse inwardly. When other beings undergo tribulation, they are truly just undergoing tribulation, but when he undergoes tribulation, he is confronting a heavenly immortal. The lightning that descends is from the supreme god of the thunder department, and the thunder deo in the heavenly court is controlled by him, so it is reasonable for him to send down lightning tribulation on him. It's just that his methods are a bit ruthless. Wait, I've clearly only seen the thunder deo god above my head for the first time, but why did I so confidently say he was the supreme god of the thunder department the moment he appeared? After realizing something was wrong, Tianjiashan also murmured, but just as this subtle sound, which only he could hear, fell, the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens, controlled by that supreme god, transformed into a galloping thunder beast that stepped through the air and fiercely crashed into Tianjiashan. His body, sitting cross-legged in the air, was blasted to the ground, and the earth disintegrated the moment it touched the lightning, layer upon layer, until the lush, flat ground disappeared, replaced by a lightning strike crater swirling with countless flashing lightning arcs. With a hole blasted in his body and blood gushing like a spring, Tianjiashan's entire spirit and vitality withered considerably, but he still tried his best to maintain his state. Hey, although you are the supreme god of the thunder department, undergoing tribulation should also follow the heavenly deo, right? I'm just undergoing tribulation to the human immortal realm. Is the lightning tribulation for the human immortal realm this terrifying? After enduring 2 more lightning strikes, Tianjiashan finally couldn't help but speak. This wasn't him undergoing tribulation, this was clearly him fighting against the supreme god of the thunder department. It is indeed the lightning tribulation of the human immortal realm. Bullshit. Looking through ancient and modern times, there has never been a being whose human immortal realm lightning tribulation was like this. What? The dignified supreme god of the thunder department even personally appeared, so eager to kill me. Seeing that the power of the falling lightning wasn't enough, he kept increasing it. If it weren't for fear that the great emperor of Fengde wouldn't protect him, Tianjiashan would have cursed even more fiercely at this moment. The few lightning strikes he had just endured, each more terrifying than the last, that deity in the sky was clearly testing him. Looking through ancient and modern times, there indeed hasn't been a being who undergoes tribulation like this, but looking through ancient and modern times, a being like you is also appearing for the first time, so what kind of lightning tribulation you undergo is entirely for me to measure. The first one is not that easy to be. As soon as the deity in the sky finished speaking, the black lightning instantly turned into multicolored lightning, like the legendary Chaos Supreme Treasure, glazed immortal light. Including Tianjiashan, all the beings present were shocked by the words of the supreme god of the thunder department. As they carefully pondered the meaning of the supreme god of the thunder department's words, the glazed immortal light, like a silk ribbon pulled from above the 9 heavens, made the atmosphere of the undergoing tribulation less oppressive and solemn, then suddenly struck Tianjiashan. As Tianjiashan said, he was currently confronting the supreme god of the thunder department. And the supreme god of the thunder department was also right, a being like Tianjiashan was the first of his kind, so how he underwent tribulation was entirely up to him. According to the heavenly emperor's intention, he was to not make it too obvious, but to try his best to eliminate the current being, as the establishment of Lado would not benefit the heavenly court in any way. Lightning in various shapes descended like divine abilities. In a blink of an eye, when most of the surrounding towering mountains were leveled, Tianjiashan, who was merely a human body, appeared as tiny as a grain of rice, looking like a drop in the ocean within the huge crater covering several square miles. The first such being in ancient and modern times, this is recognition from the supreme god of the thunder department. Tianjiashan, could he truly be the being destined to inherit Lado? After a long while, looking at the glowing sphere in the lightning sea ahead that could withstand the lightning tribulation no matter what, he was lost in thought, his pupils unfocused, revealing the shock in Dragon Ancestor's heart at this moment. If Tianjiashan was truly the future monarch of Lado, then Tianjiashan would undoubtedly be an emperor of the 3 realms. When Jiashan used the scripture of the dead before, I found it bizarre and mysterious. Now, even the supreme god of the thunder department is like this, it seems our previous guesses were almost spot on. I just don't know why the great emperor of Fengde chose Tianjiashan. Dragon Ancestor turned to look at Phoenix Ancestor. Has Phoenix Ancestor ever considered that it wasn't the great emperor of Fengde who chose Tianjiashan, and thus Tianjiashan gained his current strength, but rather that Tianjiashan possessed his current strength, and that's why the great emperor of Fengde chose such a Tianjiashan? Phoenix Ancestor was still wondering what special quality had led the great emperor of Fengde to choose Tianjiashan. When she heard Dragon Ancestor's words, her golden eyes couldn't help but tremble. Although she felt Dragon Ancestor's words were somewhat too alarming, after carefully recalling everything she had seen and heard over the past year or so, Phoenix Ancestor felt that what Dragon Ancestor said might not be impossible. A world like Lado is not something where I can choose whoever I want, rather, I choose whoever is suitable. While Phoenix Ancestor's shock persisted, a sudden voice not only made all beings in the bright sun heaven look up, but also made those watching the lightning tribulation hundreds of miles away prostrate themselves on the ground. That boundless body, as if the great Dao itself had descended, was simply unbearable for ordinary beings. However, the great Emperor of Fengdu who appeared at this moment was merely a projection. Looking over, seeing that the great Emperor of Fengdu had even personally appeared as a projection, Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor also bowed slightly and clasped their fists. Has the great Emperor appeared here for Tianjiashan? Tianjiashan? Yes, that's what you all call him, but I call him the Monarch of Ledu. Monarch of Ledu, a single sentence from the great Emperor of Fengdu immediately confirmed the conjecture of the various beings regarding Tianjiashan's identity. And while their hearts were shocked by the great Emperor of Fengdu's address to Tianjiashan, looking at Tianjiashan again, even beings like Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor now had complex expressions in their eyes. Monarch of Ledu, isn't that another Fengdu? Even if Tianjiashan couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with the great Emperor of Fengdu, the title of Monarch of Ledu alone was enough to elevate Tianjiashan to a level that countless beings could only dream of. Even he, if he were to encounter the Monarch of Ledu instead of Tianjiashan, would have to show 3 points of respect. Great Emperor, you have come to hinder the future Monarch of Ledu from undergoing tribulation, haven't you? Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Seeing the towering figure that appeared, even the supreme god of the thunder department above the 9 heavens stopped sending down lightning at this moment. He glanced at the tiny figure in the center of the lightning pool, and there was no emotional fluctuation in the great Emperor of Fengdu's eyes, which seemed to see through reincarnation and directly into the end of death. Since he is said to be the future monarch of Ledu, he naturally needs some ability. If he can't even withstand the Thunder Dao of Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor, how can he stand at the end of death and reincarnation? Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor just needs to not overstep his bounds. From the voice that appeared, it was hard to tell whether it was protection or simply stating facts. At this moment, Tianjiashan merely looked at the colossal figure with an expressionless face. Great Emperor of Fengdu, you didn't tell me I would have to suffer so much back then. Back then, you didn't even care about death, do you still care about pain? These are your own words, Monarch of Ledu. 123 years ago, Tianjiashan had already inherited Ledu, but apart from the great Emperor of Fengdu and Tianjiashan, no other beings in the 3 realms knew about it. Monarch of Ledu, you should focus on undergoing tribulation. After this time, even Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor will not be qualified to strike you with lightning. The great Emperor of Fengdu still spoke with a calm demeanor, but at this moment, Tianjiashan was unwilling to listen to any of that. Anyway, the lightning was falling on him, and this great Emperor in front of him didn't have to do anything. When can I fight him? The him in Tianjiashan's mouth was naturally the supreme god of the thunder department above the 9 heavens, Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor. Although they were far away, Tianjiashan's voice was clearly heard by the surrounding beings. Upon hearing Tianjiashan so openly provoke the supreme god of the thunder department, the younger generation held their breath, fearing that the deity in the sky would unleash his fury at any moment. Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor also frowned tightly. The status of the monarch of Ledu must not be low, but the supreme god of the thunder department is also not someone anyone can provoke, at least Tianjiashan does not yet have that ability. Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor is still very powerful, and also the natural enemy of all undead. You will need some time to contend with Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor, about 1,000 years. Hearing the words 1,000 years, Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor's pupils constricted. As for the younger generation like Huang and Yang Luyi, their minds had stopped thinking. 1,000 years sounds like a long time, but for beings who cultivate immortality, 1,000 years is actually not that far away. However, 1,000 years is too long. It seems after inheriting Ledu, I'll have to push myself harder. Today's grudge is settled. 1,000 years isn't long. After inheriting Ledu, you'll have many things to attend to. The identity of the monarch of Ledu isn't for you to show off your might. Then isn't your title, Great Emperor of Fengdu, very intimidating? Everything in my Fengdu is complete. How can your Ledu compare to mine? Upon hearing this, Tianjiashan fell silent. To build a world that carries death and reincarnation, such a project cannot be described merely as vast. Great Emperor, may I ask you to step back a little? His lightning tribulation is not over yet. Upon hearing this, the great Emperor of Fengdu's projection looked at Tianjiashan. Monarch of Ledu, undergo tribulation well. After the tribulation is over, I will open the door for you. As the monarch of Ledu, you should also go home more often. What kind of matter is it to always be a guest in someone else's house? His voice still lingered in the air, but the great Emperor of Fengdu's towering figure had already disappeared. His memories had recovered, and Tianjiashan naturally knew what the place called Ledu looked like. But just thinking about the scenery of Ledu, Tianjiashan felt bored. Aside from skulls, there were all sorts of souls, not a trace of life chi, enough to bore a person to death. Although the lightning tribulation was not yet over, Tianjiashan's mind was no longer on the lightning tribulation. Tianjiashan was thinking about what he needed to do to make Ledu also diverse and vibrant, for example, having an old woman brew soup for the struggling undead to drink, naming it Mengpo soup, to give those deceased undead a sense of ritual when they forget their mortal lifespan and emotions, or, for example, building a long bridge, naming it the Bridge of Helplessness, to carry the deceased undead into Ledu via the Bridge of Helplessness. But just as Tianjiashan was thinking with great interest, a bursting sound echoed from above the 9 heavens, instantly making his scalp tingle. Before Tianjiashan could curse out loud, a structure that looked like an immortal palace but was actually a lightning tribulation descended, striking him head-on. With one strike, his entire body was battered and bloody, and as an indescribable pain swept through him, Tianjiashan's body trembled uncontrollably. You could at least give a warning. Unable to contain his anger, Tianjiashan roared towards the 9 heavens. However, Tianjiashan's only response was a clap of thunder. And seeing that the supreme god above the 9 heavens showed no face at all, Tianjiashan once again made an inhuman move. Looking at the fierce lightning tribulation, Tianjiashan opened his bloodied mouth wide, as if he intended to swallow the falling lightning tribulation in one gulp. Just by looking, the momentum Tianjiashan displayed was not at all weaker than the lightning tribulation falling from the 9 heavens. However, when the two made intimate contact, Tian Jiashan was still a step behind. Although he did indeed savagely swallow a lot of lightning tribulation, he also paid a heavy price for it. At least, there wasn't much flesh left on his face. But as the surrounding onlookers watched in awe, shocked that such a solemn occasion could be messed up by Tian Jiashan to this extent, an even more astonishing scene followed. Unable to stomach the supreme god above his head targeting him so relentlessly, and with his body battered, Tian Jiashan simply activated the scripture of the dead. The area within a mile of his feet instantly became permeated with death qi, and the 3 Yuan cultivation method was also activated. A majestic emperor's body in Tian Jiashan's likeness condensed and appeared, standing on the ground and confronting the figure in the 9 heavens from afar. Facing the descending lightning tribulation, Tian Jiashan no longer waited for death, but sought to take the initiative to attack. And then, all the beings gathered to watch saw Tian Jiashan begin to clash with the lightning tribulation. For a full hour, the bright sun heaven was filled with deafening roars. As for the living beings watching Tian Jiashan undergoing tribulation, after transitioning from mental agitation to numbness, they now merely stared blankly at Tian Jiashan, who was only undergoing tribulation to the human immortal realm, yet dared to challenge the supreme god of the Thunder Department in such a manner. Most importantly, the supreme god of the Thunder Department in the 9 heavens truly couldn't do anything to Tian Jiashan, because as long as he didn't overstep the rules, even though the lightning tribulation sent down by the supreme god of the Thunder Department was terrifyingly powerful, Tian Jiashan was still alive. His flesh and blood body was already a mess, and several of his bones had been shattered. The scripture of the dead stopped operating, and the human emperor's body formed by the 3 Yuan Dao law was also shattered. Seeing the thunderclouds in the 9 heavens finally beginning to dissipate, Tian Jiashan's flesh and blood rapidly grew, and his weakened qi quickly recovered as he received replenishment. The saying after extreme suffering comes joy perfectly described Tian Jiashan at this moment. You strike me with lightning, but you can't kill me. If you can't kill me today, you won't have another chance. Finally able to breathe, Tian Jiashan provoked him again, emboldened by the fact that the lightning tribulation had passed. Even though Liu Chuan had been with Tian Tian for a century, watching Tian Tian's mischievous appearance at this moment made him feel a little embarrassed. Was this the same Tian Jiashan he knew, the one who was so afraid of death? Above the 9 heavens, Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor, who had retracted his Thunder Dao law, merely gave Tian Jiashan a stoic look. A being at Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor's level would not be angered by a few human words. Seeing that the supreme god of the Thunder Department in the sky was indeed no longer striking him with lightning, Tian Jiashan, even more smug, immediately uttered those 8 characters that reached the heavenly Dao. If the supreme god of the Thunder Department was no longer striking him, then reciting those bizarre 8 characters again shouldn't result in another lightning strike, right? It was with this thought that Tian Jiashan spoke. All things are illusory, all things are permitted. Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor in the 9 heavens had not yet turned to leave, but upon hearing what Tian Jiashan said again, he immediately showed a schadenfreude smile. Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor's smile was somewhat strange and profound, making the smug Tian Jiashan on the ground feel a sudden sense of unease, and the smile on his face instantly froze. As for Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor and other beings, upon hearing what Tian Jiashan said, their hearts also trembled. Although they didn't know why Tian Jiashan suddenly uttered these 8 characters, upon carefully pondering all things are illusory, all things are permitted, they felt a profound Dao charm. Realizing the 8 characters were too mysterious and profound, they could only look at Tian Jiashan with solemn expressions. However, as another anomaly suddenly appeared above the 9 heavens, the attention of the beings shifted once more. And seeing thunderclouds appear again above the 9 heavens, Tian Jiashan on the ground was instantly dumbfounded. Hey, Supreme God of the Thunder Department, you're overstepping your bounds by doing this. Didn't you say you couldn't strike me with lightning anymore? The lightning tribulation of the human immortal realm was unlike the previous lightning tribulations, so Tian Jiashan, in his weakened state, felt a sudden fear in his heart upon seeing activity in the 9 heavens. After becoming an immortal Dao being, I indeed no longer have the authority to strike you with lightning. However, the 8 characters you just uttered, which touch upon the heavenly Dao, are not within my purview. As soon as Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor's words fell, the thunderclouds that appeared above the 9 heavens suddenly transformed into a golden light. The golden light that fell upon Tian Jiashan was also golden light, but this golden light was not as gentle and peaceful as it appeared on the surface. With just one strike, Tian Jiashan's body almost disintegrated. He glanced at the vast sea of lightning, shimmering with colorful light, that had appeared behind him. There were no heavenly court deities controlling it, and he knew that such a scene was the will of the great Dao punishing the monarch of Ladu on the ground. Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor then turned and left. It was reasonable for the monarch of Ladu to be able to cause some changes in the heavenly Dao. Conversely, if he couldn't even achieve this level, it would mean that the so-called monarch of Ladu was nothing more than a puppet in the hands of the great emperor of Fengdu. On the ground, as Tian Jiashan was struck numb, the onlookers were once again left in awe. They clearly saw the supreme god of the Thunder Department leave, yet lightning still fell from the 9 heavens. After a slow moment of shock, Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor, recalling the 8 characters Tian Jiashan had just spoken, finally surmised something, and their breathing quickened. Heavenly lightning that even the supreme god of the Thunder Department had no authority to intervene with indicated that it had touched upon the will of the heavenly Dao. The 8 characters Tian Jiashan had just spoken had touched upon the most fundamental origin of the heavenly Dao. However, while Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor could understand, the other younger generation beings present could not. Looking at Tian Jiashan, who had just finished undergoing tribulation to the human immortal realm but was suddenly struck by lightning again, their eyes were filled with disbelief and confusion. Above the 9 heavens, the supreme god of the Thunder Department clearly hadn't made a move, so where did the lightning attacking Tian Jiashan come from? Was there something in the heavenly court that even the supreme god of the Thunder Department could not control? In front, seeing that the lightning strike was not caused by the supreme god of the Thunder Department, who was called Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor, and probably knowing the weight of the 8 characters he had uttered, although he cursed under his breath, a secret joy arose in his heart. If he wanted to be a king and emperor, how could he firmly sit in the position of monarch of Ladu without something of his own? However, although his inner thoughts were validated, Tian Jiashan suffered greatly. After being personally baptized by Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor with the Thunder Dao Law for a full hour, he was then baptized again by lightning from the will of the heavenly Dao. By the time the lightning finally ended, a pool of lightning tribulation fluid had even appeared where Tian Jiashan was. The beings who had not left watched the small puddle that appeared beside Tian Jiashan. They could feel the terrifying vitality contained within the thunder pool formed by the lightning tribulation fluid. Even though none of the onlookers were ordinary beings, a hint of fervor still appeared in their eyes. A supreme treasure like lightning tribulation fluid was something one could only hope to encounter. Yet, facing the fact that lightning tribulation fluid appeared even after his undergoing tribulation, Tian Jiashan even found it somewhat amusing. How much effort had the heavens put into striking him, to even produce something like lightning tribulation fluid? But complaints aside, as an alchemist himself, Tian Jiashan naturally understood the preciousness of lightning tribulation fluid. Yang Luyi, leave some of this lightning tribulation fluid for Yaoer. The rest, you, Zhu and Chuan, divide it amongst yourselves. It's no longer of use to me anyway. As Tian Jiashan spoke, he deliberately pinched his fully rebirthed flesh and blood in front of Yang Luyi, and one could clearly see a rich vitality within that flesh and blood, no weaker than that of the lightning tribulation fluid. Although she knew the lightning tribulation fluid was precious, Yang Luyi was not pretentious and steadily caught the jade bottle that Tian Jiashan threw to her through the air. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. At this point, Tian Jiashan's human immortal realm lightning tribulation finally came to an end. However, a brand new journey was approaching Tian Jiashan. Before Tian Jiashan could even get up, a large gate suddenly appeared behind him, and as the gate to Fengdu opened, familiar voices of beings came from behind the gate. Monarch of Ledu, come in. Ledu still has many things to attend to. The voice from behind the gate was precisely the voice of the great emperor of Fengdu, who had appeared before. Looking back at the gate, filled with yin qi, behind him, Tian Jiashan felt as if stepping through it would be like stepping into reincarnation. Yang Luyi, when you go back, tell my master, that his old tenth has made something of himself and has gone to the netherworld to become a king and emperor. And also, from now on, you all be a bit more arrogant outside. I'll be backing you up in the underworld. Did you hear that, Zhu? Zhu in the distance nodded blankly, always feeling that something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Sweetie, can't I go with you to that Ledu place? Seeing Sweetie about to leave, Yang Luyi spoke without hesitation, even though she knew it was a world no less significant than that of the living. Why come with me? Ledu is nothing yet. If a human immortal realm being like you goes in, you won't last long. Once I've built Ledu up enough, I'll bring you all over to see. Remember, from now on, be more assertive in life. Don't let yourselves be bullied. I was just too much of a wimp before. Tian Jiashan shouted, then without giving anyone a chance to say more, he stepped into the netherworld gate that had opened out of thin air. He and the gate vanished into the air together. The scene before his eyes was a jumble of spatial and temporal fragments, a bizarre and chaotic sight, but such a view did not last long. As a hell-like scene appeared before his eyes, across an infinitely long expanse, the first thing that caught his eye was the great emperor of Fengdu at the end of reincarnation. One step, two steps, and when the third step fell, Tian Jiashan had already arrived before the true body of the great emperor of Fengdu. Looking at the scene on the great emperor of Fengdu's body, Tian Jiashan frowned. From what he saw, Fengdu's assembly line seemed a bit too chaotic, but if it weren't chaotic, there wouldn't be a need to build another Ledu. Great emperor, will I become like you in the future? I mean my body. Seeing the monarch of Ledu speak so casually to the great emperor of Fengdu, the 10 kings of hell and underworld judges gathered nearby stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing him with curiosity. My body is unique in the 3 realms. Even if you, monarch of Ledu, wish to be like me, you could not achieve it. Even if I could, I wouldn't want to. Great emperor of Fengdu, you are of the god and demon race, I am of the human race. Why should I become like this? Even if I become the master of Ledu, I must maintain a human appearance. Anyway, Ledu is your own, monarch of Ledu. You can do whatever you want. The 10 monarchs and judges are temporarily lent to you. Once your Ledu stabilizes and can normally receive the souls of the dead, then you, monarch of Ledu, will manage Ledu yourself. Listening to the great emperor of Fengdu's words, filled with the tone of wanting to be a hands-off manager, Tian Jiashan felt a bit annoyed for a moment. This thing, I can put it wherever I want, right? Tian Jiashan said, already taking out the great mill filled with mysterious power. And it was precisely the moment Tian Jiashan took out the great mill that the souls on the great emperor of Fengdu's body, like worker ants and soldier ants, suddenly let out extremely shrill screams, as if they had encountered some natural enemy. The world-ending great mill was the name of the great mill in Tian Jiashan's hand. It was not a chaos supreme treasure, but a grand mist supreme treasure, a great mill capable of grinding even the heavenly Dao law to dust. Beneath the great mill, all things are illusory, all things are permitted. Monarch of Ledu, there's no need to show off. Although I don't have the world-ending great mill, my pair of reincarnation horns, which have existed for countless years and carried countless reincarnations, are by no means weaker. Tian Jiashan glanced at the great horns that lifted 2 realms of purgatory and pouted. How am I showing off? I'm just new here and don't understand anything, so I thought I'd learn from the great emperor of Fengdu. Thank you, great emperor, for lending me your people. I'll go check out Ledu first. After Tian Jiashan finished speaking, he turned and went to the 10 monarchs and judges who were gathered together. I'll have to trouble you all for a while. It is our honor to assist the Lord of Ledu in building Ledu. From now on, the Lord of Ledu may simply command us. Hey, brother judge, you're too polite. It's not about commanding, it's a request for your help. As Tian Jiashan said with a chuckle, he and the underworld judge left arm in arm. And though they were ghost gods, the 10 monarchs, who all had human bodies and faces, found the Lord of Ledu interesting and followed with smiles. Oh, by the way, brother judge, don't you have a book of life and death that controls the life and death of all living beings? Let me take a look. Although he saw the Lord of Ledu beside him with a sly expression, the underworld judge still took out the book of life and death, and then, without being taught, accurately found Yao's name. How is it only 108,000 years? Such a short lifespan, it passes in the blink of an eye. Not enough, not enough. Change it, it must be changed. Add 8 more zeros to the end. The underworld judge wasn't foolish, he had good insight. Monarch of Ledu, you can also establish your own book of life and death through the Dao of reincarnation. At that time, I can just transfer this person's household registration to your book of life and death, Monarch of Ledu. Tian Jiashan's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing. Can I transfer more over then? Yes, yes. When Tian Jiashan finished undergoing tribulation and was building Ledu in Ledu, rumors about him were no longer confined to the Chihua wilderness, they spread like wildfire across Shui-Tu Jibin, and even indigenous people in some remote areas knew the name Tian Jiashan. People developing barren regions also discussed Tian Jiashan after their meals. Whether it was his feat of defeating all the primordial bloodlines one by one, or being chosen by the great emperor of Fengdu to be the successor of Ledu, even the events during Tian Jiashan's human immortal realm lightning tribulation were enough for storytellers to earn a fortune. Because he was so legendary, things related to Tian Jiashan were also spread with rich mythological colors, some were exaggerated, while others were poorly expressed. However, those who paid the most attention to Tian Jiashan were, of course, the Chaosian sect in Huiye Prefecture and the Gu clan divine race in the ancient Edict realm. In Huiye Prefecture, ever since the Chaosian sect launched its annexation war against the Hunyang sect and the Jingxiang sect, the two great sects, even with their combined efforts, were still no match for the Chaosian sect. And now, as Tian Jiashan's reputation spread more and more ridiculously, with news even coming from the Chihua wilderness that Tian Jiashan was the successor of Ledu, the Hunyang sect and Jingxiang sect, already at a disadvantage, lost their battle intent completely. Being pragmatic and having no other choice, under pressure, the Hunyang sect and Jingxiang sect ultimately chose to surrender to the Chaosian sect, becoming its subsects. However, the Hunyang sect and Jingxiang sect could still negotiate with the Chaosian sect, but the Gu clan divine race, who had long been mortal enemies with Tian Jiashan, was now restless. As one of the ancient god clan, the Gu clan divine race naturally had agile control over information, otherwise, Gu Jinmin would not have appeared outside Bright Sun Heaven. It was precisely because of their timely grasp of information that the Gu clan divine race knew Tian Jiashan's movements clearly. Winning against all the young generation of primordial bloodlines, the regeneration of his destroyed immortal root, even the Seven Treasures wonderful tree, a chaos supreme treasure that had been pulled out, regenerated within Tian Jiashan's body, and news of him confronting the supreme god of the Thunder Department, being supported by the great emperor of Fengdu as the master of Ledu, and so on, continuously poured into the ancient Edict realm. Even the ancient god clan, which had thrived for tens of thousands of years, could not sit still. However, Tian Jiashan's whereabouts were now completely unknown. Even with the Gu clan divine race's methods, they could not find any trace of Tian Jiashan, so the Gu clan divine race could only target those close to Tian Jiashan. Speaking of those close to Tian Jiashan, it could only be the people on Broken Mountain. Huiye Prefecture, Chaosian sect. Although the Hunyang sect and Jingxiang sect surrendered pragmatically, Tai Ting Immortal still suffered injuries in the series of great battles, as he had to face the sect masters of two super great sects simultaneously. Therefore, when the Gu clan divine race suddenly made a move, Tai Ting Immortal was somewhat caught off guard. In just one day, including Jindao Sword Immortal, all the senior brothers and sisters on Broken Mountain, except for third senior brother and ninth senior sister, were captured by the Gu clan divine race, and even Yao was no exception. Knowing why the Gu clan divine race did this, Tai Ting Immortal, upon hearing the news, naturally flew into a rage. But already being injured, even though Tai Ting Immortal personally went to the ancient Edict realm, he still failed to rescue everyone and was instead more severely wounded. Fortunately, in the previous annexation war, the Hunyang sect and Jingxiang sect suffered heavy casualties, and their two sect masters were also severely injured. Otherwise, if the two sects had turned on them at this time, the Chaosian sect would have been in danger. Knowing Jiashan's character and his concern for the people on Broken Mountain, after returning from his failed attempt in the ancient Edict realm, Tai Ting Immortal sent a message to Li Tianming in the God King's mansion in the imperial capital, and also sent a letter to the Weiyi Holy Palace. The letter was naturally for ninth senior sister Huang Junyi. As for Tai Ting Immortal himself, he was not idle either, but went to the Yaokai Holy Land. Yaokai Holy Land, Flying Immortal Pavilion. Yanqing, I heard that your Chaosian sect has been quite restless recently. Coming to see me this time isn't just to drink Wanshu tea, is it? Although she spoke, the Yaokai Holy Mother's attention was entirely focused on the tea she was brewing. Although she was older than the current human emperor, the Yaokai Holy Mother did not appear old at all, her youthful face was preserved by her supreme cultivation. He indeed came with a request, but Tai Ting Immortal remained calm and composed. After receiving the Wanshu tea from the Yaokai Holy Mother, he first savored it carefully. Seeing the person in front of her, who clearly had an urgent matter, now calmly drinking tea, the Yaokai Holy Mother smiled slightly. Yanqing was still the Yanqing she liked. Due to some reasons, the Gu clan divine race in the ancient Edict realm attacked the Chaosian sect and captured some important individuals. I went to the ancient Edict realm once before, but returned empty-handed. Seeing that Tai Ting Immortal's cup was empty, Li Yuran, the saintess of Yaokai, who stood quietly behind the Yaokai Holy Mother, proactively refilled his tea. The Gu clan divine race attacked the Chaosian sect because of that Tian Jiashan, right? Is that Tian Jiashan truly the successor of Ledu chosen by the great emperor of Fengdu, as the rumors say? Tai Ting Immortal looked at the flawless face before him without any reservation, then smiled slightly. Jiashan has been away from the Chaosian sect for almost 2 years. I don't know what he did in Bright Sun Heaven. What you know, Shiqing, is what I know. However, the information coming from the Chihua wilderness, if not entirely true, is at least 70 to 80% true. After refilling the tea, she stood quietly behind the Yaokai Holy Mother again. Now, hearing Tai Ting Immortal speak so seriously, Li Yuran's expression also changed somewhat. If what Tai Ting Immortal said was true, wouldn't that Tian Jiashan, whom she had seen many times on Broken Mountain, now be in existence far beyond her reach? Defeating all the primordial bloodlines and becoming the successor of Ledu. Every time she thought of it, Li Yuran felt it was unrealistic. Not just herself, Li Yuran believed that anyone who had seen Tian Jiashan would not believe such a shocking event could happen to a seemingly ordinary person. Setting aside other matters for now, the identity of a Ledu's successor alone is enough to make us bow. Tell me, when do you plan to attack the Gu clan divine race? Seeing Yanqing trust that Tian Jiashan so much, the Yaokai Holy Mother did not delay but directly stated her stance. Not to mention the presence of such a figure as Tian Jiashan now, even without him, as long as Tai Ting Immortal came to ask, the Yaokai Holy Mother would have no reason not to act. The Gu clan divine race captured everyone merely to restrain Jiashan, they won't do anything to them for now. The Gu clan divine race is, after all, a great god race with formidable power. Even with the help of the Yaokai Holy Land, it might not be enough. I plan to visit the Shen Li tribe again later, and then we will act together. Upon hearing of the Shen Li tribe, a look of surprise appeared on the Yaokai Holy Mother's face. Yanqing, you also have a connection with the Shen Li tribe. It's not that I have a connection, but Jiashan does. Not being one to procrastinate, after meeting the Yaokai Holy Mother, Tai Ting Immortal went straight towards the Shen Li tribe, intending to pressure the Gu clan divine race together with them. Because of Bai Xiu and the demigod Yanju, the Shen Li tribe had always been very antagonistic towards the Gu clan divine race. Holy Mother, what kind of existence is the Ledu successor? Why do both you and Tai Ting Immortal hold such reverence? Only after sending Tai Ting Immortal off did Li Yuran finally have a chance to ask the doubts in her heart. Knowing what kind of powerful beings the Holy Mother and Tai Ting Immortal were, and seeing an identity that even a powerful Shishan realm expert would revere, Li Yuran truly could not remain indifferent. It's not strange that you don't know Ledu, Yuran, but you must know Fengdu, right? Is Holy Mother referring to the Netherworld's Fengdu? Besides the Netherworld's Fengdu, where else dares to be called Fengdu? And Ledu is another brand new Fengdu. From all current indications, the great emperor of Fengdu wants Tian Jiashan to be the master of this Ledu. At this, Li Yuran's expression completely stiffened. Fengdu was the final destination of all dead spirits and the place of reincarnation for all dead spirits. The great emperor of Fengdu, who governed the Netherworld, was the symbol of all death and reincarnation and existence on par with the heavenly emperor. Is Tian Jiashan going to occupy such a position? Li Yuran murmured to herself. When the Tai Ting Immortal arrived at the Shen Li tribe, Bai Xiu, Divine Master Lu Bing, and others who had previously left the tribe to intercept the Gu clan divine race also returned. The news from the Chihua wilderness had already spread far and wide, and it was impossible for Bai Xiu not to know about Tian Jiashan. Now, various signs indicated that Tian Tian had very likely recovered his memories, and fearing that Tian Tian alone might not be able to bear it, Bai Xiu returned to the tribe to understand more specific information, and then also wanted to make a trip to the Chihua wilderness. According to what my young friend said, Jiashan indeed has an irreconcilable hatred with the Gu clan divine race. No wonder a person like Jiashan made such a move, it turns out there was such an untold story. Curious as to why Jiashan would suddenly target the Gu clan divine race, the Tai Ting Immortal who had arrived also found Bai Xiu to ask about his doubts. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiu happened to know the truth, and at the same time, everyone learned a tragic, untold story from Bai Xiu. Previously, Tian Tian's memories of the Gu clan divine race were sealed by the great emperor of Fengdu, but now that Tian Tian is targeting the Gu clan so intensely, I think he must have unsealed the restrictions on those memories. I don't know if Tian Tian can bear those memories alone, so I've decided to go to Bright Sun Heaven. Ignoring the surprised expressions of the crowd after learning the truth, Bai Xiu merely stated his thoughts with a gloomy face. Bai Xiu was afraid that if Tian Tian still couldn't bear what happened 100 years ago, his personality might change drastically. And judging by the almost confirmed information, if Tian Tian's personality were to change drastically, then after he becomes the Lord of Ledu, he would only become more cold and ruthless, just like a puppet. Bai Xiu didn't care how strong Tian Jiashan was, he just wanted Tian Jiashan to live a happier life. While everyone was still savoring and lamenting Tian Jiashan's tragic experiences from back then, their attention suddenly shifted upon hearing what Divine Master Lu Bing said. According to the news from Bright Sun Heaven, Tian Jiashan might not still be in Bright Sun Heaven, and may even have gone to Fengdu or Ledu. If you go like this, Xiu, you might very well find nothing. Although she understood Xiu's current mood, Divine Master Lu Bing still spoke gently. Currently, Xiu's identity is also sensitive, if he were to go to the Chihua wilderness, he would definitely be ambushed by the Gu clan divine race on the way. Because for Tian Jiashan, Xiu's identity is actually more important. After all, before meeting and befriending everyone on Broken Mountain, Tian Jiashan and Xiu were already sworn brothers, the Gu clan divine race knew this better than anyone. Bing Bing is right. Given your friendship with Tian Jiashan, if you leave us now, you'll be putting yourself in danger. The Gu clan divine race is definitely watching you constantly. What we need to do now is to work with the Tai Ting Immortal to first rescue those close to Tian Jiashan on Broken Mountain. As for what you are worried about, if Tian Jiashan couldn't bear the recovered memories, he would have gone berserk long ago, would he wait until now? I heard that when Tian Jiashan was undergoing tribulation for the human immortal realm lightning tribulation, he even provoked the supreme god of the thunder department multiple times. Unless he was completely insane, would a human immortal realm being provoke the supreme god of the thunder department? Bai Xiu's rhetorical question immediately left old village chief Lu Ding speechless and unable to refute. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiu's expression suddenly changed, as if he suddenly thought of something. Tian Tian had indeed just undergoing tribulation for the human immortal realm, but as someone who was about to become the monarch of Ledu, Tian Tian was by no means an ordinary human immortal realm being. Therefore, Tian Tian's act of provoking the supreme god of the thunder department, while seemingly insane, seemed to be more in line with Tian Tian's style and personality. The style and personality Bai Xiu referred to here were from over 100 years ago, when Tian Jiashan had not yet been persecuted by the Gu clan divine race and was still a confident prodigy. Forget it, I'm not going. Didn't the saintess of the Bushan sect also go to Bright Sun Heaven with Tian Tian? If Tian Tian is no longer in Bright Sun Heaven, then the Bushan sect saintess must have returned home. I'll visit the Bushan sect first. While the old village chief was still racking his brains trying to come up with something to refute, he heard the young man beside him suddenly change his mind again, and for a moment, he was a little bewildered. Could this be having a change of heart, knowing to be considerate of him and giving him a way out? However, as soon as the old village chief spoke in his mind, Bai Xiu's words quickly and nakedly humiliated the self-righteous old village chief once more. Village chief, don't overthink it. I didn't say that to give you a way out. I just think that with Tian Tian's personality, there must be calculations behind all his actions, which is why I'm not going. Of course, what you said, village chief, is not false. In this major thousand worlds, if you ask who is closest to Tian Tian, who else could it be but me? Seeing the young man beside him first disparage him, then praise him, and now looking smug, the old village chief suddenly felt disgusted. If it weren't for his strange granddaughter sitting beside him, the old village chief would surely have spoken out at this moment. Look at how smug you are, young man. Anyone who didn't know would think you, Bai, are Tian Jiashan's little wife. Just a Tian Jiashan, can he make you, Bai, so proud? Village chief, Tian Tian is someone who is going to become the monarch of Ledu. Ledu is a place like Fengdu. Such an identity, no different from that of a great emperor, isn't it worth being proud of? Facing the village chief's complaints, Bai Xiu also refused to be outdone, instead speaking more boastfully, which made the old village chief stutter again, and his expression also grew gloomier. All right, I won't argue with you, Bai. Tai Ting Immortal, you said you've already discussed it with the Yaokai Holy Mother, so when do we make our move? Not wanting to argue with Bai Xiu, and knowing he couldn't win, old village chief Lu Ding directly shifted the topic to serious matters. The Gu clan divine race has profound heritage, and despite numerous rumors, they still chose to forcefully attack the Chao Xian sect, which is enough to show that the Gu clan divine race is mentally prepared. Therefore, even if we unite three parties, we cannot be careless. As for when to act, I want to observe a bit longer, but I ask the senior to always be prepared. Hearing the Tai Ting Immortal's words, both the old village chief and the other old smokers nodded in agreement. The Gu clan divine race is, after all, one of the ancient god clan. If they could be easily shaken, they wouldn't have stood for so long. Tai Ting Immortal, among those on Broken Mountain, besides Fairy Huang Junyi of the Huai Sacred Palace who is fine, there is also third senior brother Zhang Junyi. Fairy Huang Junyi's identity is indeed enough to deter the Gu clan divine race from harming her, but what about third senior brother Zhang Junyi? Is there a problem with him? Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Recalling what the Tai Ting Immortal had said earlier, Bai Xiu spoke out in confusion after noticing some irregularities. Understanding the meaning behind Bai Xiu's words, the surrounding crowd immediately fell into deep thought. For the three parties to unite and attack the Gu clan divine race, they not only needed to understand the opponent's strength but also ensure no mistakes on their own side. And from what Bai Xiu said, this person named Zhang Junyi had a big problem. To be honest, after Broken Mountain left, the Chao Xian sect temporarily lost contact with Zhang Junyi, and there has been no news until now. If I hadn't personally gone to the ancient edict realm, I wouldn't even have known that Zhang Junyi hadn't been captured. Mentioning Zhang Junyi, the Tai Ting Immortal's brow also furrowed slightly. Judging from the current situation, one could completely suspect that third senior brother Zhang Junyi was a person with ulterior motives. However, while everyone was suspecting the identity of third senior brother Zhang Junyi, third senior brother, whose real name was Homochenai, was currently in the ancient edict realm, furious. In the ancient edict realm, all ancient god clan reproduced and thrived. As an ancient god clan, the Homochen clan was not far from the Gu clan divine race, so third senior brother knew everything that happened at the Chao Xian sect. In the Homochen clan. Father, the people on Broken Mountain are like family to me. Now, only I have the power to save them. How can I ignore them? Father, don't you know how despicable and bottomless the Gu clan divine race's methods are? Third senior brother's words had a hidden meaning. The stir caused by Tian Jiashan's appearance in the ancient edict realm back then was not huge, but not small either. Ordinary people didn't know the truth, but high-ranking members like the Homochen clan knew some untold secrets. Speaking anxiously, and seeing that his father above still remained silent, third senior brother, though angry, forcibly suppressed the rage in his heart. Father, I know that for such a large family to thrive, one must never act on impulse. But what I want to say is, even if we sour our relationship with the Gu clan divine race, if we can gain Old Tenth's favor, the Homochen clan can at least ensure eternal prosperity for 10,000 generations. I have this confidence. Even before I knew Old Tenth was the successor of Ledu, I had this confidence. Circling back, the topic ultimately returned to the central figure, Tian Jiashan, and everyone in the main hall was moved. The recent major thousand worlds was almost filled with rumors about Tian Jiashan. Father, since Ye has such confidence, then let's trust him this once. Moreover, even if Tian Jiashan isn't the successor of Ledu, his record of defeating numerous primordial bloodlines is real. Such a figure has no reason not to shine brightly in the future. Furthermore, even without all of this, just because Ye stayed on Broken Mountain for so many years, our family should step forward to plead for everyone. The burly eldest brother spoke, making the already wavering family head sigh deeply. The various events happening now would certainly not subside so easily, who knew what kind of storms would be stirred up next. If the Homochen clan got involved, it might not be so easy to extricate themselves later. However, setting everything else aside, the identity of the Lord of Ledu was worth the Homochen clan taking a risk. Yetter, aren't you a lineage disciple of the Chao Xian sect? Go back to the Chao Xian sect and, as Homochenai, ask if the Chao Xian sect has any countermeasures. Then, the Homochen clan will cooperate with the Chao Xian sect to pressure the Gu clan. Otherwise, by ourselves, even if we put pressure on the Gu clan, the effect will definitely not be significant. Since the Gu clan made such a decision at this time, they must have been prepared, so the Gu clan will not easily choose to compromise. Hearing his father's words, and having already understood his father's decision, third senior brother's handsome face was no longer filled with sorrow. With his brows relaxed, it was as if spring had arrived. Father, you must believe me, this move is absolutely the most correct decision our family has made in the last 1,000 years. No, it might even be the most correct decision in thousands of years, or even a lifetime. Third senior brother spoke excitedly, his face beaming with joy. However, what third senior brother said was so exaggerated that it made the Homo-Chen clan family head above him feel a little apprehensive. Yet, is that Tian Jiashan really so heaven-defying, truly capable of becoming the monarch of Ledu at the human immortal realm? After the serious matter was settled, the family head suddenly became gossipy. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, in the past year or so, especially recently, the rumors about Tian Jiashan had almost made him out to be a reborn great emperor. After his father agreed to act, the tension in third senior brother's heart eased considerably, and he also felt much more relaxed. Father, it's not me talking, but someone like Old Tenth, even if you've lived for so long, you've definitely never seen. Although it hasn't been revealed before, Old Tenth actually often undergoing tribulation for heavenly tribulations when he was in the Jade Void Extreme Realm. Everyone in the Grand Hall was shocked, but third senior brother continued. Pay attention, I said often undergoing tribulation, like once a month. Looking at his family members holding their breath, third senior brother deliberately slowed down, allowing them to catch their breath first. Now that so many shocking rumors about Old Tenth had spread, it didn't matter if he revealed the little bit of information he knew, so third senior brother no longer needed to keep it a secret. And seeing that his family members had mostly calmed down, third senior brother continued. You all must know Huang, the eldest son of the Phoenix ancestor, right? He's that young king in Bright Sun Heaven. When he came to Broken Mountain to invite Old Tenth to be a guest in Bright Sun Heaven, he once fought Old Tenth with his Dao body, which was in the Calamity Transformation Realm. And what do you guess happened? That Huang, he wouldn't have lost, would he? It was third senior brother's seventh sister who spoke, but as soon as her words fell, she felt what she said was too shocking, and her mouth widened in astonishment. If it were truly as she said, then Tian Jiashan was simply too powerful. Seventh sister, you guessed quite a bit, but not entirely correctly. After fighting Old Tenth, Huang conceded to Old Tenth in front of all of us. He conceded. That Huang actually conceded to a human he met for the first time, in front of so many of us. As these words fell, third senior brother even heard the distinct sound of gasps. However, third senior brother had many more stories to tell. Also, Old Tenth, isn't he in the dual calamity transcending realm? You don't know, when Old Tenth broke through to the calamity transformation realm with a single Dao body, there were unusual phenomena in heaven and earth, with numerous chaos great gods appearing in the sky. The most important thing is that the scene displayed by those chaos beings was also the sight of them each undergoing tribulation for the calamity transformation realm. Behind Tian Jiashan's various actions lay significant implications, and after the Gu clan divine race took action against the Chaosian sect, the situation in the major thousand worlds began to undergo subtle changes. The Gu clan divine race, over tens of thousands of years of reproduction and growth, had also accumulated a vast network of connections, and now, the Gu clan divine race began to leverage these long-standing relationships. Thus, a subtle situation of choosing sides gradually emerged in the major thousand worlds. While the Gu clan divine race was undeniably powerful, the various rumors circulating about Tian Jiashan were too astounding for many forces to only consider the current might of the Gu clan divine race and overlook Tian Jiashan, a being with a high possibility of becoming the master of Ledu. However, with numerous sects and families distributed throughout the major thousand worlds, some chose to take sides, while others naturally opted to observe from the sidelines, as the stakes were high. If one carelessly joined a faction without sufficient strength, they would be utterly annihilated before even receiving any benefits. Of course, many powerful forces simply adopted a spectator's attitude, focusing their main energy on the increasingly restless Broken Mountain. Since the Chaosian sect publicly announced its abandonment of Broken Mountain, for over a year, beings from various forces continuously gathered towards Broken Mountain, with many sects even rooting themselves around Broken Mountain, seemingly waiting for something to appear. And facts proved that Broken Mountain was indeed no ordinary place, because in the past year or so, anomalies had begun to appear on Broken Mountain. Not only did spirit treasures occasionally emerge, but immortals' caves also appeared from time to time. In just over a year, a total of 22 immortals' caves had appeared in the Broken Mountain region, although all were spiritual caves beneath the ground. This number was highly unusual. And precisely because of the various strange phenomena displayed by Broken Mountain, external speculations about Broken Mountain were bizarre and varied, with many different opinions. There was even a rumor that Broken Mountain was an immortals' cave, and the continuous appearance of immortals' caves recently was merely a prelude to the immortals' cave opening. An immortals' cave alone was enough to upgrade a sect to a super major sect, so the rumor of an immortals' cave beneath Broken Mountain was already quite astonishing. However, speaking without responsibility, even if someone claimed there was an unexplored immortals' cave beneath Broken Mountain, others still believed that the activity displayed by Broken Mountain was not limited to that. Broken Mountain was once an ancient battlefield, where countless beings died in a war over a precious treasure, which is why so many immortals' caves have appeared recently on Broken Mountain. This was another terrifying rumor about Broken Mountain. However, whether there was an immortals' cave or if Broken Mountain was truly the site of an ancient battlefield, these were all groundless rumors, with no sufficiently prestigious sect ever coming forward to speak on the matter. Although these forces said nothing, they also did not leave. Instead, their focus on Broken Mountain intensified, and even as the rumors grew more outlandish, people's attention to Broken Mountain only increased. Of course, whether it was the Chaosian sect, Broken Mountain, or the gradually stirring Chaha Sea, these events causing unrest in the major thousand worlds were all worldly affairs, temporarily unrelated to Tian Jiashan. Tian Jiashan was currently extremely busy in his Ledu. After breaking through to the human immortal realm, Tian Jiashan condensed a spiritual body using the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning, adding to all his previous spiritual bodies. He now had 7 spiritual bodies, plus his main body, making a total of 8 Tian Jiashens. Yet even so, Tian Jiashan was still dizzyingly busy every day. In the sky, where the sun never shone, not even a moon was visible, apart from the vast, shimmering green glow like a light curtain, there was nothing else. However, Leto was not quiet at this time. The 10 monarchs of hell each displayed their divine abilities, building tall houses, grand bridges, and pavilions for Tianjiashan, and opening up long rivers. Of course, the most important task was the reincarnation laws that had not yet been fully completed. Emperor Yan, that soul long river has been built, but the final touch must be done by you personally. Otherwise, when receiving departed souls, weaker ones might be fine, but if strong, unwilling departed souls cause a ruckus in the soul long river, the reincarnation law I've comprehended isn't enough to guarantee the river's imperishability. Tianjiashan, who had finally managed to sit down and catch his breath, looked up at the winding long river above him, sighed deeply, and then got up and left. His originally normal body suddenly expanded against the wind, soon reaching the sky and earth. As Tianjiashan transformed into a giant, he gently tapped the reincarnation long river built by the King of Reincarnation, and the entire endless river immediately trembled violently. The King of Reincarnation below watched the violently shaking long bridge, his Dao heart, which had been calm for thousands of years, suddenly constricted. If the long river broke, all his hard work would truly be in vain. Not bad, it feels quite solid. As his voice echoed in the vast space, the world-ending great mill appeared above the giant Tianjiashan's head. As the great mill slowly rotated, the 10 monarchs and underworld judges on the ground watched in trepidation. As the world-ending great mill rotated, even the laws of the great Dao were annihilated. After using the world-ending great mill to grind away the Dao laws belonging to the King of Reincarnation on the Soul Long River, Tianjiashan then activated the Scripture of the Dead. As a vast aura instantly spread throughout the entire Soul Long River, a true Soul Long River was finally completed. King of Reincarnation, please don't mind, I didn't intentionally grind away your Dao laws, I just felt it wasn't stable enough. Having finished everything, Tianjiashan turned back and said with a dark smile, but the King of Reincarnation on the ground dared not speak. Leto belongs to you, Great Emperor, so naturally, it must follow your will, the King of Reincarnation replied with a smile. Brother Judge, you control the Book of Life and Death, quickly open it and see if there are any dying people, I need females, preferably older ones, I need them now. Although he didn't know what this person beside him wanted to do, the judge still complied. Every day, countless departed souls are guided to the netherworld, so let alone dying people, even as you, Emperor Yan, breathe, countless beings exhaust their lifespan, so there are many dying people. As the judge spoke, he had already opened the Book of Life and Death, which looked like an ancient tome. Tianjiashan clearly saw many names on the book rapidly dimming, while some names glowed brightly. The judge waved his large sleeve, and numerous images appeared before Tianjiashan, all showing those who were about to die. Emperor Yan, look, these are all women whose lifespans are ending. There are those with impressive cultivation, those with full figures, demure maidens, and alluring beauties. And these are Ya race women who look very similar to humans, all kinds of them. Looking at the projections appearing before him, even Tianjiashan felt his mouth go dry, because the women in the images truly each had their own charm and allure, especially those fiery and seductive fox demons, who were practically living aphrodisiacs. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Seeing that Emperor Yan, though watching intently, remained silent for a long time, the judge frowned, muttering to himself that Emperor Yan's taste was still different from the great Emperor of Fengdu, then turned another page of the Book of Life and Death in his hand. Emperor Yan, these are all succubus demons, their serving skills are the most top-notch among all beings. Want a few? His pupils suddenly widened due to the images he saw. Tianjiashan immediately shook his head. Brother Judge, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? I said I need older ones, I have a use for them, you're thinking crooked thoughts, brother. Oh, and it's best if their surname is Meng. Seeing that Emperor Yan wasn't even interested in succubus demons, but instead wanted him to find some older women, the judge was greatly surprised and couldn't help but pout. So Emperor Yan liked that kind. He had heard of old cows eating tender grass, and tender cows eating old grass, but this was the first time he had seen this. Feeling amused, the judge turned another page. Wait, her, I think she'll do, Tianjiashan said, pointing at an old woman in the image before him. In shock, his pupils widened abruptly, and the underworld judge's hand trembled as he turned the page. At this moment, the judge was even too excited to control himself, because he knew he had found a good way to please Emperor Yan. In the mortal world, as a wealthy family surnamed Meng was immersed in the profound grief of losing a loved one, Tianjiashan and the underworld judge, who had been in Ledu just a moment before, appeared out of thin air in the Meng family mansion, which was filled with white mourning decorations. Above the mourning hall sat a coffin, and the deceased inside had been a human immortal during her life. If luck had been good, 1,000 years after her burial, the Meng family would have gained an immortal's cave. Granny Meng, it's time to go. The human world no longer belongs to you. Although Tianjiashan and the judge stood in the mourning hall, no one could see them. Even when Tianjiashan spoke, the people in the mourning hall remained oblivious. Only the old woman, now a departed soul, could see the two figures who had appeared. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at her family. When she suddenly heard a voice behind her, the old woman turned around and saw a young face. For a moment, she was in a daze, curious about who this young man was. When she saw the underworld judge standing beside Tianjiashan, the old woman, now in her departed soul state, immediately knelt down in terror. This humble one greets Lord Judge. The old woman, in her departed soul state, spoke in a panicked voice, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear. At this moment, the old woman frantically recalled in her heart whether she had ever committed any heinous acts in her lifetime. You have no discernment. Why bow to me first? Bow to Emperor Yan first. The old woman, who was prostrating herself literally, slightly raised her head, her cloudy eyes filled with terror, then she turned towards the young figure beside the judge and prostrated herself again. It is this humble one's poor eyesight, failing to recognize the emperor's identity. I hope the emperor will not bother with this humble one. Ah, Granny Meng, there's no need to be so panicked. I've come to ask you, Granny Meng, to be an official in the netherworld. Come with me. Speaking lightly, Tian Jiashan, with his hands behind his back, glanced at the people around him who ignored him. He looked at their crying faces and left thoughtfully. Hearing Emperor Yan say he wanted to take the old woman to Ladu to be an official, the judge was completely stunned. So all his excitement was for nothing? An official? An old woman in the Earth Immortal realm can be an official. As he mumbled, feeling strange, the judge mistakenly thought he had remembered incorrectly and specifically opened the Book of Life and Death to check the old woman's identity, only to find nothing extraordinary. Could it be just because the old woman's surname is Meng? Muttering to himself as he followed along, walking out of the Meng family mansion, the judge looked up again at the plaque above the door with the two characters Meng Fu written on it. It was dim and unremarkable, showing no signs of promotion or wealth. And as the judge secretly pondered how unfathomable Emperor Yan's thoughts were, he saw him ahead, holding up a smooth stone about 5 square feet in size, and frowned again. Emperor Yan, is this stone useful? Of course it's useful. If it wasn't, why would I take it to Ladu? From now on, this stone will be called the Wangfu stone. Any departed soul entering Ladu can come before this stone and recall memories of their beloved. Although he didn't quite understand why Emperor Yan would go to such extra trouble, the judge still spoke flatteringly. Emperor Yan cares so much for his people, he will surely be a good monarch in the future. Brother Judge, your little mouth is quite good at flattering. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sit in the judge's position, would I? There are still many beings stronger than me in the Fengdu purgatory. In the future, I can't have someone like you as a judge, because praise makes people foolish. I need someone who dares to scold me. Hearing this, the judge's smile froze, and he looked surprised. As for the old woman, whose back was almost bent at a 90-degree angle, she was now silent as a cicada in winter. A new old woman appeared in Ladu. Tian Jiashan only knew her surname was Meng, and called her Granny Meng. After Granny Meng arrived in Ladu, the only thing she needed to do was learn to brew soup. Granny Meng was there, Granny Meng's soup was being prepared, and he had personally brought back the Wangfu stone. All that was left was to find someone to watch over the Wangfu stone. So, at this moment, Tian Jiashan was building a place called the Bridge of Helplessness. Because the Bridge of Helplessness was a custom only he knew about, and he was very interested in it, Tian Jiashan did not let the 10 monarchs or the judge intervene, but built it with his own hands. Emperor Yan, this is Ladu. The judge, who had come to Tian Jiashan's side, spoke with a beaming smile, just like an old eunuch in the palace, smiling so falsely yet so sincerely. Holding the hammer he had forged, with planks he had personally cut from wood, he swung a few powerful blows, completely nailing in the rivets. Only then did Tian Jiashan look at brother judge beside him. I know this is Ladu. Seeing that Emperor Yan had not understood his meaning at all, the judge continued to speak. Emperor Yan, my point is, in this Ladu, you, the great emperor, are in charge. These things can appear with just a thought from you, great emperor. As the judge spoke, Tian Jiashan, who had successfully nailed another plank, moved to the right. The judge, who was squatting on the ground, also followed suit. Brother, I know everything you are saying, but things created with Dao principles always lack a certain something. When I build them with my own hands like this, the sense of belonging is stronger, and they also have more vitality. Look at the great emperor of Fengdu's Fengdu, it's so lifeless. When those departed souls enter, those who don't know might think they're entering purgatory. Regarding what Emperor Yan said, the judge dared not speak carelessly. I see your idol, brother. Here, this is the roster I made earlier. Brother, please transfer all these names from your Book of Life and Death to Ladu's Book of Life and Death. As Tian Jiashan spoke, he had already taken out a brand new, different Book of Life and Death, and a scroll with a roster. The judge had known since the first day he met Emperor Yan that he cared about certain mortal people, so he was not surprised at this point. Taking the roster and Ladu's Book of Life and Death, the underworld judge went to one side alone. However, soon, the judge's green face became even greener. Frowning, he looked at the roster in front of him, seeing only 53 names on it. He wondered if other names had been hidden by Emperor Yan with some powerful divine ability or immortal technique, and even used his cultivation to check. But no matter how he looked, the judge found that the roster in his hand always contained only 53 names. After a moment of hesitation, the judge still took the roster and found Tian Jiashan, who was building the bridge. Emperor Yan, there are only 53 names on that roster. My point is, wouldn't 53 names be too few? Emperor Yan, if you want more people to live long lives, it's still possible. At least 3 to 5,000 people, with your status as Emperor Yan, you can completely achieve it. Feeling a little hot from the activity, Tian Jiashan, who was currently sitting on a piece of Tei cold ice to cool down, frowned at the words. 3 to 5,000 people? Brother, aren't you making things difficult for me? The people I know combined don't even amount to 3 to 5,000. 53 names are enough. As for everyone else, they'll die when it's their time to die. At this, the judge was completely stunned. According to the great emperor of Fengdu, Emperor Yan already had 250 years of lifespan. In these 250 years, no matter what, Emperor Yan shouldn't not even know 3 to 5,000 people, right? Just as this absurd thought appeared in his mind, the judge was about to start transferring the household registrations. But, Emperor Yan's expression just now was very sincere. Emperor Yan couldn't really not even know 3 to 5,000 people, could he? Tian Jiashan couldn't hear the judge's soliloquy, the judge's faint voice was completely drowned out by the roaring sound as he approached the Bridge of Helplessness. It took Tian Jiashan 3 days and 3 nights to complete a Bridge of Helplessness 9 meters and 9 feet long, with a pavilion at each end of the bridge, all made purely of wood and by hand. The Bridge of Helplessness also needs someone to guard it. It doesn't necessarily have to be a person, but whoever guards it must be someone who can speak words that touch the soul. As he pondered this aloud, Tian Jiashan took a step and arrived beside Granny Meng. Granny Meng, who was single-mindedly concentrating on brewing the soup as instructed by the great emperor, immediately kowtowed and knelt. This humble servant greets the great emperor. Granny Ming, didn't I tell you? Don't always refer to yourself as this humble servant, it doesn't sound good, does it? Besides, if you were truly a humble servant, you would have turned to dust by now. How is the Granny Meng soup coming along? Reporting to the great emperor, it's already 1/3 mature. Your servant will diligently practice day and night. Picking up a large ladle and stirring it in the big pot, then sniffing the aroma, Tian Jiashan nodded. It's all right, take your time. Anyway, Ladu is currently under construction and won't be accepting any departed souls yet. Granny Meng, remember to make the soup very concentrated, otherwise, problems might arise. Although she didn't understand what the great emperor meant by Ladu being under construction, Granny Meng, knowing that she only needed to follow the great emperor's instructions, nodded repeatedly. What she hated most in her life were those who reincarnated with memories and then blamed Granny Meng, saying her soup was watered down. From now on, any departed soul who comes to Ladu, if they can reincarnate with even a shred of memory, she will smash her head and die. Muttering to himself as he left, Tian Jiashan came to the stone he had named Wangfu Stone. Both the Wangfu Stone and the Bridge of Helplessness need gatekeepers, but who exactly should I find to be the judge? As he spoke to himself, Tian Jiashan quickly fell into deep thought. Bai Shu, Li Tianming, Lu Chuan, first senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, a string of familiar names appeared in his mind, but were then successively filtered out. The last name that appeared in Tian Jiashan's mind was Soul Seed. Although he couldn't quite explain why, once he had the idea of having Soul Seed become the judge in Ladu, Tian Jiashan found it more and more suitable the more he thought about it. Brother Judge, my position as Ladu's judge has no requirements for cultivation, right? Appearing out of nowhere beside the underworld judge, Tian Jiashan spoke with an eager expression. Of course there are no restrictions. Ladu is all yours, Emperor Yan. Everything here, as long as you, Emperor Yan, permit it, has a reason for existence. If you, Emperor Yan, do not permit it, then it is nothingness. What, Emperor Yan, you already have a candidate for judge so quickly? The underworld judge immediately became interested. He had been alone in Fengdu for so many years, without a colleague or anyone to chat with for entertainment. He was terribly lonely. Yes, I do, but that person is still alive, which makes it a bit difficult. What's so difficult about it? Just make him die, wouldn't that work? You, Emperor Yan, can completely do that now. Tian Jiashan suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the judge in front of him, as if to say, brother, how could you say such shocking words? Brother, that person is called Soul Seed. The judge, who understood in an instant, immediately opened the Book of Life and Death and accurately found the Soul Seed chosen by Tian Jiashan. 20,000 years of lifespan, such a long name. This truly verifies the saying, good people don't live long, but troublemakers last 1,000 years. Seeing that Soul Seed actually had a lifespan of 20,000 years, Tian Jiashan also exclaimed in surprise. Before, Yao only had 18,000 years. And the longer the lifespan, the higher the cultivation of the living being. 20,000 years of lifespan would require at least a divine immortal of the 8th realm. Emperor Yan, what do you say? As long as I make a stroke of my pen now, those 20,000 years can become 2 days, 2 hours, or even 2 breaths. Wait a moment. After all, he's a living, promising young man. If I do that, it would be somewhat despicable. Let's first ask him what he thinks. If he's unwilling, then we can resort to that. Although he felt that Emperor Yan was making a bit of a fuss, the judge still followed him to the mortal world, taking Tian Jiashan to find the human named Soul Seed. The position of underworld judge, its status is comparable to the highest gods in the heavenly court. Could there still be someone unwilling? Although Tian Jiashan is now the monarch of Ladu, his true cultivation realm is still the human immortal first realm. Therefore, once he leaves Ladu, his combat power will be greatly weakened. While he can still fight by drawing on Ladu's power, it would clearly be very troublesome. With so many free demigod and even demigod realm and above fighters around him, Tian Jiashan had no reason not to use them. Previously, Tian Jiashan always thought that the end of cultivating immortals was the immortal full realm, which is the demigod realm. However, his understanding has now been refreshed. Among the 10 kings of hell, 5 of them have already surpassed the demigod realm and reached the true god realm, and beyond the true god realm is the god king realm. For example, the supreme god of the thunder department, Ying Yuan Thunder Ancestor, whom he had met before, and the underworld judge, who is currently by his side as the judge of Fengdu, both transcend the true god realm and exist as god king realm beings. As for god king realm beings, let alone the vast Fengdu, they are rare existences even within the entire 3 realms. However, after the god king realm, there are some special beings. These beings are called lords of the great Dao, such as the great emperor of Fengdu, and the heavenly emperor. The 3 sovereigns of the mortal world do not even have the qualification to be called lords of the great Dao. And it was precisely after understanding these things that Tian Jiashan's goal for cultivating immortals changed again. The moment he became the monarch of Ladu, Tian Jiashan already represented immortality. Even if the great emperor of Fengdu or the heavenly emperor personally acted, it would be almost impossible to obliterate Tian Jiashan. Therefore, Tian Jiashan decided to make himself a lord of the great Dao as well. Brother Judge, after the lord of the great Dao, there shouldn't be any higher realm, right? While quietly on their way, Tian Jiashan suddenly spoke thoughtfully. Observing his expression, the judge's face showed a rich array of emotions. Although he didn't know what the young Emperor Yan by his side was thinking for a moment, he still respectfully replied. Emperor Yan, beings beyond the lord of the great Dao, I have never seen or heard of. Then could it be that brother, you are simply ignorant? Upon hearing this, the judge's expression immediately changed, and he almost choked to death. If it weren't for the person beside him being an Emperor Yan, the judge would have been unable to resist cursing out loud. He was short-sighted and ignorant. Only the person beside him dared to say such a thing. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare to spout such nonsense in front of him. Emperor Yan, I have been a judge in Fengdu for 300,000 years, my knowledge is not short. Tian Jiashan, who was deep in thought, suddenly turned his head and looked with a surprised expression at brother judge beside him, who, apart from his slightly green skin, was otherwise very similar to a human. He then fell into thought again. Brother, you've lived for 300,000 years, so the great emperor of Fengdu must have existed for even longer, right? Then in the future, I'll also have to live for such an incredibly long time. Although he was determined to be immortal, the thought of such a long time made Tian Jiashan troubled for a moment, because it would be too boring. Not knowing what his Emperor Yan was suddenly troubled about, the judge still kindly and warmly reminded Tian Jiashan. Emperor Yan, the moment you became the monarch of Ledu, you were already immortal. Even if Emperor Yan, you yourself no longer wish to live, it would be difficult to die. Tian Jiashan immediately pouted, looking at the judge with a disdainful expression. Am I sick that I don't want to live? Who would complain about living too long? Emperor Yan, actually, there are quite a few beings who seek death every year. After saying this, the judge deliberately coughed a few times, fearing that the young Emperor Yan, whose thoughts were hard to fathom, might misunderstand, and then added, this humble one does not mean to contradict Emperor Yan. To be frank, even this humble one has sought death multiple times in the long river of silent time, but the great Emperor of Fengdu simply wouldn't allow it. Then how about I help brother now and let brother be the first being in Ledu to enter reincarnation? As soon as Tian Jiashan said this, the smile on the judge's face immediately froze. Thank you for Emperor Yan's kindness, but this humble one still feels that it's better to be alive. With a playful smile on his face, Tian Jiashan was also somewhat exasperated. This judge of Fengdu is truly a character, he probably hasn't had anyone to talk to in countless eons, and now he's become a chatterbox. Alright, let's hurry up and find the soul seed. There are still many things to do in Ledu. And there are also many things left in the mortal world. You guys are considered dead, but I'm living well. My Tian Jiashan is still a living person. The judge nodded repeatedly. Chihua Wilderness, outside Bright Sun Heaven. After Tian Jiashan underwent tribulation and disappeared through the gates of the netherworld, although discussions about Tian Jiashan reached an unprecedented height once again for a while, as Tian Jiashan vanished, the beings gathered there gradually began to disperse, but this did not include the soul seed. News from the Chihua Wilderness could reach Shuai-Tu Jibin, and news from Shuai-Tu Jibin could likewise reach the Chihua Wilderness. So the soul seed knew that the Hunyang sect, where he once belonged, had been annexed by the Chaosian sect, and even if he returned, he would no longer be the Hunyang sect's preacher as before. The Hunyang sect was gone, and the Tian Jiashan he wanted to kill had become an existence he could never kill, or even dared not kill. Now, the soul seed wandered alone in the Chihua Wilderness, caring for nothing but focusing on cultivation, because this was the only thing the soul seed could do now. Perhaps because there were no city lights of the human world to compare with, the night in the deep mountains and old forests was brighter, and the star river was more brilliant. In front of the bonfire, the soul seed was roasting a wild rabbit, although it was a rabbit, its body was as large as a pig. The soul seed, who had always lived on various borders, was quite skilled at survival. He was especially good at taking care of himself. For example, the golden-skinned, fresh meat roast on the bonfire in front of him made one's mouth water just by looking at it. However, before the soul seed could even begin to eat, two figures appeared out of thin air in the darkness and began to devour the food without a word. Not bad, it has some of my skill. It's been a long time since I've eaten mortal food. Today, I'm truly blessed by Emperor Yan. Brother, your mouth really is, like it's been smeared with honey, you even flatter when you eat. Seeing very clearly that the face in front of him was undoubtedly Tian Jiashan, and only the person who appeared with him, resembling a human but being a ghost, though he didn't know who he was, but after feeling the chilling aura that directly affected the soul from him, the soul seed's pupils constricted violently the moment the two appeared, and he instinctively tried to flee backward. However, just as the soul seed was about to move, he was horrified to discover that his body seemed to have lost control. No matter how he tried to move it with his divine thought, he couldn't budge an inch. Although he couldn't move, a great fear arose in his heart at this moment, causing the soul seed to break out in a cold sweat. His face was pale and bloodless, and coupled with his already gaunt cheeks, he looked somewhat like a ghost. Brother Judge, what did you do to the soul seed? Why is he sweating so much? While eating, Tian Jiashan suddenly saw the soul seed in front of him, sweating profusely, and spoke indistinctly. Emperor Yan, weren't you looking for him? I saw his posture just now, he looked like he wanted to escape, so I restrained him. Should I release him now? The judge, who was enjoying the taste of meat after a long time, also spoke indistinctly. Why release him? You said he was trying to escape, and you want to release him? Release him to watch him run, and then we'll have to go to the trouble of chasing him? I'm not that sick. Listening to the conversation between the two in front of him, and hearing words like Judge and Emperor Yan, then recalling the rumors he had heard about Tian Jiashan before, the soul seed's heart pounded even faster after connecting some dots. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history, screenshot recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. But the two, who were still devouring their food, didn't care what the soul seed was thinking. It wasn't until a while later, when only a pile of broken bones remained of the roasted rabbit, that Tian Jiashan, burping and complaining about being full, finally looked directly at the soul seed. However, at this moment, the soul seed's face no longer held the panic and unease from before, instead, it was devoid of life. After thinking it through, the soul seed, knowing that his struggles would be useless, simply chose to die with some dignity. Tian Jiashan looked at the judge, and the judge, not understanding what he meant, also looked weakly at Tian Jiashan. What are you still looking at? Release him. I want to talk. The judge nodded repeatedly. Soul seed, you shouldn't have forgotten me, right? As his expression turned fierce, the soul seed spoke venomously. Even if I, soul seed, die, I will never forget you. Hearing this gritted teeth reply, Tian Jiashan and the judge's faces immediately showed expressions of pleasant surprise. That's good, it'll save a lot of trouble later. So, soul seed, do you want to die first now? Watching the person in front of him say such words to him so calmly and seriously, the soul seed's eyes instantly became even more vicious, wishing he could bite him. If he couldn't kill Tian Jiashan, he would at least make him lose a piece of flesh. Tian Jiashan, I know your current status is extraordinary, and to you, I am nothing more than an ant. So, whether to kill or dismember, please do as you wish. You must have heard that a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Since you know that so clearly, then soul seed, you must have also heard that a wise man submits to circumstances, right? As you know, I am now the monarch of Ledu. There is no judge in Ledu, I want you to be the judge. At this, the soul seed was completely at a loss. To let himself take on the position of judge in Ledu, which is equivalent to Fengdu, wouldn't that be akin to the position of a heavenly god king? What virtue and ability did he possess, and why would Tian Jiashan do such a thing? A series of questions arose in his heart, accompanied by the soul seed's distrust of Tian Jiashan, feeling that Tian Jiashan was up to no good, harboring ill intentions. I know you definitely won't believe it, but that's exactly what I'm thinking. The reason I'm telling you proactively is because I want you to understand clearly. But whether you're willing or not, you're going to die today anyway. Circling back and forth, he ultimately couldn't escape death, and the anger on the soul seed's face only increased. Kill me. Emperor Yan, you see? I told you there are quite a few beings who seek death themselves, and today we've encountered one. If it weren't for the fear of his soul being scattered after death, the soul seed would have cursed out loud at this moment. Who the hell is seeking death? If he could live, would he say such a thing? The judge seemed to be claiming credit, or perhaps showing off that what he said was reasonable, but Tian Jiashan did not praise him. Brother, if you've been a judge for 300,000 years and don't even have this much experience, then the great emperor of Fengdu really wasted his time raising you. The judge, who was triumphant a moment ago, immediately scratched his nose like a grey cat. Soul seed, what I said is true. You're going to be my judge, you're going to die anyway. Isn't being a judge majestic? Look at this one, the underworld judge of Fengdu, now he can chat and laugh freely with an emperor like me, how unrestrained and joyful. Kill me. The soul seed shouted, tearing his throat. Sighing deeply, Tian Jiashan looked at the underworld judge beside him. Brother, do it. All right. The two words all right were the last two words the soul seed heard as a human. After the judge's voice fell, the soul seed's lifespan was completely exhausted, and when he regained consciousness, he was already in soul form. Staring blankly at his dead body on the ground, the soul seed was somewhat in a daze for a moment. He just died like that? Died silently? Died as light as a feather? His nose tingled, and the soul seed suddenly felt a little wronged. He had ventured for hundreds of years, and now that he finally had some glorious abilities, he died just like that, without anyone even knowing he had died. The soul seed wanted to cry, but no tears flowed from his eyes. As you wished, you are now dead. Let me take you to see my Lishan city. As soon as Tian Jiashan's voice fell, the scenery in the soul seed's eyes instantly became bizarre and fantastical. When he reappeared, he was already in Ledu. See, this is Ledu. In the future, it will become a new place of reincarnation. Before he could recover from the shock of his own death, he had already seen another world he had never seen before. Watching the ghost gods in the distance stirring up rivers and seas, building Ledu with divine ability methods beyond his comprehension, the soul seed, in his soul state, swayed entirely. He was truly swaying, as he was in soul form, without a physical body. They are the 10 monarchs from Fengdu, temporarily here to lend a hand. Besides Mengpo, you are my second subordinate, and you'll hold the position of judge. How about it, do you want to reconsider? It would have been better if Tian Jiashan hadn't brought it up. As soon as he said this, the soul seed, realizing again how he had been killed, immediately became furious. Damn you, Tian Jiashan. You killed me, and now you want me to serve you? Why don't you just ascend to heaven? Brother judge, I am an emperor after all, I can go to the heavenly court, right? That is natural, Emperor Yan is equivalent to the heavenly emperor. However, it is not suitable to go to the heavenly court now, as there are some stubborn old fellows and arrogant beings up there. You heard that, I can ascend to heaven. Although still furious, the soul seed was speechless. It's alright if you are not willing now, I'll give you time to consider. Anyway, building Ledu will still take some time. As Tian Jiashan's voice fell, the 1000-core flame, the pill furnace divine fire, appeared in his hand. He casually threw it to the ground, and a mountain of 10,000-foot flames immediately appeared in Ledu. From now on, this place will be called Soul Refining Mountain. All disobedient undead will be thrown in. Tian Jiashan, you're threatening me. Tian Jiashan did not respond, but went off to busy himself. Tian Jiashan was still busy every day in Ledu. Whenever he thought of something new and interesting, he would display it in Ledu. As for the soul seed, which became a soul state after being killed, it stubbornly refused the position of Ledu judge, but having nowhere else to go, it wandered around Ledu like a lonely ghost. Meanwhile, Yang Luyi and Liu Chuan, who had previously left Bright Sun Heaven, also returned to their respective homes. Because there was a Wangzhong Tower on Qian Shui Bay, Yang Luyi returned directly to her home via the teleportation array in Qian Shui Bay. As soon as Yang Luyi returned home, she didn't even have time to sit down and rest before being led away by a servant, because someone was already waiting at Bushan Sect. According to the news from Bright Sun Heaven, Tian Tian had recovered his memories. Worried about Tian Tian's whereabouts and condition, Bai Xiu arrived at Bushan Sect before Yang Luyi even got home. Yang Luyi originally wanted to rest first, but upon hearing that the person who wanted to see her was Sweetie's good friend, Bai Xiu, she still chose not to rest. Of course, besides Bai Xiu, many people were eager to see Yang Luyi. After all, Yang Luyi was one of the people who had the closest contact with Tian Jiashan during the past year or so. Through Yang Luyi, they could more clearly understand what had happened to Tian Jiashan over the past year, and how much truth there was to the exaggerated rumors flying around. As soon as she appeared, she saw her family members seated neatly. Without needing to ask, she knew why everyone was there. Seeing that her grandfather had also appeared, Yang Lu Yi walked straight to the front. Granddaughter, was Bright Sun Heaven fun? Of course it was fun. Juiyar's Bright Sun Heaven is huge, much bigger than our home, and there's so much delicious food and fun things to do there. As soon as Yang Lu Yi finished speaking, Qingling Tianzun, who was beside her, burst out laughing, because his beloved granddaughter, after almost 2 years of not seeing her, had a face that was a full-size rounder. It seems that Juiyar knows how to treat guests well. Look, after only a year or so, Juiyar's face is almost plump enough to stack up. Hearing her grandmother's teasing voice, Yang Lu Yi, for the first time, showed an expression of shame and indignation, while secretly complaining in her heart. What else could I do? I can't control my mouth, and Sweetie's cooking is so delicious. In the end, I gained weight, but Sweetie didn't gain any at all. As Yang Lu Yi's helpless complaint echoed through the hall, everyone burst into laughter. Mother, how can you laugh along with everyone? Do I look ugly now? But Sweetie said it's not scary to gain weight on my face, that a little more weight on my face looks good, so I ate freely. The woman, whose eyes were almost tearing up from laughter, gave a wry smile, not knowing whether to call her daughter silly or cute. But then again, after almost 2 years apart, Yi had indeed become fair and plump. Fair and plump, it seems like living with Jiashan all these years has been good. Of course. Sweetie can now summon wind and rain. Even those with primordial bloodlines have to show him 3 points of respect, so I was carefree in Bright Sun Heaven and Chihua Wilderness, doing whatever I wanted. Yang Lu Yi spoke with increasing pride, her fair neck held high, like a proud white swan. Looking at Yang Lu Yi like this, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. It was clear that even though Tian Jiashan had changed so much, he was still as good to Yi as ever. Fairy Yi, I heard a rumor that Tian Tian took action against the Gu clan divine race. Has Tian Tian recovered his memories? And where is he now? Although Baishu could also feel that Fairy Yi was indeed well cared for by Tian Tian, she had more pressing concerns at the moment. And upon hearing Baishu get straight to the point, everyone else, who was also very concerned about Tian Jiashan, showed other expressions in their eyes as they looked at Yang Lu Yi. Expectation, curiosity, urgency. After Sweetie finished undergoing tribulation for the human immortal realm, he went to Ledu. It was the great emperor of Fengdu who opened the door for him. It seems the great emperor of Fengdu wants him to build Ledu, after all, Ledu is Sweetie's own world. As for you, Baishu, asking about his memory recovery, I think it should be. Because Sweetie told me that after his battle with Candle Dragon, he recalled some unhappy things. He was a bit down at that time, so I didn't ask too much. Oh, by the way, Sweetie said to tell you all not to worry about him. From Yang Lu Yi's words, Baishu heard that Tian Tian had recovered his memories from 100 years ago, while the people of Bushan sect heard that Tian Jiashan had fought with Candle Dragon of the Candle Dragon clan. All the young primordial bloodlines who had fought with Tian Jiashan before had lost, and no one knew the outcome of the battle with Candle Dragon. Yi, you said Tian Jiashan fought with Candle Dragon of the Candle Dragon clan, right? What was the result of that match? Of course Sweetie won, but that Candle Dragon was also very powerful. If I had to fight him, I definitely couldn't win. Sweetie also struggled quite a bit when he fought Candle Dragon. Although the news of Tian Jiashan fighting and even defeating Candle Dragon had not yet spread, with Tian Jiashan becoming the monarch of Ledu, Candle Dragon's defeat was no longer difficult to speak of. Dragon Ancestor and Candle Dragon no longer cared, which is why Yang Lu Yi spoke so openly about the result of the match. And upon hearing that even Candle Dragon of the Candle Dragon clan had lost, there were only a few people in the hall who could maintain smooth breathing. At this moment, everyone was no longer interested in how Tian Jiashan won. The sound that constantly echoed in their minds was that Candle Dragon had lost to a human. Yi, did Jiashan explicitly tell you that he is the successor of Ledu? When the hall was silent with shock, the old sect master spoke gravely. Everything would not seem strange if it was attributed to Tian Jiashan truly being the monarch of Ledu. After all, Ledu was a world of reincarnation no less significant than Fengdu. Facing her grandfather's question and everyone's expectant gazes, Yang Lu Yi spoke without hesitation. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. He did. Sweetie told me he is the successor of Ledu, and that the great emperor of Fengdu asked him to take this position, which had been agreed upon over 100 years ago. Now, the sound of deep breaths could even be heard in the quiet hall. If he was the monarch of Ledu, it would not be surprising that he was invincible among all living beings, because he was a great emperor who sat at the end of all death and reincarnation. However, after the shock, what everyone was curious about was why Tian Jiashan, a human, was chosen by the great emperor of Fengdu, and why he became the successor of Ledu. Thus, the questions that Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor had considered earlier also appeared in everyone's minds. Was Tian Jiashan so terrifying only after being chosen by the great emperor of Fengdu, or did he already possess such terrifying strength before being chosen by the great emperor of Fengdu? Looking at the shocked expressions of everyone around her, and seeing that only Bai Xiu's face showed no significant fluctuation, Yang Lu Yi also pouted, her facial fat instantly squeezed together. Although it was the identity of the monarch of Ledu, if the one holding the position was Sweetie, then there was no need to find it strange. Yang Lu Yi simply felt it was natural. Oh, well, grandfather, don't overthink it. The more outrageous the news you hear, the closer it is to the truth. Anyway, Sweetie is still Sweetie, just as timid as ever. Yang Lu Yi's remark about him being timid once again drew all eyes to her. Timid? He went to Bright Sun Heaven alone and challenged all the primordial bloodlines one by one. Is that timid? If he was timid, would he dare to challenge the supreme god of the Thunder Department while undergoing tribulation? Any single event that happened to Tian Jiashan would absolutely not be associated with the word timid. But, why did Yi say it with such certainty and confidence? As such doubts arose in their hearts, the family members began to scrutinize Yi, who stood high above, fair and plump from Tian Jiashan's care. What came to mind were the scenes of Tian Jiashan being utterly devoted to Yi. Could it be that Yi and Tian Jiashan had that kind of relationship? Everyone had their own thoughts, but their thoughts were largely similar. At this moment, the family members exchanged glances, and with a telepathic understanding, their expressions became rich. Yang Luyi, already somewhat tired from her long journey, was not interested in these things. With the task Sweetie had given her still on her mind, she turned and headed towards the pensive Baishu. Baishu, do you know where Yao is now? Is she still in Chao Xian's sect? Baishu, who was still deep in thought, heard Yao's name, and her expression couldn't help but darken, because Yao's situation was not good at all. Seeing the change in the person's expression before her, Yang Luyi also frowned. Chao Xian's sect, did something happen? All of Sweetie's senior brothers and sisters on Broken Mountain have been captured by the Gu clan divine race, and Yao has been captured too. It could be said that the closest people to Sweetie now were those on Broken Mountain. So, upon hearing that those who were like family to Sweetie had been captured, even Yao, Yang Luyi's aura instantly turned cold. Why didn't Chao Xian's sect save them? Taiting Immortal had already gone to the ancient edict realm before, but the Gu clan divine race's power is strong. Even though Taiting Immortal already had the cultivation of this Hishan realm, he still returned injured. We are waiting now, waiting for an opportunity to act. What are you waiting for? If Chao Xian's sect isn't strong enough, then add Bushan sect. Grandfather, I'm going to the ancient edict realm to save Yao. The old sect master, who was immersed in shock, looked at his furious granddaughter, his expression somewhat at a loss. If it was the ancient god clan, Bushan sect would have to think twice before acting. After all, the major thousand worlds was already rife with undercurrents, it was not the time to casually take sides, otherwise, one misstep could lead to eternal regret. Yi, you've been staying in Bright Sun Heaven and aren't very familiar with external affairs. The matter between the Gu clan divine race and Chao Xian sect is no longer as simple as it appears on the surface. Bushan sect will help Chao Xian sect, but we can't act so rashly, otherwise, it won't benefit anyone. Fearing that Yi might misunderstand that he was afraid to help Chao Xian sect, the old sect master's tone was very gentle. I don't care. I'm going to see Taiting Immortal now. Sweetie gave me a pool of lightning tribulation liquid, saying it was for Yao's body tempering. I must bring Yao back quickly. Wait, Sweetie probably doesn't know about this. How can I get the message to Sweetie? Yang Luyi frowned and looked forward. Grandfather, is there any way to enter Fengdu? At this point, the old sect master became the one with a headache. Fengdu, that was another world. For a mortal body to enter, without going through a specific netherworld gate, how could it be so easy to enter and exit? And even with a netherworld gate, it wouldn't be easy to enter and exit. Yi, Fengdu is another world in the three realms. Even I, your grandfather, can't get in. However, with Fengdu's power, it must be well aware of what's happening in the outside world. Jiashan hasn't made a move yet, so he must already know what has happened and has a plan in mind. Otherwise, with Jiashan's personality, wouldn't he have appeared long ago? I don't care. I just want to go to Fengdu to tell Sweetie. Grandfather, you must have a way, right? Taking a sharp breath, the old sect master pinched his temples. Rumors about Tian Jiashan had been circulating widely, and while the Chao Xian sect moved around Tianjie, the Gu clan, as an ancient god clan, was not idle either. Knowing what their clan had done to Tian Jiashan, and now realizing his transformation, the Gu clan divine race felt a deep apprehension and could no longer rest easy. The weight of the title Ledu successor was simply too immense. In the ancient edict realm, within the Gu clan divine race, through tens of thousands of years of continuous propagation, the Gu clan divine race's heritage could even be seen in its ancient buildings. Yet, such an ancient and powerful race was now enveloped in a somber atmosphere due to a man named Tian Jiashan. Although it was a large family, its bloodline was not prosperous. Including both direct and collateral lines, the Gu clan divine race only numbered a few thousand people, so the vast clan territory did not seem lively. And when the quiet atmosphere was now covered by a solemn one, it made people feel as if their breathing was becoming constricted. A figure easily passed through the Gu clan's protective restriction and, with a grave expression, headed directly towards a place called Chaoming Hall. As more news about Tian Jiashan was sent back, the expressions of those gathered in Chaoming Hall grew even gloomier. I said back then that when cutting weeds, one must remove the roots. Now look, Tian Jiashan has not only rekindled, but he's burning even brighter. This fire is about to reach our doorstep. An elder named Gu Fan, who was both a family elder and an important member of the deliberation hall, spoke with anger, blaming those who had taken action back then for not finishing the job cleanly. Enough, second uncle, don't blame third brother. Who could have imagined that Tian Jiashan could survive such a predicament back then? Moreover, even if third brother had delivered the final blow to Tian Jiashan back then, with the great emperor of Fengdu as his backing, second uncle, do you think Tian Jiashan would have died? How could we have known the consequences if we hadn't acted back then? Now Tian Jiashan has become a force to be reckoned with. He's already so brazenly targeting us in the Chihua wilderness. Once he solidifies his position as the Ledu successor, will he let the Gu clan off? As the already somber and grave atmosphere grew even heavier due to the elders' words, the younger people in the main hall bowed their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of the elders sitting in front, fearing that their cowardice and unease would further enrage the elders. A young emperor who was no less powerful than the great emperor of Fengdu and the heavenly emperor such an existence, even if the Gu clan was one of the ancient god clan, still seemed too fragile before such an emperor. And this was because the monarch of Ledu was still young now. If he were to grow, he would be able to pull the entire Gu clan's ancestral land into Ledu by virtue of Ledu's Dao of reincarnation. And if that Tian Jiashan were to truly act in such a way, no one could stop him. Whenever they thought of this, the young clan disciples felt uneasy, and in a short time, even resentment towards Gu Xiannian began to brew. All the results of targeting Tian Jiashan back then were attributed to Gu Xiannian, but now the entire Gu clan had to bear the consequences. It was completely unfair. Given the current situation, they should surrender Gu Xiannian and all those who acted against Tian Jiashan, letting them kneel before Tian Jiashan to repent and plead for mercy. This way, perhaps Tian Jiashan might still remember old ties and feel a trace of pity. Of course, knowing that such thoughts, if spoken aloud, would surely be met with scolding and reprimand from the elders. The young people only dared to think them in their hearts. Father, let me go see Jiashan. As the atmosphere in the great hall became so oppressive that people could barely breathe, Gu Xiannian, graceful and ethereal with immortal qi, spoke up voluntarily. Within her body resided not only the 7 treasures wonderful tree but also the 3 treasures Ruhi sword, a chaos supreme treasure. Gu Xiannian's current demeanor was clearly that of a living supreme being. Hearing the voice, all eyes in the great hall immediately focused on Gu Xiannian. However, before clan leader Gu, the current clan chief, could speak, an old man with white hair and high prestige slowly began to speak. Anyone can go, but Xiannian cannot. Tian Jiashan is already vastly different from before. If he has any malicious intentions and something were to happen to Xiannian, the Gu clan cannot bear such a loss. The challenges the Gu clan faces now are unprecedented. Therefore, even if the Gu clan has to pay a heavy price, we must protect Xiannian. As long as Xiannian is here, the Gu clan divine race's spark will always remain. Fifth Elder, although Tian Jiashan only has the cultivation of the human immortal first realm, he has already assumed the identity of the Ledu successor. The influence alone that this title brings is unimaginable. Now, not only the Yaokai Holy Land and the Shen Li tribe, the Bushan sect, the Huai Sacred Palace, and the Homo Chen clan, but even the human emperor shows signs of wanting to help the Chao Xian sect. If we don't plead with Tian Jiashan, are we going to confront him head-on? Fifth Elder, do you think the Gu clan's heritage is sufficient to support that? The speaker was clan leader Gu's younger brother. Though only 3,338 years old, he already possessed the cultivation of a divine immortal 7th realm and was also a pillar of the Gu clan divine race. Constantly talking about pleading and begging for mercy, has the Gu clan, which has thrived for so many years, survived by begging for pity. If that Tian Jiashan had already solidified his identity as the monarch of Ledu, it would be understandable. But now, it's merely rumors, and Tian Jiashan hasn't fully grown. With the Gu clan's heritage, why can't we confront him head-on? In my opinion, it's better to seize this opportunity to once again show the beings of the world what kind of power the ancient God clan possesses, otherwise, all beings will no longer know how to revere the ancient God clan. There were those who advocated for peace, and those who advocated for war. The person speaking sharply at this moment was precisely one of the main proponents of war within the Gu clan. Gu Kaizi, who had also strongly advocated for action when Tian Jiashan was targeted back then. Although it was a family meeting held to discuss countermeasures, in the end, after merely listening to the discordant opinions of the various people bickering, clan leader Gu, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Within the entire Gu clan, only Xiannian and Muhi have feelings for Tian Jiashan. Let Xiannian and Muhi go to the Chao Xian sect first, using the captured individuals as bargaining chips, to see if we can talk with Tian Jiashan. Hearing the clan chief mention a name that had not been circulated in the clan for over 100 years, the expressions of everyone in the great hall suddenly changed. Gu Muhi, once a prodigy disciple of the Gu clan, was even hailed as a candidate for the next clan chief of the Gu clan. Yet, this very person, over 100 years ago, violated clan rules to help an outsider and was ultimately imprisoned in the dungeon, never to see the light of day again. The incident with Gu Muhi back then also caused quite a stir throughout the Gu clan, so for a long time, Gu Muhi's name was considered taboo. It's decided then. It's a fact that Tian Jiashan's influence is considerable, and he even has the potential to become the monarch of Ledu. Therefore, now is not the time for the Gu clan to worry about face and put on a display of power. Xiannian, come with me. With that, clan leader Gu, the head of affairs, had already risen from his seat. And as the presiding clan chief left, the gathered people also dispersed unhappily. Everyone felt a heavy stone weighing on their hearts, and no one wore a cheerful expression. After leaving with his daughter, clan leader Gu headed directly to the deepest part of the clan's dungeon. After opening layer after layer of restrictions, he reached the end of the dungeon and finally arrived before the cell where not a single ray of light could penetrate. Yet, even in the pitch-black night, clan leader Gu could still see a pair of star-like eyes shining brightly in the darkness within the dungeon ahead, like guiding torchlight. Father, why must brother Muhi be imprisoned in such a place? Can't he be held somewhere else? Although he was called brother, Gu Muhi was more than 1,000 years older than Gu Xiannian. If he were imprisoned elsewhere, we wouldn't be able to control this beast. As soon as these words were spoken, clan leader Gu's expression immediately became a mix of emotions. Clan leader Gu even wondered what the Gu clan divine race would be like now if that marriage had been arranged back then. There would be a Tian Jiashan, a Gu Muhi, and a Xiannian. If I'm not mistaken, something big must have happened to the Gu clan, right? It's related to Tian Jiashan, isn't it? Before the father and daughter reached the front, a deep voice already emanated from the darkness. Although she knew the person imprisoned ahead was her Muhi, after so many years apart, seeing him again in such a dark and cold place, Gu Xiannian felt a surge of fear. After all, Muhi was a battle maniac who always stuck to his principles, and the consequences back then were inextricably linked to her. Clan leader Gu did not immediately answer the words of the person imprisoned in the dungeon ahead. Instead, he simply approached and lit up the surrounding lamps. As the lamps lit up, the person in the dungeon was clearly reflected in their eyes. With disheveled hair and a messy beard, the imprisoned person looked like a malevolent ghost. However, even after being imprisoned for over 100 years, when he saw light and living beings again, Gu Muhi's eyes still shone brightly. He raised his head, revealing a pale face from being deprived of light for so long. But upon seeing the fear in the familiar woman's eyes, the man in the dungeon merely let out a self-mocking laugh. Someone like you, I really don't know if Tian Jiashan was blinded by greed or suffered chi deviation back then, to actually fall for someone with a heart as venomous as yours. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Although Gu Xiannian was his clan sister, Gu Muhi still spoke bluntly, mocking her. In his words, Gu Muhi revealed his scorn for Gu Xiannian and his disdain for the Gu clan divine race. The Gu clan divine race, a family he once prided himself on, became a place of shame. All because of Tian Jiashan, he saw the true face of the Gu clan. The so-called Gu clan ancient deity race is nothing more than that. Hearing such mockery from brother Muhi immediately upon meeting, Gu Xiannian's expression became somewhat unnatural. Muhi, as you said back then, as long as Tian Jiashan doesn't die, he will surely rise again. Now, Tian Jiashan has not only risen again, but he is also far more astonishing than before. Currently, Tian Jiashan has not only defeated a multitude of beast races with primordial bloodlines in the same realm, but he has also become Ledu's successor. In the near future, Tian Jiashan will grow into a new reincarnation great emperor. The person, whose limbs were all shackled and even his collarbone locked, raised his head. His pale face showed no sign of worry for the Gu clan, instead, his mocking expression intensified as he looked at the people who had appeared. So, what does Clan Chief Gu want me to do now? You must want me to do something. As Gu Muhi said this, his eyes stared directly at Gu Xiannian. Even with his cultivation sealed, Gu Muhi could still feel the sacred aura emanating from Gu Xiannian. Without even thinking, Gu Muhi knew that Gu Xiannian's body must contain the 7 treasures wonderful tree, and if all went well, the 3 treasures Ruhi sword, also a chaos supreme treasure, should have been in fusion with Gu Xiannian. A lot has happened in over 100 years. The danger Tian Jiashan now poses is no longer something the Gu clan divine race can ignore. I want you to go out and meet Tian Jiashan. Clan leader Gu was, after all, a clan chief. Concerned about his face, even at this moment, he only spoke half-truths, unable to lower himself to utter the latter part of the sentence that would make him a laughingstock. You want me to go see Jiashan, and then use my relationship with Jiashan to plead for the Gu clan divine race, right? After all, if Jiashan becomes the lord of Ledu, even the Gu clan divine race would be powerless to resist. Although Gu Muhi spoke very seriously, a mocking expression always hung on his face. Brother Muhi, you are also a member of the Gu clan. Now that the Gu clan is in trouble, everyone in the Gu clan should do their utmost for the family. Feeling that Brother Muhi's reaction was a bit excessive, Gu Xiannian also spoke righteously. However, Gu Xiannian's demeanor only made Gu Muhi dislike the Gu clan even more. The Gu clan's method of raising its descendants is still the same as always. Living people are cultivated into puppets of the Gu clan, forced to live only for the Gu clan. It's truly a tragedy for a family. Muhi, I know that what happened over 100 years ago made you harbor resentment towards the family, but now, you should be able to weigh the greater good. Furthermore, to put it a million ways, even if you don't think for the family, can you not think for your family members, Muhi? Your family members are also part of the Gu clan. If the Gu clan truly perishes, your family members will also be implicated. Muhi, you know that the Gu clan, relying on its strength, has done many tyrannical things. So, if the Gu clan is destroyed, even if Tian Jiashan spares your family members out of old sentiment, what about those who have long been eyeing us like tigers? What about those people who usually dared not speak out against the Gu clan but wished they could bite off a piece of the Gu clan? Muhi, you wouldn't naively think that if Tian Jiashan spares your family members, he would also protect them and ensure their Zhou, would you? Muhi, you should be very clear about Tian Jiashan's resentment towards the Gu clan. With fierce eyes, Muhi wanted to say serves you right, but he held back. When he let out a self-deprecating laugh, Gu Muhi's face was full of self-mockery. This is humanity, this is the inherent flaw of humans. Even if they know their family members are wrong, they will still selfishly choose to shield them. Where is Jiashan now? Hearing Muhi's answer, clan leader Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Given the current situation, if Muhi didn't intercede, once Tian Jiashan became ruthless, even if it only resulted in a mutually destructive conflict with the Gu clan would absolutely not be able to bear it. In such a prosperous era where the calamity transformation realm emerged, even the Gu clan divine race, with a slight oversight, could very likely become a stepping stone for others to rise and make a name for themselves. After undergoing tribulation in Bright Sun Heaven, Tian Jiashan went to the netherworld. No other news has come out since then. However, Tian Jiashan joined a sect called Chao Xian sect. You can visit Chao Xian sect first. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshot recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Us? Her and me. Gu Muhi pointed at Gu Xiannian, who looked pitiful, his mouth curling up in an even more intense mockery. If only she had been more resolute, braver, and protected Jiashan back then, the Gu clan divine race would not have fallen to this state. Knowing that she had indeed made mistakes back then, Gu Xiannian, hearing Brother Muhi's rebuke, merely interlaced her fingers. She was nervous but did not retort, simply accepting her brother's teachings. And seeing that the little kid who used to follow him around was still so weak, even now, and hadn't made any progress despite the events of a century ago, Gu Muhi felt a moment of exasperation. Bringing her along, are you sure it won't be counterproductive? To Jiashan, Gu Xiannian is the fuse on a bomb. It's fine. Later, Tian Jiashan already met Xiannian. Although Tian Jiashan was in a state of amnesia at that time, now that his memory has recovered, he will definitely remember Xiannian. Gu Muhi scoffed again. I just want to go see Jiashan. At that time, I will not protect Gu Xiannian, nor will I speak for the Gu clan. I have no face. Even so, will you still let me go? Yes, why not? If you go, Muhi, at least you won't start fighting with Tian Jiashan the moment you meet. Too weary to mock further, Gu Muhi simply waved his hand, signaling clan leader Gu to release the spirit sealing chains that had bound him for over 100 years. As spiritual power overflowed from his body, and the dungeon gate, which had been shut for a century, opened out of thin air, the chains on Gu Muhi's body broke one after another. With the seal on his body lifted, Gu Muhi, who had just been devoid of any spiritual power, suddenly surged like an overflowing river, his aura becoming turbulent. Quenching spirit realm, jade void realm, human immortal realm. His cultivation continued to climb, reaching the earth immortal 10th realm in an instant, and Gu Muhi's body was filled with an intense sense of oppression. And just as Gu Muhi's cultivation recovered, and even increased by one realm during his century of imprisonment, dark thunderclouds suddenly gathered over the Gu clan divine race. The vast chi of the heavenly tribulation clouds from the 9 heavens immediately alarmed everyone in the clan. In front of the dungeon, feeling the spiritual power storm, like a giant wave, crashing against him, and marveling at Muhi's power, clan leader Gu sighed with emotion once more. Bound by spirit sealing chains for over 100 years, Muhi's cultivation did not diminish but instead increased. His Earth Immortal 10th Realm cultivation possessed such a vast qi. If he had cultivated normally, he would surely be a renowned Heavenly Immortal Realm powerhouse by now. And as he thought this, clan leader Gu inevitably thought of Tian Jiashan, who was causing the Gu clan divine race so much trouble. Even the current Muhi, in a battle of the same realm back then, did not gain much advantage against Tian Jiashan. As he twisted his muscles and bones, a crackling sound came from his body, which hadn't moved for a century. He glanced at the two people standing in front of him, showing no reverence for their noble status within the clan. Gu Muhi ignored them and walked towards the outside. All living beings undergo tribulation when they break through a realm, but not all tribulations represent a cultivation breakthrough. Just like Tian Jiashan before, even if he had to undergo tribulation once every 10 days, his realm cultivation did not break through because of it. There was no other reason, only because he was too powerful. The lightning tribulation Gu Muhi was about to undergo was similar to this. Not long after being alerted by the lightning tribulation and appearing in the sky, a figure was seen rising from the distance. Feeling the qi on that person's body resonating with the heavenly tribulation, and knowing that the disheveled figure in the distance was the one about to undergo tribulation, people began to discuss the beggar-like figure in the sky. Even now, Gu Muhi's name remains a closely guarded secret within the Gu clan divine race. Coupled with not having seen him for over 100 years, the disheveled Muhi was not recognized immediately. It wasn't until some older members of the Gu clan appeared that Gu Muhi's identity was recognized. As much as Gu Muhi's name is taboo in the Gu clan divine race now, that's how glorious he was in the Gu clan divine race back then. Although surprised to see Gu Muhi again, people were no longer surprised as to why the clan's former prodigy emerged from the dungeon. Instead, they looked with eyes full of admiration and awe at the figure ascending into the 9 heavens to meet the lightning. It was said that Gu Muhi had been imprisoned in the dungeon for over 100 years, bound by spirit sealing chains, and had stayed there for so long. Yet, when he reappeared, Gu Muhi immediately attracted a lightning tribulation, which was enough to show his power. Not only the clan disciples, but also the high-ranking elders of the clan, seeing Gu Muhi's cultivation not only undiminished but increased, and even attracting a lightning tribulation, were filled with admiration. In a place like the Gu clan divine race, weakness is a sin. Conversely, as long as one is strong enough, one can gather boundless favor. So, even though Gu Muhi once violated ancestral teachings and helped Tian Jiashan escape the ancient edict realm, the radiance emanating from him now made many people forget their resentment towards Gu Muhi. Because it was not a lightning tribulation for a breakthrough, it did not last too long. After undergoing tribulation, Gu Muhi's condition quickly recovered, and he did not linger in the Gu clan divine race. The Gu clan divine race, a place regarded as a holy land by countless people, Gu Muhi did not want to stay for even a moment. He even felt that the air here was filled with human greed and insidious cunning. After a distant, aerial glance at a weeping woman in the distance, Gu Muhi turned and walked straight out of the Gu clan. Seeing this, although unprepared, Gu Xiannian immediately followed. Gu Xiannian was the one who hurt Tian Jiashan the most profoundly, but also the one who understood Tian Jiashan the best. It was precisely because of this that the Gu clan members, understanding Tian Jiashan's character, made such a despicable decision. Brother Muhi, should we find a place to rest first, so you can tidy yourself up? In the silence, Gu Xiannian, who had been quietly traveling, couldn't help but speak. What, does my appearance disgrace you, the divine maiden of the Gu clan divine race? If you're afraid of losing face, then let's go our separate ways and each head to the Chaoxian sect. The person who was once close to her was now so cold, leaving Gu Xiannian somewhat at a loss. Brother Muhi, what's wrong? You weren't like this before. You never used to scold Xiannian. That's right, I wasn't like this before. But you, on the other hand, have never changed. You're still as weak as ever, still as indecisive as ever. And it's precisely because of that, that such things happened. But I'm also trying hard to change. I didn't want that to happen. I know I let Jiashan down, so I went to see him later. I also met Baishu. I told them that I would definitely protect Jiashan in the future. As he sighed deeply, a mocking expression involuntarily reappeared on Gu Muhi's face, because he truly couldn't understand why a person who was several hundred years old could still utter such childish words. Was her mind incomplete? After you go to that Chaoxian sect, you'd best speak less. Otherwise, even if someone wants to kill you, it will be your own fault. After capturing the people of Broken Mountain and heavily injuring Ting Immortal who went to rescue them, the Gu clan divine race shamelessly sent Gu Muhi and Gu Xiannian, who had a close relationship with Tian Jiashan, to play the emotional card. It was already quite good that the people of Chaoxian sect did not directly attack the two who arrived, so there was no talk of accepting any conditions proposed by the other party. Ting Immortal did not mistreat or entertain Gu Muhi and Gu Xiannian when they arrived at Chaoxian sect. Instead, after hearing their intentions, he was about to drive them out. Ting Immortal, the Gu clan divine race did indeed make some mistakes, but the victim is also Jiashan. I don't think you should attack the Gu clan divine race under the guise of revenge without Jiashan's permission. Although Ting Immortal had already given the order to evict them, Gu Xiannian clearly did not intend to leave just yet. Already indignant because the people of Broken Mountain had been captured, and now seeing the divine maiden of the Gu clan divine race speak like this, Ting Immortal remained silent, but Vice Sect Master Yu Chunfeng could not tolerate it. Gu Xiannian, your Gu clan divine race really has quite a way about you, hey. You say one thing and do another. What, are all truths spoken from the mouths of your Gu clan? Whatever you say, goes. That's right, the grievances between Jiashan and the Gu clan, before Jiashan speaks, we indeed should not overstep, but we haven't overstepped, have we? On the contrary, it's you who captured the people of Broken Mountain without a word, and now you come to visit with such a fake pretense. How shameless. If it weren't for the sect master speaking, the vice sect master would have immediately captured the two in front of him and used them to exchange for the people of Broken Mountain, showing no face at all. Hearing what the vice sect master said, Gu Xiannian was about to speak again but was stopped by Gu Muhi. At this moment, Gu Muhi's face was so dark it could drip water, not because of Chaoxian sect, but because of the Gu clan. Given that the Gu clan had initiated the attack and captured the people of Chaoxian sect, the Gu clan then actually made him personally come to request something. If it weren't for Gu Xiannian, who was considered a treasure by the Gu clan, accompanying him, Gu Muhi would even think that the Gu clan intended to use Chao Xiansek's hand to eliminate him. Capturing other people's family members, and then asking the victims for a favor. Who are they trying to fool? Not being able to grasp the full situation before departure, Junior was presumptuous and caused conflict. Today, we two juniors will take our leave first. Take your leave? Take what leave? Since you've delivered yourselves to our doorstep, is there any reason not to accept you? Taiting Immortal, why hasn't your courage grown with your cultivation? The two who were about to leave had not yet departed when an unfamiliar voice appeared outside the main hall, and people also saw the person who appeared. The group of newcomers was unfamiliar, but Taiting Immortal recognized him, for he was the one who had previously spied on Tian Jiashan undergoing tribulation in Broken Mountain, and also a person from the Nine Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall. Taiting Immortal smiled slightly, because the newcomer was Ling Bao Celestial Venerable Du Meng, also the owner of the Glazed Pagoda. Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, you really did show up, Taiting Immortal said with a slight smile. However, the people in the main hall were also startled when they heard the title Ling Bao Celestial Venerable. The Ling Bao Celestial Venerable in the Nine Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall is unknown to all living beings in the world. Perhaps the supreme treasure in their hands was personally forged by the Ling Bao Celestial Venerable. However, besides being famous throughout the world in the Dao of artifact refining, people also revered Ling Bao Celestial Venerable because he was the owner of a Chaos Supreme Treasure, the seven-colored glazed pagoda. Facing the astonished expressions of the surrounding crowd, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable paid no mind, only looking at Taiting Immortal. How could I not come? The Immortal Bronze Palace still has matters that require Tian Jiashan's help. If I don't do more now, it will cost more to ask for his help later. Since these people have delivered themselves to our doorstep, why not take them? Capturing the divine maiden of the Gu clan and then exchanging her for the people on Broken Mountain would be more than enough, wouldn't it? Someone like Taiting Immortal wouldn't be unaware of this point. The reason he hasn't acted is because his injuries haven't fully healed, and he has some reservations in his heart, right? Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's words were very direct, speaking plainly the reason why Taiting Immortal did not attack Gu Xiannian and Gu Muhi. And facing Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's words, Taiting Immortal also remained silent, because what Ling Bao Celestial Venerable said was the truth. Since you, Taiting Immortal, dare not act, then I shall. Ancient God Clan, I also want to try a head-on confrontation. Jiashan should be diligently cultivating in Fengdu right now, he cannot be affected by worldly affairs. Saying this, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable did not delay, releasing his cultivation in an instant, and a terrifying chi machine enveloped Gu Muhi and Gu Xiannian in a flash. Although they hadn't expected the Nine Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall to also be involved with Jiashan, Gu Muhi and Gu Xiannian did not choose to sit idly by in the face of Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's sudden attack. However, one of them was an Earth Immortal 10th Realm and the other a Human Immortal 1st Realm. Although their respective talents were both extremely astonishing, existing as the best among their peers, in front of Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, they were merely like an infant and a child. The surging spiritual power around them had just appeared when it was crushed by an invisible force, and Gu Muhi and Gu Xiannian felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow. The power that usually made them feel as if they could shake heaven and earth could not be gathered at all. They could feel an invisible large hand firmly trapping them, and in the instant the two forces collided, both spat out fresh blood. However, as Ling Bao Celestial Venerable continued to exert force, something unusual appeared on Gu Xiannian's body. As a sacred aura suddenly permeated the entire main hall, a wisp of sword chi that made everyone shudder suddenly appeared. And in the instant he felt something was wrong, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable also instantly struck, crushing the appearing sword chi, and sensing other powerful auras following closely behind, he once again protected himself with immortal techniques. The sword chi came from the 3 treasures Ruhi sword, and the agate-like precious light came from the 7 treasures wonderful tree. And seeing that the divine maiden of the Gu clan divine race actually carried 2 chaos supreme treasures, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable showed a surprised expression, also astonished at how profound the Gu clan divine race's foundation was. However, at the same time, rumors that had been circulating recently appeared in Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's mind. Rumors from Bright Sun Heaven said that boy Jiashan also had a 7 treasures wonderful tree within him, and some even said that the 7 treasures wonderful tree controlled by the Gu clan divine race came from Jiashan. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot saving is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Although various recent speculations suddenly appeared in his mind, the shift in his thoughts did not affect his actions at all. After blocking the attacks from the 2 great Chaos Supreme treasures that autonomously protected their master, a majestic Chaos Chi also flowed from Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's body. A pagoda, overflowing with 7-colored immortal light and Chaos Chi, appeared out of thin air. As it suppressed the Chi of the 2 great treasures on Gu Xiannian's body, Gu Xiannian once again spat out fresh blood, and her Chi instantly withered. Although they were both owners of Chaos Supreme treasures, and Gu Xiannian even possessed 2 simultaneously, in terms of control over Chaos Supreme treasures and their own strength, Gu Xiannian and Ling Bao Celestial Venerable were like one at the foot of a mountain and the other at the top. 3 treasures Ruhi sword, and also the 7 treasures wonderful tree, tisk tisk tisk, I'm wondering, did the Gu clan divine race intentionally send you to Chao Xian sect as a wealth-bringing maiden? Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, who had controlled the 2, spoke with a marveling sound. To send someone who possessed 2 great Chaos Supreme treasures but was only at the Human Immortal 1st Realm, accompanied by only 1 Earth Immortal Realm follower, to Chao Xian sect the Gu clan divine race either had nothing to fear, believing that Chao Xian sect would not dare to touch the 2, or they were extremely cunning. And it was precisely because of this consideration that, even though he was very angry at the Gu clan divine race's actions, Taiting Immortal still did not attack the 2 who were like lambs to the slaughter. In the main hall, after hearing Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's words, the crowd, whose expressions were shocked by the Chaos Supreme treasures, also began to have all sorts of ideas. However, before everyone could think too much, a terrifying chi machine that emerged from nowhere enveloped the sky above Chao Xian sect, and the expressions of everyone in the main hall changed. Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, the 9 palaces Immortal Bronze Hall's reach extends so far, aren't you afraid it will be severed? Is it not too much for you to meddle in the private affairs of the Gu clan and Chao Xian sect? A majestic voice appeared in the air, and what the people who came out saw was a projection appearing above Chao Xian sect. The younger generation did not know who the projection in the sky was, only being shocked by his immense divine ability, but those who were a bit older were not at all unfamiliar with this person in the sky. An old ancestor-level figure of the Gu clan divine race, Gu Xianzhen. Recognizing the identity of the projection in the sky, not only the various mountain masters of Chao Xian sect, but even the vice sect master and Tai Ting Immortal, had solemn expressions at this moment. It was said that this person had gone into seclusion back then because he couldn't break through this Hishan realm bottleneck, and it was unknown whether he had made that final breakthrough now. Although he also showed a surprised expression, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable showed no fear towards the projection in the sky. So it's ancestor Xianzhen. You haven't appeared for so many years that the outside world thought you had already ascended to immortality. Why only send a projection? Is your true body feeling unwell? You impertinent child, spouting nonsense. My true body not coming is to give Chao Xian sect face. If Ling Bao Celestial Venerable is sensible, stop now, and I will pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Seeing the projection in the sky threaten him once again, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable laughed in extreme anger and responded to the person in the sky with his actions. As the immortal light flowing from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda became even more intense, Gu Xiannian instantly let out a tragic cry, as the spiritual power from her body was being stripped away little by little. Seeing this, Gu Xianzhen also directly made a move. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Although it was just a projection, when the divine ability immortal technique was cast, the divine ability that filled the sky crashed down from nowhere, as if it wanted to annihilate Chao Xian sect. If your true body came, you might still have the ability to boast, but a mere spiritual body, an old dog, dares to bark. Already having a dislike for him in his heart, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable also cursed back. The exquisite glazed pagoda in his hand grew rapidly with the wind, and terrifying chaos chi swept across heaven and earth, shattering ancestor Xianzhen's attack. The top of the pagoda glowed brightly, and a golden creature flew out of nowhere, leaping amidst the chaos and precious light, as if a chaos creature was born in the void realm. With just one strike, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable dispersed the projection in the sky. If you want to fight, your true body must come. As he said this, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable did not restrain the chi machine on his body, but simply waited quietly. Above and below Chao Xian sect, as all the disciples looked at the sky, their minds swaying from the scene that had just occurred, not long after that projection with white hair was shattered, everyone's pupils widened as they all saw the cracked void realm, and then a person stepped out from behind the opening in the sky. Appearing out of nowhere. I warned you. After his projection was shattered, Gu Xianzhen, who had directly crossed the void realm, looked at Ling Bao Celestial Venerable and spoke, his expression cold. So you've broken through to the demigod realm, no wonder you are so arrogant. Demigods either go to the heavenly court or are like dragons, seen only by their heads and not their tails. Today, it's a good opportunity to spar. Although he sensed the demigod aura on ancestor Xianzhen, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, with his Hishan realm cultivation and mastery of a chaos supreme treasure, was not afraid. On the ground, just listening to what the 2 divine venerables in the sky said, the disciples were already trembling with fear. The demigod realm, the cultivation of a complete immortal, was already a cultivation level that allowed one to ascend to the heavenly court and be conferred as a divine general. Hearing that the 2 were about to fight, Tai Ting Immortal's expression also slightly stiffened. If 2 such figures were to fight in Chao Xian sect, an area of 100 miles would be razed to the ground. Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, since you want to fight, why not go above Broken Mountain and fight freely? Without the slightest fear, but instead filled with battle intent, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable turned his head at the sound, a cunning smile on his face. Broken Mountain was currently a sensitive area. However, although he knew Tai Ting Immortal's intention, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable did not refuse. As he grabbed Gumuhi and Gu Xiannian in the void realm and vanished, only his voice remained in place. I'll be waiting for ancestor Xianzhen in Broken Mountain. One was Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, as Hishan realm immortal realm 9th level expert who also possessed a chaos supreme treasure, and the other was old ancestor Xianzhen of the Gu clan divine race, who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years and now had demigod cultivation. After the 2 divine venerables clashed on Broken Mountain, the mountain, which already had constantly appearing cave lands, was torn apart once more. According to those who witnessed the battle, because the 2 divine venerables fought with earth-shattering power, hundreds of underground caves and dozens of sky caves appeared beneath Broken Mountain. However, most of them were shattered by the 2 supremes, causing the treasures within the cave lands to scatter everywhere, which is why more people are now heading towards Broken Mountain. Although the battle between the 2 supremes had just ended and the rich Dao Qi still lingered within a 100-mile radius, a multitude of living beings were willing to take the risk for the treasures. Whether it was the previous anomalies or the strange phenomena displayed by Broken Mountain, which was turned upside down by the battle of the 2 supremes, all signs indicated that Broken Mountain was definitely not an ordinary place. However, as more beings heard the news and headed towards Broken Mountain, the battle between Ling Bao Celestial Venerable and ancestor Xianzhen was also a hot topic of discussion. After the 2 divine venerables ended their fight in a mutual defeat, Gu Xiannian and Gumuhi were also taken away by ancestor Xianzhen. However, the outside world also learned about the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall's support for the Chao Xian sect. There were not many disciples in the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall, but throughout the major 1,000 worlds, no one dared to ignore the existence of the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall, not even ancient clans like the Gu clan divine race. Because the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall was in existence that could forge Dao Supreme treasures, and even Emperor weapons. Chaos Supreme treasures refer to those treasures born in chaos when heaven and earth first opened, such as the 36-rank creation Green Lotus, the 3 treasures Ruhi Sword, the 7 treasures Wonderful Tree, and the 5-colored Immortal Light, and so on. These supreme treasures were nurtured by heaven and earth, so it was impossible for human power to forge them. However, although human power cannot create Chaos Supreme treasures, it can create Emperor weapons. Powerful and formidable emperor weapons, even if they cannot compare to an entire Chaos Supreme treasure, are more than sufficient to match half of one. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire major thousand worlds, many families and forces use emperor weapons forged by the Nine Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall as their most prized treasures. Therefore, after learning that the Nine Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall also sided with the Chaosian sect, some forces in the major thousand worlds who had been observing the situation also made their decisions. Every confrontation is accompanied by demise, and at the same time, fresh blood will emerge to replace those fallen forces, and such new forces need to rise by leveraging power. Originally, the Gu clan had hoped that Gu Xiannian and Gu Muhi would appeal to Tian Jiashan's past affections, so that he would not be so resolute against the Gu clan divine race. Unexpectedly, the Chaosian sect did not make a move, but instead, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable from the Nine Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall appeared. Now, the atmosphere within the Gu clan divine race has become even more somber. With so many forces choosing to side with the Chaosian sect, when Tian Jiashan truly makes a move against the Gu clan, countless forces will seize the opportunity to rise. At that time, the pressure the Gu clan will face will not just be from a single Chaosian sect and a monarch of Ledu who has not yet grown. However, even under such tension, as an ancient god clan, the Gu clan still possessed some backbone. At the same time, the Gu clan's heritage also gave those who advocated for war within the Gu clan great confidence. But even though the major thousand worlds was already in a state of panic, with signs of an impending storm, Tian Jiashan, busy in Ledu, remained oblivious to external affairs. Ignoring outside matters, focused solely on building Ledu. This is Jiashan's current state. In Fengdu, although the 10 monarchs and the judge had been temporarily lent to the monarch of Fengdu, all order within Fengdu continued to operate normally. Long Qiu, who was temporarily replacing the judge, was currently reporting the situation to the great emperor of Fengdu. Besides what has been mentioned, 2 humans have intruded into Ledu. The leader has demigod cultivation and entered Ledu via a spirit treasure boat made from Yellow Springs earth marrow. Should I inform the judge to eliminate them? After reporting all the matters in Fengdu, Long Qiu finally brought up the anomaly in Ledu. Ledu belongs to the monarch of Ledu, and everything is decided by the monarch of Ledu. Moreover, with the judge and the 10 monarchs there, the monarch of Ledu will be fine. The outside world is already in a state of panic because of the monarch of Ledu, and that Gu clan divine race is also restless, recently making moves against the Chaosian sect. I'm afraid that person came to inform the monarch of Ledu about external matters. The monarch of Ledu is still young after all, and his cultivation is not high. Hearing about external events, he might easily become flustered. As soon as the words fell, although Long Qiu did not see the great emperor's face, he clearly heard the great emperor's soft laughter. Long Qiu, that is the great emperor of Ledu. Does he need you to worry about his affairs? Do you think the monarch of Ledu doesn't know about the matters of the mortal world? At this, Long Qiu also became confused. Shouldn't it be so? Given the great emperor of Ledu's feelings for the mortals of the outside world, if he knew his close ones were captured, he shouldn't be calmly busy in Ledu. Long Qiu, when you thought the monarch of Ledu was young, you already severely underestimated this young emperor. The monarch of Ledu definitely knows everything about the outside world, he just deliberately ignores it. Is the great emperor of Ledu not afraid that the Gu clan will kill everyone on Broken Mountain? Afraid? Why be afraid? Even if everyone on Broken Mountain dies, as long as their divine souls have not completely dissipated, with the identity of the monarch of Ledu, is he afraid he cannot save them all? And the monarch of Ledu has traces of everyone's divine souls from Broken Mountain. Upon hearing this, Long Qiu, who suddenly felt a bit overly worried, smiled helplessly. However, the reason the monarch of Ledu has not made a move is not because he is overconfident, but because he wants to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. While still mocking himself, hearing the great emperor's profound words again, confusion reappeared on Long Qiu's face. Great emperor, what does that mean? No matter who it is, to establish themselves in the major thousand worlds, they must have a foundation, and strength is often the simplest and most effective way. The monarch of Ledu is young and his cultivation is not high, yet he has become a great emperor. Those in the 3 realms who can sit as equals with him are few and far between. Not to mention, countless powerful beings must still hold him in awe. If these beings are not made to submit, merely the 4 words monarch of Ledu cannot make them quiet down. The Gu clan divine race, being both an enemy and a powerful ancient force, is perfectly suited to be used to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. With the great emperor of Fengdu's reminder, Long Qiu, whose true form was a Yao beast, suddenly understood and showed a look of shock on his face. Taking a deep breath, Long Qiu spoke with emotion. It seems I am still a bit too low level. He who wishes to wear the crown must bear its weight. The position of the monarch of Ledu, at least, is one that can sit as an equal with me. To sit there, one must have some strength. Looking up at the towering figure before him, Long Qiu suddenly developed a strong curiosity about the monarch of Ledu. He didn't know how the great emperor before him became what he was today, and he had no way of knowing. However, now that Ledu was just established, and the great emperor of Ledu was only at the human immortal first realm of cultivation, he could witness how the great emperor of Ledu would become in existence like the great emperor of Fengdu. Long Qiu, you cannot go to Ledu. If you go again, Fengdu will be too busy to handle things. As if peering into his mind, the great emperor of Fengdu directly spoke Long Qiu's thoughts. Long Qiu was not at all surprised that the great emperor directly revealed his thoughts, and merely spoke calmly. Wouldn't it be better if Fengdu couldn't handle things? Wouldn't those undead naturally be able to go to the mortal world then? That's what you say, but the heavenly emperor is very proud, and some lords of the great Dao in the mortal world cannot allow the netherworld to act recklessly. What does it matter? It has nothing to do with me anyway. If a mess is made, then the monarch of Ledu can clean it up. After all, it's all for the great emperor of Ledu, and the great emperor of Ledu can also use this as an experience. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Then I don't care either. Anyway, I've told you, if the heavenly emperor and those lords of the great Dao come asking, I'll just say it was caused by disobedient subordinates. Long Qiu pouted, and understanding the great emperor of Fengdu's words, he headed straight for Ledu. In Ledu, Tian Jiashan, who was building a dark well, stopped his work when he sensed a living being enter Ledu. With a thought, a gigantic projection of him immediately appeared in the sky. As a huge face of Tian Jiashan appeared in the sky above Ledu, Elder Patriarch Yang Luda and Yang Luyi, who had just arrived by spirit boat through the spirit realm, also saw Tian Jiashan. Just looking at it, the scene in the sky was quite shocking. Sweetie, we're here. Where are you? Looking at the face that suddenly appeared in the sky, Yang Luyi knew it wasn't the real Sweetie and shouted. However, Yang Luyi couldn't discern it, but Yang Luda, whose cultivation had already surpassed this Hishan realm, could see the clues of the scene in the sky and remained silent. Ledu was another separate world, and at this moment, that boy Jiashan could control this world as he pleased, allowing the Dao rules to interweave and manifest freely in the sky. This indicated that Jiashan had truly inherited Ledu. Although he had heard many rumors before, seeing it with his own eyes at this moment, Yang Luda's heart was still unable to remain calm. It was hard to imagine that a young emperor was born before his eyes, and he had once been so close to him. Just thinking that Tian Jiashan would rapidly grow into a figure who would sit on equal footing with beings like the great emperor of Fengdu and the heavenly emperor in the near future, Yang Luda felt a bit dazed. However, while Yang Luda was still in a daze and Yang Luyi was full of curiosity about the surrounding world, Tian Jiashan, seeing the two appear, had already arrived, stepping through the air with the underworld judge. Senior, why have you come? Still holding a brick for well building, Tian Jiashan was very surprised by the two who appeared on the spirit boat. Although Ledu had been built, it was not yet open to the outside world. Without passing through Fengdu, it would take quite a few methods to enter, and strong cultivation would be required as support. Elder Patriarch Yang, at the very least, was a strong practitioner of this Hishan realm, and possibly even reached the demigod realm. As soon as Tian Jiashan appeared, Yang Luda's expression tightened and became somewhat unnatural due to the underworld judge beside him. What else could it be for? Yi kept pestering me to come to Ledu to see you, so how could I not come? To enter Ledu, I had to use all my strength to get this spirit boat. Although he was speaking to Tian Jiashan, Yang Luda's gaze occasionally darted towards the underworld judge. The more powerful he was, the more he could feel the terror of the underworld judge. So, at this moment, for Yang Luda, what stood before him was not an underworld judge who was not yet as tall as Tian Jiashan, but a towering mountain that pressed him, making it difficult to breathe. Looking at the complaining senior, Tian Jiashan carefully examined the spirit boat before him. After failing to see anything unusual, he looked at brother judge beside him with a puzzled expression. Emperor Yan, this spirit boat is crafted from Yellow Spring's earth marrow. While not a sharp weapon for offense, it can traverse the void realm and even break through boundary walls, making it quite a treasure. Tian Jiashan nodded. If even you say so, brother, then it seems it's worth a bit of money. All right, both of them are my acquaintances. Brother, you go lay the well wall first. As he handed the brick to the underworld judge, Tian Jiashan also signaled for the underworld judge to leave. The underworld judge was curious about who had intruded into Ledu and came to see if there was a need to eliminate them. Upon hearing that they were Emperor Yan's acquaintances, the underworld judge wisely turned and departed. As Tian Jiashan created new things in Ledu, the underworld judge also became interested in Tian Jiashan's construction. Recently, he had been happily involved in the construction of Ledu. Jiashan, you just referred to that one as the underworld judge. Is it the one in Fengdu who holds the Book of Life and Death? After the underworld judge left, Yang Luda, finally relieved, asked curiously. That's right, it's that underworld judge. Ledu is still under construction, and we're short on manpower, so the great emperor of Fengdu sent the underworld judge and the 10 monarchs to help me. Without Tian Jiashan needing to say more, Yang Luda already saw the 10 kings of hell in the distance, using their divine ability to move mountains and fill seas. You can't get off the spirit boat yet. You are mortal flesh and blood. This is Ledu, the world of all dead spirits. The entire world is filled with the Dao of death, and you cannot bear it. Yang Luyi, with a face full of curiosity, was about to step off the spirit boat when Tian Jiashan, who was speaking, pushed her back. Let alone Yang Luyi, even Yang Luda could not avoid being eroded by the Dao of death and reincarnation in Ledu. Seeing Tian Jiashan's serious expression, not like he was lying, Yang Luyi cautiously extended a finger, but when she saw the flesh and blood on her finger gradually becoming illusory, she immediately withdrew her hand in fright. I still wanted to explore Ledu, Yang Luyi pouted, her hopes dashed. Tian Jiashan just smiled slightly. Come back when I've finished building Ledu. I'll take you to explore it then. Upon hearing this, the dim expression in Yang Luyi's eyes instantly brightened, and her face lit up with renewed spirit. However, upon remembering the main purpose of her trip, she quickly became angry and worried. Sweetie, Yaoer and the others were captured by the Gu clan divine race. I know. Yang Luyi, who had been looking downcast, suddenly looked surprised. And on old sect master Yang Luda's face, astonishment also appeared, along with different thoughts in his heart. Now, Jiashan has not only recovered his memories but has also solidified his identity as the monarch of Ledu. Such a being would absolutely not possess the normal 7 emotions and 6 desires of a human. As he fuses with the heavenly Dao rules, his true self will also become much more indifferent and ruthless. Because behind the identity of an emperor, it means that Jiashan has already peered into, or even stands above, the Dao, and the Dao is indifferent and emotionless. Knowing that the close ones on Broken Mountain were captured, yet not taking action to rescue them, and showing no sign of worry, could it be that Jiashan's mind has changed, and he has become a cold-blooded emperor? After a slight surprise, Yang Luyi also asked in confusion. Since you know, why aren't you doing anything? Grandpa told me that your power is very strong now. Aren't you worried about Yaoer and their safety? Yang Luyi's expression was a little unpleasant. She thought that after Sweetie became the monarch of Ledu, he no longer cared about past human relationships. Although the words in her heart were not spoken, they were all displayed on her face. Looking at the person in front of her who couldn't hide any thoughts, Tian Jiashan felt a bit helpless. A flit to the forehead made the gloomy Yang Luyi jump in surprise. Tian Jiashan, what are you doing? What are you thinking? I was thinking if there was something wrong with your head, so I'm checking it for you. Seeing that Sweetie was still so calm and composed at this point, Yang Luyi became even more indignant. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. If it weren't for the special nature of Ledoux, which prevented her from leaving the spirit boat, Yang Luyi would have undoubtedly attacked Tian Jiashan by now. Zhu Er and the others were taken by the Gu clan, and the Gu clan is your enemy, acting without principles and being ruthless. It's one thing that you are not going to save everyone, but you're also so heartless. Tian Jiashan, you don't love everyone anymore. How am I heartless? How do I not love everyone? If I go to the Gu clan now, even if I can save everyone, I'll still be tricked by them, and everyone is fine right now, so there's no need to rush. Seeing Yang Luyi's cold face, as if she was about to attack him, Tian Jiashan's feigned serious aura immediately dissipated, and he quickly took out clusters of divine soul. Look, these are the divine souls of everyone from Broken Mountain. Everyone's divine souls are so full, which means they were only captured, but there's no danger to their lives. And even if everyone truly perishes, there's no need to fear. As the Lord of Ledoux, as long as I have this cluster of divine soul, I can bring everyone back to life. If I go to the Gu clan now, even if they release the people, they will definitely not miss an opportunity to assert their dominance over me, and they might even want to make a contract with me. And even if a fight breaks out, I don't have the strength to annihilate the Gu clan. So, let's wait a bit. Once I have the strength to uproot the Gu clan, then we'll go and cause trouble there. Old sect master Yang Luda, who had been watching the two with interest, narrowed his eyes upon hearing Tian Jiashan's words. Looking at the smiling face before him, he felt a chill down his spine. Just now, Jiashan, before him, said he was going to uproot an ancient god clan. As a demigod realm practitioner who had lived for such a long time, old sect master Yang Luda was very aware of how astonishing the foundation of an ancient god clan truly was. However, a young emperor before him casually spoke of uprooting an ancient god clan that had thrived for tens of thousands of years. Tian Jiashan was not interested in the senior beside him, who was in shock. At this moment, he looked at Yang Luyi on the spirit boat with a smug expression, as if telling her, I have a plan, unlike you who acts without thinking. However, in response to Tian Jiashan's expression, Yang Luyi's approach was quite simple and direct. Hands moving, the action was completed in an instant, giving Sweetie a punch in one fluid motion, then Yang Luyi quickly withdrew her hand. His head was ringing, which indicated the great force of Yang Luyi's punch just now. Feeling a little dazed, Tian Jiashan looked woodenly at the smug person. This action was indeed very Yang Luyi. Yang Luyi, this is Ledoux, and I am its monarch. Do you know what a monarch is? I am the supreme ruler here. Can't you show me some respect? TCH, isn't it just managing some ghosts? What's there to show off about? Sweetie is still Sweetie, after all. What, you want to hit me? Do you want to try? Yang Luyi said, even deliberately sticking out her head. Tian Jiashan slowly raised his palm, but under Yang Luyi's angry glare, he finally placed his hand on his hair and slicked it back with a flourish. And Yang Luda, also on the spirit boat, was equally dumbfounded. His granddaughter had actually suppressed an emperor. Oh, isn't this our lofty great emperor of Ledoux? How is he being bullied by a weak woman? A sarcastic and mocking voice suddenly came. Looking in the direction of the voice, everyone saw the soul seed with a teasing expression not far away. What, isn't our great emperor of Ledoux supreme? How come he doesn't dare to fight back after being hit by a mere mortal? Someone like this can actually hold the position of great emperor of Ledoux? Tisk tisk tisk. While still marveling at his granddaughter's might, he suddenly saw such a spirit relentlessly taunting Jiashan. Old sect master Yang Luda was momentarily dazed. What, is the great emperor of Ledoux's prestige so little? Even a little ghost dares to challenge him? However, Tian Jiashan was unfazed by the soul seed's sarcasm, and had long been accustomed to it. Anyway, being already dead, if Tian Jiashan didn't allow it, he wouldn't even have the qualification to enter reincarnation. Having nothing to pursue, he had nothing to fear, so the soul seed was truly fearless now. Therefore, whenever there was an opportunity, he would immediately mock and belittle Tian Jiashan. Annoying Tian Jiashan had become the soul seed's daily life in Ledoux. However, Tian Jiashan was unfazed by the soul seed's taunts, but Yang Luyi couldn't hold back. Who are you? A little ghost dares to speak so disrespectfully to Sweetie. Do you want to die? Yang Luyi's tone was filled with icy killing intent. Clearly, she wasn't just deliberately making a show, but was genuinely angry. Yang Luyi didn't recognize the soul seed, but the soul seed had long heard of Yang Luyi's great reputation. However, at this moment, facing this person whom he had to revere 3 parts when alive, the soul seed was fearless. Because the soul seed was already dead. After pretending to seriously stare at her for a moment, the soul seed calmly spoke. Want to die? Haven't I already died? Seeing the soul seed's irritatingly smug expression, Yang Luyi could no longer hold back. 36 Chaos Chi overflowing Chaos Green Lotus appeared, and the flowing Chaos Chi temporarily shielded the death and reincarnation Deo of Ledoux. She then unleashed a barrage of furious blows upon the soul seed. Seeing Yang Luyi suddenly become so fierce, Tian Jiashan was momentarily dumbfounded. In the distance, the underworld judge and the 10 monarchs, who were sitting on the wellhead watching the show, also had very rich expressions on their faces. Underworld judge, this person seems to have an extraordinary relationship with Emperor Yan. Such fierce methods, I rather like them, Qin Guangwang said, not minding making things worse. Turning his head to glance at Qin Guangwang, and then at the other 9, the underworld judge looked disdainful. What do you little brats know? In the human world, there's something called love. As soon as the underworld judge spoke presumptuously, he saw the varied and rich expressions on the faces of the 10 people beside him. Disdain, contempt, sneers, disgust. Underworld judge, have you forgotten? We brothers are all from the mortal world. Only you, underworld judge, are not human. As soon as King of Reincarnation finished speaking, the 10 monarchs burst into laughter, not hiding it at all. I'm not human? You're not human, your whole family isn't human. What, the great emperor of Fengde sent you to help the monarch of Ledu, but you all seem quite idle. Still in a fit of pique, finding everyone annoying, the underworld judge still eyed Long Chu askance when he appeared. Whether we're idle or not, Emperor Yan hasn't said anything, so who are you to point fingers? As for you, why aren't you in Fengdu, coming to Ledu instead? What else could I do? Fengdu is too boring. I heard the monarch of Ledu is an interesting existence, so I came. Because she was of flesh and blood and her cultivation was only at the human immortal first realm, even if Yang Luyi wanted to stay in Ledu for a long time, her body could not withstand the dense death and reincarnation Dao principles within Ledu. So, after playing for 10 days, Yang Luyi had to leave. Tian Jiashan, remember to forge a supreme treasure for me later that will allow me to live freely in Ledu. I'm only giving you 1 year. If you can't do it, you're dead. At the moment of parting, Yang Luyi, reluctant to leave Ledu, spoke in a threatening tone, telling Tian Jiashan to hurry up and forge a supreme treasure for her use. Too lazy to argue with Yang Luyi, Tian Jiashan had always been very easygoing and compliant with her. Got it, got it. Once I've finished with Ledu, I'll go find a treasure that lets you travel freely through Ledu. And that soul seed, don't give it a good look again, lest it take an inch and forget its place. Sweetie, you're no longer the Tian Jiashan you once were. You are the monarch of Ledu, a great emperor. How can you let others scold you so casually? Facing the person who scolded him the most, Tian Jiashan still did not retort, only nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, the judge and Long Chu, who were beside Tian Jiashan, heard Yang Luyi's words but simply kept their eyes down, pretending not to see or hear anything. In these past few days, the one who showed the most disrespect to Emperor Yan was none other than Yang Luyi. As for old sect master Yang Luda, who was also riding in the spirit boat at this time, he likewise feigned ignorance, rubbing his nose and daring not to speak. In these 10 days, the supreme ruler of Ledu had almost changed from Jiashan to his granddaughter. Finally, about Yaoer and the others, you should also hurry up. Although sweetie, you have your own plans, Yaoer has, after all, been captured and taken back by the Gu clan divine race. Her life will certainly not be easy. Sweetie, don't let Yaoer suffer for too long. Seeing that sweetie's attitude towards her was still good, Yang Luyi's tone softened considerably. Don't worry, I will act as quickly as possible. The suffering Yaoer and the others have endured, I will repay it 10-fold, 100-fold, on the Gu clan divine race. We'll see when you do it. After speaking to Tian Jiashan with indifference, Yang Luyi's expression immediately softened when her gaze fell upon the judge and Long Chu. Senior Judge, Senior Long Chu, I've troubled you during this time. The next time we meet, Yi will bring more good things from the mortal world for both of you. Although she was indeed a bit headstrong towards Emperor Yan, the little girl in front of them wasn't disliked by the judge and Long Chu. At this moment, they also smiled slightly and waved goodbye to the departing person. Yang Luyi wasn't like this before. What's going on these past few days, why is she so unusual? Watching the person in the spirit boat depart into the distance, Tian Jiashan mumbled to himself as his waving hand stopped mid-air. The underworld judge and Long Chu, who were right beside him, exchanged glances, both remaining silent. The saying the one involved is confused, while the bystander sees clearly probably referred to Emperor Yan. However, that little girl was quite clever, knowing to establish her identity first. Brother Judge, for someone like Yang Luyi to stay in Ledu for a long time, do you have any recommended treasures? Go to the South Sea. In the deep sea of the South Sea, there is a heaven and earth treasure called Sea Soul Shirt. If you forge a coat with the Sea Soul Shirt, the problem will be solved. The South Sea, isn't that the habitat of the Candle Dragon clan? It's a bit far. But speaking of which, there shouldn't be many of these Sea Soul Shirts, right? That's natural. These Sea Soul Shirts won't appear unless they've been nurtured for at least 300,000 years. And to forge a coat, a large amount of Sea Soul Shirts would definitely be needed. If Emperor Yan has a good relationship with the Candle Dragon clan, perhaps you could ask the Candle Dragon ancestor. Although he hadn't been to the mortal world, the judge knew everything that happened there like the back of his hand. Old ancestor Long, I do know him, but I wouldn't say we have any friendship. Candle Dragon, on the other hand, is relatively easier to talk to. Forget it, let's focus on Ledu's matters first. We'll talk about it when Ledu is almost built. That woman is difficult to serve. With a look of extreme disdain, Tian Jiashan said this as he headed towards the flaming mountain formed by the 1,000-core flame. Because he had been opposing Yang Luyi, the soul seed was still trapped in the flaming mountain, enduring the torment of its divine soul being roasted by the fierce flames. Emperor Yan, if you really go to the South Sea, can you help me get some dragon scale blood vine? Tian Jiashan hadn't walked far when Long Chu, who had followed him, spoke funningly. Under the judge's introduction, Tian Jiashan, who knew that the person named Long Chu was a pure-blooded dragon before his death, frowned slightly. Dragon scale blood vine, though not a spirit medicine, could be used to craft supreme offensive treasures and was an extremely precious and rare forging materials. I am forging a dragon subduing spear, but I haven't found anything tough enough to support the shaft. If I had dragon scale blood vine, it would be perfect. Facing Emperor Yan's scrutiny, Long Chu chuckled again. Brother Long Chu, you are also a dragon clan member. If you go to the South Sea and ask the Candle Dragon ancestor, he should give it to you, right? Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history, screenshot saving is recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Hearing Emperor Yan's words, Long Chu looked embarrassed, while the judge laughed out loud. Emperor Yan, you may not know, but the Long Chu was also from the true dragon clan before his death, and he was very powerful, he was a yellow dragon. While both are dragon clan, they are completely different from the Candle Dragon clan. And among beast races, when it comes to their own kind, competition is often the fiercest. The Yellow Dragon clan has not fought less with the Candle Dragon clan over countless years. If Emperor Yan sends Long Chu to the South Sea, he probably won't get any dragon scale bloodvine and will even be humiliated by the Candle Dragon ancestor. So that's how it is. Alright, when I go to the boy, I'll ask for you, but don't have too high expectations, after all, I've only met the Candle Dragon clan, but we don't have any friendship. Hearing Emperor Yan's words, Long Qiu dared not ask for more, only expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Although far away, being in Ledu, Tian Jiashan only needed a thought to appear in any corner of Ledu. Arriving before the blazing flaming mountain, Tian Jiashan reached in and pulled out the soul seed trapped within. What he saw was a half-dead, undead soul seed. Because it had been continuously refined by the flaming mountain, the soul seed's soul had dimmed considerably. Yang Luyi is a spoiled princess, I even have to show her some respect, so why are you yelling at her, right? Be smarter in the future. I don't want the judge of my Ledu to be a clueless fellow. Though his divine soul was weak, the soul seed's gaze was so fierce it sent chills down one's spine. He merely stared intently at Tian Jiashan, engaging in silent resistance. Things like backbone, the strong use them as leverage, while the weak can only constantly deplete them. One day, soul seed, you will willingly become the judge of Ledu. After leaving these words, Tian Jiashan instantly departed. There were still many things to be done in Ledu. However, after Tian Jiashan left, Long Qiu stared at the weak undead in front of him with curious eyes. Earlier, seeing the soul seed being targeted, Long Qiu had thought it was some enemy of Emperor Yan, so much so that it was tormented so miserably. But just now, Long Qiu heard Emperor Yan say that he wanted the soul seed's undead to become the judge of Ledu. Out of curiosity, Long Qiu even peered into the soul seed, but found nothing special about it except that its divine soul was somewhat tougher than ordinary beings. Judge, does Emperor Yan really want this person to become the judge of Ledu? Yes, earlier, to make him die, Emperor Yan even specially took me on a trip. This fellow originally had 20,000 years of lifespan, but Emperor Yan erased it all with a stroke. While still cursing Tian Jiashan in his heart, upon suddenly hearing what the judge said, the soul seed in its soul state stiffly turned its head, looking at the judge with an expression of intense disbelief, wanting to confirm from the judge's expression whether what he said was true or false. Seeing the serious expression on the judge's face, and thinking that his 20,000 years of lifespan had just vanished like that, the soul seed in its divine soul state began to waver, as if it was about to disintegrate on its own. Damn you, Tian Jiashan! Just as the soul seed cursed out loud, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky of Ledu, precisely hitting the mixed species. In Ledu, Tian Jiashan was heaven. Because the 10 monarchs and the judge had already been lent to Tian Jiashan, and now Long Qiu had also run off to Ledu to amuse himself, all the capable cadres in Fengdu had suddenly left. The countless undead in Fengdu then fell into disorder, leading to a period where undead constantly escaped into the mortal world through various underworld gates that connected to the mortal realm. As for the undead, they can only undergo reincarnation in Fengdu or Ledu. Therefore, those souls that left Fengdu and Ledu became wandering ghosts, possibly becoming ghost cultivators, or they might possess the bodies of some living beings for their divine soul to inhabit, living in the mortal world as walking corpses. Of course, these undead, if they can flow into the mortal world, can naturally also flow into the heavenly court, and none of the undead that appear in the heavenly court are ordinary beings. Because of the construction of Ledu, because of Long Qiu's departure, and because of the great emperor of Fengdu's inaction, a large number of undead are now emerging in the mortal world and the heavenly court, causing order to be affected, and forcing them to clear out these undead. And although he could feel that a large number of undead escaping to the outside world were being annihilated every day, the great emperor of Fengdu always remained unconcerned. The undead of the mortal and heavenly realms are all gathered in the netherworld. The netherworld's most abundant resource is its countless undead. And the place where the most undead emerge is still the netherworld gate behind the Chaha Sea. Though referred to as a sea, few know that the so-called Chaha Sea is actually a long river of souls carrying the undead. At the end of this long river of souls, there is a riverbank, and behind that riverbank is where the netherworld gate is located. In the cultivation grounds where Baishu and Qin Baoxiao often stayed, after the two left, their respective masters also departed. However, with the recent unrest in the world behind the netherworld gate, Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable and Demigod Yanju reappeared. Standing in the air, looking at the undead rushing out of the netherworld gate like a tide, the two in the air remained unmoved. Such a big commotion, and so obvious, it seems the great emperor of Fengdu really doesn't want to delay any longer, Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable said indifferently. The divine positions in the heavenly court are limited, and the habitable areas on the mortal world map are also very limited. The great emperor of Fengdu, who manages countless undead, also feels pressure. As long as it's not too excessive, the heavenly emperor and the lords of the great Dao will turn a blind eye. Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable did not refute Yanju's words beside him. That being said, with the great emperor of Fengdu's action, the three realms are about to undergo a new cycle of old and new. It's hard to say who will decline and who will shine like the stars. The victor is king, the loser is bandit. The weak should yield their position to the more capable. Only then can people be convinced, and the three realms will not fall into chaos. So, even if a few brilliant stars fall, it's not surprising, after all, even ancient gods like those in the Calamity Transformation realm have been released by the great emperor of Fengdu. Just as Demigod Yanju was speaking with a formidable battle intent, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from beyond the netherworld gate, startling him and Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable. Which of you is Yanju? I am. The great emperor of Fengdu said you can now go to Wuye Prefecture. After relaying the words of the great emperor of Fengdu, this released heavenly demon rose into the sky and headed towards the heavenly court above the 9 heavens. Under the great emperor of Fengdu's intentional actions, some heavenly demons, imprisoned in Fengdu and forbidden from reincarnation for eternity, once again saw the light of day. When they left the netherworld through its great gate, they headed straight for the heavenly court, immediately disturbing the divine and peaceful heavenly court that had been quiet for countless years. And as one heavenly demon after another, whose strength was comparable to the officially recognized deities of the heavenly court, disrupted the peace of the heavenly court, the mortal world was also far from tranquil. On the contrary, because nearly 90% of the departed souls surging from the netherworld poured into the mortal world also instantly descended into chaos due to the appearance of such a large number of departed souls. Although it was known that the departed souls had escaped from the netherworld, the great emperor of Fengdu claimed that Fengdu was full and he could not attend to them. Even the three sovereigns, who were lords of the great Dao, could only grit their teeth and accept it. Initially, the netherworld only guided departed souls within Fengdu's regulations. It was only after discussions between the three sovereigns, the Lord of the Great Dao, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Great Emperor of Fengdu that all departed souls began to exit through Fengdu. Therefore, now that the Great Emperor of Fengdu claimed Fengdu was full and departed souls were overflowing and escaping, even if it was known to be a deliberate excuse, the three sovereigns and the Heavenly Emperor found it difficult to say much. After all, in the countless years of the past, it was precisely because the Great Gate of the Netherworld was fully open, guiding all departed souls, that the mortal world and the Heavenly Court enjoyed such peaceful environments. Therefore, facing the current situation, the mortal world and the Heavenly Court could only grit their teeth and accept it. The Heavenly Court had terrifying heavenly demons, and the mortal world had countless departed souls causing mischief. In Fengdu, after escaping the Netherworld became a popular matter, countless departed souls gathered at the Great Gate of the Netherworld every day, hoping to regain their freedom. Ledu suddenly became the most peaceful place in the three realms. However, no matter how chaotic the three realms became, everyone had their own priorities. For example, Tian Jiashan's attention was focused on Ledu, the Gu clan divine race's attention was on matters related to Tian Jiashan, and the beings searching for treasures in Broken Mountain always focused on everything related to Broken Mountain. As for the Chaosian sect, having suddenly welcomed two demigods, its current focus had also shifted to the two demigods. After receiving the Great Emperor of Fengdu's command, Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable and Yanju, who had been staying in Chahasi, both appeared at the Chaosian sect. The reason for their appearance was simple, to protect people in matters related to Tian Jiashan in the mortal world, so that Tian Jiashan could peacefully build Ledu. Whether the three realms were chaotic now depended on Ledu. In Huiye Prefecture, within the Chaosian sect. After incorporating the Hunyang sect and the Jingxiang sect, the Chaosian sect instantly became a super sect with 3 immortals caves, a veritable behemoth. However, due to the Gu clan divine race's actions against the Chaosian sect, the two sects that had only recently surrendered began to harbor other intentions. However, when two demigods descended upon the Chaosian sect, the nascent thoughts in the hearts of the two sect masters immediately extinguished. Although it had become a branch sect of the Chaosian sect, the Hunyang sect was still primarily managed by immortal Guangping. As for the Jingxiang sect, it was also governed by sect master Wang Li. The two sect masters, both bowing under the Chaosian sect's roof, were gathered together at this moment. Demigods, and 2 of them. I heard they came from Chahasi, and behind Chahasi is the true Great Gate of the Netherworld. Tian Jiashan has now become the master of Ledu, so could these 2 demigods be Tian Jiashan's doing? The speaker was Wang Li. Due to his extraordinary strength and status, even after surrendering, he still enjoyed a respectable position within the Chaosian sect. Only someone of the Great Emperor of Ledu's status could so casually command 2 demigods. 2 demigods, plus Ling Bao Celestial Venerable from the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall earlier, Tian Jiashan intends to cripple the Gu clan divine race. Immortal Guangping spoke with emotion, sighing at the combat power Tian Jiashan had deployed against the Gu clan divine race. Even if the Gu clan ancient deity race had an old ancestor Xianzhen in the demigod realm, the current situation would not be enough to hold back the Gu clan. You two truly have a leisurely disposition, able to calmly drink tea and chat like this. I truly admire and envy you. Not long after Immortal Guangping's words fell, another voice appeared in the hall. The newcomer was the vice sect master of the Chaosian sect, Yu Chunfeng. I heard 2 demigods have arrived at the sect. Why isn't the vice sect master greeting them? Why have you come to find the 2 of us? Although they had been defeated and surrendered, people like Immortal Guangping and Wang Li, even if they genuinely respected Taiting Immortal, would not be obsequious. Therefore, they were very composed when facing the vice sect master. Immortal Guangping also said that 2 demigods have arrived. How could I, a mere vice sect master, be qualified to welcome and entertain them? The sect master is handling everything. The sect master said to tell you 2 to also go to Lingju Peak. Originally composed, Immortal Guangping and Wang Li almost instinctively felt a tightening in their hearts upon hearing the vice sect master Yu Chunfen's words. Although the Hunyang sect and the Jingxiang sect had surrendered, the 2 of them were, after all, ticking time bombs to Taiting Immortal. Now that 2 demigods had appeared, it was not impossible that Taiting Immortal would seize this opportunity to eliminate future troubles. You 2 must not overthink. The sect master called you over mainly because he wants you 2 sect masters to go to the ancient edict realm together. After all, there aren't many people within the sect with the strength to clash with the Gu clan ancient deity race in the ancient edict realm. As if he could read minds, seeing the subtle changes in their expressions, the vice sect master also spoke understandingly, to prevent the 2 from misunderstanding. Exchanging a smile, they breathed a sigh of relief as Immortal Guangping and Wang Li rose and left with the vice sect master. Although their concerns were dispelled by the vice sect master, thinking about the vice sect master's words about going to the ancient edict realm to find the Gu clan ancient deity race, Immortal Guangping and Wang Li felt another kind of emotion emerge. 2 demigods had just appeared, and the Chaosian sect immediately headed straight for the Gu clan ancient deity race. The intention was already very clear. Sure enough, after the vice sect master brought the 2 out, with the 2 demigods leading the way, Taiting Immortal departed with the Chaosian sect's strongest combat force. When they reappeared, they had already directly entered the ancient edict realm. The Great Emperor of Fengdu's meaning was very clear, do not let external factors affect the Great Emperor of Ledu. Therefore, Yanju and Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable's approach was also very simple, directly confront the Gu clan divine race and demand the person. Although there was a protective formation for the clan, for 2 demigods, merely a formation to hinder their steps seemed too insignificant. Yanju, who arrived outside the Gu clan ancient deity race, had no qualms. As soon as he appeared, a heaven-shrouding immortal technique condensed, openly and brutally smashing the Gu clan's protective formation. And it was precisely at the moment the formation shattered that an angry roar, echoing through the sky, emerged from the Gu clan's ancestral land. I wondered who it was, turns out it's Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable and Yanju. Coming in a rage, Gu Xuanzhen's face immediately darkened upon seeing that the attackers were the 2 demigods from Chahasi. As for the other key figures of the Gu clan, upon seeing the 2 demigods, an ominous premonition also arose in their hearts. Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable and Yanju came from Chahasi, and behind Chahasi was the great gate of the netherworld. Now, Tian Jiashan, as the successor of Ladu, was equivalent to half a great emperor of Fengdu. Old dog Xianzhen, it hasn't been that long, and you've already forgotten your grandpa? When it comes to conquering the Gu clan, how can I be absent? As an arrogant and mocking voice appeared, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, who had once fought to the death with old ancestor Xianzhen, also appeared in the air, seated upon a seven-colored, flowing chaos treasure pagoda, shaking one's soul. Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. A bunch of clowns, hiring two stronger thugs, and becoming so confident they don't know north from south. It seems, today it is necessary to once again demonstrate the power of the ancient god clan to the outside world. Not only did he not show fear due to the appearance of the crowd, but he continued to speak with arrogant bluster. Just as Gu Xuanzhen's words fell, an old wooden coffin appeared above the Gu clan's ancestral land. Although the wooden coffin appeared decayed and old, seemingly unremarkable, a breathtaking chi emanated from within it. I said long ago, don't let so many people go to the heavenly court to be officially recognized as deities, otherwise, if something truly unexpected happened that day, the ancestral land would be neglected. And sure enough, my words came true. These words were not spoken by old ancestor Xianzhen, but by a white-haired old man. Although the old man emerged from the wooden coffin and appeared frail and elderly, the chi of a demigod flowed from him. After an old ancestor of the Gu clan, whose name people had forgotten due to his age, was unsealed, his demigod realm cultivation quickly recovered, and the chi on his body surged at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, the white-haired old man who crawled out of the wooden coffin under everyone's gaze no longer showed the slightest hint of decrepitude. On the contrary, because of his demigod realm cultivation, the old man looked vigorous and radiant. As this old man named Gu Ben fully revived, the Gu clan divine race suddenly gained another demigod. However, even so, facing those who came to challenge them, the strength currently displayed by the Gu clan divine race was still insufficient. Besides Yanju and Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable, who already possessed demigod cultivation, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, who owned a Chaos Supreme Treasure, also had the combat power of a demigod realm expert. This was fully demonstrated during his previous battle with ancestor Xianzhen. Therefore, to contend with everyone, the Gu clan divine race had to reveal some other unknown trump cards. It was precisely because they knew this that even though they were surprised that the Gu clan still harbored such combat power, the arriving crowd did not rush to attack, but waited for the Gu clan to continue revealing their trump cards. Ancestor Xianzhen, are the so-called trump cards of your Gu clan just old-timers like you? Is there nothing else? If that's truly the case, I wouldn't mind joining forces with Yanju today to flatten your so-called ancient clan. After only a slight surprise, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable remained dismissive of the revived demigod old man and continued to speak without restraint. Neither ancestor Xianzhen nor the newly revived old man Gu Ben rushed to refute Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's taunts and sarcasm, instead, they smiled grimly. As ancestor Xianzhen and Gu Ben did not refute, another powerful aura, equally not weaker than the demigod realm, appeared immediately afterward. After so many years in the Gu clan, it's finally time to repay the old patron. I've long heard of the great name of demigod Yanju of the Chahasi, and today I can finally spar with him. Along with this hearty voice appeared a handsome young figure, emanating not only the aura of a demigod realm expert but also an ethereal immortal chi, with immortal energy flowing through him. The newcomer was actually a banished immortal. A banished immortal, as the name suggests, is an immortal banished by the heavenly court. Although banished to the mortal world to become a banished immortal, every banished immortal was always officially enshrined in the heavenly court, so their cultivation and strength are naturally beyond doubt. Upon seeing that the Gu clan divine race actually enshrined a banished immortal within their clan, even demigod Yanju showed a look of surprise and astonishment. As for Tai Ting Immortal and others from Chao Xian sect, their expressions became extremely solemn. While marveling that the Gu clan divine race, as an ancient god clan, indeed possessed far greater foundations than commonly known, they also felt somewhat fortunate that they had not acted rashly before. Two demigods and one banished immortal, this was a force capable of destroying heaven and earth. Old geezers plus a banished immortal, has this Gu clan perhaps become a junk collection center? After the fleeting surprise in his heart, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable scoffed again. However, ancestor Xianzhen, who had tolerated Ling Bao Celestial Venerable for a long time, did not choose to swallow his anger this time. As a terrifying chi flowed from ancestor Xianzhen, his figure and Ling Bao Celestial Venerables instantly vanished from above the Gu clan divine race. Ancestor Xianzhen was not foolish, he wouldn't be so brainless as to let his family become a battlefield for demigod combat. After Ling Bao Celestial Venerable and the other disappeared, the always silent Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable stepped forward, instantly appearing before the revived old man. As a green lotus bloomed in the air and supreme immortal Daolo radiated brilliantly, the old man's body shot out like an arrow from a bowstring. Sensing that his previous attack had not caused effective damage to the old man, Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable released his full demigod cultivation and instantly followed. You've already been enshrined in the heavenly court, and then banished to the mortal realm. It seems things weren't going well for you in the heavenly court, otherwise, why would you still flaunt your power in the mortal world after being banished? A so-called banished immortal might seem lofty and sacred in the eyes of the weak, but in reality, he is just a fallen person. What is there to be proud or arrogant about? Do you perhaps think you are very impressive just because you've been to the heavenly court and served as a god? Without immediately attacking, Yanju stood with his hands behind his back and spoke earnestly, showing no ripple of emotion towards the banished immortal before him. Yanju simply felt that a fallen banished immortal flaunting his power in front of him was a bit disrespectful. Being banished is a fact, but as for being fallen, that depends on who you compare yourself to. If compared to the gods of the heavenly court, yes, I am somewhat fallen. But if compared to the beings of the mortal world, fallen, no, not at all. Hey, don't look down on the beings of the mortal world. There are countless beings in the mortal world who can slaughter you. As his voice fell, his aura suddenly erupted without warning, and Yanju instantly attacked. Since he had promised the great emperor of Fengdu, he should go all out. Even if it was a banished immortal, as a sweet man, he should clean up the great emperor of Ladu's path. As the auras of a demigod and a banished immortal instantly enveloped the entire Gu clan divine race, countless people felt a chilling cold, as if falling into an ice cellar. Fortunately, the two did not fight for too long above the Gu clan. After 3 clashes, they tore through the void realm and departed. With the departure of the demigod powerhouses, only Taiting Immortal, the vice sect master, Immortal Guangping, and Wang Li, the sect master of Jingxiang sect, remained above the Gu clan divine race. There were also the powerhouses of the Gu clan divine race, led by clan leader Gu. Taiting Immortal, is this Jiashan's doing? Finally having a chance to speak, clan leader Gu's tone was icy, and his expression very cold. I don't know if it is, but I do know that the 2 demigods surely came because clan leader Gu captured the people from Broken Mountain. Hearing this answer, which was tantamount to an admission, clan leader Gu also scoffed. However, upon suddenly sensing other powerful auras rapidly approaching the Gu clan divine race, his grim smile ceased, and clan leader Gu's expression gradually turned ruthless. Having made prior arrangements, now knowing that Taiting Immortal was heading to the Gu clan divine race, village chief Lu Ding and others from Shen Li tribe also arrived by crossing the void realm, and Yaokai Holy Mother from Yaokai Holy Land also appeared. There was even a person in golden armor, from the human emperor's capital, but not sent by the human emperor, rather a capable subordinate of Great General Shen Yu. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Great General Shen Yu, that was young Marquis Li Tianming's father. Not only that, upon seeing some people from the Homo Chen clan also appear and choose to side with the Chao Xian sect, clan leader Gu's expression was as if he wanted to devour them alive. Is the Homo Chen clan getting involved too? It's just the clan chief's order, I'm just following it. As for what the main family means, I'm afraid clan leader Gu will have to personally go to the clan and ask the old ancestor. The Immortal Realm 7th stage powerhouse from the Homo Chen clan replied neither subserviently nor arrogantly, but his words only drew another scoff from clan leader Gu. I want to see what Jiashan, who hasn't even secured his position, can do to my Gu clan divine race. Everyone, please show yourselves. As clan leader Gu's grand voice echoed above the Gu clan, terrifying auras once again appeared in the sky. Every figure that appeared had a minimum cultivation of Immortal Realm 7th stage. If Chao Xian sect could call upon friends, the Gu clan naturally could also gather connections. Before long, more than 21 Immortal Realm powerhouses gathered above the Gu clan, with the lowest cultivation among them being Immortal Realm 7th stage. Such a cultivation, if casually thrown into the major thousand worlds, would absolutely make one an undisputed supreme being. Just looking at the lineup in the sky, even the Gu clan divine race disciples who had seen much of the world were now trembling with fear. As the powerhouses previously gathered by the Gu clan also converged, clan leader Gu's hands held 2 people, the 8th senior brother and 7th senior sister from Broken Mountain who had been captured earlier. Aren't you just trying to save people? If talking nicely to you doesn't work, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Guessing what clan leader Gu was about to do, Taiting Immortal and old village chief Lu Ding's expressions changed, and they immediately attacked. However, the 2 were still a step too late. 2 lifeless bodies fell from the sky. Under clan leader Gu's ruthless hand, he even crushed the divine souls of the 8th senior brother and 7th senior sister, completely ending their lives in Dao. Do you really think I don't dare to kill people? Looking at Taiting Immortal, whose face was extremely gloomy, clan leader Gu scoffed. Everyone, please exert your full strength today. If Chao Xian sect cannot repay today's favor, let Jiashan repay it all. His anger had reached its peak. As Taiting Immortal's voice just fell, the aura of the Zhishan realm swept across heaven and earth, unleashing all his fury upon clan leader Gu. As the demigods attacked, not to mention the Gu clan ancient deity race, the entire ancient edict realm was swept into a great battle of Immortal Realm powerhouses. In the eastern part of the ancient edict realm, due to the battle between demigod Yanju and the banished immortal, the sky was torn apart. An astonishing phenomena could be seen from 1,000 miles away. And on Tianwang Mountain in the north, a pagoda flowed with chaos chi, and its 7-colored glazed light dyed the sky into a rainbow, crushing the Tianwang Mountain that soared into the clouds. This battle was not just a contest of spells with ancestor Xianzhen. Ling Bao Celestial Venerable employed all his means, aiming to take ancestor Xianzhen's life. On the other side, due to Azure Lotus Celestial Venerable's methods, the entire land turned into a lotus pond like a vast ocean, and the Gu clan old ancestor named Gu Ben also struggled a bit. As for the central area where the ancient god clan resided, within a 1,000-mile radius, Immortal Realm powerhouses could be seen clashing in the air, and not only the ground but also the space itself vibrated and hummed continuously. On this day in the ancient edict realm, everyone poured out. Those with strong cultivation went to observe the demigod realm battles, while those with insufficient cultivation watched the clashes of Immortal Realm powerhouses from afar. As for those with weak cultivation, they could only hide far away, or under their family's protective formations. In Ladu, when clan leader Gu killed the 8th senior brother and 7th senior sister, Jiashan, who was busy, immediately sensed it and stopped his work. Looking at the clusters of divine souls before him, and seeing that the divine souls symbolizing the 8th senior brother and 7th senior sister had dimmed significantly, Jiashan just sat on the ground with a cold expression, not saying a word. Sensing Emperor Yan's bad mood, the judge and Long Chu wisely did not disturb him. Emperor Yan, should I make a trip to the mortal world? Although the great emperor of Fengde didn't explicitly say so, as an underworld judge, I still have some status and authority. Going there and killing a few people wouldn't be a problem. After a while, seeing that Emperor Yan's expression was still gloomy, the judge spoke cautiously. Although Jiashan said nothing, the judge could roughly guess what had happened. If Emperor Yan trusts me, I can also go to the mortal world. The judge at least has a name and position, but I, a lonely ghost in Fengdu, if I go to the mortal world to kill people, there won't be so much trouble then. Long Chu also spoke immediately afterward. All you talk about is killing people. What's the point of killing 1 or 2? Anyway, I can still bring the 8th senior brother and 7th senior sister back. For now, let's wait a bit for matters in the mortal world, there will be a time for you to show your skills. But now, I'm going to the South Sea. Brother Judge, you'll accompany me. Upon hearing that Emperor Yan was going to the South Sea, both the judge and Long Chu showed expressions of pleasant surprise. Going to the South Sea is good. The South Sea is the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon clan, a natural place for cultivation, and one of the few places where the primordial world remains intact. Furthermore, Emperor Yan was going to the South Sea for the Sea Soul Shirt, which could only be found in the deepest part beneath Jiaja Island in the South Sea. And beneath Jiaja Island, there were primordial remnant species that even the Candle Dragons could not subdue with brute force, whose combat power was absolutely among the top tier of primordial bloodlines. If Emperor Yan went there, he could take the opportunity to cultivate and rapidly improve within a period of time. The battle in the ancient Edict realm lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Although no one died after such a long fight, it still shocked the entire major thousand worlds. In this battle, the most attention was on demigod Yanju and Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, because both almost killed their opponents. Some saw that the banished immortal fighting Yanju had an arm shattered and his chest mangled. If not for being a former deity with a strong immortal chi protecting his life, he might have truly fallen to Yanju. And although he only had Xishan realm cultivation, one realm lower than the demigod realm ancestor Xianzhen, by pushing the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 7 treasure glazed pagoda, to its limit, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable also nearly killed ancestor Xianzhen. It was through this battle that people once again witnessed the terrifying power of Chaos Supreme Treasures. As the entire major thousand worlds buzzed with discussions about what had happened, Jiashan, the source of it all, accompanied by the judge, had already arrived at the southernmost tip of the world. To enter the South Sea, he still had to greet the Candle Dragon ancestor. So, as soon as he appeared, Jiashan went to the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon clan to pay a visit. Although entry to Jiaja Island requires the permission of the Candle Dragon ancestor, in reality, Jiaja Island has no connection with the Candle Dragon clan. It is merely located behind the Candle Dragon clan's ancestral land, and because the Sea Soul Shirt beneath the island is exceptionally precious, this rule was established to prevent just anyone from visiting Jiaja Island. Tian Jiashan, who was brought by the underworld judge, was currently in the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon clan. There were no tables or chairs, no buildings, the vast world was the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon ancestor and Candle Dragon. And because all members of the Candle Dragon clan are conceived and born here, the space in this world is exceptionally sturdy, and the spiritual chi contained within it is several times richer than in other places. It is precisely because of these many special environmental conditions that the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon clan is simply a paradise for cultivators. Although it was a reception, the Candle Dragon ancestor did not take out anything to entertain the long-traveled Tian Jiashan. He merely sat on a stone stool made of several stacked stones. The emergence of Ledu is bound to have a huge impact on the heavenly court and the mortal world. Countless creatures that have been dormant for a long time will seize this opportunity to rise. At that time, Jiashan, you will be quite busy. Calling such a young person an emperor always felt a bit awkward and uncomfortable for the dragon ancestor, and calling him by his full name seemed a bit impolite, so the dragon ancestor used the more intimate address of Jiashan. He who wishes to wear the crown must bear its weight, I still understand this principle. If the 3 realms are in chaos, then Ledu will be the most relaxed party. And if we talk about beneficiaries, as the monarch of Ledu, I will definitely be the greatest beneficiary, so what does a little hardship and fatigue matter? After the matter of entering Jiaja Island to search for the Sea Soul Shirt was settled, the dragon ancestor and Tianji were now discussing other matters. The dragon ancestor had no interest in Jiaja Island, the restriction on entry was merely to prevent outsiders from disturbing the peace of the ancestral land. So, upon learning that Tian Jiashan had come for Jiaja Island, the dragon ancestor agreed without a second thought. If the mortal world and the heavenly court undergo a renewal, Ledu will indeed be the most beneficial party. I imagine that when we meet again then, I will have to show 3 points of respect. Ah, dragon ancestor, you are too polite. I am just a small figure, and I still have a very long road ahead of me. The title of monarch of Ledu cannot truly make me arrogant and conceited. Only by having strength as a foundation and firmly securing the position of monarch of Ledu can one truly be called the monarch of Ledu. The Candle Dragon ancestor, who had taken human form, smiled slightly upon hearing this. To have such good fortune at such a young age, and even to have become the lord of a realm, if it were him, he feared that his eyes would not even be able to contain the entire world. With the talent you possess, Jiashan, securing the position of monarch of Ledu is only a matter of time. There are still so many things to deal with outside, so I won't delay you. The last thing I want to remind you is that beneath Jiaja Island, not only are there sea soul shirts, but also some primordial remnant species that even I cannot fully explain. While their intelligence may not be high, their strength is definitely not weak. Those who have survived are all formidable individuals, so be careful. They were not very familiar, nor did they have any deep friendship. After a brief conversation, there were no other topics between them, so the dragon ancestor urged Tian Jiashan to quickly enter Jiaja Island. Then I shall trouble you for a while. With not much more to discuss with the dragon ancestor, Tian Jiashan, hearing the dragon ancestor's words, did not dally. After getting up and bidding farewell, he quickly departed with the judge. I said that if he were just an ordinary human, no matter how powerful, being able to fight the Candle Dragon clan's peers to a draw would already be astonishing. But if Jiashan is actually the successor of Ledu, then it is understandable that you lost, Candle Dragon. Watching the departing figures, the dragon ancestor spoke again faintly. Upon learning that Tian Jiashan had indeed solidified his identity as the monarch of Ledu, the emotions brought by his previous loss completely vanished from his heart. Losing to a human, the dragon ancestor found it difficult to accept and would have a lingering unease. However, losing to a young great emperor of Ledu, the dragon ancestor could accept it with pleasure. With a slight frown, Candle Dragon, who had also taken human form, seemed not to entirely agree with the old ancestor's words. Old ancestor, whether Tian Jiashan is just a human race cultivator or if he possesses the identity of Ledu's successor, the one unchangeable fact is that I lost to him. I lost to Tian Jiashan, not to the identities he carries. Therefore, I will not simply accept this. I only know that I lost to Tian Jiashan, and I want to win back. Disagreeing with the old ancestor's somewhat self-deceiving words, Candle Dragon merely spoke with battle intent, a strong fighting spirit emerging from him. Seeing Candle Dragon like this, the Candle Dragon ancestor merely smiled slightly and said nothing. If Candle Dragon hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have realized it himself. He had grown old, and his fighting spirit had diminished so much. The student surpasses the teacher describes Candle Dragon perfectly. It's good to be unwilling to accept it. If you're unwilling, you must strive for self-improvement. You cannot be arrogant because of your identity as a member of the Candle Dragon clan, nor can you be disheartened by a temporary setback. If one day, Candle Dragon, you can truly defeat Jiashan, then beyond the 3 realms, there will be one more realm, the Yao Beast realm. The two who quickly departed knew nothing of what the 2 Yinglong behind them had said. Tian Jiashan, who had now arrived on the island, was observing the situation in the sea. What's going on? This Jiaja island, just looking at it, feels a bit creepy. Having crossed the vast ocean, Tian Jiashan, who was in the air, frowned and spoke as he looked at the island below. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. There was clearly nothing around, yet Tian Jiashan only felt that this place was too quiet and oppressive. This place, to the outside world, is almost equivalent to a primeval land. The aura here is also very primitive, even chaotic, so it's not strange for you to feel this way, Emperor Yan. The Candle Dragon clan is not interested in Jiaja Island, and outsiders cannot enter, so the Dao laws here are also preserved very completely. The underworld judge explained the factors that made Tian Jiashan feel oppressed. Relatively primitive, doesn't that mean there's no human aura? Primitive my ass. As he grumbled, Tian Jiashan had already dived towards the island. However, before he even landed on the island, the calm sea surface suddenly rippled greatly. As a huge shadow appeared on the seawater, 100 tall dragon turtle suddenly emerged, stirring up layers of waves as tall as buildings, and ferociously pounced towards Tian Jiashan. Although he was only in the human immortal first realm, the current Tian Jiashan's power far exceeded the human immortal first realm, so he had no reason to fall for such a crude sneak attack. As his body nimbly dodged the gaping maw in midair, Tian Jiashan showed no mercy and countered with a punch. As a burst of water mist exploded in the humid air, Tian Jiashan's brows furrowed as he watched the dragon turtle, which smashed into the sea like a giant rock, and felt the inexplicable sensation from just now. Although it was just one punch, Tian Jiashan had felt a physical body strength on the dragon turtle that was in no way inferior to Candle Dragons. And as the commotion on the sea surface attracted more sleeping giant beasts from the depths, Tian Jiashan's brows immediately locked as he looked at the giant monsters swimming on the surface. Seeing Emperor Yan cast a troubled glance at him, the judge pretended not to notice. Brother Judge, this sea soul shirt doesn't seem as simple as I imagined, Tian Jiashan said gravely, his heart heavy with worry. Observing the current situation, even if he could display the combat power of the immortal realm, he would still suffer quite a bit. Emperor Yan, he who wishes to wear the crown must bear its weight. In this world, there might be better places to cultivate, but for now, this is the most suitable place for you to grow rapidly, Emperor Yan. As far as I know, the Gu clan divine race has had several individuals who were enshrined as righteous deities in the heavenly court in the past. If the Gu clan divine race truly faces a disaster of extermination, those individuals will certainly not stand idly by. Furthermore, because the great emperor of Fengdu improperly released wandering souls, the heavenly court is already restless, so those Gu clan ancestors with divine positions will find it even easier to interfere in mortal affairs. Seeing the judge's demeanor, Tian Jiashan's initial thought of asking the judge for help vanished. He sighed deeply, his eyes suddenly resolute, and then plunged into the sea. Fighting by utilizing the law of death and reincarnation from Fengdu, Tian Jiashan's combat power far exceeded the human immortal first realm, churning the seas as he fought and battled against the primordial remnant species. Suddenly with nothing to do, the judge, though not leaving, did not offer help. He merely enjoyed a leisurely and decadent life alone on Jiaja Island. Because he could borrow the power of Ledu, the initial battles in the sea were very smooth. The only difficult part was that the numerous vicious beasts in the sea had thick skins and tough bodies, making each battle last a long time. However, as Tian Jiashan ventured deeper, the battles became terrifying. Before even reaching the seabed, Tian Jiashan had already encountered a primordial remnant species of the immortal realm 6th realm. Because the battle was also taking place in the water, and he did not have the advantage of time or terrain, his progress stalled for the first time. Terrifying battles erupted at the bottom of the sea, and the resulting aftermath on the surface manifested as overwhelming layers of waves or terrifying whirlpools that suddenly appeared on the sea level. In any case, from the first day Tian Jiashan arrived at Jiaja Island, the entire ocean had never been calm. However, even though the entire island constantly swayed and trembled due to the battles in the sea, the judge on the island slept soundly, completely unaffected. Finally, on the 15th day, a small figure suddenly shot out from the bloodstained sea surface. Tian Jiashan reappeared above the sea after 15 days. However, the instant Tian Jiashan's body appeared, a tentacle, like a towering pillar, followed closely behind from the sea, and then slammed down fiercely. As the seawater rapidly inverted at the impact point, the splash from that single strike reached 100 meters high, resembling a fractured silver screen. Having already experienced the might of the 8-clawed dragonfish, the severely wounded Tian Jiashan dared not linger any longer. After narrowly dodging, he immediately fled towards the island. Immortal realm 8th realm, and possessing primordial bloodlines, the 8-clawed dragonfish was no longer something the current Tian Jiashan could challenge across realms. And to prevent such a situation from occurring, the judge had long ago set up powerful restrictions across the entire Jiaja Island, so the 8-clawed dragonfish, provoked by Tian Jiashan, did not relentlessly pursue him. Clinging to his last breath, he arrived above the island. As the taut string in his heart finally relaxed, Tian Jiashan, suddenly losing support, plummeted, crashing weakly to the ground, and then lay motionless. He hadn't fainted, Tian Jiashan, lying on the ground, simply didn't want to move anymore because he had no more strength left in his body. To fight the immortal realm 8th realm 8-clawed dragonfish, Tian Jiashan had pushed himself to the extreme. The judge, holding a cup of fine nectar, appeared out of thin air and simply grinned as he looked at Emperor Yan lying on the ground. Emperor Yan, are you all right? When the judge spoke, his tone was very polite, and his expression was very fawning, but Tian Jiashan just found it very despicable. Although he had been fighting in the sea, Tian Jiashan, feeling parched and not even wanting to move his eyeballs, simply lay flat. Thinking that 15 days had passed, and he hadn't even harvested the sea soul shirt, let alone reached the seabed or seen a trace of it, and had encountered such a powerful vicious beast, Tian Jiashan felt a headache coming on when he thought about the vicious beasts he might encounter next. After resting on the island for several tens of days and healing his injuries at an unusually fast rate, Tian Jiashan plunged back into the vast ocean. As he once again stirred up the sea, the surface of the entire South Sea surged again, and some low-lying riverbanks were even directly submerged. Last time, he was obstructed by that giant 8-clawed dragonfish. After the rest period ended, Tian Jiashan, as expected, encountered the 8-clawed dragonfish again when he went into the sea. However, with the experience from the first time, Tian Jiashan was not in a hurry. Instead, he fought in a progressive manner for 13 full days before finally slaying the 8-clawed dragonfish. But after killing the 8-clawed dragonfish of the Immortal Realm 8th level and exhausting all his strength, Tian Jiashan had no choice but to return to the island to rest and recuperate from his injuries. Having undergone tribulation multiple times and having his physical body physique tempered, Tian Jiashan, now the monarch of Ledu, possessed a body of flesh and blood that surpassed normal understanding. Even after being covered in wounds from more than 10 days of intense fighting, he was lively and energetic again after 10 days, and once more jumped into the sea. Yet, even though he had already slain the 8-clawed dragonfish of the Immortal Realm 8th level last time, when Tian Jiashan ventured deeper, he encountered an even more powerful vicious beast blocking his path. This time, Tian Jiashan encountered a burial armored beast whose size was no less than that of the 8-clawed dragonfish. The burial armored beast feeds on the corpses of deceased creatures in the ocean, and it only eats fresh meat. Even without cultivating, just by eating, the burial armored beast can grow into a demigod. Seeing such a creature, which he had only ever read about in books, appear in the depths of the South Sea, Tian Jiashan was astonished that the South Sea truly held countless wonders, and his head once again throbbed. It is no exaggeration to say that the outer shell armor on the burial armored beast was stronger, not weaker, than the dragon scales of the Candle Dragon clan. Even more astonishing was that the burial armored beast Tian Jiashan encountered had reached the Immortal Realm 9th level of cultivation. If such a burial armored beast were to be placed in the major thousand worlds, Tian Jiashan was absolutely confident that it could become an invincible existence in this Hishan realm. However, no matter how much he marveled at the burial armored beast's power, and no matter how much he inwardly complained, Tian Jiashan, who had not yet reached the bottom of the sea, could only steel himself and press on. Although his own strength had rapidly improved in a short period after fighting the 8-clawed dragonfish of the Immortal Realm 8th level, he had already mastered the cultivation of the Immortal Realm 7th level. However, if an Immortal Realm 7th level fought an Immortal Realm 9th level, even if Tian Jiashan possessed the scripture of the dead and the world-ending Great Mill, which were Grand Mist Supreme Treasures surpassing Chaos Supreme Treasures, and held the identity of the monarch of Ledu, after fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, Tian Jiashan was still beaten half to death. When fighting the 8-clawed dragonfish before, Tian Jiashan was at least conscious enough to escape back to the island. But this time, after being severely wounded by the burial armored beast, Tian Jiashan almost died. If it weren't for his cautious nature, having prepared a teleportation array early on and teleporting himself away at the last moment, the burial armored beast's pincer, like an innate Grand Deo Supreme Treasure, would have torn him apart. The underworld judge, who had been seemingly on vacation on the island, sensed Emperor Yan's return once again and came to check on Emperor Yan's condition. However, this time, the judge saw an Emperor Yan whose body was tattered and who had fallen unconscious. As he himself was the host of all death and reincarnation, there was no death for Emperor Yan. Therefore, the judge was not worried that Emperor Yan would die. Looking at Emperor Yan's terribly tattered body on the ground, which still had a strong Grand Deo Chi flowing and automatically healing his injuries, the judge continuously marveled and exclaimed in surprise, yet still stood by idly. Great Emperor of Ledu, sounds majestic, doesn't it? Very majestic. But the more so, the more it dictates that Emperor Yan must walk a Deo that no other living being can endure. After all, the identity of the Great Emperor of Ledu is not only unique but also supreme. This time, Tian Jiashan remained unconscious for a day and a night before waking up on his own. However, even after waking, Tian Jiashan still did not move. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his injuries were too severe, making him completely unable to move a single muscle. So Tian Jiashan lay on the ground for another day and a night. While recuperating from his injuries, he also saw the judge standing by, aloof and unconcerned, but Tian Jiashan did not utter a single word. Instead, after spending a longer time than before to heal his injuries, he plunged back into the sea. This time, his opponent was still that burial armored beast of the Immortal Realm 9th level. However, this time Tian Jiashan still did not get his wish. To go to the bottom of the sea to collect the sea soul shirt was like a level clearing game. Tian Jiashan could only reach the bottom of the sea after overcoming many obstacles and eliminating all the vicious beasts blocking his path. Therefore, as long as the burial armored beast was not destroyed, Tian Jiashan could not advance. But the formidable strength of the burial armored beast did not allow Tian Jiashan to speed through. Tian Jiashan fought that one burial armored beast a total of 5 times, taking a total of 68 days. Because its armor itself was a precious heaven and earth treasure, after slaying the burial armored beast of the Immortal Realm 9th level, Tian Jiashan, whose mental state was somewhat dazed from the high-intensity fighting and the intense use of the scripture of the dead and the world-ending Great Mill, appeared on the sea surface with a cold expression and overflowing killing intent, dragging a huge corpse behind him. The burial armored beast's dark green blood continuously flowed into the ocean, dyeing the sea area for 1,000 li in dark green. With a casual toss, the huge, lifeless, and heavy corpse landed on the island, causing the judge lying on the ground to jolt, instantly waking him up. Stepping forward to Emperor Yan's side, the judge, upon seeing the pale face due to severe injuries, felt a chill rise in his heart for the first time. In such a short time, Emperor Yan had transformed too quickly. At this moment, Emperor Yan was like an emotionless great emperor. All life and death within the heavenly Dao were fleeting and insignificant in Emperor Yan's eyes. He glanced at the burial armored beast's corpse, which no longer had any chi. Knowing that this burial armored beast, a primordial remnant species, was a creature of the immortal realm 9th level, the judge's attire trembled again after calculating the time Emperor Yan took to slay this burial armored beast. Emperor Yan only possessed the cultivation of the human immortal realm. With such cultivation, Emperor Yan could not possibly defeat the burial armored beast. Therefore, after entering the South Sea, Emperor Yan had been fighting by utilizing the power of Ledu. And Emperor Yan was actually a being who had lived for less than 300 years, yet the Dao of death and reincarnation of Ledu had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth, its profundity imaginable. However, Emperor Yan was rapidly mastering it at an astonishing speed in less than half a year. It was only at this moment that the underworld judge finally began to understand some of the reasons why Emperor Yan would become the monarch of Ledu. Looking at the exposed bone fragments on his shoulder, Tian Jiashan, without a change in expression, unceremoniously pushed them back into place. Damn it, what on earth is this sea soul shirt? I've been in the South Sea for almost half a year, constantly fighting half dead, yet I haven't even seen a shadow of it. Judge, are you deliberately playing tricks on me? Emperor Yan, you truly overestimate me. Even if I had 120 guts, I wouldn't dare to deceive you, Emperor Yan. Didn't Dragon Ancestor also say that there are sea soul shirts under Jiaja Island? The reason you haven't seen it, Emperor Yan, is because you haven't reached the bottom of the sea yet. Hearing this, Tian Jiashan's brows furrowed. What, brother judge, do you mean I'm too weak? I've been fighting for half a year and haven't reached the bottom of the sea. I wouldn't dare. I truly didn't mean that. I guarantee it on my character, if it's not true, I'm willing to be struck by 5 thunderbolts from heaven. The judge said this sincerely, without the slightest hint of flattery. Tian Jiashan looked up at the sky, thinking that if his current condition wasn't so bad, he would silently recite the 8 characters that lead to the heavenly Dao and play a trick on brother judge beside him. I haven't even reached the bottom of the sea yet, and I've already encountered a burial armored beast of the immortal realm 9th level. If I were to reach the bottom of the sea, I wouldn't even dare to imagine what kind of monsters would appear. Brother judge, is there really no other way? The judge shook his head. Emperor Yan, haste makes waste. Moreover, your speed, Emperor Yan, is already terrifying. It hasn't even been half a year, and you've already slain a burial armored beast of the immortal realm 9th level. How terrifying the combat power of such a burial armored beast would be if it were in the outside world, you know very well in your heart, don't you? Looking at the sincere-eyed judge, the physically and mentally exhausted Tian Jiashan lay straight down. Oh, I don't want to deal with it for now. I'll just hold on for a while longer and see. After dealing with the burial armored beast, Tian Jiashan rested on Jiaja Island for a full month this time, until his cultivation had rapidly grown from the human immortal realm to the spirit immortal 10th realm. Only then did he re-enter the South Sea. Watching Emperor Yan disappear into the sea after splashing a small amount of water, the underworld judge on the riverbank rested his chin on his hand. In half a year, Emperor Yan had undergone a complete transformation, his speed of metamorphosis was so fast that the underworld judge could barely keep up. It was as if every time he saw Emperor Yan, it was a brand new Emperor Yan. If it weren't for the great Emperor of Fengdu confirming that Emperor Yan was indeed human race, the underworld judge would have been curious if Emperor Yan was some unknown primordial remnant species. And as the underworld judge was lost in thought, 2 sudden auras brought him back from his reverie. Seeing that Tian Jiashan had entered Jiaja Island for half a year and hadn't come out, the dragon ancestor, out of curiosity, also appeared with Candle Dragon. Although he knew that Tian Jiashan, as the monarch of Ledu, was currently in a state of insufficient power, the dragon ancestor felt that even if he were to go to the bottom of the South Sea to gather sea soul shirts, it shouldn't take that long, especially with an underworld judge accompanying him. After all, the underworld judge in Fengdu was a god king realm being. Upon arrival, Candle Dragon saw the enormous corpse of the deceased burial armored beast, and could still feel a strong pressure emanating from its massive body. A sense of oppression involuntarily arose within him, and Candle Dragon's expression became solemn. Emperor Yan, was this creature slain by Jiashan? Yes, Emperor Yan eliminated it a month ago. To kill this immortal realm 9th level burial armored beast, Emperor Yan fought for 2 full months, which was quite an effort. As members of the Candle Dragon clan, there was no terrifying primordial bloodlines that the Candle Dragon clan didn't know about. So, after hearing the underworld judge say that Jiashan already had the strength to slay an immortal realm 9th level burial armored beast, the 2, who had transformed into human form, both had their expressions tighten. Being a primordial remnant species and at the immortal realm 9th level, if that deceased burial armored beast were in the outside world, it would definitely possess the strength to slaughter demigod realm beings. How much time has passed for Jiashan to have transformed to such an extent? Thinking of the small human he had seen before now possessing such power in the blink of an eye, the dragon ancestor couldn't help but exclaim. Facing the emotional dragon ancestor beside him, the underworld judge merely pursed his lips in a way no one could see. This dragon ancestor was quite arrogant, directly calling Emperor Yan by his name, Jiashan, which was a bit too much posturing. That's not it, Emperor Yan is still the monarch of Ledu, and such a speed of transformation, while beyond common sense, is also within reason. Perhaps before long, dragon ancestor, you will have to respectfully address him as the monarch of Ledu. Although the underworld judge spoke these words in a particularly subtle tone, the dragon ancestor frowned instantly. Because the underworld judge's words carried a hint of a warning, and also some of the underworld judge's dissatisfaction. When he looked over with a frown, he saw the underworld judge's sincere yet slightly humble brilliant smile, and the dragon ancestor still didn't get angry, because on second thought, what the underworld judge said was not without reason. As a member of the Candle Dragon clan, the Candle Dragon ancestor naturally stood above all things, so it was inevitable that he was proud and arrogant. It was precisely because of this that, seeing Tian Jiashan undergo such a transformation in a short period, the dragon ancestor's arrogance had not yet shifted. He still felt that Tian Jiashan was a young supreme being, who could be respected, but not worth him humbling himself. However, the underworld judge's subtle words just now immediately enlightened the dragon ancestor. The underworld judge is right. If he continues to grow at this rate, it won't be long before I meet Jiashan again and have to respectfully address him as the monarch of Ledu. As the dragon ancestor spoke meaningfully, waves surged again on the calm sea, and as the sea water churned and rippled, circles of ripples relentlessly chased each other across the boundless ocean. After re-entering the sea, Tian Jiashan began to battle again. At the bottom of the sea, in the pitch-black waters where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, although he could now see the seabed with his spiritual power, and even sparse sea soul shirts rooted everywhere, Tian Jiashan did not immediately go forward to pick them. Because before Tian Jiashan at this moment was a sea beast, as majestic as a mountain. If he hadn't used his cultivation to perceive it, Tian Jiashan wouldn't even have been able to clearly see the full appearance of the giant beast in front of him. Aside from the Erajan he had seen in Lais, and the great emperor in Fengdu, the creature before him was the largest creature Tian Jiashan had ever seen. Tian Jiashan couldn't even name the sea beast in front of him, because even though he was well read, it was his first time seeing such a creature. However, Tian Jiashan, who was now facing the giant beast, no longer had the mind to care about names. His flesh and blood, stimulated by an indescribable sense of oppression, activated his protective instincts, and as his nerves were taut, Tian Jiashan could even hear the roar of his own heart. If it weren't for his identity as the monarch of Ledu, which guaranteed his immortality, Tian Jiashan would have turned and fled at this moment, never looking back, even if it meant death. It was undoubtedly a demigod realm cultivation, but perhaps because it was a primordial remnant species, the creature in front of him, with 2 horns on its head, 4 limbs, backward-facing spines on its back, and scales covering its body, had an aura that surpassed the demigod realm surging from it. It was precisely this kind of chi fluctuation that made Tian Jiashan's heart pound with fear. Its 2 eyeballs were as bright as 2 lighthouses on the seabed. After curiously sizing up the invading presence, the giant beast unleashed a punch. When an earth-shattering explosion occurred 1,000 li away from Jiaja Island, the 3 people on Jiaja Island also saw the towering waves rising into the sky in the distance. Slightly surprised, they wondered what kind of creature Tian Jiashan had encountered that a single blow could cause such a massive commotion. Although the battle took place 1,000 li away, the 100-meter high waves surged forward, leaping high as if to swallow the only island standing on the sea, Jiaja Island. Watching the surging waves, the underworld judge, to avoid trouble, still blocked them. And in the distance, at the battle's location, even deep underwater, with tremendous assistance, Tian Jiashan was still thrown dozens of li through the sea by a single punch, as if carving an underwater passage. However, before Tian Jiashan could calm the surging spiritual power within his body, the enormous but incredibly agile giant beast had already followed closely. As the scales on its massive body lit up layer by layer, the surrounding dozens of li of sea were illuminated. Upon seeing the vigorous spiritual power flowing across the giant beast's body, a chilling sensation immediately arose. Enveloped by a sense of crisis, Tian Jiashan instantly adjusted his state to its fullest. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Above his head, the Grand Mist Supreme Treasure, the world-ending Great Mill, slowly rotated. With the surging death and reincarnation Dao principles around him, the sea area within several li of Tian Jiashan had even been assimilated into a place like Ledu. In an instant, the giant beast completed its charge, and its attack arrived in a flash. Countless amounts of seawater were evaporated in the sea, and the battlefield of the two seemed to instantly become a vacuum zone. Although the attack method was clumsy, it was simple, crude, and contained infinite power, making it impossible for Tian Jiashan to dodge, even if he wanted to. So, Tian Jiashan, having endured a blow, was thrown flying again. Although he lacked Tian Jiashan's skilled combat experience and techniques, combat is a survival skill for all creatures. So, even if the giant beast's attack methods were somewhat monotonous and its movements a bit awkward, the existing power gap compensated for these flaws, and Tian Jiashan bore the brunt of it. A beam of light pierced through the seawater, shot up into the sky from the surface, and then shattered the clouds above the 9 heavens. The 3 people on Jiaja Island were once again shaken. And this time, after clearly feeling the terrifying power contained within the soaring beam of light, even the underworld judge and the dragon ancestor couldn't sit still. Emperor Yan, can Jiashan handle such a vicious beast that can unleash such a divine ability? The dragon ancestor spoke with a solemn expression. Although there was still some distance, the dragon ancestor was certain that the vicious beast Jiashan was currently fighting had definitely reached the demigod realm, and its combat power must far exceed that of an ordinary demigod realm being. Although the South Sea appears calm, it is actually the most turbulent place. This is because the primordial remnant species here, despite their incomplete sentience, possess cultivation talent and combat instincts that are no weaker than ours. The struggles and battles are particularly brutal, so those who survive and live long must not be benevolent. With worries already in his heart, and hearing the dragon ancestor speak so ominously, the underworld judge felt a pang of fear and immediately sped away. Curious about the battle in the distance, the dragon ancestor and candle dragon also set off to follow. A divine ability released in the deep sea that can pierce through the seawater and reach the sky. Such a divine ability is not something an ordinary demigod can achieve. And as the 3 rapidly approached the battle, Tian Jiashan, already covered in blood, was panting heavily. Looking at the ice blue liquid that had covered the armor of the giant beast, his pupils were filled with nothing but shock. The giant beast's strength was absolutely terrifying, but Tian Jiashan was, after all, the monarch of Ledu. Although he hadn't fully matured yet, he possessed the strength to kill an immortal realm 9th level burial armored beast, so he was still able to injure the giant beast. However, just as Tian Jiashan inflicted one bleeding wound after another on the giant beast's massive body, the current scene unfolded. With a layer of ice blue liquid flowing over and covering it, the giant beast seemed to have donned a layer of armor. No matter how Tian Jiashan wildly bombarded and beat it, he couldn't inflict any effective damage. Looking at his exposed knuckles, Tian Jiashan was also a bit stunned. A chaos supreme treasure like you in heavy water was actually wielded by the giant beast in front of him. Although it was only a brief engagement, it was enough for Tian Jiashan to carefully sense and confirm. Tian Jiashan was certain that the ice blue liquid flowing over the giant beast's body was indeed the chaos supreme treasure, you in heavy water. At this point, Tian Jiashan finally understood why, at first sight, he had felt that extraordinary aura, surpassing the demigod realm, on the giant beast. As a demigod realm primordial remnant species, its combat power was already terrifying. Now, it also wielded a chaos supreme treasure like you in heavy water, and Tian Jiashan immediately lost the desire to fight. At the demigod realm, one could fully unleash the power of a chaos supreme treasure, so Tian Jiashan knew that he had no chance of winning at this moment. With the thought of escaping in his mind, Tian Jiashan didn't delay. As the light of the great formation under his feet lit up, he was about to teleport away. However, just as Tian Jiashan thought he could retreat smoothly and breathed a sigh of relief, a terrifying sensation arose in an instant. Because Tian Jiashan discovered that the U in heavy water covering the giant beast's body had appeared above his head at some unknown time, locking down the entire space, and the teleportation array immediately failed. U in heavy water, a single drop weighs 10 million catties. Such a large amount could completely suppress a space. As the aura flowing on the world-ending great mill was grinding away the U in heavy water, he already saw the giant beast arrive in an instant. Looking at the sky-obscuring body in front of him, and knowing he couldn't dodge, Tian Jiashan's eyes hardened, and his surroundings were immediately covered by endless death and reincarnation Dao principles. When an area of 10 li became a land of reincarnation, with no life chi within 10 li, countless Dao principles brightly flickered within Tian Jiashan's unique domain, providing him with endless power. Two bodies, one large and one small, clashed head-on, directly blasting a huge crater in the sea surface, and both figures were thrown flying simultaneously. They were thrown skimming across the incredibly vast sea surface like skipping stones, until they had traveled dozens of li before Tian Jiashan finally stabilized his body. His silver-white blood had long transformed into gold, and now it flowed from his body, making Tian Jiashan's body appear as if it were gilded. Having rushed over, the underworld judge, who had just witnessed the scene, was dumbfounded. After a brief, he reacted and quickly came to Tian Jiashan's side. Looking at Emperor Yan, who was violently coughing blood, the underworld judge's face was filled with shock. However, for a moment, the underworld judge didn't know whether to be shocked by Emperor Yan's power or by the giant beast's incredible divine might. Can't fight, quickly take me back to Jiaja Island, that sea beast is too damn abnormal. Without Emperor Yan needing to say anything, the underworld judge could already sense the extraordinary nature of the giant beast. Without a word, he immediately took Emperor Yan towards Jiaja Island. However, as soon as the two landed, and before Tian Jiashan even had time to catch his breath, the giant beast's body appeared in the sky above Jiaja Island. As Yu in heavy water once again formed armor covering its entire body, it stomped down towards the island. The restriction set up by the underworld judge on Jiaja Island could deter the previous 8-clawed dragonfish, but it could not deter the giant beast in front of them. What audacious guts! Seeing that the vicious beast dared to pursue them, the underworld judge exclaimed angrily. His body shot up into the sky in an instant, and a giant divine ability and iconic figure emerged behind him, clad in official robes, wearing an official's hat, and holding the book of life and death. Fist against foot, in a single clash, the underworld judge gained the upper hand. And after one clash, having sensed the underworld judge's formidable nature, the sea beast also retreated, knowing the difficulty. Looking at the vicious beast that had re-entered the sea, Candle Dragon was also a bit lost in thought. Old ancestor, are there still such terrifying creatures in the South Sea? Prison Suppressor, that is its name, the unique overlord of the South Sea. I didn't expect that after all these years, it has transformed to such an astonishing degree. After learning from the Candle Dragon ancestor that the ultimate culprit preventing him from harvesting the sea soul sherd was Prison Suppressor, and getting a general understanding of its past deeds, Tian Jiashan, exhausted from a battle, did not act rashly. Instead, he chose to recuperate on Jiaja Island. After all, through their previous clash, Tian Jiashan already knew the gap between himself and the Prison Suppressor sea beast. Even as the monarch of Ladu, the current Tian Jiashan could only display the cultivation of the immortal realm 9th level. Although with his formidable personal strength, he could barely contend with a demigod realm vicious beast, it was clear that Prison Suppressor was not an ordinary demigod realm vicious beast. On the contrary, Prison Suppressor inherently possessed the combat power to kill across realms. It was precisely because he understood this that Tian Jiashan did not make futile efforts. After his injuries healed on Jiaja Island, he did not immediately act. Instead, after a long period, he once again immersed himself in cultivation and comprehending the Dao. With the identity of the monarch of Ladu, ordinary Dao rules were as simple as eating and drinking for Tian Jiashan, which was one of the main reasons for his rapid transformation. However, to comprehend the Dao of death and reincarnation, even Tian Jiashan could not take it lightly. Only by mastering the true profound truth of death and reincarnation could Tian Jiashan become the undisputed monarch of Ladu, just like the great emperor of Fengdu. Although his physical body was tattered in the previous battle with Prison Suppressor, his physical body was like a spirit treasure, with astonishing recovery abilities. Tian Jiashan only took a month to fully heal his injuries before going to find Candle Dragon. Without the cultivation and strength of the demigod realm, Tian Jiashan did not intend to seek out Prison Suppressor again, even though he knew time was pressing and he still had to return to build Ladu. Even as the monarch of Ladu, the Dao comprehended by the Candle Dragon ancestor was still very valuable for Tian Jiashan's reference at the moment. Therefore, after leaving Jiaja Island, Tian Jiashan, who arrived at the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon, discussed the immortal Dao with the Candle Dragon ancestor almost every day, and of course, also sparred with Candle Dragon. Thus, 2 months passed in a hurry. However, in these 2 months, Tian Jiashan's progress was equally visible, especially to the Candle Dragon ancestor, who felt it most clearly, as Tian Jiashan had been discussing the Dao with him for these 2 months. Although the Prison Suppressor sea beast has not had its clan passed down like other primordial bloodlines, such beings, whenever they appear, none are mediocre. And this one in the South Sea even controls the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Yu in heavy water. When fighting it, one still needs to be careful. After 2 months of interaction, seeing Jiashan about to go to Jiaja Island again, the Candle Dragon ancestor also kindly reminded him. Over the 2 months, his view of Tian Jiashan had changed so much that the current Candle Dragon ancestor was clearly much more enthusiastic and familiar. Don't worry, Candle Dragon Ancestor. What I'm best at is running away. If I still can't beat it this time, I'll just run back. Although he was talking about escaping, Tian Jiashan didn't feel ashamed at all, and neither did the Candle Dragon Ancestor and others. Challenging a higher realm from a lower realm was inherently a divine feat, not to mention that Tian Jiashan's opponent was a primordial bloodlines that was not much weaker than the Candle Dragon clan, and also controlled a Chaos Supreme treasure. Using you in heavy water in the ocean would be like adding wings to a tiger for prison suppressor. Seeing that Jiashan's personality was still straightforward and uninhibited, the Candle Dragon Ancestor merely smiled slightly, then waved goodbye to the departing person. It's truly hard to imagine that less than 3 years ago, Jiashan was just an ordinary human. After also taking time to spar with Tian Jiashan again during these 2 months, Candle Dragon now spoke with great emotion. If not for seeing it with his own eyes and experiencing it firsthand, who would have thought that the cunning person who even charged a fee for sparring 3 years ago now possessed such imperial majesty? 3 years ago, Jiashan was already extraordinary. Candle Dragon, have you ever heard of a human who could defeat the bloodline of the Candle Dragon clan among his peers? Even the 3 human race emperors on the current Shui-Tu Jibin, when they fought me in the same realm back then, ended in a draw. But 3 years ago, Jiashan had already defeated you in the Calamity Transformation realm. Hearing the Candle Dragon Ancestor's words, Candle Dragon stopped speaking, which was equivalent to a tacit acknowledgement. That underworld judge asked Jiashan to come to the South Sea to harvest the Sea Soul Shirt because he wanted to use the vicious beast in the sea to rapidly transform Jiashan, so he could control Ledu, right? Jiashan's strength was beyond doubt and no longer needed his guidance, so Candle Dragon changed the topic. With a large number of departed souls overflowing from the netherworld, and the great Emperor of Fengdu turning a blind eye, even allowing this to happen, the mortal world and the heavenly court will certainly not be peaceful. When the old gives way to the new, the departed souls will be taken over by Ledu, so what you said, Candle Dragon, is not without reason. However, from my understanding of that great Emperor in Fengdu, if he wanted Jiashan to transform quickly, he shouldn't have sent Jiashan to the South Sea, but rather to the 33rd heaven, as that place is more suitable for a powerful and unreasonable being like Jiashan. Therefore, Jiashan could also very well be here to harvest the Sea Soul Shirt. After all, it was Yang Luyi's request. Thinking of Yang Luyi, whom he had seen in Bright Sun Heaven before, Candle Dragon's expression was puzzled. Because of his good relationship with Jiashan and his control over the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 36th-rank creation Green Lotus, Candle Dragon had paid attention to Yang Luyi in Bright Sun Heaven at the time, and thus still remembered her. Jiashan is clearly so powerful, and his status is extraordinary, why does he always listen to Yang Luyi? It was the same in Bright Sun Heaven. After pondering, Candle Dragon posed this question. Among the 3 realms, the most complex is the mortal world, and among the mortal world, the most complex are humans, after all, they are the spirits of all things. So what they are thinking, only they know. Although it was just stating an inherent fact, the Candle Dragon Ancestor made it sound somewhat profound, and Candle Dragon once again fell into contemplation. Could it be that Yang Luyi is also some potential peerless being? But, among the 3 realms, what being could have a higher status than the monarch of Ledu? As the Candle Dragon Ancestor departed, Candle Dragon, deep in thought, muttered to himself. After leaving the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon, Tian Jiashan did not land on Jiaja Island, but instead plunged into the vast ocean to find prison suppressor. To avoid unnecessary trouble, upon reaching the deep sea, Tian Jiashan directly released all his aura to prevent some not so strong but not so weak beings from coming to pick a fight. However, when Tian Jiashan reappeared at a depth where the seabed could vaguely be seen, an unsettlingly familiar chi suddenly emerged. In an instant, his expression changed drastically, and Tian Jiashan had already struck behind him. However, prison suppressor came too fiercely and appeared too strangely. After several months, upon seeing each other again, Tian Jiashan was still the one to suffer a disadvantage first. Although they had only fought once, prison suppressor was extremely familiar with Tian Jiashan's scent and aura. Because over the long years, Tian Jiashan was the first to dare provoke and injure prison suppressor in thousands of years. As fierce as the battle in the sea was, so terrifying were the scenes on the surface. The calm sea surface surged like water violently shaken in a cup, and the stirred-up waves once again swept towards Jiaja Island. And this time, out of curiosity about how Emperor Yan would fight the prison suppressor sea beast, the underworld judge also chose to watch from nearby, leaving Jiaja Island, which had no defenses, instantly vulnerable. Even though the area of Jiaja Island was not small, when layers of giant waves rose, the reefs shattered in an instant, and the entire island was even struck by the waves, creating shocking cracks. Jiaja Island seemed as if it was about to disintegrate in the waves. However, the 2 combatants at this moment couldn't care less. One only wanted to defeat the prison suppressor sea beast in front of him, allowing his strength to once again sublimate, and then go to the seabed to harvest the Sea Soul Shirt. The other, though without many thoughts, instinctively wanted to eliminate the fellow in front of him who threatened his safety and status. It was precisely because of his overly simple mind that prison suppressor's combat was very clean. As the underworld judge, an existence even the 10 kings of hell respected, with the great emperor of Fengdu standing behind him, and having served as the underworld judge for 300,000 years, what kind of world had the underworld judge not seen? Even the heavenly emperor, the lord of the heavenly court and the apparent head of the 3 realms, the underworld judge had sat at the same table with him. Yet, it was this very underworld judge whose heartstrings tightened upon witnessing the battle unfolding before him. Tian Jiashan was powerful, but at this moment, Tian Jiashan was not very powerful in the eyes of the underworld judge. Yet, at this moment, the judge only felt that the Emperor Yan before him was incredibly fierce and incredibly invincible. To be honest, the great Emperor of Fengdu is indeed very powerful, but because he is a chaos being, he always feels devoid of human emotion. If Emperor Yan were to grow, it would certainly be much more interesting. As he watched, when the ghost messenger suddenly pondered aloud like this, the judge suddenly began to look forward to the future days. Flipping through the book of life and death day and night, for the first few millennia after taking office, he still felt some passion and pride. But after enough time of being high-spirited, the judge only felt bored. However, now, after discerning some of Emperor Yan's inner character through his fighting style, a new sense of anticipation suddenly filled the judge's heart. And as the judge felt this anticipation, a whistling sound that tore through the wind suddenly appeared in his ears, then abruptly faded away. Turning his head, the judge only saw Emperor Yan, who had been sent flying far away, and the sea beast named Prison Suppressor, relentlessly pursuing him. The judge didn't move, but his gaze quickly shifted again, because the sea beast that had just aggressively chased after him was now sent flying back at an even faster speed, and the one relentlessly pursuing was the Emperor Yan who had just been sent flying. What, has this turned into a turn-based game? Although he mumbled this, the judge, as an observer, was very dutiful. Even when he saw Emperor Yan severely injured, he remained unmoved, and even when he saw the Prison Suppressor sea beast sent flying past him, he did not resort to foul play. The judge just watched. And the judge watched for 3 months. He was not human, nor an ordinary being. Let alone 3 months, even 3 years, 30 years, 300 years without closing his eyes, the judge would not feel the slightest fatigue. Not only did he not feel tired, but because the battle was nearing its end and a victor would soon be decided, the judge was now full of energy and focused. The physical body's recovery ability was astonishing, their respective strengths were terrifying, and each was unique. So, with their comparable strengths, after fighting for 3 months, both were now considerably weaker in aura. However, despite their weakened aura, their respective auras remained sharp. When the world-ending Great Mill completely locked down the Yu in heavy water, preventing it from moving at all, and the surrounding space had been assimilated into a world similar to Ladu, Tian Jiashan slapped Prison Suppressor's skull. The enormous body crashed into the sea, splashing water into white mist, mixed with golden blood. After being severely injured once again, Prison Suppressor finally fell into a disadvantage. And in battles of this realm, once one falls behind, it is too late to recover. After gaining the upper hand, although he occasionally suffered injuries from counterattacks, he had already gained absolute control, and the battle became a one-sided affair. Even though Prison Suppressor could injure Jiashan from time to time, overall, he was still enduring a one-sided beating. His enormous body, like a small mountain, was constantly sent flying under Jiashan's attacks. As intense pain tore through his divine soul, even Prison Suppressor, a primordial remnant species with a terrifying physical body, let out a series of terrifying wails. At this moment, Jiashan, who had already taken control of the battle's flow, possessed a formidable aura. A world-ending Great Mill, surpassing even a Chaos Supreme Treasure, floated above his head. As it slowly rotated, the earthy yellow light it emitted not only ground away all power but could even crush Dao rules. The scripture of the dead and the primordial scripture of the whole body circulated smoothly, and sacred chanting sounds appeared in the void realm, with countless Dao rules faintly discernible. At this very moment, Jiashan had initially assumed the demeanor of a great emperor. Surrender to me, and I can spare you your life. In response to Jiashan's voice, Prison Suppressor, whose enormous skeleton was somewhat deformed from the beating, merely roared in defiance. Not only did he not yield, but he counterattacked with fierce eyes. Although his intelligence was limited, the instinct flowing in his blood made Prison Suppressor realize that he was absolutely a supreme being between heaven and earth. The arrogance hidden beneath that instinct would not allow him to be humiliated. However, facing Prison Suppressor who roared and charged, Jiashan merely blasted him away again with an expressionless face. I am the Lord of Ladu. For you to surrender to me is not a humiliation. Although Jiashan's tone was much calmer, Prison Suppressor did not buy it. He lunged back, bloodthirsty and frenzied, displaying a ruthless posture as if determined to tear Jiashan apart. But by now, let alone injuring Jiashan, Prison Suppressor found it difficult even to touch Jiashan. If Jiashan had intended to kill him, he would have done so 10 days ago. It was only after he considered bringing him under his command that Jiashan had continued the fight until now. However, as it stood, Jiashan had underestimated the arrogance and will in Prison Suppressor's heart. Again and again, seeing that Prison Suppressor was still unwilling to surrender, Jiashan still did not deliver a fatal blow. If you are unwilling, I can let you leave. After your injuries heal, I will fight you again, repeating this until you are willing to surrender to me. After saying this and throwing the gigantic body he was holding in the air into the sea, Jiashan turned and left. Limited intelligence does not mean no intelligence, and primitive bloodthirsty instinct does not mean not fearing death. So, upon seeing Jiashan voluntarily let him go, Prison Suppressor did not angrily chase after him again. Allowing the blood on his body to flow like a trickling stream, and with a human-like change in expression in his enormous pupils, Prison Suppressor watched the departing figure from afar before diving into the ocean and disappearing. Although he wanted to offer greetings and inquire about his well-being, seeing the dense Dao rules on Emperor Yan's body and watching his injuries recover at a visible speed, Brother Judge still did not offer insincere comfort. Emperor Yan, that Prison Suppressor is clearly not a benevolent creature, and it still has room for growth. Its nature is so unruly. If you let it go this time, I'm afraid it will reappear and obstruct you when you go to the seabed to gather sea soul shirts, especially since Prison Suppressor's recovery speed is also astonishing. Who cares? We've already been delayed for so long, a little more time won't hurt. If it dares to obstruct me from gathering sea soul shirts, I'll cripple it again. I'd like to see how many times its unruly nature can endure such tempering. The massive Jiaja island had been completely destroyed during 3 months of continuous fighting. Now, to rest, he could only go to the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon, so Jiashan was also heading back to the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon. Although he had offered a warm and kind reminder, seeing Emperor Yan speak like that, Brother Judge said no more. The Emperor's thoughts can be guessed wildly, but not scrutinized. Emperor Yan, why are you so determined to make Prison Suppressor surrender? Although its combat strength is formidable and it still has room for growth, it's quite difficult to make such a vicious beast, almost with only primitive instincts, surrender. Actually, there are many powerful undead in Fengdu. If Emperor Yan needs a strong fighter, you can simply tell the great Emperor of Fengdu and go tame a few yourself. Long Chu came this way. Brother Judge's words held no ulterior motives, he was simply considering Emperor Yan's unfamiliarity with the situation in Fengdu and thus offered a kind reminder and suggestion. 3 months of continuous high-intensity fighting, to say it wasn't tiring, would definitely be a lie. However, even with numerous holes and bloody wounds on his body, Jiashan's eyes still shone brightly. Looking at Brother Judge with those shining eyes, Jiashan spoke earnestly. Brother Judge, I just think Prison Suppressor is majestic and fierce enough, very much in line with Ledu's temperament. Brother, think about it, if a vicious beast like Prison Suppressor guards Ledu, how deterrent would that be, wouldn't it? Brother Judge had thought that Emperor Yan was reluctant to kill Prison Suppressor due to developing feelings over time. But upon hearing Emperor Yan speak so earnestly and enthusiastically, he was momentarily stunned. However, recalling Prison Suppressor's ferocious appearance and massive body, Brother Judge subconsciously nodded, feeling that it indeed possessed the kind of temperament that suited Ledu, as Emperor Yan described. If Prison Suppressor guards the gate of Ledu, it would indeed be quite grand. Exactly. Although the Candle Dragon, Divine Phoenix, Vermilion Ape, Dowdy, and other primordial bloodlines are also grand and magnificent, in terms of temperament, none of them possess the same temperament as Prison Suppressor. So, I must bring this Prison Suppressor under my command. Brother Judge, whose mind was still replaying Prison Suppressor's temperament, heard these words and his expression immediately became strange. What? Was Emperor Yan actually thinking of making those primordial bloodlines he had fought before guard the gates of Ledu? Although Brother Judge did not speak, Jiashan knew what he was thinking just by looking at his expression, so he explained. Brother, what are you thinking? Even if I'm arrogant, I haven't reached the point of making those primordial bloodlines guard my gate, have I? After all, those primordial bloodlines are quite intelligent, I was just using them for comparison. When Jiashan reappeared, Dragon Ancestor still warmly invited him to stay. As for Candle Dragon, he was in seclusion and did not show himself. With significant injuries, Jiashan genuinely only sought temporary lodging this time. Upon arriving at the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon, he focused on healing his injuries and summarizing what he had gained from the battle. Fighting Prison Suppressor for 3 months had also greatly benefited Jiashan. This time, Jiashan only stayed in the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon for a month. After his injuries were 70 to 80% healed, he went back to the South Sea. He had been in the South Sea for a year, and his strength had indeed transformed significantly. However, Jiashan had yet to see any sea soul shirts, which were the main reason for his presence in the South Sea. To prevent Prison Suppressor from reappearing to obstruct, or even ambush him again, Jiashan did not relax his vigilance in the slightest when he entered the sea once more. However, when Jiashan first stepped onto the seabed, it was still calm and uneventful. As he illuminated the dark seabed with surging spiritual power, he finally gathered his first sea soul shirt and immediately became busy. Collecting sea soul shirts was just the first step, there were many more processes involved in crafting a precious garment for Yang Luyi. A year has passed. I hope that crazy woman doesn't throw a tantrum. As he muttered, Jiashan swiftly swept up the sea soul shirts around him. With the Candle Dragon clan outside the South Sea, the sea soul shirts in the South Sea had hardly been collected, so Jiashan had a great harvest. The entire collection process went very smoothly. After gathering all the mature sea soul shirts, when Jiashan reappeared above the sea, Prison Suppressor showed no movement at all. Looking at the sea surface with only faint ripples, Jiashan frowned and hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. Brother Judge, I'm loaded, heading home. Feeling lighthearted after finishing his task, Jiashan shouted out and was about to set off with a relaxed mind and body when the sea surface behind him suddenly became turbulent. Turning around, he saw Prison Suppressor. Jiashan frowned and asked, What, do you want to fight me again now? In response to Jiashan's words, Prison Suppressor did not speak, but a strange voice appeared in Jiashan's mind. I am willing to go to Ledu with you. Hearing this telepathic message, Jiashan's expression instantly lit up with joy. Now, this was truly a full harvest. Although Tian Jiashan had been away from Ledu for a year, the busy 10 kings of hell in Ledu had not stopped their work, and a year's time was but a fleeting moment for the 10 monarchs. The 10 kings of hell, possessing endless lifespans, would often spend several years just yawning. As everyone was diligently following Tian Jiashan's blueprints, step by step perfecting the construction projects in Ledu, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon Ledu one day, and even the 10 kings of hell could not ignore it, appearing immediately. However, what the 10 kings of hell saw when they first appeared was only a colossal giant with an enormous body. Upon closer inspection, 2 tiny figures could be seen on the hundreds of tall beast's body, none other than Emperor Yan and Brother Judge, who had been to the South Sea for a year. Seeing that the newcomers were Emperor Yan, the slight vigilance in their hearts relaxed. However, upon sensing the powerful aura emanating from Prison Suppressor, the faces of the 10 kings of hell still showed solemnity. Because everyone could feel an intense sense of oppression from Prison Suppressor. The vicious beast brought back by Emperor Yan definitely possessed strength no weaker than their own. Long Chu, who also remained in Ledu, watched with great interest, but his attention was mainly focused on Emperor Yan, whom he hadn't seen in a year. In just 1 year, the transformation Emperor Yan had undergone seemed a bit too astonishing. The soul seed, which had been rampant since being killed by Tian Jiashan, also came nearby. However, upon feeling the terrifying oppressive force flowing from the colossal giant, it instinctively wanted to distance itself from the behemoth, and fear appeared in the soul seed's eyes. The soul seed felt that compared to that ferocious vicious beast, it was like the difference in body size, it was completely an ant. A year felt like yesterday to Tian Jiashan, but Ledu had already been built quite impressively. Seeing the buildings he had drawn on the blueprints now appearing in the distance, a peculiar light appeared in his eyes. Ledu finally had some semblance of a city. After exchanging a few words with Prison Suppressor and letting him move freely, Tian Jiashan and Brother Judge also approached the group of monarchs. He already had the strength to kill Prison Suppressor in the South Sea, and now that he was in Ledu, Tian Jiashan was even less afraid of Prison Suppressor being unruly. Because he had just been standing on Prison Suppressor, and Prison Suppressor's cultivation was formidable, even when its physical body's chi was restrained, a huge oppressive force still emanated. Therefore, the 10 kings of hell's perception of Tian Jiashan's aura was not very clear. However, now that Tian Jiashan stood before them, the expressions on everyone's faces changed slightly again. If their previous reverence for Emperor Yan was due to his identity, then their current reverence for Emperor Yan stemmed entirely from the aura flowing from him. It seems that in 1 year, Emperor Yan has gained a lot in the South Sea. Long Chu said with a congratulatory tone after Emperor Yan arrived before him. Compared to the 10 monarchs, Long Chu could more clearly sense the immense qi within Emperor Yan's body. Of course. Do you see that giant beast? That vicious beast is named Prison Suppressor. It was once the supreme overlord of the South Sea, possessing demigod realm cultivation and primordial bloodlines, and it was born with the chaos supreme treasure, Yuan heavy water. Its strength is incredibly formidable. But now, this Prison Suppressor has become Ledu's guardian divine beast, because it has already submitted to Emperor Yan. Without Tian Jiashan needing to speak, Brother Judge spoke with an exaggerated and proud expression. Although he was narrating a fact, it made Long Chu and the 10 monarchs feel as if he were fabricating it out of thin air. To add, for Prison Suppressor to submit, Emperor Yan fought it for a full 60 days, during which I did not interfere at all. Having seen flattery before, but never someone as flattering as Brother Judge, Tian Jiashan smiled helplessly, feeling it was somewhat refreshing and unconventional. Prison Suppressor's strength is indeed formidable, and what Brother Judge said is true. However, the main reason I chose to make it submit and bring it back was mainly because of its ferocious temperament, which is especially suitable for a place like Ledu. Hearing Emperor Yan speak like this, everyone turned their heads to look into the distance again. Upon realizing that Prison Suppressor was very intimidating based on its appearance alone, they all nodded in agreement. Emperor Yan, Brother Judge just said that Prison Suppressor was subdued by you alone, and he also said that Prison Suppressor's strength is formidable. So now, Emperor Yan, do you already possess battle power exceeding that of a demigod? Out of curiosity, Long Chu still asked respectfully. Although he knew that Emperor Yan, as the monarch of Ledu, would sooner or later possess power like the great Emperor of Fengdu, standing above the great Dao, Long Chu still spoke, wanting to confirm if Emperor Yan had indeed undergone an astonishing transformation in just a short year. Just by looking at their expressions, Tian Jiashan could guess the thoughts in Long Chu and the 10 monarchs' minds. I do indeed have battle power exceeding that of a demigod, but I have not yet reached the God King realm. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly again. Although in terms of status, there was a huge difference, when it came to understanding the netherworld, Tian Jiashan was truly no less knowledgeable than the others. Therefore, upon hearing that Emperor Yan had transformed to such an extent in such a short time, everyone's hearts surged with emotion. Although my battle power has increased rapidly, it's not that fast. After all, I have 10 spiritual bodies. I don't even have the battle power of a God King, and my own cultivation is only at the peak of spirit immortal. To become your qualified monarch of Ledu, there is still a long way to go. Tian Jiashan spoke modestly, but everyone didn't listen at all. What's wrong with having a long way to go? Emperor Yan walks so fast that he will reach the end of the road in no time. Without much small talk with everyone, and after roughly grasping the current construction progress of Ledu, Tian Jiashan left alone. He did not immediately open a furnace to forge a treasure for Yang Luyi to travel through Ledu, but instead went to see the Soul Seed first. Although he hated Tian Jiashan to the core, with nowhere else to go, the Soul Seed had also built a small house for itself in Ledu over the past year, where it cultivated when it had nothing to do. Spirits are also beings of the 3 realms, and naturally, they can continue to cultivate. However, if a spirit wants to cross reincarnation, then everything must be erased, and they must undergo reincarnation with the purest soul. After being startled by Prison Suppressor's qi, the Soul Seed returned to its small house to meditate and cultivate, practicing the soul summoning that had once severely injured Tian Jiashan. Because it was in Ledu, surrounded by rich death and reincarnation Dao, the Soul Seed, existing as a soul after death in Ledu, cultivated at an increased speed, mastering soul summoning twice as fast as when it was alive. How about it? Ledu is a good place, isn't it? If you were alive, it would take at least 100 years to cultivate soul summoning to this level. The Soul Seed, fully immersed in comprehending the Dao, was startled by the sudden voice, almost suffering qi deviation from fright. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Burning with rage and about to curse, even in its soul state, a chilling sensation instantly surged, making it feel as if its soul was freezing, and the Soul Seed showed a terrified expression. Only a year had passed, why had Tian Jiashan transformed to such a terrifying extent? Didn't he say he went to the South Sea to collect materials for forging treasures? Shocked, the Soul Seed could only stare at the person who appeared, and his mischievous expression, daring not to speak its anger. Look how suitable Ledu is for you. If you were to take on the position of Brother Judge, wouldn't you be able to call forth wind and rain in Ledu? Moreover, as Brother Judge, you can also roam freely, and even visit the heavenly court. Isn't that more carefree than being in the mortal world? Honestly, the reason I chose you to be the Brother Judge of Ledu isn't because you have anything special, but simply because you are my enemy. Although the people here are not malicious, their words are too sweet, and praise easily makes people foolish. That's why I asked you to be Brother Judge. You certainly won't praise me. Think about it carefully. I will make my move in a while. At that time, many living beings in the mortal world will die, and those deceased spirits will not enter Fengdu but will come to Ledu. If you haven't decided by then, you can also undergo reincarnation together. After leaving such words, which were half persuasion and half threat, Tian Jiashan disappeared without a trace before the Soul Seed could respond. With less anger in its heart, the Soul Seed's eyes flickered with changing emotions. Although there were still some things to complete in Ledu, it wasn't urgent, so Tian Jiashan, upon his return, immediately immersed himself in forging. After building a forging platform on a flame with the 1000-core flame as its core, Tian Jiashan directly refined artifacts on the flaming mountain. Tian Jiashan had not forgotten his promise to Yang Luyi. A treasure that could traverse Ledu would at least have to be an emperor armament, not to mention that even materials like the sea soul shirt were not something an ordinary blacksmith could handle. And by ordinary, it meant at least someone in the immortal realm. Fortunately, the current Tian Jiashan possessed power above that of a demigod, so forging an emperor armament with the sea soul shirt was not difficult. While his cultivation was rapidly increasing, Tian Jiashan did not neglect alchemy, artifact refining, talismans, and array dao, all of which he had learned. And as Tian Jiashan was concentrating on refining an artifact for Yang Luyi, an uninvited guest arrived in Ledu again that day. As a treasure pagoda with flowing chaos chi just appeared at the gate of Ledu, a sky-covering hand already slapped down, catching the newcomer off guard, who could only hastily use the treasure pagoda to protect himself. Having just stepped into Ledu, only to be slapped out of Ledu by an unknown terrifying vicious beast, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable was somewhat stunned and indignant. Thus, after reappearing with preparations, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable and Prison Suppressor immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The commotion from their fight was so great that it was quickly noticed by everyone in Ledu. Putting down his work and appearing, Tian Jiashan saw Prison Suppressor fighting a person holding a 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Recalling the news he had heard from the mortal world, he knew the identity of the newcomer and called out to Prison Suppressor. Looking at the giant vicious beast that quietly left, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable was somewhat indignant, but surprise also arose in his heart. During the brief exchange just now, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable was horrified to discover that he was not an opponent for that vicious beast. Moreover, that vicious beast also controlled the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Yuan Heavy Water. Jiashan, no, now I should call you Monarch of Ledu. What kind of divine beast is that vicious beast? Unable to ignore it, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable spoke with a solemn expression. Ha ha ha, Celestial Venerable, you don't need to worry. Its name is Prison Suppressor. It used to be the overlord of the South Sea, but now I've brought it back to be Ledu's guardian divine beast. It has a somewhat fierce temper. Hearing this, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's expression became even more solemn, but he did not press further. The South Sea, wasn't that behind the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon clan? The monarch of Ledu actually went there and even brought back the overlord of the South Sea. No wonder his strength was so terrifying. But then again, using such an overlord as a gatekeeper, the monarch of Ledu's methods were perhaps a bit too terrifying. So that's how it is. I was wondering why its strength was so fierce. I was quite startled just now. Seeing Ling Bao Celestial Venerable being so genuine, Tian Jiashan smiled slightly again. Ling Bao Celestial Venerable was the hall master of the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall, young in age, but his cultivation was astonishing. Moreover, he commanded the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 7-colored glazed pagoda, making him a renowned existence in the major thousand worlds. Of course, most importantly, Tian Jiashan had once stayed in the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment visit, but rather with another request in mind. After a few brief and polite words, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable got straight to the point, stating his intention. He had recognized Tian Jiashan's artifact refining talent back then, and had even decided to cultivate Tian Jiashan to be the next successor of the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall, and then use Tian Jiashan's artifact refining skills to open the Immortal Bronze Palace. However, he hadn't expected so many unexpected events to occur in between, and the situation where he thought it would take at least several thousand years for Tian Jiashan to fully mature had arrived much earlier, prompting Ling Bao Celestial Venerable to visit in advance. The supreme treasures in the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall, besides the 7-colored glazed pagoda controlled by Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, also included the entire Immortal Bronze Palace itself, which was used as a base but had never been truly opened. Hearing Ling Bao Celestial Venerable say that the giant bronze palace in the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall was actually a Chaos Supreme Treasure, Tian Jiashan was surprised and intrigued, immediately agreeing to help. It was not only to witness the true appearance of that bronze palace but also Tian Jiashan's reciprocation for Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's actions. After all, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable had genuinely contributed much to the matter of the Gu clan divine race. And regardless of whether Ling Bao Celestial Venerable had long had a request, as long as he truly contributed, Tian Jiashan felt it was enough. Although he had agreed to help, Tian Jiashan did not leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in Ledu for another 2 months, completing the emperor armament that Yang Luyi needed to forge, before leaving with Ling Bao Celestial Venerable. With Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's countless years of artifact refining expertise, coupled with his countless years of research on the Bronze Immortal Palace, and now with Tian Jiashan's assistance from the world-ending Great Mill, the Bronze Immortal Palace finally reappeared, adding another Chaos Supreme Treasure to the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall. After helping out in the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall, Tian Jiashan did not return directly to Ledu, instead, he made his way to the Chaosian sect. Because the Broken Mountain had now been completely opened. When the Chaosian sect announced years ago that it was abandoning the Broken Mountain, various forces had already made all sorts of conjectures, and those seemingly absurd conjectures in the past had been continuously substantiated in the Broken Mountain over the recent years, turning the Broken Mountain into a treasure hunting ground. If one were to consider the normal rate of recovery, the Broken Mountain would need at least several decades to fully recover. However, due to the previous battle between Ling Bao Celestial Venerable and ancestor Xian Zhen of the Gu clan divine race in the Broken Mountain, which greatly accelerated its recovery, the Broken Mountain now not only had hundreds of emerging subterranean caves but also dozens of celestial caves. Behind all of this lay the implication that in some unknown past, hundreds of terrestrial immortals and dozens of heavenly immortals had died on the Broken Mountain. And considering that not all beings can transform into cave-like lands after death, the number of powerful beings who died in the Broken Mountain must have been even greater than the number of caves that appeared. However, even with a continuous stream of emerging caves, no immortal's cave had ever appeared in the Broken Mountain. Yet, beings who went to the Broken Mountain to search for treasures discovered fragments of imperial weapons, and not just one or two. All these occurrences were solidifying the conjecture that the Broken Mountain was an ancient battlefield. By now, with even complete imperial weapons being discovered in the Broken Mountain, the forces gathering there were increasing, and the strength of the contenders was growing stronger. People from the human emperor's capital, the Huai Sacred Palace, and even those under the martial god had arrived. In addition to the 3 sovereigns, the 3 great families among the common people, Po Shan Temple, Unfathomable Disaster, God Peak, and many primordial bloodlines from the Chihua Wilderness had also crossed realms to come. Not only that, some long-secluded families, such as the 3 great ancient god clans in the ancient Edict realm, and some ancient races and ancient tribes living beneath the ruins of King Kaiu, also had people appearing. Superpowers across the world, those whose names could be called out, appeared in varying numbers around the Broken Mountain. 90% of them came by word of mouth, unaware of the secrets hidden within the Broken Mountain, while the remaining small fraction who knew the truth were biding their time for the ultimate prize. Any being who understood the secret of the Broken Mountain knew that the caves appearing now were all formed from beings who died previously in the struggle for the Broken Mountain's great treasures, and the treasures unearthed from the Broken Mountain were also brought by those deceased beings. The true treasures beneath the Broken Mountain had not yet appeared. It was precisely because of this that Tian Jiashan was not in a hurry to act against the Gu clan divine race, even though he now fully possessed the strength to slay a demigod. However, driven by over 100 years of cautious character, Tian Jiashan decided to wait a little longer. Everyone in the world only knew that all supreme treasures were led by Chaos Supreme Treasures, but they did not know that above Chaos Supreme Treasures, there was also the concept of Grand Mist Supreme Treasures. However, even the few terrifying beings who knew of the existence of Grand Mist Supreme Treasures had never truly seen their full extent, as the battle on the Broken Mountain ultimately ended without a clear victor. The world-ending Great Mill on Tian Jiashan had existed since he first appeared in this world, but it had always been in an unstable, illusory state. The reason for this was not due to Tian Jiashan's insufficient mastery over the world-ending Great Mill, nor his insufficient cultivation, but because the true body of the world-ending Great Mill was still slumbering beneath the Broken Mountain. Buried beneath the Broken Mountain was the world-ending Great Mill, Tian Jiashan's Grand Mist Supreme Treasure. However, Tian Jiashan would not proactively speak of such a matter, because no one would believe him, and it might even invite unforeseen disaster. Even though Tian Jiashan was currently the monarch of Ledu, if he were to say that what was buried beneath the Broken Mountain was the already claimed world-ending Great Mill belonging to him, some forces would definitely dare to act against him. Rationality would crumble due to desire, and the Grand Mist Supreme Treasure beneath the Broken Mountain possessed the power to drive a multitude of forces to madness. One must know that when the world-ending Great Mill was about to make its first true appearance, countless renowned supreme beings had already died in the Great War on the Broken Mountain, even the offspring of desolate gods perished in that battle. Having helped Ling Bao Celestial Venerable and received his oath when Ledu and the Chaosian sect acted against the Gu clan divine race, the Nine Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall would definitely assist with the full strength of its sect. With such a promise, Tian Jiashan no longer wanted to make further demands of Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, as there was nothing more worth asking for. As Tian Jiashan appeared once again in the Chaosian sect, the entire Wei prefecture was stirred. For a recent period, unidentifiable powerful beings frequently appeared near the Chaosian sect, not exactly openly, nor timidly, but simply wanting to observe the so-called monarch of Ledu from afar. However, what these gathered people did not know was that while they were still hoping to catch a glimpse of that legendary young emperor, Tian Jiashan, who had only briefly stayed at the Chaosian sect, had already traveled tens of thousands of miles to the Bushan sect. Because Tian Jiashan was going to give the finished treasure robe to Yang Luyi. Stepping out of the Void Realm, Tian Jiashan appeared directly above the Bushan sect. He looked towards the direction of the Bushan sect's back mountain and saw a simple moonstone standing tall on the mountain peak. As he pondered, powerful qi was already heading towards him. The old sect master Yang Luda and sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen, who appeared, looked at the person who had torn through the Void Realm. Their nerves were taut due to the terrifying qi radiating from him, and for a moment, they didn't know how to speak. The young man they could casually address a few years ago had, in the blink of an eye, become a supreme being they couldn't see through. The father and son who appeared had complex expressions. Greetings, monarch of Ledu. After an internal struggle and hesitation, sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen still respectfully addressed Tian Jiashan as the monarch of Ledu. Looking at the cautious and complex expressions of the two seniors before him, Tian Jiashan immediately found himself between laughter and tears. Two seniors, it's only been a few years since we last met. There's no need to treat me like a ghost or a god, right? The title monarch of Ledu sounds somewhat mighty and domineering when others use it, but when seniors use it, it feels rather awkward. So, seniors, please just address me as before. Awkwardness was one thing, and being afraid that Yang Luyi, that woman, would later seize the opportunity to make a fuss was another. Tian Jiashan wasn't afraid of Yang Luyi at all, but he was also very afraid of Yang Luyi. Seeing Jiashan speak like this, the two, who had been holding their breath, immediately sighed in relief. The atmosphere just now was truly suffocatingly awkward. Kid, what is your cultivation realm exactly now? How did your oppressive aura become so strong? With the constraint lifted, Yang Luda asked, full of curiosity. And sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen also listened with a tense gaze. I was taken to the South Sea by the judge before, and now I have combat power above that of a demigod, but I'm still a bit short of the God King realm. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history, screenshot recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Seeing the speaker open his mouth with a shy expression, the two, who were already dumbfounded, looked blankly, not knowing what Tian Jiashan was being shy about. Was being a bit short of the God King realm such a shameful thing? If that were the case, then shouldn't the two of them just die? After all, they had cultivated for so many years and hadn't reached Jiashan's current realm. Tian Jiashan had no idea that the two had such rich thoughts in their hearts. Sect Master Yang, where is Yi? She asked me to prepare a treasure for her before, and I'm bringing it to her now. Yang Chen, immersed in shock, heard this, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. However, Yang Luda's expression changed again. A treasure for Yi, could it be the treasure Yi mentioned before that would allow her to freely travel through Ledu? If it were to fulfill such a requirement, it would at least have to be an imperial weapon. Seeing that the old sect master had already guessed his intention, Tian Jiashan still smiled radiantly. Yang Luyi, who had rarely been so dedicated to cultivation, appeared in the main hall with her mother after her mother's message. Seeing Sweetie, who was chatting and laughing with her family members, her steps immediately became light, and she subconsciously quickened her pace. Sweetie, why are you only here now? Several months have already passed since our agreed time. The materials needed to forge the treasure were a bit hard to find. It just took a bit more effort, but effort pays off. Although it's overdue, I've finished making what you wanted. As Tian Jiashan spoke, a beautiful long dress appeared in his hand. When the light shone directly on it, there was a faint glow on the dress, like flowing clouds in an immortal pass. Just by looking at it, one knew that what Tian Jiashan held was no ordinary item. Here, this dress is entirely made of sea sole shirt, and I also modified its attributes according to your 36 rank creation green lotus. From now on, whenever you want to go to Ledu, you can live freely there by wearing it. Looking at the simple, elegant, and beautiful dress, stars twinkled in Yang Lu Yi's eyes, and her fondness was completely written on her face. The dress was beautiful, and most importantly, it was made by Sweetie himself. Taking the dress, spiritual power overflowed, and the dress automatically disassembled, then reassembled itself on Yang Lu Yi's body. Watching his masterpiece perfectly fit Yang Lu Yi, Tian Jiashan chuckled foolishly for a moment. As for Yang Lu Yi's family members in the main hall, at this moment, they only felt that Yi in their eyes was too beautiful, to the point of feeling somewhat dazed. Madam, is this person still my daughter? Sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen asked dazedly. Although she was also lost in thought due to her daughter's beauty at this moment, upon hearing her husband's words, the wife still spoke with a feigned reproach. If she's not our daughter, then is Jiashan performing a magic trick to bring someone to life? So, it's true that people rely on clothes, and horses rely on saddles. In fact, not only sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen felt this way, but everyone present at this moment felt for the first time that clothes could have such a great influence on a person. But then again, how well did Jiashan, a boy, understand Yi to be able to create such perfect attire? However, the two at this moment did not care about the gazes of the surrounding people. After a brief moment of distraction, Tian Jiashan began to introduce the many small mechanisms on the dress to Yang Lu Yi. How could Tian Jiashan, a person who valued practicality so much, only make an imperial weapon that was useless except for being beautiful? The dress on Yang Lu Yi was both offensive and defensive, and it was especially practical. After solving the problem of allowing Yang Lu Yi to live perfectly in Ledu, it also came with additional formations, talismans, and alchemy. Anyway, everything that should be there was there, and even things that shouldn't be there were there. Listening to Jiashan's detailed introduction of the dress on Yi, they were shocked that it was an imperial weapon, and after hearing the many details, everyone in the main hall was now dumbfounded. Yi only wore a dress, but it was like she carried a treasure chest. Oh, sweetie, you're saying too much. I can't remember it all. You can tell me slowly later. Anyway, I don't want to remember now. Seeing that Yi dared to complain, and even complained about the trouble, even though they were family, everyone at this moment wished they could scold that girl for not knowing how lucky she was. If you can't remember, then don't. There'll be plenty of time later, anyway. While still complaining in their hearts that Yi, this girl, was truly insensible, hearing Jiashan only speak gently, everyone's expressions changed again. One is willing to hit, the other is willing to take it. This is what's called a fated couple. Then, Tian, are you going back to Ledu again? If so, I want to go with you. This time, I want to stay there forever. Happy like a child, Yang Lu Yi's speech became sweet and bubbly. I'm not going to Ledu for now. After a trip to the Broken Mountain, I'll head to the Ancient Edict Realm. Yaoer and Master have been imprisoned by the Gu clan for so long, it's time to let them out. Otherwise, if it's any later, my senior brother and senior sister will definitely not easily forgive me. Upon hearing these words, everyone's expressions finally became serious, and they suddenly realized that Jiashan before them was not some naive and sweet person, but the monarch of Ledu, a young emperor. After staying at Bushan sect for a period, which was Tian Jiashan's only rest time in recent years, he did not go directly to Broken Mountain. Instead, Tian Jiashan turned and went to Ledu. After bringing prison suppressor and the brother judge and others from Ledu, Tian Jiashan then headed straight for Broken Mountain. Emperor Yan, I didn't expect you'd call us when there's a fight. I thought you'd challenge all the heroes by yourself. Standing on prison suppressor, the brother judge, almost invisible like an ant, spoke with a smile, somewhat surprised that Emperor Yan would call them when a fight was imminent. Hearing this, Tian Jiashan just turned his head expressionlessly, then spoke seriously, Brother judge, do you think I'm a fool? The brother judge immediately shook his head. Tian Jiashan then cast an inquiring glance at Long Chu and the 10 monarchs, his expression solemn. Long Chu and the 10 monarchs also immediately shook their heads, afraid that if they reacted too slowly, Emperor Yan would misunderstand. Then that's right. I'm not a fool. If there's a fight, why go for a one-on-one when you can gang up? I'm going to Broken Mountain to retrieve a treasure. It's inevitable I'll encounter some unreasonable and deranged individuals. It would be quite strenuous if I had to fight all living beings by myself. Emperor Yan, don't worry, leave everything to us then. Emperor Yan, you just focus on retrieving the treasure. As for any living being that dares to act rashly, I, the brother judge, guarantee to send it through the reincarnation tribulation, and it will be a one-way trip. Seeing the brother judge's exaggerated, feigned solemnity, Long Chu couldn't help but scoff. Emperor Yan isn't a 3-year-old child. Brother judge, even if you want to show your sincerity, you don't need to be so exaggerated. It looks quite fawning. Facing Long Chu's criticism, the brother judge was unfazed and instead spoke proudly. Long Chu, you wouldn't know, but this is what I call the art and charm of language. If you had half my eloquence back then, Long Chu, the position of Fengdu brother judge would have been yours. Recalling that distant memory because of the brother judge's words, Long Chu once again showed a look of disdain, then bothered no longer with the brother judge. Seeing that the two people beside him seemed to have some history, Tian Jiashan's face immediately showed interest, and he wanted to listen. However, before Tian Jiashan could ask, prison suppressor's speed was so fast that Broken Mountain was already in sight, and he temporarily put away his gossipy thoughts. So many forces had gathered around Broken Mountain, and there were not a few living beings and forces who knew the true situation beneath Broken Mountain. It was simply impossible to easily take away the world-ending Great Mill, which countless living beings had coveted for a long time. However, he never expected it to be simple from the start, so Tian Jiashan was not nervous at this moment. It was his own possession. If he were to be afraid or even give up owning it because of some living being's greed and covetousness, that would truly be cowardly and ridiculous. Broken Mountain had now become a place of both sanctity and mystery. Its former desolation and silence had been broken by countless living beings who came upon hearing the news, each with their own intentions. The area around Broken Mountain was almost becoming a small settlement. And precisely because it was a mixed bag of strong and weak individuals, the moment Tian Jiashan and others appeared, some powerful living beings immediately sensed them and all came into the air. Countless people gathered excitedly, either discussing who was lucky and found some great treasure, or debating who was powerful enough to sweep aside competitors and seize a fortune. But when the huge shadow in the sky was cast on the ground, everyone looked up in unison, their pupils instantly filled with shock and fear. In the air, a giant vicious beast spanned the sky. The rich qi emanating from its enormous body, so thick it almost suffocated countless people, caused countless individuals to feel a chill in their bodies the moment they saw Prison Suppressor. And when some powerful living beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing a group of equally terrifying human figures standing on the head of the suddenly appearing mysterious giant vicious beast, their heartstrings involuntarily tightened. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could feel the majestic qi emanating from Prison Suppressor, as if the Dao rules themselves were about to manifest out of thin air. Scanning the countless living beings on the ground, and seeing that no one moved rashly, Tian Jiashan's calm voice appeared in the air. Everyone, I am that Tian Jiashan. I am here today to reclaim what belongs to me, which is the supreme treasure you have coveted for a long time, buried beneath Broken Mountain. With eyes full of shock, upon hearing the name Tian Jiashan, the expressions of countless living beings changed again. Among the living beings gathered around Broken Mountain, there was no one who didn't know the name Tian Jiashan. However, before the living beings could recover from the name Tian Jiashan, even more astonishing words followed. To tell you the truth, what's buried beneath Broken Mountain is a Hongmeng supreme treasure called the world-ending Great Mill, an existence that transcends a chaos supreme treasure. Although it is indeed coveted, it is unfortunately already owned. As for why it's mine, I don't want to explain, you can all see for yourselves later. Of course, if there are any objectors, you can also try to seize it, after all, this is an era where the strong prey on the weak. Tian Jiashan's Dao sound appeared in the air, echoing in the ears of all living beings, but even with inner shock and dissatisfaction, no living being came forward. The early bird gets the worm. Tian Jiashan, the monarch of Ladu, this identity alone was already terrifying enough. And at this moment, he was accompanied by a terrifying vicious beast whose aura even surpassed that of a demigod, and a group of experts whose auras were hard to fathom. No one would choose to step forward at this time. Speaking calmly, both to inform all living beings of the truth and to warn the surrounding living beings not to act rashly, Tian Jiashan smiled slightly when he saw no one obstructing him. When the ethereal world-ending Great Mill appeared above his head, the qi around the entire Broken Mountain surged. Having felt the terror of the world-ending Great Mill more than once, at this moment, because the world-ending Great Mill was about to truly recover, the qi flowing as it slowly rotated became even more oppressive, causing even the brother judge and Long Chu to actively distance themselves from Tian Jiashan. And as Prison Suppressor carried everyone aside to observe, with Tian Jiashan's surging spiritual power, the world-ending Great Mill above his head expanded rapidly against the wind, instantly covering an area of 10 li. As chaos qi descended like a celestial curtain, the shattered Broken Mountain immediately shook violently. The already broken mountain collapsed in an instant like heavy rain, and the air also began to vibrate violently, as if unable to withstand the pressure and about to shatter. Living beings below the earth immortal level no longer dared to stay in the central area of 10 li. Their expressions changed drastically as they fled to the distance. And as Tian Jiashan slowly guided it, when Broken Mountain completely disintegrated, a huge stone mill appeared in the eyes of all living beings. The moment this stone mill appeared, some living beings who were close but lacked sufficient cultivation vanished from their original spots after emitting mournful wails. The moment the world-ending Great Mill appeared, countless spiritual power storms immediately erupted around the entire Broken Mountain, as all living beings instantly used their cultivation to protect themselves. A word of advice, living beings without heavenly immortal cultivation would do well to stay far away. As he calmly reminded them, Tian Jiashan had already fully pulled out the world-ending Great Mill. The two great mills thus floated in the air. As the mills rotated, all Daoists around the entire Broken Mountain disappeared, and this space instantly became a void, where everything was at Tian Jiashan's discretion. Monarch of Ladu, this world-ending Great Mill has been dormant in Broken Mountain for countless years. Is it not inappropriate for you to suddenly appear and claim it as your own? Seeing that Tian Jiashan actually showed a tendency to reclaim the world-ending Great Mill, a living being finally couldn't hold back. The one who spoke was a nine-headed lion, the nine-spirit great sage. If this is the case, can it still not prove that this world-ending Great Mill is mine? Tian Jiashan pointed to the world-ending Great Mill slowly fusing behind him and spoke. If merely creating such an anomaly allows one to possess such a supreme treasure, I find it somewhat absurd. The person who spoke this time was from the Gu clan divine race, an immortal realm 9th level expert, also an old ancestor who had lived for countless years and had no hope of breakthrough to a demigod. I also feel that the monarch of Ladu's approach is inappropriate. Following closely, a monk in a black kazaya spoke. He was somewhat unusual, but his aura was undoubtedly that of an immortal realm 9th level expert. Besides them, is there anyone else who feels it's inappropriate? Facing the appearing opponents, Tian Jiashan still spoke calmly, and as his words fell, more figures indeed appeared around him, all of them without exception in the immortal realm. In such an occasion, without the cultivation of the immortal realm, even if one had the intention, they wouldn't dare to speak out casually. This broken mountain has been peaceful for thousands of years, and now that a great treasure has appeared, for Emperor Yan to so assertively claim it as his own is perhaps a bit overbearing. As far as I know, Emperor Yan doesn't even have 300 years of destiny right now, but this world-ending Great Mill has existed for endless years. If that's the case, does Emperor Yan still claim this world-ending Great Mill as his? This time, a gigantic vicious beast appeared, its body massive, no weaker than Prison Suppressor, and its powerful aura had clearly reached the demigod realm. As countless beings showed terrified expressions at the sudden appearance of this vicious beast, a roar that shook the heavens erupted from the eyes, shattering the clouds above the 9 heavens, and the long motionless desolate god Lu Wu arrived, blotting out the sky. The reason desolate god had been dwelling in Li's was precisely to await this Emperor Zhang, who had slaughtered his offspring back then. Without any explanation or words, Desolate God immediately engaged Emperor Zhang in battle as he appeared with monstrous ferocity. Terrifying spiritual power erupted in an instant. Everything seemed so fragile and powerless under the struggle of the two giant beasts. With just one clash, heaven and earth changed color. Seeing Desolate God attack the unknown vicious beast upon its appearance, Tian Jiashan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold expression appeared in them. Tian Jiashan, who had heard what Tai Ting Immortal said and guessed some things, wanted to help, but remembering that Desolate God was, after all, a supreme overlord of heaven and earth with his own pride, Tian Jiashan did not blindly intervene. Beings unaware of the truth watched the sudden battle with shock, while those who knew the truth had solemn expressions, especially those who had come out to oppose Tian Jiashan taking the world-ending Great Mill. If Emperor Zhang and Desolate God were locked in battle, they would barely be able to protect themselves, let alone jointly suppress the monarch of Ladu. King of Song, do you see that person? That's someone from the Gu clan divine race. Tian Jiashan pointed to a person who had just spoken out in opposition. Following the direction Emperor Yan pointed, and seeing a somewhat panicked human, the King of Song understood Emperor Yan's meaning and instantly vanished from his spot. I'm going to truly refine the world-ending Great Mill now. If those clamoring against it make any moves, brother Judge, you can handle it yourselves, just don't disturb me. Though Tian Jiashan's tone was calm, Judge and Long Chu took his words as commands. Killing doesn't always need to be stated so directly, as subordinates, one must have some foresight. Prison suppressor, kill it. After pointing to an ancient vicious beast that was eyeing him menacingly, Tian Jiashan returned to directly beneath the world-ending Great Mill. Although they saw Emperor Yan unafraid, once again openly refining the world-ending Great Mill, the beings who had voiced opposition were anxious but powerless to intervene, because these opponents now had more important matters to consider, their own lives and deaths. Each of the 10 kings of hell was a demigod realm existence, and several of them, such as the King of Reincarnation and the King of Song, were even very close to the God King realm. Slaughtering a host of immortal realm or demigod realm beings was not difficult for them. Although there was no need for them to act, the restless Judge and Long Chu were also taking action, casually killing some eager individuals to make the surrounding beings give up hope. Any discerning person could see the bloodline connection between the world-ending Great Mill and Emperor Yan, and judging by the speed at which Emperor Yan was refining the world-ending Great Mill, his familiarity with it was evident at a glance. As a host of powerful beings each opened a battlefield and fought, Tian Jiashan nonchalantly reclaimed the world-ending Great Mill, his refining speed growing faster and faster. As he gained more control over the world-ending Great Mill, the space around Broken Mountain gradually stabilized. However, the more stable the space above Broken Mountain became, the higher Tian Jiashan's control over the world-ending Great Mill. A fierce aura suddenly appeared behind him, startling even Tian Jiashan, whose empty gate was open. A pagoda appearing in the void realm blocked the sudden demigod's attack. Old Ancestor Golden Mosquito Su Zhouling. Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, after blocking the attack that appeared out of nowhere, looked at the old man in front of him and asked curiously. Not responding to Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, the old Ancestor Golden Mosquito's expression immediately turned grim after his long-prepared attack, which he had finally found an opportunity to launch, was blocked. At such a time, one either obtains the world-ending Great Mill or offends the monarch of Ladu, thereby incurring Ladu's wrath. That is why the old Ancestor Golden Mosquito, whose sneak attack failed, had such an icy expression. Offending a young great emperor would not end well. Without speaking, the old Ancestor Golden Mosquito's way of responding to Ling Bao Celestial Venerable was with a powerful chi surging heavenward. Looking at the golden pillars with heaven and earth patterns in front, and confirming that the old man was indeed the old Ancestor Golden Mosquito, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's face immediately showed a playful smile. Since you already have demigod realm cultivation, why not go to the ruins of Kunlun, ascend Liangfeng Mountain, and then go to the heavenly court to be officially granted a divine position, becoming a living immortal in the heavenly court? Wouldn't that be better? Why insist on coming here to court death? Although he spoke playfully, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable's aura was not weak at all. With the 7 treasures glazed pagoda fully activated, and the bronze immortal palace, which finally emerged with Tian Jiashan's help, slowly awakening, even if Ling Bao Celestial Venerable was not in the demigod realm, the chi he exuded at this moment was in no way weaker than a demigod. The bronze immortal palace is indeed a chaos supreme treasure. Seeing that Ling Bao Celestial Venerable simultaneously controlled 2 chaos supreme treasures, old Ancestor Golden Mosquito exclaimed in surprise. I never said the bronze immortal palace wasn't a chaos supreme treasure. As soon as his words fell, Ling Bao Celestial Venerable advanced with the 2 great treasures. The runes in front of old Ancestor Golden Mosquito, like divine decrees of the heavenly Dao, suddenly shattered. The 7-colored glazed pagoda blocked all incoming attacks, while the bronze immortal palace scattered green light, filled with a rich flow of ancient chi, and constantly displayed wondrous flying phenomena from within the bronze palace. Daring to attack Tian Jiashan at this moment, old Ancestor Golden Mosquito's demigod realm combat power was definitely not weak, but under the suppression of the 2 chaos supreme treasures, his divine abilities could almost only be used for defense. The rising alarm disappeared as Ling Bao Celestial Venerable blocked the sneak attack. Turning to look at the half-human, half-demon being fighting with Ling Bao Celestial Venerable, Tian Jiashan marked him as a definite enemy to be killed, then continued to refine the world-ending Great Mill with single-minded focus. As his strength grew, the enemies and opponents he made would also become stronger. If he didn't eliminate these powerful enemies, he might be fine, but those connected to him might not be. Just like Yao and his senior brothers and senior sisters. And as Tian Jiashan gained more control over the world-ending Great Mill, blood rain suddenly fell in the sky behind him, which had turned the entire 100,000 great mountains into a battlefield. A mournful wail came from the sky, piercing and chilling, as a huge body rapidly crashed towards the ground. The battle had only begun for less than a quarter of an hour, and already a demigod realm being had fallen. Not to mention around Broken Mountain, within a 1,000-mile radius of the 100,000 great mountains, it had become a demigod battlefield. Even those immortal realm beings were now avoiding it, only able to try to protect themselves amidst the chaotic battle, doing their best not to be drawn into the demigod struggle. As for those beings with only heavenly immortal or even earth immortal cultivation, the chaotic demigod battle in the sky was nothing short of a natural disaster. As space became turbulent, weaker beings discovered with horror that they couldn't even exert their usual strength, because space was unstable, because the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi was being swallowed by those demigods, and because the surrounding heavenly Dao rules were being suppressed by the chaotic demigods. The entire 100,000 great mountains had become a battlefield. As a host of demigods fought without restraint, chaos supreme treasures and emperor weapons constantly revived, causing the heavenly secrets above the entire 100,000 great mountains to fluctuate. The three sovereigns also sensed the change immediately and broke through the void realm one after another. And with the appearance of the three sovereigns, more and more powerful beings gathered above the 100,000 great mountains. However, seeing the unfolding scene, these latecomers were shocked and chose to observe the battle from a distance. At a glance, there were at least 20 beings above the demigod realm, and even a few whose aura had surpassed the demigod realm. With a sense of connection, Tian Jiashan exchanged glances with the appearing three sovereigns from afar and smiled slightly. During this time, I might disturb the three sovereigns' peace. Facing the words of the young monarch of Ledu, the three sovereigns could only show a wry smile. The great emperor of Fengde was not involved, so the peace of the mortal world in the future would still depend on the monarch of Ledu. Old ancestor Yinglong, Phoenix ancestor, old ancestor Kunpeng, and other magnates from the Chihua wilderness appeared one after another. Some obscure elderly individuals from the birthplaces of the three sovereigns, the Yuxiang tribe, the Sheneng tribe, and the Julai tribe also appeared. The area, which had just been cleared due to the demigod chaos, immediately became bustling with people again. However, these latecomer beings were not there to participate in the battle, but to witness the birth of a new emperor. Chapter 221 He's mine now. The world-ending Great Mill, a grand mist supreme treasure that surpassed chaos supreme treasures, was completely refined by Tian Jiashan in less than an incense stick's time, which perfectly explained his claim that he was the master of the world-ending Great Mill. As the world-ending Great Mill was controlled, the space above Broken Mountain not only stopped trembling but became exceptionally stable. With the power of the world-ending Great Mill, Tian Jiashan was now the dominator of this world. Sensing the terrifying qi emanating from Tian Jiashan, the three sovereigns, who were observing from a distance, frowned deeply, and sacred qi involuntarily flowed from their bodies, automatically reviving to protect them. Everyone, stop. The world-ending Great Mill has been refined by me. Do any of you still have objections? A vast voice appeared in the air, reaching everyone's ears, and all fighting beings simultaneously paused. Following the voice, they looked over and indeed saw that the distant sky was already occupied by the monarch of Ledu. Sensing the abnormality in that space, the expressions of the beings who had come for the world-ending Great Mill became extremely grim. They had failed to obtain it in the first struggle, and unexpectedly, when the world-ending Great Mill reappeared thousands of years later, it directly welcomed its master. Thinking back, the struggle on Broken Mountain back then was incredibly fierce and cruel, with even 3 demigod realm experts perishing. But even then, the world-ending Great Mill did not emerge, presumably because the timing, location, and human harmony were all unfavorable. And as everyone stopped fighting, the sky above Le's remained a surging sea of lightning, with the sound of thunder constantly echoing in all directions. The desolate god did not stop, nor could he stop. The reason the desolate god had chosen to inhabit Le's for thousands of years was precisely for this moment. Although they both possessed primordial bloodlines, and the ancient great fiend named Dijiang had not lived for fewer years than the desolate god, Dijiang's body was now covered in numerous horrific injuries. Tian Jiashan, likewise, ignored the distant battle. Not to mention that the desolate god hadn't stopped. Even if the desolate god had stopped because of his words, he would have continued the fight and killed Dijiang above Le's. The Grand Mist Supreme Treasure, this world-ending Great Mill, is the first of its kind since ancient times, so it's only natural for you all to covet it. But now, it is mine. If any of you still have ideas, you can only come to me for it. Whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group attack, feel free to come. I'll be right here. However, I must remind everyone that I am now the monarch of Ledu, a great emperor. If you offend me or provoke me, I will make an example of you and establish my imperial might. Tian Jiashan's voice struck their souls, deafening them and making the expressions of those who coveted the world-ending Great Mill extremely grim. Although there was a strong sense of threat, Tian Jiashan now indeed held the identity of the monarch of Ledu. At this moment, they could clearly feel the oppressive force brought by the powerful qi emanating from Tian Jiashan. Even if their expressions were not very pleasant, the various beings still dared not speak out in anger. However, as a voice appeared from the void realm, the silence was broken. The monarch of Ledu is so overbearing. Even if everyone has grievances, they wouldn't dare to question him casually, would they? This voice, appearing out of nowhere, belonged to Gu Xianzhen, and along with him appeared a group of core figures from the Gu clan divine race. The immortal who had an arm removed by Yanju was also among them. Just by looking at the formation, the Gu clan divine race came aggressively, clearly with no shallow intentions. Knowing the grievances between the Gu clan divine race and the monarch of Ledu, the expressions of the surrounding grim-faced beings immediately changed, and they became interested. They themselves couldn't casually attack the monarch of Ledu, but the Gu clan, who had an irreconcilable feud with the monarch of Ledu, would probably not allow the monarch of Ledu to fully mature. In an instant, countless beings around who coveted the world-ending Great Mill became spectators, choosing to watch from the sidelines. Facing the sudden appearance of the crowd, Tian Jiashan was not surprised. He didn't answer Gu Xuanzhen's words, but only turned his head to look at 2 particularly familiar voices in the crowd. Gu Xiannian and Gu Muhi. Facing Tian Jiashan's gaze, Gu Xiannian and Gu Muhi both had complex expressions at this moment, but didn't know how to speak. However, before Tian Jiashan could speak, feeling the powerful qi appearing again, he also turned to look at the space behind him. As a crack appeared in the air, Yang Lu Yi's entire family also appeared, and closely following them were Bai Xiu and a group of supreme beings from the Shen Li tribe. Tai Ting immortal of Chao Xian sect and Yanju, among others, also appeared almost simultaneously, as did Yaokai Holy Mother. Whether intentionally or not, these latecomers all brought their young prodigies with them, seemingly wanting their disciples to witness today's scene. After all, if it was about broadening one's horizons, this scene today couldn't be more suitable. Seeing Xiu appear, Tian Jiashan exchanged glances with her and smiled slightly. His gaze lingered briefly on the elegant woman beside Xiu. After roughly guessing her identity, Tian Jiashan also returned a slight smile. Having heard Tian Jiashan's great name countless times, and seeing him for the first time, Divine Master Lu Bing felt that he was even more extraordinary than what Xiu had described, and finally understood Qin Baixiao's feelings. As for Qin Baixiao, seeing Tian Jiashan again, now in the posture of a great emperor, he was somewhat dazed. Appearing with her family, even without going to Lidu, Yang Luyi was still wearing the emperor armament that Tian Jiashan had personally crafted for her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Luyi went directly to Gu Xiannian. I know you, Gu Xiannian, and I know everything you did to Sweetie. If you don't die today, I will personally settle the score with you later, because Sweetie is now my person. Yang Luyi was self-righteous, her voice loud and clear in the air where only the qi of the Dao flowed. Surprised that this appearing woman dared to be so blatant, and seeing that Emperor Yan had no reaction, but instead just smiled gently, those beings who already regarded Tian Jiashan as a great emperor couldn't help but scrutinize Yang Luyi more closely. This is not the place for you to show off. Go and stay aside obediently. Saying this, Tian Jiashan had already grabbed Yang Luyi from across the air and placed her beside the Bushan sect disciples. Facing Yang Luyi's glare, Tian Jiashan chose to ignore it. Gu clan, appearing in such a hurry, are you afraid that after I solidify my imperial position, I will destroy your sect master and uproot your ancestral roots? Where are my master, senior brother and senior sister? Monarch of Lidu, at that time, it was indeed our Gu clan who was at fault first. However, to know one's mistakes and be able to correct them is the greatest good. Our clan is willing to hand over the culprits from back then for the Monarch of Lidu to deal with, and our clan will also return the 7 treasures wonderful tree to the Monarch of Lidu. Please, Monarch of Lidu, let bygones be bygones. Tian Jiashan had expected the Gu clan divine race, who appeared with such a grand display, to want to confront him head-on. Instead, hearing clan leader Gu's plea for mercy, Tian Jiashan was somewhat dumbfounded for a moment. Clan leader Gu, you forcefully raised your cultivation to the demigod realm through a secret method in such a short time. Are you prepared for a fight to the death? I see that all of you are coming aggressively, and there isn't the slightest sincerity in your pleas for mercy. However, sincerity or not, it's all the same. Anyway, the Gu clan, I am destined to uproot them completely. As soon as Tian Jiashan's words fell, the calm air suddenly surged with sharp qi, and Gu Xianzhen, who had appeared with such a sarcastic tone, actually made the first move. Startled, and seeing that the Gu clan dared to be so fierce, countless surrounding beings immediately became interested. It's better if they fight, and ideally, both sides suffer heavy losses. Facing Gu Xuanzhen's sudden appearance, Tian Jiashan clashed with him in one blow. Seeing the surrounding crowd about to help, he immediately spoke to stop them. Everyone, this is a grievance between me and the Gu clan. You don't need to intervene, but if anyone outside the Gu clan interferes, just kill them. Tian Jiashan did not intend to let anyone interfere in this battle. Tian, have you forgotten that I was also almost hunted to death back then? I also have the right to attack the Gu clan. Bai Xiu spoke with a slight smile, and after receiving a secret treasure from his master Yanju, he came before Tian Jiashan. His qi was released in an instant, and Bai Xiu, who originally only had spirit immortal cultivation, erupted with the qi of the immortal realm 9th level at this moment. It won't be a matter of life and death, will it? Hearing Tian's words, and knowing his concern, Bai Xiu smiled and shook his head. I won't die. Then that's fine. As long as it's not a matter of life and death, Xiu, you won't be able to die even if you want to. That year, my brother and I were hunted to death. Today, let's turn the tables. Exactly. As the words fell, indeed only Tian Jiashan and Bai Xiu made their moves, and the two of them, outnumbered, confronted the group of supreme beings from the Gu clan.